Chapter 481, Battle Between Alien Beasts. Okay, let us clear the last obstacle for Xiaoyu to enter the 6th level civilization, and create a galaxy for Xiaoyu without the interference of the 6th level civilization. The 3 Taihao civilizations each found their own goals. After that, Taihao said slowly, I have one last question to ask. Just when the 3 Taihao were about to part ways, the alien beast Taihao spoke. The wisdom of the alien beast clan is not too high. Even if I become the Taihao civilization, then I am very confused. When the semi-fourth dimensional Taihao from the large Magellanic Cloud launched a campaign to encircle and suppress the sweeper civilization, why did the 3 of us stand still? I don't believe that we have 4 Taihao civilizations in total, plus 1 the Guardians, plus several junior and intermediate level 6 civilizations, as well as the 3 level 6 beasts of the Tree Tribe, the Python Tribe, and the Crocodile Tribe, who are peeping in secret. Are they really powerless to do anything to a sweeper? Technology Taihao replied. The 3 6th level alien beasts are watching the actions of our Taihao alliance. If we don't take action, they will not take action. And if we take action, we can unite all our forces and eliminate the sweepers. All the powers of civilization, except neutron battle stars. We can blow up all the stars in the star field occupied by the sweeper civilization. Destroy all the small universes and all the battleships of the sweeper civilization. But we cannot destroy the neutron battle star. The sweeper civilization then has lost all conventional power while we have completely lost all hope of entering a 7th level civilization. So it is foreseeable that the only remaining neutron battle star will take crazy revenge on us. I don't want to bear this kind of revenge. And I can't bear it. And neither can you. I can't afford it. So we won't take action. What a pity. If that half-fourth dimensional Taihao is willing to join our Taihao alliance, Su Shitu will do it. Maybe our current situation will be better. Although this guy is a fool and can't see this clearly. But in the end, it made a right choice. The 4-dimensional shield from its body fragments has made a lot of contributions to Xiaoyu. And according to Xiaoyu's character, after Xiaoyu becomes stronger, it is very likely to follow his last wish is to take a trip to the large Magellanic Cloud and fulfill his last wish. Is the neutron battle star really so powerful? The alien beast Taihao sighed slowly. Said, then, why are you not tempted by that broken neutron battle star of the silicon-based civilization? That is not something we can control. It will only bring disaster to us. This time, it was the ghost Taihao who answered the question of the alien beast Taihao. The guardian civilization can obtain that thing safely, and even gain strength enhancement by analyzing the technology of the silicon-based civilization's neutron battle star. But we can't. Don't ask why. If it doesn't work, it just won't work. Okay. I have one last question. Alien Beast Taihao said with a sigh. IQ has always been a flaw in our Alien Beast family. I still can't figure it out. We all know that the neutron war star cannot be destroyed. No action was taken. Then wouldn't the Guardian civilization know about it? Why would it take action? You? Technique Taihao's tone contained a hint of hatred for steel. If you had not joined the Taihao alliance, I guarantee you would never survive 1,000,000 years. Think about it. When the neutron battle star is restrained by the semi-4-dimensional Taihao, in the Milky Way, the Guardian civilization's glorious spacecraft and huge fleet, as well as the 6th-level civilization fleets of primary and intermediate levels, can take the opportunity to eliminate the sweeper civilization. Conventional power is used to weaken the overall strength of the sweeper civilization. Anyway, the glorious spacecraft has 4-dimensional jumping technology. Even if the neutron war star wants to catch up with it, it will not be easy. So why doesn't it come with such a good opportunity? Used? That idiot. Half 4-dimensional Taihao was used by the Guardian civilization. As for whether the spaceships of other civilizations can escape, what does this have to do with the Guardian civilization? It seems that this is indeed the case. There was still a little doubt in the tone of the alien beast Taihao. But haven't those elementary, intermediate, and 6th-level civilizations surrendered to the Guardian civilization? The power under its command has been damaged. And don't you feel bad? Also, I heard that the glorious spacecraft was also seriously damaged. And it paid such a heavy price. There was a little helplessness in Techno Taihao's tone. But he still answered patiently. Level 6 civilization is not cabbage. Every level 6 civilization is earth-shattering. Even if it is a Guardian civilization, it is necessary to fully master a level 6 civilization. It is basically impossible for level civilizations. Then, take advantage of this opportunity to use these primary intermediate, and level 6 civilizations as spearmen, so that while they are depleting the sweeper civilization, their own strength will also be damaged. And the Guardian civilization can take advantage of this opportunity. Completely control them. This is simply a no-profit deal. As for the damage to the Glory spaceship, haven't you seen how heavy the conventional forces of the sweeper civilization have suffered? With so many gains, the Glory spacecraft has suffered what's a little damage? In the final analysis, the Guardian civilization is the most hypocritical and cunning existence in this galaxy. If the sweeper civilization had not obtained the neutron battle star, it would have been killed by the Guardian civilization long ago. Ghost Taihao sighed, added, "It turns out it's so good. I have no doubts anymore. I'm going to find trouble with the Crocodile clan. When you go to find the Guardians and Sweepers, you should also be more careful. Just convey our meaning and try not to fight." After the alien beast Taihao said these words, he hurriedly left here. "Is it true that strength and wisdom cannot have both?" Technology Taihao sighed. "Among our 3 Taihao civilizations, I am the weakest, but the wisest. The alien beast Taihao is the strongest, but he is stupid. It has become like this. As for the ghost Taihao, you are not as smart as me, and your strength is not as good as the alien beast Taihao, but you exceed me in strength and wisdom than the alien beast. It seems that in this universe, the omnipresent, the rules are really fair. Perhaps you can't let a certain being be both strong and wise. It's like a guardian and a sweeper. The sweeper is strong and the guardian is wise. In this way, the two can always be entangled until now. Well, okay, forget it. I'm going to find the sweepers to clarify our position. You should also set off quickly to find the Guardian civilization." "Okay." Technology Taihao agreed, and the huge Messin spacecraft immediately launched and disappeared from the visible universe. He didn't know where he went. Seeing Tech Taihao leaving here, the Ghost Taihao also disappeared quietly. At this time, the alien beast Taihao was quickly shuttled through the dark universe. Its forward speed has reached more than 140 times the speed of light, which is basically close to the limit of level 6 civilization. Before reaching the 7th level civilization, it is impossible for any existence to break through the limit of 150 times the speed of light. And the same is true for the Taihao civilization. During curvature navigation, you will also come into contact with various stars in the visible universe. After all, curvature navigation only bends space, not escapes it. When Xiaoyu's fleet is sailing, it also needs to use tachyon detection technology to constantly determine whether there is anything blocking the front. If there is, it needs to be bypassed before it can continue to move forward. But this strange beast Taihao is not like this. It will only make a detour when there is a star on its route. If there is a planet in front of it, it will directly hit it, regardless of whether the star is a huge gaseous planet or a smaller, but harder rock quality planet. So, in the universe, such a scene appeared. A rocky planet twice the size of the Earth was quietly moving on its own orbit. But suddenly, a large hole appeared on it that extended directly from one side to the other side of the planet. This large hole is hundreds of kilometers in diameter. This big hole appeared in an instant, so fast that it didn't even have time to react. After the big hole appeared, the planet's own gravity came into play. Under its own gravity, the infinite planetary material began to collapse. The plates began to move, and the planet as a whole began to shrink. Then, the big hole disappeared again. But the trauma this large hole has caused to the planet is lasting. Countless earthquakes and volcanoes began to erupt, and the entire planet fell into a state of extreme instability. This strange beast Taihao is advancing rapidly in this way. Although its forward speed is fast, its advance is the advance of space, not its own advance. So its relative speed is still 0 for this planet. Therefore, under this situation, the high-speed impact mentioned in the theory of relativity, where a stone destroys a planet, will not occur. It seemed to know where the crocodile tribe among the 3 strange beasts was hiding, and it moved forward without any hesitation. I don't know how long it maintained this state of movement, but it suddenly stopped. In front of it is a failed star, a brown dwarf. There is a planet slightly smaller than Pluto, orbiting this failed star that does not emit light in this dark galaxy. "Crocodile, come out! Stop pretending!" The alien beast Taihao stopped at the edge of the galaxy and sent a message. "Oh, Master Taihao? You came to me. What's the matter?" At this moment, the planet orbiting the brown dwarf suddenly made some noise. There are countless high mountains appearing on it, and countless plains are sunken. After some earth-shaking changes, The guy called the crocodile by the alien beast Taihao finally revealed his true colors. It looks like a crocodile. Chapter 482, Beaten to Eunuch. The alien beast clan seems to follow a rule. That is, the stronger the strength, the larger the size. From the infinitely proliferating alien beast that Xiaoyu encountered, to the 4th level alien beast that has been pestering Xiaoyu, and the white dwarf alien beast, to the current alien beast Taihao, and the crocodile tribe alien beast. All it's like this. One is bigger than the other, and the strength is stronger than the other. Although the infinitely proliferating alien beast that I encountered at the beginning looked as big as a planet. That was because it swallowed a planet. If it spit out that planet, then it would definitely not be as big as that level 4 beast. The beast is big. This time, 2 alien beasts as big as a planet appeared next to the brown dwarf. If Xiaoyu saw the scene, Xiaoyu would definitely run away immediately, as far as he could. This level of battle is not something Xiaoyu can come into contact with. Nor can he even watch the battle. Perhaps a fluctuation can kill the Asia spacecraft. The crocodile beast has completely stretched its body. It still maintains its orbit around the brown dwarf. The alien beast Taihao remained relatively stationary with it, maintaining a distance of about 5 million kilometers. When the crocodile alien beast asked him, the alien beast Taihao replied, "It's nothing. I just came to see you and teach you a lesson." The battle happened very suddenly. The strange beast Taihao didn't even have a second sentence. After saying the words, "I'm just teaching you a lesson by the way," he immediately moved forward and disappeared from the visible universe. It once again entered curvature navigation. At a speed of up to 140 times the speed of light. It only took 0.1 second to cross the distance of 5 million kilometers, and then returned to the visible universe from the curvature space. With a huge tail, he whipped at the crocodile beast. The symbol of level 6 civilization is the initial mastery of space technology. This level is suitable for alien beasts. It is also common to scientific and technological civilization. Since it can become a 6th level alien beast, it must have mastered the relevant space technology. This was confirmed by the strange beast Taihao. One of its tails was more than 300 kilometers long. When it was just whipped off, the rugged leather armor on this thick tail could still be vaguely seen. After a very short period of time, this tail disappeared. It was completely wrapped in a black mist, causing the tail to look like a black stick. This is obviously a sign that the space around the tail was torn apart and collapsed after being hit. Between this attack, the alien beast Taihao has already used space technology. Taihao is a bunch of unreasonable guys. In a hurry, the crocodile Taihao just had time to send out such a message, and the dark tail was slapped on the head. Crocodile Taihao raised his forelimbs and managed to resist the slap of the tail. When the limbs of the 2 powerful beasts came into contact, a lot of flesh and blood flew out, accompanied by the roar of the crocodile Taihao. Its body, which was as big as a star, was whipped and flew straight back. This confrontation had a very drastic impact on the space. Xiaoyu once conducted a study on the impact of extremely high energy levels on space. Conducting this research requires building a supergiant particle accelerator orbiting the star, because there are only such huge particle accelerators. Only then can enough energy be given to the 2 beams of particles, and when they collide can they release enough power to affect space, allowing Xiaoyu to carry out research. However, in Xiaoyu's view, it is a phenomenon that can only occur in a giant particle collider and at the particle level. Now appears in the macroscopic world. The collision of 2 powerful alien beasts actually caused a phenomenon of the same nature as in the particle collider, but the scale was much larger. If Xiaoyu is watching from the sidelines at this time, this is just a phenomenon. It was enough to save Xiaoyu at least 50 years of hard research in this area. After this collision, the originally relatively stationary crocodile Taihao instantly reached a relative speed of more than 200,000 kilometers per second. This means that the overload force is so terrifying that even the most maneuverable village-level spaceship in Xiaoyu's fleet can only turn into a thin sheet under the pressure of such powerful and rapid acceleration. Angry roars came out, and the huge crocodile struggled in the void of space, struggling to slow down its speed. It was originally 20 million kilometers away from the brown dwarf, but now, this distance has become less than 10 million kilometers, and it is still shortening rapidly. Eventually, it plunged into the brown dwarf. It was whipped by the tail of the alien beast Taihao and fell into the failed star. Its initial speed was more than 200,000 kilometers per second, and then after it decelerated hard, the speed at which it collided with the star was about 50,000 kilometers per second. There is a data that can be used as a reference. At the beginning, In the solar system, the speed at which the Moon and Jupiter collided was probably less than 300 kilometers per second. Now, the speed at which this strange beast collides with the brown dwarf is nearly 50,000 kilometers per second. The mass of this brown dwarf is at least 10 times greater than that of Jupiter. And the mass of this strange beast is a little less than that of the Moon. How violent a crash does this mean? Back then, the impact of the Jupiter-Moon collision swept across the entire solar system. Let alone this collision. Brown dwarfs are failed stars. Nuclear fusion cannot occur inside them, so no light is emitted. But at this moment, when the impact occurred, it actually released extremely strong light. In a short period of time, its speed of light climbed to a level equivalent to tens of thousands of times that of the sun. With the help of these lights, alien beast Taihao could clearly see the impact of this impact on the brown dwarf. At extremely high speeds, there is no difference between hitting thin gas and hitting a hard steel plate. The speed of this impact was so fast that it had a serious impact on the entire planet. This impact was like a candle that lit up the entire planet. With countless gas tumbling, a large amount of gas ejection, strong light, and strong radiation. This brown dwarf has a power similar to that of a real star at this moment. But the alien beast Taihao knew that an impact at this level could not kill a level 6 alien beast, or even cause it to be seriously injured. Therefore, the alien beast Taihao waited quietly for a while, and once again entered the curvature space without hesitation. It took a few tenths of a second to reach the surface of the brown dwarf star, and then plunged in. The battlefield has moved from the void of space to the interior of a brown dwarf. In the dense gas, extreme high temperature, and high pressure environment, two powerful beings launched a peerless battle, because the battle took place inside the brown dwarf. This battle cannot be directly observed from the outside world. However, through the external performance of this brown dwarf, we can still roughly infer the level of this battle. After the alien beast Taihao also penetrated into the brown dwarf, the luminosity of the brown dwarf increased by another level, and it became even brighter. Some matter that turned into a plasma state was ejected by the turbulent internal movement of the planet, spreading wantonly in space. In fact, some material began to be ejected along the poles of the planet, like jets formed by black holes swallowing material. It can no longer even maintain its overall round shape. The internal battle turned it into an irregular-shaped object, like a fragile balloon being squeezed wantonly by a child's hands. No one knows what's going on inside this brown dwarf. The battle continues, and the brown dwarf becomes brighter and brighter. Time passed slowly, and this battle lasted for a full year. The planet's luminosity seemed to have increased to its limit. It could no longer withstand the huge pressure from the inside, so it exploded. When its life was at its most intense and splendid, it exploded. A small brown dwarf star, at this moment, actually has the power of a supernova explosion. Infinite gas was thrown into the void of the universe, occupying the originally empty space wantonly, getting bigger and bigger. This brown dwarf was destroyed in this way. Among the endless projectile gas, under the strong light, two small black spots suddenly appeared. A small black dot was leaving here quickly. After getting away from a certain distance, it suddenly disappeared. This is when it entered the curvature navigation and escaped quickly. Another small dark spot remains around the brown dwarf. When the distance got closer, I could clearly see that it was the strange beast Taihao. At this moment, its body is covered with crisscrossing wounds, some of which are even several kilometers deep and dozens of kilometers long. Countless unknown liquids flowed over its body. During this battle, it seemed to have suffered some damage. It held a soft whip-like thing in its hand, dozens of kilometers long and about several kilometers in diameter. The eyes that looked into space were full of mockery. Humph! You run fast. I'll let you go this time. This small punishment is a warning to you. If you dare to pursue the idea of Shenzhou civilization in the future, what I took from you will not be used again. It's your reproductive organs, but your thinking organs. You have lost the ability to reproduce forever. So just be your eunuch. Facing the no longer dark universe, a message was sent from the alien beast Taihao. Chapter 483 Leaving. Just when the brown dwarf was destroyed by the battle between two alien beasts. In another corner of the Milky Way, in an unknown star field, the ghost Taihao, who had no entity and seemed like nothingness, quietly appeared here. Although the figure of the ghost Taihao is secretive, it seems that it cannot be hidden from the perception of the spacecraft stationed here. The moment ghost Taihao arrived, thousands of spaceships of various models left the planet base in an emergency and arrived in front of ghost Taihao, waiting in full formation. In the void, various signals were sent out. which were received by unknown entities in the distance. I come here with no ill intentions, and I don't want to fight with you. A message was sent from Ghost Taihao. I just want to talk to you and reach an agreement. After sending this message, Ghost Taihao began to wait silently. The thousands of sweeper civilization spacecraft ahead did not launch an attack, but silently confronted the Ghost Taihao. We don't have enough authority. Please wait a moment. We are reporting to our superiors. Very good. Our superiors have agreed to your request for dialogue. Ghost, why did you come to see me? A message full of majesty was sent out and was received by Ghost Taihao. Our Taihao alliance has been hostile to your sweeper civilization for such a long time. I think it's time to change our method of confrontation. I'm here just to reach an agreement with you. Before the Shenzhou civilization reaches the 6th level civilization, neither of us will interfere with the actions of Shenzhou civilization. Okay. Why should I promise you? Junpo in the Shenzhou civilization is the chess piece of your sweepers. Xiaoyu is our chess piece. I know what you want to do. And you also know what I want to do. So, let's cease the war temporarily, and let our chess pieces fight on our behalf. What greeted the Ghost Taihao was a long silence. After a while, the sweeper civilization replied, Yes, we can agree to your request. This is in the interest of our sweeper civilization. In this way, we will not interfere with any of the Shenzhou civilization until it reaches the 6th level civilization. Action. Okay. Goodbye then. After saying this, the Ghost Taihao's trace suddenly disappeared, and he didn't know where he went. At least 3 hours after the Ghost Taihao disappeared, the light in this space suddenly became distorted, and everything began to become blurry and unclear. This is obviously the result of space being distorted. The universe is still pitch black, but it's just darkness above visible light wavelengths. Outside the remaining bands, you can clearly see that a strange thing has appeared in this airspace. This thing is only about 20 kilometers in diameter, and its size is not even comparable to Xiaoyu's national spacecraft. It has a shape close to an absolute sphere, with a flat surface without any undulations. Although it is small, no one dares to look down upon it, because it is the ultimate trump card of the sweeper civilization. A neutron battle star that has not encountered an opponent in the galaxy for tens of millions of years. Humph. This old guy ghost runs so fast. A breath full of murderous intent emanated from the neutron war star. Otherwise, if you dare to go deep into the territory of our sweeper civilization, you will have to pay a price before you can leave. This neutron war star wandered in the void for a while before entering the curvature space, and it was unknown where it went. In another part of the galaxy, the huge Meson spacecraft broke away from the curvature navigation and appeared in the visible universe. This is a very ordinary star system, with ordinary red dwarf stars and ordinary planets. Everything looks so ordinary. Nothing surprising. The Meson spacecraft stays here and moves with the star. After a while, a message was sent. Guardian, come out. I know you have a small hidden safe area here. It was still the same as usual in this star system. Nothing happened. Humph. A message full of dissatisfaction was sent from the Meson spacecraft. Then, the Meson spacecraft suddenly became brighter as a whole, and a dark space crack appeared and flashed past. In an instant, dozens of spacecraft with obvious Guardian construction style appeared millions of kilometers in front of the Meson spacecraft. Taihao, the last time you interfered and caused our operation to occupy the neutron battle star to fail, you still dare to come here. What do you want to do? The glory spaceship is on its way here with 500,000 spaceships. There are at least 3 million spaceships stationed in this safe zone. This time, if you don't leave something behind, you can't even think of escaping. Messages full of anger were sent from the spacecraft of these guardian civilizations. I'm not here to fight you. Technology Taihao slowly sent a message. I'm just here to tell you something. On behalf of our Taihao alliance, I would like to formally inform you that from now on, before the Shenzhou civilization enters the 6th level civilization, you are not allowed to interfere with any actions of the Shenzhou civilization. If you dare to violate this rule, the 3 members of our Taihao alliance, well, the Taihao civilization doesn't mind joining forces with the sweeper civilization and uprooting you. I have no interest in fighting your glory spaceship. Goodbye. After conveying this message, the Meson spacecraft suddenly disappeared. The Guardian civilization spacecraft millions of kilometers away in front of it just watched quietly and did not interfere with the actions of the Meson spacecraft. A few days passed like this, and the void shook again. The whole body was shrouded in light, and the glorious spacecraft appeared here like a temple of gods. Huh. You just ran away like this. Are you not allowed to interfere with Shenzhou civilization? Huh? After staying here for a short period of time, the Glory spacecraft also disappeared. At this time, in that star system, Xiao Yu was making final preparations before leaving. There are many things that need to be done at this stage. Many available materials need to be recovered. Various material reserve tasks need to be completed. Various spacecraft need to be inspected for the last time. Fixed fortifications that cannot be transported need to be destroyed, etc. It made Xiao Yu feel anxious. 200 years of development have come. Xiao Yu has fully completed his construction tasks, and has a huge fleet with a total of 11.5 million spaceships. There are a total of 3 Continental-class combat spacecraft, 20 residential Continental-class spacecraft, and the number of National-class spacecraft has reached 300. The total number of soldiers in the biological corps has grown to nearly 1 billion. Xiao Yu specially assigned a combat Continent-class spacecraft, and a total of 1.5 million other spacecraft of various types to the biological corps for their use. At this time, nearly 80 years had passed since Junpo was born. At the age of 80, in the current Shenzhou civilization, he is only the age of a young man. At this moment, Junpo is still receiving education in school. Xiao Yu never gave up monitoring Junpo, and even became more and more strict. Under such close surveillance, Xiao Yu discovered many unique things about Junpo. He is too smart to be a normal person. In class, he asked the teacher many questions, and sometimes he asked questions that even the teacher could not answer. He is almost an all-rounder, except for his slightly introverted personality. He has shown extraordinary talents in all other aspects. He has already dabbled in advanced sciences such as life technology, energy technology, weapons technology, computer science, high-energy physics, celestial evolution, etc. at this young age. His knowledge is growing every day, faster than even his parents could have imagined. He dropped out of school. In the Shenzhou civilization, it is absolutely not allowed for teenagers of school age not to go to school to study. But Junpo's situation is so special that his anomalies have attracted the attention of the Academy of Social Sciences. After a joint inspection by Luca No. 2, No. 3, and No. 4, they agreed to Junpo's request to drop out of school and let him study on his own. They also specifically allowed him to follow his parents into various scientific institutes, conduct internships in advance. Luca 3 even decided to let him follow him in another 10 or 8 years and teach him personally. When I saw him for the first time, I knew that he was a genius. It is a crime to bury a genius. Now that I have discovered him, there is absolutely no reason to let him go. I have a hunch that our Shenzhou, the hope of civilization entering the 6th level civilization category, may still fall on him, Luca No. 3 said in his report to Xiao Yu. Maybe. Xiao Yu sighed, and once again set his sights on Junpo. The birth of Junpo is accompanied by too many mysteries and too much fog. Xiao Yu was closely monitoring Junpo's every move, and at the same time, he was also hoping that Junpo could bring him something else. Oh! What is this? At this moment, the space telescope reported something to Xiao Yu. This incident successfully aroused Xiao Yu's interest. Well, a brown dwarf exploded about 10 light years away from me. How could it happen? A brown dwarf can also explode? This is incredible. Well, just in time. All my preparations have been done. Then go check it out on the spot and see what is causing such an unusual phenomenon. Xiao Yu made a decision quickly, then controlled the huge fleet and slowly left the star system. Chapter 484, Flesh and Blood Fragments. There is a long distance of 10 light years between Xiao Yu and this brown dwarf, which means that what Xiao Yu is seeing now is something that happened 10 years ago. 10 years ago, this brown dwarf exploded like this, and its light was not transmitted to Xiao Yu's eyes until now, and was observed by Xiao Yu. Then go over and have a look. Xiao Yu made up his mind instantly. Anyway, what I am about to embark on is a long and purposeless search operation, so it is not a waste of time to go here to check before starting the operation. As a result, up to 11.5 million warships, as well as huge shipyards equipped with curvature engines, and 20 Continent-class homeship spacecraft, entered the warp navigation together, traveling at a speed of 35 times the speed of light, sailing towards the brown dwarf star. Just a few months later, Xiao Yu's fleet arrived here. At this moment, more than 10 years have passed since the explosion occurred here, but based on the scene in front of him, Xiao Yu can still roughly restore what happened here. In order to prevent danger, Xiao Yu's large forces stayed outside the galaxy and only sent some small spacecraft carrying some necessary instruments to the galaxy. What appeared in front of Xiao Yu was a chaotic scene. The brown dwarf has completely disappeared. And what is here now is a large cloud of interstellar dust. In this interstellar dust, Xiao Yu detected some trace amounts of special radiation. Xiao Yu has a deep understanding of this kind of radiation. Xiao Yu knows that this kind of radiation is only released when some extremely heavy elements naturally decay into lighter elements. This is very interesting. As we all know, the heavier the element, the rarer it is in the universe. Because the formation of heavier elements requires extremely massive stars. Some elements can only be formed in violent events such as supernova explosions and neutron star collisions. This brown dwarf cannot even undergo nuclear fusion, which means it cannot form new elements. So, how did such a large number of extremely heavy elements come from? There is only one explanation for this. That is, more than 10 years ago, a sufficiently violent event occurred inside this brown dwarf. It was this event that caused the explosion of this brown dwarf, and the formation of these abnormal extremely heavy elements. Is it caused by some natural cause that I haven't understood yet? Or is it caused by man-made causes? Xiao Yu silently pondered this question. My heart gradually became heavy. There are no traces of other stars here. It's just a brown dwarf. It's a common thing. It's really unlikely that such a violent event would happen. If it's not caused by natural causes, then it's very likely that it's caused by man-made causes. What could it be? What's the reason? Well, what is this? Just when Xiao Yu was slowly thinking, a meteorite-like thing in front of a small exploration ship was discovered by Xiao Yu. The small exploration ship dexterously captured the thing, and then quickly returned to a national-level spacecraft. With the help of the complete instruments on the national-level spacecraft, Xiao Yu began to analyze the thing, trying to understand the information contained on it. The analysis results came out quickly. It turns out something like this. Definitely not natural. It has the characteristics of a certain biological organism. And it seems to be similar to the organizational structure of the white dwarf alien beast that Xiao Yu once encountered in the Eagle Nebula. Is this the flesh and blood of another level 6 alien beast? How come its flesh and blood appears here? Xiao Yu thought in great surprise. Did it fight something here? Well, it's another piece of flesh. Xiao Yu's exploration ship discovered such a thing again. After analyzing it again, Xiao Yu discovered some differences between the two things. Both these two things have the characteristics of certain biological organisms, and have some similarities with the white dwarf alien beasts. So can it be inferred that these two things are the flesh and blood of alien beasts? But these two things are not the same. They have big difference. They couldn't have fallen from the same organism. Okay, I get it. By analyzing these two pieces of flesh and blood, Xiao Yu came to a logical inference. That is, more than 10 years ago, around this brown dwarf, or within this brown dwarf, there was a fierce battle between two powerful alien beasts that were at least level 6 in strength. This battle resulted in the explosion of the brown dwarf. This led to the formation of some extremely heavy elements that could only be formed under extreme conditions. These flesh and blood were accidentally dropped during the battle. All the current clues support Xiao Yu's inference. And this inference can also perfectly explain what Xiao Yu is encountering now. As a result, Xiao Yu's mood became even heavier. Only 10 light years away from where he was recuperating, such a fierce battle took place. But he still knew nothing about it. Xiao Yu easily obtained the following reasoning based on the current reasoning. This location is too close to me. So this battle is basically related to me. The most likely possibility is that one of the powerful alien beasts has some kind of plot against me. And then another alien beast wants to come stop it. So the battle happened. But it's very strange. I don't know what this strange beast has to do with me. It has never appeared in front of me in the past years. After fighting with another strange beast. And it didn't leave any message for me. Well, this kind of behavior is very consistent with the behavior of Taihao civilization. But there is something wrong. I have seen Taihao civilization spaceships several times. And it is obviously spaceships are a technological civilization, not a civilization of alien beasts. Perhaps this is another strange beast type Taihao. Xiao Yu thought of what he had heard about the existence of 3 Taihao civilizations in the galaxy, and made such an inference. This matter was most likely done by the Taihao civilization. As for who the other being is, I don't know. I think it should be one of the 3 major alien beast civilizations. Xiao Yu thought silently. Xiao Yu has no way to completely confirm the current inference. In addition to the current inference, there are many ways to explain what is happening now. For example, this is just 2 powerful beasts accidentally meeting here. And then they started fighting. After the battle, because each was seriously injured, he left in a hurry to recuperate. The whole thing probably has nothing to do with me at all. However, a basic principle of inference is to select the most likely one among many possibilities based on existing clues. There is no doubt that under the current circumstances, Xiao Yu's inference is the most likely. If my inferences so far are correct, then another inference can be drawn. Since Taihao, or this guy who seems to be Taihao, is blocking another powerful alien beast from interfering with me. So if other civilizations, such as other 6th level civilizations, such as the Guardian and Sweeper civilizations, interfere with me, will they stop it? Just like they stopped this powerful beast? Xiao Yu thinks this is very possible. Things are getting more and more confusing. I wonder if this matter has anything to do with you. Su Junpo? Xiao Yu once again focused his attention on this weird boy. These incredible things happened with your birth. Maybe there is some connection between you. If there is really a connection, then I can't kill you without the interference of other civilizations. Only in this way can I be promoted to level 6 civilization with peace of mind. And maintaining the status quo is in my interest. After thinking all this clearly, Xiao Yu started his own action. In this interstellar dust cloud, there may be many more flesh and blood of alien beasts like this. These are all good things. So naturally Xiao Yu can't let them go. As a result, a large number of detection ships entered this dust cloud, braving all kinds of deadly radiation, and launched collection operations. The flesh and blood of these alien beasts are very scattered, and their sizes are inconsistent. The largest one is like a small mountain, while the smallest one is only the size of a finger. What surprised Xiao Yu the most was a long piece of flesh and blood of an alien beast, about 6 meters in diameter and thousands of meters long. Just this piece of flesh and blood of the alien beast weighs 300,000 tons. Regardless of whether the flesh and blood of the strange beasts he found were large or small, Xiao Yu would collect them all as long as they were discovered by him. The collection operation that lasted for 3 months actually allowed Xiao Yu to collect more than 3 million tons of flesh and blood of alien beasts. So much flesh and blood of alien beasts is enough for Xiao Yu to build a smaller provincial spaceship. If some other building materials are mixed in, it is not impossible to build a national-level spacecraft with these things. You know, this is the flesh and blood of a 6th-level alien beast, which is much higher quality than the flesh and blood of the 4th-level alien beast. This is an unexpected gain. After repeated inspections to confirm that there were no fish that slipped through the net, Xiao Yu controlled his huge fleet to leave here and once again embarked on a long journey. This time, the target chosen by Xiao Yu was a yellow dwarf star ahead, with a mass about 1.2 times that of the sun. That's right. Xiao Yu once again embarked on a journey to find a living planet and traces of life. Last time, Xiao Yu hoped to find some low-level civilizations to enrich his reserve of intelligent creatures. Now, Xiao Yu plans to find the existence of at least a 5th-level civilization and then plunder their technology. Although the goals of these two actions are different, the process is the same. They are both long journeys, and they are slowly searching during the journey. Chapter 485, The War of Level 4 Civilization. A long journey across the Milky Way. Xiao Yu's huge fleet, compared with the vast Milky Way, is like a humble ant, trying its best to explore its current land. This yellow dwarf star was eliminated by Xiao Yu without any surprise. There is only one planet in this star system, and it is too close to the main star. The dense atmosphere keeps the heat of the star on the surface of the planet as much as possible, which causes the environment of this planet to be like the legendary lava H.L. Here, Xiao Yu found no trace of life. Xiao Yu's fleet has been sailing at a curvature of 35 times the speed of light. After arriving at the destination, it will send out probes to explore the target star system. The main fleet will not stop. It would be a waste of time. The course of Xiao Yu's fleet does not maintain a straight line, but sails a certain distance here and a certain distance there. The distribution of stars is three-dimensional. How to design a shortest route among so many targets is also a science. A distance of several hundred light years is nothing to Xiao Yu. In fact, during the more than 10,000 years of journey since leaving the Earth, Xiao Yu has at least completed a long journey of nearly 20,000 light years. Now, Xiao Yu is less than 10,000 light years away from the center of the galaxy. The distance is still far away, but the types of stars are slowly changing. Xiao Yu detected that the closer to the galactic center, the greater the number of old stars, and the environment around an aging star is obviously not suitable for life. So Xiao Yu decisively changed the direction of exploration and began to explore sideways instead of continuing to approach the center of the galaxy. The environment at the galactic center is much more dangerous than the outer environment. It's here. The density of stars is very high, and multi-body star systems can be found everywhere. There are 2, 3, or even more stars orbiting each other everywhere, moving chaotically. From time to time, some aging stars end their lives in violent explosions. This is not the most terrifying thing. Xiaoyu was here and was lucky enough to witness some of the most violent energy explosions in the universe. Unstable supernovae. Unstable pair supernova is a very special way of supernova explosion. Before this type of supernova explodes, its host star is a huge star with a mass of at least 120 times that of the Sun. This star explodes in a strange way. After it explodes as a supernova, nothing will be left in its core. No neutron star. No black hole. All the materials that make up it will be completely blown to pieces in this violent explosion. And all materials with a mass of more than 100 times the Sun will be thrown into space. So you can imagine what a violent event this would be. Fortunately this time, the unstable supernova observed by Xiaoyu was more than 5,000 light-years away from him. So it did not have too serious an impact on Xiaoyu. Just like heavy things will sink and light things will rise. Heavy things such as neutron stars, white dwarfs, and black holes. Under the influence of the supermassive black hole in the center of the Milky Way, they will show a slow sinking trend and eventually gather together. Come here to the galactic center. It can be predicted that the galactic center area is a paradise for all kinds of extreme celestial bodies. Objects such as stars or planets can only be swallowed up and played with insignificant things. Such a place. When I arrive, it's better not to get close until the 6th level civilization. Xiaoyu thought about it and made such a decision. It is foreseeable that a place like the galactic center is definitely a high-risk area for various extreme events. Neutron stars and black holes are quite rare in the outer reaches of the Milky Way. But they are everywhere here. If the situation is not good, they will also encounter collisions under the influence of various environments. Previously, in the level 5 danger zone left by silicon-based civilization, the collision between a white dwarf star and a neutron star exploded with such powerful energy. Not to mention extreme events such as a neutron star collision or a black hole swallowing a neutron star. After changing direction, Xiaoyu's exploration continued. So far, Xiaoyu's exploration operations have lasted for more than 300 years, and have traveled at least a distance of more than 8,000 light-years. What Xiaoyu saw and heard along the way gave Xiaoyu an eye-opening feeling. Such a long journey is very beneficial for Xiaoyu to improve his theory of celestial evolution. In 300 years, something happened within the Shenzhou civilization. Under Xiaoyu's close supervision, Junpo finally grew up, entered the Central Academy of Sciences, and began to conduct various scientific research activities under the personal leadership of Luca III. He is like a shining star, rising slowly within the Shenzhou civilization. His performance did not disappoint Xiaoyu. In just a few hundred years, his achievements and a series of honors prove his excellence. The total number of intelligent creatures has now reached more than 130 billion, and the total number of scientists has finally exceeded 1 million. These more than 1 million scientists have been enriched into various branches and research institutes under the Central Academy of Sciences according to different majors and scientific research directions. They are like parts on a huge machine, contributing their own strength to the Shenzhou civilization. During this long journey of more than 300 years, Xiaoyu's huge fleet also underwent a short 10-year rest. The energy requirements for curvature navigation are too huge. Even when Xiaoyu left the galaxy, he had reserved as much resources as possible, but he still could not sustain it for too long. Fortunately, this is a voyage within the river system, and there are various stars everywhere around, which can provide Xiaoyu with resources at any time. Is the existence of life really so rare? Xiaoyu thought with some sigh. I have been searching for such a long time, but I have not yet found a planet that only has the most basic life forms. Xiaoyu had been mentally prepared for this early in the morning. The long journey is still going on. After this break and a long period of more than 80 years, a turning point finally appeared. That is about 11,000 light-years away from the center of the Milky Way, and about 18,000 light-years away from the solar system. Xiaoyu's fleet broke away from the curvature navigation and suddenly appeared in the visible universe, silently observing a red dwarf star in the distance, about 3 light-years away. This red dwarf star clearly exhibits the characteristics of a living galaxy. Moreover, it is definitely a civilization station of at least level 4, because, through a high-precision optical telescope, Xiaoyu discovered a very bright ring next to the red dwarf star. This ring is only about 50 meters in diameter, with a very flat and smooth surface, but is more than 200 million kilometers long. It is located above the ecliptic plane of this star system, and is slowly orbiting the red dwarf star. Xiaoyu knew exactly what this was. This is apparently a large particle collider orbiting the star. The civilizations that have the ability to create such things are at least level 4. Although level 3 civilization also has the ability to navigate within the star system. Xiaoyu does not believe that a level 3 civilization will have the ability to build such a great building. Is it still a continuous structure instead of a segmented structure? This civilization is obviously lagging behind me. I have adopted a segmented structure for the large particle collider, and then used energy shields to construct the body. Whether it is building, the difficulty and efficiency are much better than the continuous structure. This is probably a 4th level civilization. But a 4th level civilization is a 4th level civilization. After wandering in the universe for so long, it is good to have a 4th level civilization. Xiaoyu was a little disappointed that this civilization was not a level 5 civilization. But Xiaoyu still didn't intend to let him go. You know, even if it is a 4th level civilization, its technology tree may involve some aspects that Xiaoyu has not mastered. Although these things are not as good as the special technology of the 5th level civilization, they are still a certain enlightening significance to Xiaoyu. After a short stay, Xiaoyu's fleet once again entered the curvature navigation and began to approach the star system. To me now, the 4th level civilization is something that can be destroyed easily. Then the intelligent creatures of this civilization are also included in the Shenzhou civilization. There are a total of 20 continent-level homeship spacecraft, which can carry up to 600 billion intelligent creatures. It is a waste to leave so many continental-class homeship spacecrafts idle. Well, the more things like intelligent creatures, the better. I don't mind how many there are. So good. It's settled. Xiaoyu made this decision quickly. It is not difficult for Xiaoyu to regain a 4th level civilization. But what is difficult is to completely conquer them. This requires certain skills. But it doesn't matter. Xiaoyu has absolute strength to rely on. Under the suppression of the huge fleet, Xiaoyu can achieve his goal after using some small means. But after getting closer to less than 1 light year, Xiaoyu discovered something weird. At this distance, Xiaoyu can see more details inside the star system and obtain more information. So, Xiaoyu discovered this thing that interested him very much. It was a huge fleet consisting of 1 million spaceships. Through data analysis of optical signals, architectural engineering, spacecraft construction, etc., it can be known that these spacecraft are obviously warships. These spaceships are arranged neatly in the galaxy, as if they are waiting for some enemy. They are not waiting for me. Are they? Such a thought came to Xiaoyu's mind. But he gave it up instantly. They are definitely not waiting for me. It seems that they are facing a war. It's very difficult. Okay, then I'll watch the show first. Chapter 486, Level 5 Predator. At this moment, Xiaoyu had a dirty thought in his mind. It is not easy to completely conquer a civilization. A 4th level civilization is not as easy to fool as a 2nd level civilization. There is a high possibility that a 2nd level civilization has not come into contact with alien civilizations, and may even naively believe that it is the only intelligent race in the universe or galaxy. Level 4 civilization is different. The 4th level civilization has mastered interstellar navigation technology, is well informed, and has a more or less understanding of the situation in the universe. This means that Xiaoyu has to pay a certain price to achieve his goal. But now Xiaoyu found a good opportunity. Judging from the appearance of this 4th level civilization, as if facing a formidable enemy at this moment, Xiaoyu can deduce that their enemies should be very powerful for them. Then it's very simple. When their enemies beat them to the point of suffering, if they come forward again and suddenly descend with irresistible strength, it will be easy to conquer this civilization. With this in mind, Xiaoyu's fleet began to approach quietly again. This time, they advanced fully to the point where they were only 0.2 light years away from the main star of the galaxy. And then the entire fleet quietly lurked. Anyway, with the technology of the 5th level civilization, Xiaoyu is not worried that he will be discovered by this 4th level civilization. While lurking here, Xiaoyu also did the other 2 tasks. One is to select some small spacecraft to form a reconnaissance team. After approaching a distance of 50 billion kilometers from the main star, they quietly began to sneak into the inner galaxy at a speed of only 10,000 kilometers per second. To carry out this mission, it must be a small spacecraft, and the speed cannot be too fast. Only in this way, at such a close distance, Only in this way can we escape the detection of this fourth-level civilization. The second thing is to launch a large number of interstellar detectors and start alerting them 0.2 light-years away from this star system. Xiaoyu wanted to know what kind of existence it was that made this fourth-level civilization prepare in such a fierce battle. Time passed like this little by little. Xiaoyu believes that he will not wait too long. The fact is just as Xiaoyu guessed. 2 months after Xiaoyu arrived here, the interstellar detectors spread out by Xiaoyu reported such a message to Xiaoyu. After translating this message into a three-dimensional image, Xiaoyu saw such a scene. It was a huge fleet sailing in curvature. There are more than 4 million spaceships in this fleet, and the largest spacecraft is even larger than the Asia spaceship. However, there is only one spaceship of this level. For the rest, according to Xiaoyu's classification, there are about 100 national-level spacecraft and more than 4,000 provincial-level spacecraft. The construction style of these spacecraft is very strange. The surface of their spacecraft is not smooth, but is covered with various protrusions. A piece here, a piece there, making them look more like they've been put together in a very poor way. It is like a house in the Earth Age. Half of it adopts European architectural style, and the other half adopts the most traditional red brick and green tile style. The entire spacecraft seemed filled with a sense of dissonance. The shapes of spaceships also mostly show irregular shapes. There is no beauty whatsoever. This is undoubtedly a fifth-level civilization, and at least a fifth-level intermediate civilization. You know, the fifth-level primary civilization does not have the ability to build a continent-level spaceship. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyu not only had no fear in his heart, but secretly rejoiced. My luck is pretty good. I haven't found any living planets for hundreds of years, and now I've found 2 at once. Well, these architectural styles look quite familiar. It seems that I have seen them somewhere. Xiaoyu thought for a moment, and after just thinking for a moment, he remembered. In the sky blue market, where the Malian civilization was robbed for the first time. Didn't I just pretend to have this construction style? So this is a fleet of predator civilization? Xiaoyu quickly confirmed his guess. This guess is based on a very simple reasoning, which is the imbalance of strength. Is a fourth-level civilization with only a fleet of several 100,000 spaceships worthy of a fifth-level civilization launching such a huge combat force to attack? It's obviously not worth it. So there is only one possibility. This fifth-level civilization is a predator civilization. Only the fleet of the predator civilization would mobilize, as a whole, no matter what opponent it faced. From this point of view, the predator civilization and Xiaoyu's Shenzhou civilization have some similarities. That is, they do not have a fixed station. The entire civilization is based on a fleet of spaceships, wandering in the universe all day long. A predator civilization, and a predator civilization with a continent-level spaceship. After coming to this conclusion, Xiaoyu immediately began to feel itchy. In comparison, predator civilization is more valuable than ordinary level 5 civilization, because predator civilizations rely on plunder to survive. This means that their technological depth may not be as good as that of ordinary 5th-level civilizations, but their technological breadth must definitely exceed that of ordinary 5th-level civilizations. What Xiaoyu needs now is precisely the breadth of technology, not to mention the information about other civilizations in the predator civilization, such as where a certain civilization is stationed, its level of technology, its combat power, etc. With this information, Xiaoyu no longer needs to run around aimlessly in the galaxy like now. Instead, he can directly sail in a straight line to find the target. This is an unimaginably huge profit. Don't be in a hurry. Don't be in a hurry. The lion is still fighting the rabbit with all his strength. I haven't been exposed yet. So let's wait here for a while and use this 4th-level civilization to observe the strength of this 5th-level predator civilization, so as to prepare for the future. Prepare for the battle and try to reduce your losses. After the predator civilization fights with this 4th-level civilization, I can also come as a savior. Surrender this 4th-level civilization as soon as possible, and let them join my Shenzhou civilization. Come on! This is a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Only in this way can my interests be maximized. Xiaoyu suppressed the excitement in his heart, and still waited patiently here. In Xiaoyu's plan, he only planned how to conquer this 4th-level civilization. As for this 5th-level predator civilization, Xiaoyu had no interest in conquering them. The reason is simple. Since they are predators, they must have exterminated more than 1 civilization. Wandering in the galaxy all day long has made them ferocious and violent. They will only acquire technology through plunder and war, not through their own research to obtain technology. In other words, they have no potential to develop technology. Xiaoyu has no interest in such intelligent creatures. Conquering them is simply a waste of resources. When the time comes, just kill them all. This is what Xiaoyu thinks. Xiaoyu didn't have any psychological burden to exterminate a predator civilization. The reconnaissance team sent by Xiaoyu has quietly arrived inside the galaxy, and is close to the first line of defense of this 4th level civilization. This reconnaissance team is composed entirely of village-class spacecraft. At such a distance, it is quite difficult to hide from the perception of a level 4 civilization. So Xiaoyu also made some disguises for these spaceships. The consequence of these disguises is that they look shabby. It was like a spacecraft that had just experienced a long voyage and had been severely damaged. This place is less than 3 billion kilometers away from the main star of the galaxy. There are 2 planets in this galaxy. One is a gas planet, and the other is a rocky planet. According to intelligence analysis, the rocky planet is the mother planet of this 4th level civilization, and the gaseous planet and the satellites around it have been transformed into the first line of defense by this 4th level civilization. Well, although the level of technology is not very good and the spaceships are shabby and barely adequate, the war awareness is still good. Even if I were to control these spaceships now, it would only be at this level. It's a pity. You guys, the largest flagship level spaceship is only a national level spacecraft. And it is still a small national level spacecraft. It cannot even compare with the second tier national level spaceships like my original Cambodia and Nepal. And there are only 3 of them. With such strength, how can it be an opponent of a level 5 predator civilization? Carefully observing the defense situation here, Xiaoyu sighed secretly in his heart. The scenery on the home planet is pretty good. The composition of the atmosphere is similar to that of the Earth. The oxygen content is as high as 53%, while the nitrogen is only 26%. Well, with such a high oxygen concentration, it must be this civilization must often be troubled by problems such as steel corrosion. But from the aesthetic point of view of Earthlings, the scenery on this planet is still good. Huh? Can an energy cannon be built so huge? This is a bit beyond my expectation. When another thing caught Xiaoyu's attention, Xiaoyu suddenly noticed something else. Xiaoyu reacted immediately. But it was too late. Xiaoyu was exposed. Because the distance was too close, and due to his own negligence. Xiaoyu's detection team was discovered by this 4th level civilization. A message has been sent to the reconnaissance team spacecraft. But because there are not enough characters for comparison, Xiaoyu is temporarily unable to understand the meaning of this message. A large number of spaceships have appeared nearby, surrounding the hundreds of reconnaissance spacecrafts with eager eyes. It seems that if one of them fails, these spaceships will launch an attack. At this time, Xiaoyu did not want to start a conflict with this 4th level civilization. So in desperation, Xiaoyu could only take the initiative to send a message. Chapter 487 Purple Civilization. There are only more than 100 spacecraft in this reconnaissance team, and all of them are rural-level small spacecraft. However, based on their strong technological strength, although Xiaoyu's more than 100 spacecraft cannot destroy the spacecraft besieging him, it is not a problem to break out and escape. The gap in technological strength between the 5th level civilization and the 4th level civilization is so huge. You know, the 4th level civilization in front of you at this moment is not even as strong as your own when you plundered the Tialan market. And your own strength at this moment is much stronger than the Malian civilization at that time. But Xiaoyu didn't plan to escape. Under the siege of this 4th level civilization spacecraft, Xiaoyu sent a message and attached relevant dictionary information. We are a wandering civilization. Because the main star in our galaxy has reached its old age and turned into a red giant. Our home planet is no longer suitable for habitation under the burning of the star. There is no other way. We just built these spaceships and escaped. During our investigation, we found that the planet here is very likely to be suitable for our people to live in. So we arrived here. We didn't expect that this place already had an owner. I'm sorry to disturb you. If you can, please let us go. After sending this message, Xiaoyu began to wait quietly. At the same time, he began to quietly observe the spacecraft surrounding him. These spacecraft are obviously different from the spacecraft of the Predator civilization that I have seen before. This difference can be seen from the appearance. The spacecraft of this 4th level civilization has a very unified construction style, and the style is slightly similar to the gourd on the Earth. The 2 ends are larger, and the middle is weaker. This look seems to be standard. During Xiaoyu's investigation, all spacecraft construction standards of this 4th level civilization basically conform to this system. Xiaoyu guessed that this may be due to the unique culture, or it may be that this style has some advantages that he has not yet discovered. There is also the most obvious feature. That is, most of the spacecraft LS of this 4th level civilization are purple, regardless of whether they are large spacecrafts or small spacecrafts. After waiting for a few minutes, Xiaoyu received a response. The difference from the last response message is that this time the response message is followed by a dictionary message. Therefore, with the help of this dictionary message, Xiaoyu easily translated this message into a language he could understand. We are very sorry for the unfortunate wandering civilization. We sympathize with your plight, and we are also happy to set aside a little bit of our living space as your habitat. But unfortunately, our civilization is currently experiencing a crisis. A big crisis. The message from the base of the number 3 Galaxy Scientific Research Station indicates that a powerful predator civilization is rapidly approaching us at this moment, and we may not be able to provide you with shelter. The civilization replied. In this message, this civilization first said the name of its own civilization. It was a large syllable with obscure pronunciation. Even with the help of the dictionary provided by this civilization, Xiaoyu could not understand the meaning of this name. You are so fond of purple. Then let's name you Purple Civilization. Xiaoyu thought like this and responded. We are just a humble wandering civilization in the universe. We don't even know that there are other civilizations in the universe. Civilization. Encountering a civilization as powerful as yours is enough to scare us. I wonder what kind of existence the more powerful predator civilization you mentioned is. Xiaoyu casually made up a lie and said past. The predator civilization is a very vicious existence in the galaxy. The purpose of their civilization is to kill and plunder. The spokesperson of the purple civilization was silent for a moment, and then continued. You are only in the category of the 3-pole civilization. Right. Such a small spaceship has such a slow speed. Well, your spaceship has become so tattered. Did you encounter a disaster on the way? I'm afraid that the resources you have reserved at this moment have been exhausted, and you no longer have the ability to fly between the stars. No matter what, just rest in our base for a short period of time. We will provide you with all the energy, raw materials, and tools you need. But after the rest, you must leave as soon as possible. Predation the enemy civilization may arrive at any time, and we do not have the ability to protect you. Huh? How can this 4th level civilization be so kind? Don't they understand that they should be wary of any existence of unknown origin in the universe? Is this caused by their unique social culture? Or are you setting a trap for me? Humph! As a 5th level civilization, how can I be afraid of the traps set by your 4th level civilization? Forget it. I'll just go and take a look. Xiaoyu's brain turned tens of millions of times in an instant, doing after making this decision. Thank you so much. You are a kind and great civilization. It is really an honor for our Shenzhou civilization to meet you. Our fleet has been extremely seriously damaged, and our material and energy reserves are also on the verge of drying up. If not for meeting you, we should be dead by now. Well, it is the tradition of our civilization to help the weak. We have always adhered to this principle when dealing with other civilizations. But there is one thing that requires your cooperation. Before entering our base, we must control your spaceship conduct inspections to ensure safety, and you can only settle in the 3-pole base and rest in designated locations. During the rest process, we hope that you can cooperate with us and not do anything that we will judge as hostile actions. This is what it should be. We are willing to cooperate with your inspection. Xiaoyu replied. Since different civilizations have different requirements for the environment, what is a paradise for one civilization may be HL for another civilization. Therefore, it is basically impossible to send out living beings to carry out such inspections. And it is impossible to send out robots to carry out inspections. Xiaoyu is completely sure to grasp them. In other words, Xiaoyu is fully capable of forging a message for the detection equipment on these robots to detect. Xiaoyu has no way to grasp the computing modules outside the spaceship. If Xiaoyu cannot grasp the robots that enter his spaceship, he will be too worthy of a 5th level civilization. So, under the command of Purple Civilization, Xiaoyu opened the hatch of the reconnaissance team spacecraft and allowed some weird-looking robots to enter his spacecraft. As soon as these robots came in, Xiaoyu manipulated some special instruments and connected some lines to the inside of these robots at an imperceptible speed. Then, the surging computing power rolled in, and he was completely mastered in an instant. These machines and equipment. The deception operation continued for more than 10 minutes. In the past 10 minutes, from the perspective of the creatures of the Purple Civilization, the robots were moving around, comprehensively and thoroughly inspecting each module of these spacecrafts. But in Xiaoyu's view, These robots were just here. He stood for a while. We have completed the inspection. You can go to the base to rest. Please follow our guidance and do not fly around on the road. This is a military restricted area, and any action with unknown intentions may lead to attack. Purple Civilization issued a message came. Okay, we understand, Xiaoyu replied. As a result, the hundreds of spacecraft of the reconnaissance team followed a small spacecraft from the Purple Civilization that was probably a village-level spacecraft. On the way, it seems that in order to take care of these slow-moving, technologically backward, junk spacecraft of the tripolar civilization, the guidance spacecraft also deliberately slowed down its speed. The target is one of the satellites of this gas giant planet. Xiaoyu could clearly see that many factories had been built on this satellite and were busy with construction tasks. There are also many space bases in space, and spacecraft of various types are busy shuttling among them. Your base is here, and you can only move within a radius of 50,000 kilometers. You can draw up a list, and a special logistics spacecraft will come over later. You can hand it the list of required supplies, and your requirements will be met. After saying this, the guidance spacecraft flew away in a hurry. Just left like this? Xiaoyu thought with some surprise. Judging from their fleet formation, they obviously have very superb war literacy. They must always be focused on war. When there is war, there is conspiracy. A person who is good at war, and how can a conspiratorial race trust outsiders so easily? What plans do they have against me? Xiaoyu couldn't understand this. But Xiaoyu wasn't worried at all. The more than 10 million powerful battleships staying 0.2 light years away are his most powerful backing. In the face of absolute strength, conspiracy has no effect. In order to conquer this fourth-level civilization, Xiaoyu didn't mind putting on a show with him. Just like what the guidance spacecraft said. After Xiaoyu waited for about half an hour, another spacecraft came here. Shenzhou civilization. I am the logistics officer of our civilization. Now, you can submit the list of supplies you need. Of course, if you still need additional help, as long as it is within our capabilities, our civilization will be happy to meet it. Your request. Thank you so much. This is the list of supplies we have drawn up. Xiaoyu sent over a list of supplies that fit the status of the three-pole civilization. Chapter 488, Scouting Fleet. Xiaoyu has always communicated with this fourth-level civilization with a game mentality. After hundreds of years of journey, I finally found a being with whom I could communicate. And this being also attracted me, a level 5 predator civilization that was like a big gift package. Such a good thing. Relax a little. Not too much. Right? In addition to this reason, Xiaoyu also did this for another reason, which was a little curiosity. After wallowing in conspiracies, and bloody killings for too long, Xiaoyu did not sink, but yearned for light even more. The way this purple civilization has acted so far has a hint of well-intentioned civilization, so Xiaoyu wanted to confirm it in depth. Let's see if the purple civilization treats its own *** civilization. Well, is it based on a unique civilization or culture? Or is it based on some kind of conspiracy? After receiving the list of required supplies sent by Xiaoyu, the logistics spacecraft quickly sent a message. Okay, please wait a moment. The supplies you need will be delivered soon. Thank you. Thank you very much. Xiaoyu immediately expressed his gratitude in a hurry. The logistics ship came back quickly after leaving. It brought something like a very huge container and placed it in the void. Everything you need is inside. You can start to replenish resources and repair your spacecraft. If you need help, you can always call us. Okay. Xiaoyu agreed. From among the more than 100 reconnaissance spacecraft, he dispatched some shabby-looking robots, captured the container, opened it, and found himself inside. The various materials corresponding to the submitted list include deuterium, tritium, helium-3 and other nuclear fuels that are very suitable for use in nuclear fusion engines. Various spacecraft parts that have undergone primary processing, water, various organic substances, and various kinds of drugs that can be used as medicines, compounds, etc. In this area, Xiaoyu began to pretend to repair the spacecraft. On the other hand, Xiaoyu was closely monitoring the approaching fifth-level predator civilization. At this time, the fleet of this predator civilization is only 0.3 light-years away from the main star of this star system. Their speed is about 15 times the speed of light. At this speed, it only takes about 7 days to travel this distance. Level 4 civilization already has the ability to navigate interstellar space. But strangely, Xiaoyu did not find any blocking force in interstellar space. It seems that this purple civilization has concentrated all its power around this star system, preparing to start a decisive battle here. This is an action that is obviously at a disadvantage. Xiaoyu thought secretly. Did this purple civilization already know that it was no match for the predator civilization? That's why it made such a last-ditch battle. No! Success is Churin's arrangement? But unfortunately, the power gap between civilizations is too huge, and the purple civilization cannot be the opponent of this predator civilization. All this is under Xiaoyu's close supervision. Surveillance from both inside and outside allowed Xiaoyu to obtain detailed information about this fourth-level civilization. Xiaoyu just watched quietly as this fourth-level civilization was busy and detailed. But in Xiaoyu's opinion, it was all useless defense arrangements, including super-large energy cannons, a large number of interstellar mines, gravity bomb clusters, material disintegration ray launchers, elemental decay bomb clusters, etc. Seeing these arrangements, Xiaoyu further confirmed his idea. That is, even a fourth-level civilization may have some technologies that he has not mastered. For example, the super-large energy cannon built by this purple civilization and based on a satellite was somewhat beyond Xiaoyu's imagination. Before Xiaoyu's energy cannon technology reached the top, he entered the fifth-level civilization and had a more lethal and practical negative matter cannon. So the research on energy cannons was shelved midway. This is the inevitable price that must be paid when civilization advances too quickly. I wonder what role this super-large energy cannon can play in this war. Can it pose a threat to the spacecraft of a fifth-level civilization? Xiaoyu thought secretly and continued to observe. While observing, Xiaoyu's huge fleet was also slowly and carefully approaching the star system. The purpose of this is to go to the rescue of the purple civilization as soon as possible after the war occurs, if necessary. Xiaoyu's technological strength is undoubtedly higher than that of this fifth-level predator civilization. In addition, Xiaoyu has deliberately chosen another direction, so Xiaoyu is not worried that his fleet will be exposed in advance. The fleet of the predator civilization has come out of the curvature of space. They are now 13 billion kilometers away from the main star. The normal navigation speed is 130,000 kilometers per second, and the war is expected to occur in one day. After the fleet of the predator civilization emerged from the curvature voyage, it was obvious that the fleet of the purple civilization was mobilizing more frequently in this star system. The entire star system is like a fully wound clock, spinning nervously. Spaceships rushed to the front line one after another, and various interstellar defenses were ready for use at any time. At this time, the logistics spacecraft that had appeared once again came to Xiaoyu's reconnaissance team and sent a message. Shenzhou civilization, you must leave. Our powerful enemy has appeared. In this war, we are destined to fail. If you don't want to be implicated, you should leave here immediately. We have already investigated that there is no predator civilization fleet in the direction, and the predator civilization will definitely not be interested in chasing a broken spacecraft like yours. So, leave as soon as possible. Xiaoyu keenly sensed a hint of urgency in the message sent by this logistics ship. You say my spaceship is a shabby spaceship? Xiaoyu thought a little indignantly. In my opinion, your spaceship is worse than a shabby ship. Although he was thinking this way, Xiaoyu pretended to be panicked. How could this happen? Our spaceship is undergoing comprehensive maintenance. The spacecraft engine has been removed and is being repaired. We don't have any maneuverability now. We need at least 10. It will take days to complete the repairs. It's too late. The message sent from the logistics spacecraft was full of helplessness and sighs. I'm sorry. Our civilization is a peace-loving civilization. We originally wanted to give you some help, but we didn't. The thought of dragging you into the abyss of destruction. All the power of our civilization has been used to prepare for war, so we have no ability to provide you with more help. So, from now on, as long as it does not affect our war, your spaceship can operate freely in this star system. Find a place to escape by yourself. After saying this, the logistics ship flew away in a hurry. Let's continue watching the show. Xiaoyu was not anxious at all, but continued to stay here and monitor all the movements in this star system. After a day, the fleet of the predator civilization finally got close enough. So the war began. From Xiaoyu's current point of view, this war is very meaningless. The technical content is too low. Among the two parties participating in the war, one is relatively weak, and the other is very weak. The relatively weak predator civilization is crushing the very weak purple civilization. That's right. It's crushing. Xiao Yu saw very clearly that the purple civilization's huge spaceship formation of hundreds of thousands of ships was scattered under the impact of the predator civilization spaceships, without even being supported for an hour. The oversized energy cannon fired continuously and violently, but it was unable to destroy even a city-level spacecraft on the other side. Various interstellar mine clusters and bomb clusters took turns to attack, but they could only destroy some of the opponent's small country-level spacecraft. Not even county-level spacecraft. Xiao Yu saw very clearly that the first line of defense collapsed. This first battle lasted less than 3 hours before the winner was decided. Xiao Yu saw that countless damaged spacecraft quickly retreated and regrouped at the second line of defense, while the spacecraft of the predator civilization continued to advance forward unhurriedly. Defend our homeland! Rather die than surrender. In the purple civilization, there are no cowards who run away. The purple civilization swears to be with the Star of Light, even if the purple civilization is going to perish. Before it dies, it must teach these hateful predator civilizations a lesson, perhaps to boost morale. The star system at this moment is full of slogan-like messages broadcast in clear text. Xiao Yu sighed slightly. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how high the morale is, what's the use? We can't continue to watch the show. It's my turn to step in. Otherwise, these poor little things will die. More than 100 small spaceships slowly left the base and bravely faced the huge fleet of millions of ships that were constantly advancing towards the interior of the galaxy. Shenzhou civilization! What are you doing? Come back quickly! This is not an existence that you can fight against. At this time, you haven't forgotten to remind me that maybe this purple civilization is really a good faith civilization. Xiao Yu thought, and sent a message to the huge fleet of the predator civilization in front of him. Predator civilization, leave all your technology, surrender immediately, and merge the entire population into the Shenzhou civilization. I can let you live. Chapter 489 Unexpected. At this time, Xiao Yu's huge fleet was already approaching the star system from another direction at a speed of 35 times the speed of light. In about 2 hours, Xiao Yu's fleet will arrive. Concealment in curvature navigation is easier than concealment in the visible universe. Xiao Yu's fleet is in curvature navigation, and its technology exceeds the 2 civilizations that exist here. Therefore, as of now, Xiao Yu's fleet is still no exposure. During this period of time, Xiao Yu was very interested in playing a game called Cat and Mouse with this predator civilization. The strength shown by this reconnaissance team is inversely proportional to the arrogance of what they say. It's like an ant standing in front of an elephant, shouting arrogantly at the elephant. Kneel down immediately! Xiao Yu's message was released by broadcast. So not only the predator civilization in front of him could receive it, but also the purple civilization fleet behind Xiao Yu. After receiving this message from Xiao Yu, there were many discussions within the purple civilization fleet. Are all the intelligent creatures of this Shenzhou civilization lunatics? With such a small spaceship, how dare you say such things to a level 5 predator civilization? Perhaps they were frightened crazy under great pressure. You know, under great pressure, sometimes intelligent creatures will do some unreasonable things. Xiao Yu was quietly waiting for the reply from the predator civilization. Of course, the reply of the predator civilization may be an attack or a taunting speech. Xiao Yu waited for the latter. Oh, if we are not mistaken, you are just a foreign civilization, and you are an extremely exhausted civilization after a long journey. Does your civilization only have such a few spaceships? We have no interest in eliminating you. We order you to disarm yourself immediately and lie down obediently on the operating table of our spacecraft. We are very interested in the operating mechanism of your brain, so we plan to dissect you to see what kind of thinking you have. Only your organs can allow you to say such crazy words. Predators, this is the last chance for you. I'm not kidding. Xiao Yu's words already contained a hint of pity. Xiao Yu can guarantee that what he said is true. If the predator civilization is really willing to sacrifice its technology and population obediently, it is not impossible to save their lives. At the same time, Xiao Yu also knew that what he said was nonsense. But Xiao Yu likes this feeling of having everything under control. I have lived for too long under the oppression of Taihao, sweepers, guardians, powerful beasts and other powerful beings, and I need to relax occasionally. The predator civilization in front of him is a toy that can make Xiao Yu relax. We are about to lose our patience. If you want to perish, please tell us directly. Xiao Yu responded with a message full of cold meaning. At the same time, behind Xiao Yu, in the purple civilization, countless pairs of photosensitive organs were watching this scene. Countless intelligent creatures are tightening their minds. Anyway, This is a brave civilization. Although they are not very rational, this spirit of preferring death to surrender is still worth learning. The Purple Civilization War Commander sighed and said to his subordinates, Our Purple Civilization, we should also learn this spirit. We are no match for the Predator Civilization. So what? At worst, we will all die in battle. Yes, Commander. Now, I even admire this Shenzhou civilization. A soldier next to the war commander replied. It's ridiculous, Xiao Yu said slowly, and broadcast the word into radio waves. Look behind you. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. So there is no need to say anything more. At this time, Xiao Yu's huge fleet had broken away from the curvature navigation and was moving rapidly at a high speed of nearly 200,000 kilometers per second. In the process of moving forward, Xiao Yu has removed all disguises. More than 10 million battleships appeared majestically in the visible universe. At this time, not only the Predator civilization can see these fleets, but even the detection instruments of the Purple civilization can clearly observe this scene. The largest spaceship is even several times larger than their interstellar war fortress. The number of spaceships exceeds their imagination. Although they cannot understand the purpose of the equipment on the spacecraft, they can tell by feeling that it is definitely not simple. The weapon system and the shield system with amazing defense power can be seen in a glance. All this is beyond the imagination of Purple civilized intelligent creatures. My God! My God! Am I reading that right? There are so many! Such powerful spaceships! Where do they come from? What are they here for? Are they our enemies or friends? We have never interacted with a level 5 civilization before, so it is impossible for a level 5 civilization to rescue us. However, the Predator civilization spaceship alone is enough to defeat us. This time, there are so many spaceships here again. What do they want to do? Oh my God! A conventional sailing speed of 200,000 kilometers. This means an engine system that is unspeakably powerful. Also, can a spaceship be built so big? How advanced are their energy systems and material technology? This is simply unimaginable. After Xiao Yu's fleet all appeared, the ones who were most shocked were the intelligent creatures of the Purple civilization, as being still struggling in the category of 4th level civilization. Xiao Yu's fleets have truly exceeded the limits of their imagination. Purple civilization. These are all the fleets of our Shenzhou civilization. I'm sorry that I deceived you at the beginning and made you think that we were just a civilization. Please forgive us for this approach. We just wanted to test it out and see. Are you a well-intentioned civilization or a malicious civilization? Fortunately, you handed over an answer sheet that satisfied us. We have been touched by your kindness. Therefore, we have decided to resolve this crisis for you. Predation in front of you if you are a civilization. Let us handle it. You can retreat to each base and be careful not to be accidentally injured by us. Xiao Yu broadcast this message to the Purple civilization's fleet. Predator civilization. I have told you a long time ago that what I said is not a joke. Then, accept the anger of our Shenzhou civilization. You can escape, but I don't think your poor speed of 13 times the speed of light can escape. You can resist our pursuit, but I don't think your broken spaceships can withstand our crushing. There is only one way for you to end, and that is death. After Xiao Yu's fleet all appeared, Xiao Yu was keenly aware that there was a little panic among the Predator civilization's fleet. The leaders within the Predator civilization fleet may have had urgent discussions. And then Xiao Yu saw a very exaggerated scene. Millions of spaceships suddenly dispersed and fled in all directions. Some spaceships even flew towards the interior of the galaxy, trying to attack the Purple civilization fleet. Is there a way to disperse and escape? Attack the Purple civilization and try to delay my pursuit? It's a pity that this method is of no use to me. If the number of my spaceships is not as large as yours, it is very likely that some of you will escape. But now, the number of my spaceships is 3 times that of yours. Do you want to escape my pursuit in this way? You are overestimating your capabilities. Xiao Yu snorted coldly, commanded his huge fleet, and sped up again. The fleet of the Predator civilization separated, and Xiao Yu's fleet also separated. The individual strength of Xiao Yu's spaceship is stronger than that of this Predator civilization. So in such a pursuit battle, Xiao Yu is unlikely to be afraid of them. Biological core obeys the order. This war will be the stage for your performance. You have trained in the virtual battlefield for so long. It is time to test your war capabilities. I will send the European spacecraft, and the other 1.5 million A spaceship is handed over to you. And it is up to you to deal with the 2 million warships of the Predator civilization. Now, let's go! Xiao Yu gave the order. From the moment he discovered this 5th-level predator civilization fleet, Xiao Yu issued a mobilization order to the biological core. All soldiers, officers, etc. are organized and in their respective positions, ready for war. They had been looking forward to this moment for so long. After hearing Xiao Yu's order to go, he immediately impatiently controlled the spacecraft and pursued the fleeing predator civilization spacecraft. Xiao Yu divided the entire battlefield into 2 halves. In each half of the battlefield, there were about 2 million predator civilization spacecraft. Half of them will be solved by himself, and Xiao Yu does not intend to interfere with the other half, but will completely leave it to the biological core to deal with it. This strength comparison was carefully calculated by Xiao Yu. With Xiao Yu's current technological strength, Xiao Yu believes that it is a very appropriate thing to dispatch 1.5 million spacecraft to deal with the 2 million spacecraft of the predator civilization, which can not only let the soldiers of the biological core feel when a certain crisis occurs, the purpose of training troops can be achieved, and at the same time, the suppression of strength can be maintained to prevent the biological core from being too seriously damaged. As for myself, naturally I don't have this particularity. Xiao Yu very simply dispatched a fleet of 5 million spaceships with the America's Continental-class spacecraft as the core to pursue the escaping predator civilization spacecraft. Chapter 490, An Opportunity. Through the early war between the predator civilization and the purple civilization, Xiao Yu has roughly guessed the technological strength of this predator civilization. Xiao Yu concluded that the average strength of the predator civilization spaceships is slightly more than that of the Marian civilization. When conducting field battles without relying on the galaxy as a supply base, the same number of Marian civilization spaceships are not from this predator civilization opponent. Of course, this is just a comparison of strength and does not include factors such as strategy and luck. However, Xiao Yu's current strength is much stronger than that then. This can be seen from the speed alone. From the previous maximum speed of 15 times the speed of light to the current maximum speed of 35 times the speed of light, it has increased by more than twice. Speed is the indicator that best reflects the technological strength of a civilization. If the speed has increased so much, other related technologies, such as energy technology, power technology, engines, weapon systems, defense systems, etc., will all receive the same improvement. Therefore, Xiao Yu has complete confidence in this war. So Xiao Yu can safely let the biological core train without worrying about suffering too much damage. This predator civilization is not worthy of me dispatching the Asia spacecraft. They only have 1 Continental-class spacecraft. I can just leave the Continent-class spacecraft to Europe to deal with it. Xiao Yu thought. Manipulating Asia, the spacecraft quickly approached the home planet of the purple civilization and arrived here before the predator civilization spacecraft arrived. The rest of the spacecraft swarmed up, and in a very short time, they killed these spacecraft that tried to attack the purple civilization's home planet to delay Xiao Yu's attack. Facing such a behemoth as the Asia spaceship, the purple civilization fell silent. The size and power of the Asia spaceship completely exceeded their imagination. You know, their largest spaceships are small national-level spacecrafts, and there are only 3 of them. These 3 spacecraft combined are not as large as the Asia spacecraft. The situation developed too quickly and changed too quickly, leaving them no time to think. But one thing they know very well is that if the Asia spacecraft wants to attack them, they have no ability to resist. Therefore, the purple civilization wisely did not attack. Although, they still have no way to judge the good and evil of the Asia spacecraft. It is a very unwise behavior to hang the fate of civilization on a force that we completely understand. But there is nothing the purple civilization can do. Are you the Shenzhou civilization? Are you a 5th-level civilization? Xiao Yu received a message from the purple civilization. This message is full of caution and precaution. Xiao Yu responded, Yes, we are a wandering civilization, but we are not a predator civilization. We believe that only through communication can civilization itself progress. So we chose this way of survival. In the long space during our travels, we discovered your civilization and wanted to have some exchanges with you. Unfortunately, we arrived a little late. After the first conflict between you and the predator civilization, the large forces arrived, causing you to suffer a certain loss. I'm sorry for that. It doesn't matter. I am the leader of the purple civilization. We are full of respect for you, who are so kind and willing to lend a helping hand to weak civilizations. I wonder if your army is sure to win this war. The purple civilization leader asked cautiously. Due to technological limitations, It is impossible for a level 4 civilization to understand the warfare methods of a level 5 civilization. To this question, Xiaoyu gave a very patient answer. Don't worry. This 5th level civilization is not our opponent. Our army will destroy them all. You see? The 2nd level flagship in our army has already confronted with the highest flagship of the Predator civilization. Xiaoyu answered the question of the leader of the Purple civilization very kindly. At the same time, he transmitted the current situation of the European spacecraft and the flagship ship of the Predator civilization to the Purple civilization spacecraft in the form of signals. This huge spaceship is just a secondary flagship within our Shenzhou civilization. It is not the most powerful. In fact, there is no need for me to use all my strength to deal with this Predator civilization. You see? The European spacecraft, we've already caught up with the Predator flagship ship. Quick! Call all war experts and scientific experts over immediately to analyze and study the war scenes. Pictures of conflicts between level 5 civilizations are very valuable information for us. The leader of the Purple civilization quickly ordered go down. At this moment, in the void, there are already up to 5 million spacecraft on Battlefield 1. Led by the America spacecraft, attacking the escaping Predator civilization spacecraft. This time, the war was completely unequal. Xiaoyu truly achieved the so-called crushing. The 2 million spacecraft of the Predator civilization could not even escape, and were overtaken and destroyed by Xiaoyu's fleet. Of course, only those spaceships that stubbornly resisted and refused to surrender were eliminated. For those spaceships that wisely chose to surrender, Xiaoyu sent out robot landing troops to fully control the energy systems, weapon systems, defense systems, central control systems, life support systems, and other key parts of these spacecrafts before manipulating them. Their spaceship flew back. After all, Xiaoyu needed some spacecraft samples to analyze and crack the technological system of this Predator civilization. So these spacecrafts were very lucky to be preserved. Predators are predators after all. There is no cohesion among the members. They can still show their strength when fighting smoothly, but they are scattered when they encounter setbacks. If you don't flee in all directions, but line up your formation. Come with me. If it's a head-on war, I'll have to expend some energy to capture you. Are you running away? Competing with me for mobility and individual combat capabilities? Aren't you looking for death? Xiaoyu thought with disdain. Xiaoyu has confirmed his guess. Predator civilization is not a complete civilization. There are likely to be many intelligent creatures of different races within the Predator civilization. These intelligent creatures may be expelled from the mother civilization, or some guys who cannot survive within the mother civilization. By chance, they join the Predators. Among civilizations, at least, according to the currently known information, Xiaoyu knew that this Predator civilization was formed on the basis of a rebel army that was defeated by the civilized regular army and defected. There is no unified culture between different races, and there is no sense of identity between the same civilization. There is only one factor that brings them together, and that is interest. And interests are precisely the most unstable. They are like pirates, bandits, and the like in the Earth Age. When they encounter a big disaster, they just run away without any organizational skills. With such a mob, Xiaoyu took them down without any effort. The war on Battlefield 1 lasted for less than 5 hours, and ended under Xiaoyu's nearly overwhelming strength. Xiaoyu destroyed a total of 1.35 million Predator civilization spacecraft, and captured more than 650,000 spacecraft. With such huge results, Xiaoyu's side only lost less than 50,000 spaceships. At this time, in the number 2 battlefield, the battle situation was still in a stalemate. The European spacecraft, with about 100,000 escort spacecraft, has just broken through many obstacles and approached the flagship of the Predator civilization continent-class spacecraft. The competition for the most high-end combat power between the two 5-level civilizations is about to begin. The situation in the number 2 battlefield has progressed to this situation completely within Xiaoyu's expectation. After all, the biological core's ability to control the spacecraft and their cooperation with each other are not as good as their own. And their controllable power is not as much as that of Battlefield number 1. In fact, being able to advance the situation to this point in a few hours was enough to exceed Xiaoyu's expectations. Xiaoyu's huge fleet has completely surrounded this space with a radius of about 1.5 billion kilometers. In this space is the battlefield between the biological core and the Predator civilization. Any Predator civilization spacecraft that tries to escape from this battlefield will be roughly driven back by Xiaoyu as if driving away prey, and will have to fight to the death with the biological core. If you destroy the biological core spacecraft, you can live a little longer. If you fail, you will only die. Xiao Yu found that he had miscalculated something. When thinking about the combat power of the Predator civilization, Xiao Yu only thought about the technological strength, but did not take into account the morale, organizational strength, strategy and tactics of the Predator civilization fleet. So now Xiao Yu discovered that these 2 million spacecraft were really unable to achieve the purpose of training the biological core. The combat power of this Predator civilization is really terrible. If this continues, it will completely fail to achieve the purpose of military training. Xiao Yu secretly sighed. Let me improve your morale. Predators, I can give you a chance to survive. There are only 1.5 million Shenzhou civilization spaceships in front of you, and you have a full 2 million spaceships. Your flagship spacecraft is better than ours. Flagship-class ships are even larger. Now, destroy these 1.5 million spaceships. As long as these 1.5 million spaceships can be destroyed, my other spaceships will never take action. I will let you leave safely. If you cannot destroy them, it's a pity that these spaceships are so dangerous. You just die under the attack of these spaceships. I've given you a chance. It's up to you whether you can seize it or not. Xiao Yu said, seeing the Predator civilization spaceships that started to become crazy again, and even started to appear with a certain degree of organization under huge pressure. Xiao Yu sighed. This way the game will be more fun. Chapter 491 Europe. Let's go! Under normal navigation conditions, Xiao Yu's spacecraft can reach a maximum speed of nearly 200,000 kilometers per second, and the Predator civilization spacecraft can reach nearly 150,000 kilometers per second. But this is only the maximum speed. To reach this speed requires a relatively long acceleration process. In the interstellar battlefield, it is obvious that there is no chance for such a long acceleration. Therefore, in the interstellar battlefield, generally speaking, the maximum speed of a spacecraft will not exceed 10,000 kilometers per second. At such a speed, various physical weapons can also come in handy, such as antimatter bombs, elemental decay bombs, gravity bombs, etc. So, on the battlefield, such a scene appeared. Millions of spaceships are scattered in a space of more than 1 billion kilometers and are not densely packed. They are all moving quickly, conserving their own power and motion, and at the same time trying their best to destroy the enemy's power. In the battlefield, flashes and explosions appeared from time to time, fleeting in the dark space. The battlefield is too wide, and the movement of the spacecraft is a little chaotic. It seems to be unorganized, but there are some rules hidden in it. This is an overall view of the entire battlefield. In this regard, the biological core is obviously better than the Predator civilization. In the Asia spaceship, the members of the military committee gathered together and watched closely the real-time battlefield situation in the three-dimensional animation. From time to time, there would be some low voices of conversation. After the discussion came to a conclusion, an order would be issued through the personal computing terminal, and then faithfully executed by the soldiers of the Biological Legion. This requires extremely strong information gathering capabilities. Regarding this point, Xiao Yu has never relaxed his research and development steps. After hundreds of years of technological development, Xiao Yu's information collection technology has advanced to an extremely advanced level. Each spacecraft is equipped with various information collection instruments, and there are countless spy satellites scattered in the dark space. These instruments will provide decision makers with the most intuitive and realistic battlefield data. A large staff team will summarize various data, collect and analyze useful data, and then hand it over to the Commander-in-Chief for decision-making. After the actual combat test with Marian civilization, the members of the military commission underwent a blood change. Some commanders with outstanding performance were promoted to the military commission, while some unqualified commanders were eliminated. Luca too is still the chairman of the military committee, and any major order cannot be issued without the consent of Luca too. Well, the staff team reported that the Predator civilization's soft power parameters, such as organizational strength and coordination, have increased by 5% in a short period of time, and are still rising. It seems that the owner's incentive policy has it worked. It would be interesting to fight a war like this. A member of the military commission sighed. A 5% increase in soft power parameters means a 30% increase in the chance of damage to our spacecraft. This requires us to make some adjustments to our strategy. Another member of the military committee stood up and said, while pointing at a huge three-dimensional image with his finger. He made a gesture, and the picture immediately grew in size. There are a total of 300,000 spaceships in Area A. They are currently led by the national-level spacecraft Mexico, responsible for fighting against the enemy's national-level spacecraft number 3. Next to Area A. Our strength is not dominant in Area E. There are only 3 provincial-level spacecraft fighting against the enemy's 1 national-level spacecraft. Therefore, the Zone of Fleet is not only responsible for suppressing the enemy's 3rd-level national-level spacecraft, but also assumes the task of deterring the enemy fleet in Zone E. Now, the enemy's combat power has increased. Areas A and E are under greater pressure. In view of this, I suggest that 300,000 spacecraft be transferred from the harassment formation F to fill each area to support our fleet, lest the country's strength has suffered excessive losses, said the member of the military committee. This suggestion is very good, but there is another problem. How do you plan to solve it? Another member of the military committee said, the task of the harassment formation is to contain the local flagship spacecraft and eliminate the escort force of the enemy's flagship spacecraft, in order to prepare for the final siege of the enemy's flagship. If 300,000 spacecraft are removed, the F formation will not be strong enough to complete its scheduled mission. Another member expressed dissent. The enemy's combat power has increased, and we are no longer able to end this war with low damage without dispatching the Euroship spaceship. After the F formation has withdrawn its strength, I suggest that the Euroship spaceship carry 100,000 escort spacecraft, directly join the battlefield and attack the enemy's flagship, said the previous committee member. After the committee member finished speaking, all the committee members turned their attention to Luca number 2. When it comes to the movements of Continental-class spacecraft, only Luca 2 can decide such issues. Should we just dispatch the Continental-class spaceship? Luca 2 pondered for a moment and said, I have asked the Master for instructions. The Master means that the decision-making power is left to us. He does not intend to interfere in this war. Then that's the same opinion. If you think it's necessary, then dispatch the Euroship. Okay then. Let's vote by a show of hands, one member said. As soon as he finished speaking, 12 of the 13 committee members except him all raised their hands. Oh, we all agree. The committee member nodded and said, I agree too. Then, Lord number 2, please issue an order to activate the control unit of the European spacecraft and move closer to the enemy's flagship. Well, it is recommended that Mr. Luo Yuan serve as the direct commander of the European spacecraft and be responsible to our military committee. I agree. Mr. Luo Yuan has profound knowledge in large-scale flagship spacecraft operations. I believe that Mr. Luo Yuan will complete this mission excellently. Members voted in favor. So, after Luca number 2 issued the order, the member named Mr. Luo Yuan stood up, signaled to the other members, left the main conference room, and came to another conference room. A staff member immediately reported the current situation to him. After thinking for a while, Mr. Luo Yuan issued the first order. The European spacecraft is launched. The route is Area A, Area D, and then turns back to Area R to deter and attack the enemy spacecraft in these 3 theaters, and then get close to the enemy's flagship. Send the Argentina National-class spaceship to set off to contain the enemy's flagship and delay the opponent's escape speed. Okay, I will follow your order. The staff officer agreed and issued the order. This kind of combat system exists everywhere in the biological core. The system implemented by the biological core is that among the village-level spacecraft, each spacecraft has a captain who is responsible for executing the orders of the superior. Among the county, city, provincial, and national-level spacecraft, there will be a leadership team, with the captain as the chief officer, and 2 to 10 adjutants to assist the captain in managing the spacecraft. The reason for this setting is that county-level and above spaceships usually appear as the flagship of a small team. They not only have to control their own spaceships to fight, but also need to coordinate and command their subordinate smaller spacecrafts to fight in a timely manner. There are too many small spacecraft, and the core leadership does not have the energy to command every small spacecraft. The more senior the leadership, the broader their vision needs to be. For example, the members of the military commission need to focus on the overall situation. For example, they may come to the conclusion that the war will be won by holding on to Area A. After comprehensive analysis, they believe that Area A can also be saved. And then, they will issue an order to the commander responsible for the defense of Area A, if Area A is particularly important. If so, it may also come with a combat outline. But the specific details, how to hold Area A with the lowest losses, are what the commander of Area A needs to think about. And the military committee will not interfere too much in the details. This is how the biological core fights. It is precisely because of this system that countless potential officers at the bottom will be promoted based on military merit. Because after the war is over, when conducting review exercises, it is easy to know whether an officer's strategic and tactical thinking and command capabilities are outstanding. In fact, among the members of the military commission here, at least 3 came from the lowest level. After the decision was made to dispatch the European spacecraft, the battlefield situation quickly changed. The European spacecraft arrived in Area A first and killed the enemy's national-level spacecraft in Area A without spending much power. This meant that Area A could mobilize more power to support the rest of the areas. Then the European spacecraft arrived in Area D. The enemy national-level spacecraft in Area D fled in panic, and the European spacecraft did not pursue it. After arriving in Area R and killing 3 enemy provincial-level spacecraft, the European spacecraft finally arrived next to the enemy's continental-level flagship spacecraft. At this moment, the distance between the two was less than 10 million kilometers. The impact of the Euroship's actions on the battlefield was immediately and accurately perceived by the members of the military commission. They quickly made the latest arrangements based on the latest situation. Dozens more orders were issued, and the commanders in each theater quickly adjusted their tactics according to the latest orders. Under the previous interference to contain the spacecraft, the escort force around this Continent-class flagship spacecraft was already quite weak. Of course, there is not much escort power next to the Euroship, but the European spacecraft did not have the slightest fear, but quickly rushed forward. The Master wants to know the true combat power data of the Continental-class spaceship. This war is the best way to obtain the data. Then, Europe, destroy this spaceship in front of you. Looking at the huge and ugly ship in front of him, the flagship spaceship of the Predator civilization, Mr. Luo Yuan thought enthusiastically. Chapter 492 Landing and Occupation. The primary goal on the battlefield is to destroy the maximum number of enemies at the minimum cost while preserving oneself. Specifically, it involves performance indicators such as the maneuverability, defense power, and attack power of a spacecraft. In terms of these indicators, the battleships of the biological core undoubtedly surpass the spacecraft of the Predator civilization. Therefore, among the hundreds of thousands of warships entangled with each other, most of the ones that were blown up were the spacecraft of the Predator civilization. Under the command of Mr. Luo Yuan, the Eurocontinental spacecraft formation successfully suppressed the enemy's flagship spacecraft formation. A battle between 2 Continental-class spaceships would certainly not be a simple exchange of fire between the 2 spacecrafts. This is a competition of strength between the 2 fighting groups. Escort spacecraft are also part of the strength of this battle group. I will divide the enemy's flagship-level spacecraft combat force into 20 zones. Next, I will direct the battle with the code names of each zone, Mr. Luo Yuan said, looking at the 3-dimensional screen in front of the conference room. With a gesture, 20 virtual boxes immediately appeared in the screen, each framing a different place. At the same time, some different letters appeared in each box. These letters are the code names for different regions. Aim the main gun at Area B and fire after 30 seconds. Formation number 1 is responsible for attacking Area C, and Formation number 2 is responsible for Area D. 1 minute later, our main ship will make tactical evasive maneuvers. Orders were issued from Mr. Luo Yuan's mouth, went ahead, and was faithfully implemented. Under the command of Mr. Luo Yuan, a large number of escort spacecraft were divided into different parts, and each unit was responsible for different combat tasks. Amidst the rapid maneuvers and chaotic artillery fire, the battle was extremely fierce. A small squadron of about 10,000 warships braved the flying artillery fire and successfully broke through the enemy fleet's defense, breaking through to a place only 30,000 kilometers away from the enemy's flagship. A large amount of ammunition was poured down, causing a strong reaction on the Continent-class spacecraft of the Predator civilization, and its protective shield system began to flash continuously. After being attacked, the Predator civilization quickly mobilized corresponding resistance forces. A nearby fleet composed of approximately 8,000 spaceships quickly came to the area and launched an attack on the biological core's assault fleet. The Predator Continental-class spacecraft also responded. Its huge body is covered with thick gun barrels and various weapons and equipment. At this moment, these weapons are all activated, and a large number of physical weapons are swaying with brilliant tail flames, rushing at a speed of at least 200,000 kilometers per second. Entering the battleship battle group, the intelligent programs equipped on them allow them to lock the target tightly and launch a relentless attack. However, their attack targets are also equipped with corresponding defensive weapons. Therefore, there are some physical weapons were intercepted, and some lucky physical weapons hit the target, causing a flash of the target spacecraft's shield system. During this process, some unfortunate spacecraft, or spacecraft that were originally damaged, were destroyed. Such a scene also occurs in the Euroship formation. There was also a fleet from the Predator civilization that broke through to the vicinity of the European spacecraft. And there was also the power of the biological core to intercept it. The cannonballs flew horizontally, and all kinds of visible and invisible light shone, turning this space into a deadly, dangerous place. Mr. Luo Yuan looked at the three-dimensional picture in front of him. His brain was running at high speed all the time. He issued combat orders one after another, and the battlefield situation was quietly changing. The escort fleet is responsible for containment, attacking Area A with all its strength, forcing the opponent's flagship to make tactical evasive actions. The main ship makes a close move, dives 30,000 kilometers, and launches its main gun at Area F of the enemy's flagship. Mr. Luo Yuan released a new message to command. With the issuance of this order, the biological core's offensive became even more frenzied. A large number of spacecraft broke through to a place less than 20,000 kilometers away from the enemy's flagship, and launched an indiscriminate bombing of a certain area of the Continent-class spacecraft. This scene happening in space looks very strange. The Continental-class spacecraft is so large that its surface is basically curved against the hazy light of the protective cover system. Its appearance presents a dreamlike beauty, like a glow. The Earth beneath, the various types of spaceships that are constantly entangled above are like birds flying in the sky. If there are enough birds, their attacks will be enough to scare the Earth. As a result, under the attack of countless convoy ships, the Continent-class spacecraft finally had to make tactical evasive maneuvers. Its huge body moved slowly, like a giant python turning over. At this time, the Euroship spacecraft had completed its action, and it had dived 30,000 kilometers below the enemy's Continental-class spacecraft. With the movement of the Predator civilization's flagship spacecraft, a certain area of it happened to be in a straight line with one of the main guns of the European spacecraft. So, the attack began. The main guns equipped on the European spacecraft are all galaxy-level negative matter cannons. Such negative matter cannons can directly annihilate a provincial-level spacecraft, leaving no wreckage behind. It is conceivable that how powerful is such a negative matter cannon? The moment after the torrent of negative matter left the muzzle, it arrived at the planned attack area of the enemy's flagship spacecraft. The torrent of negative matter drained a large amount of energy from the protective shield, and both were annihilated and returned to nothingness. This process means a large amount of energy loss. And a large amount of energy loss means a strong load on the spacecraft engine and energy supply module. As a result, the entire spacecraft's protective shield showed fluctuations visible to the naked eye, like stars twinkling. Very good. The attack was successful. Formation number 4, Formation 5, and Formation 7 began to launch a strong attack on Area D. Formation number 6 still stood firm. Formation number 1, 2, 3, and 8 were responsible for the main defense. They could not allow any enemy force, with a scale of more than 5,000 ships, to launch concentrated attacks on any area of the main ship. Clear. Mr. Luo Yuan's commanding ability was perfectly interpreted on this battlefield. Any changes in the situation on the battlefield will be noticed by Mr. Luo Yuan, and he will make corresponding arrangements. In the constant entanglement, the European spacecraft once again seized the opportunity and launched its main gun to hit the enemy's flagship spacecraft. Based on the battlefield intelligence, Mr. Luo Yuan quickly estimated the damage to the enemy's main ship in his mind and made a new decision. The escort fleet will make a tactical retreat and leave the following coordinate points to prepare space weapons. Mr. Luo Yuan said, quickly reporting a series of coordinate data. This order was faithfully carried out. So, on the battlefield, such a scene appeared. A large number of biological core spacecraft that were entangled with the enemy's escort fleet suddenly gave up their attack on the enemy, and quickly left the area like wasps that had exploded their nest. Part of the Predator civilization spacecraft quickly chased after it, while the other part continued to stay in place, as if to observe what happened. They soon knew what was going on. A black line suddenly appeared in front of their eyes. Dark, deep, and fleeting. Then, they were horrified to find that the spacecraft they were on suddenly broke into 2 pieces for some reason. This black line continued to advance rapidly, and after cutting through at least 500 small and medium-sized warships, it quickly reached the Continent-class spacecraft. The black line disappeared instantly, and the attacked Continent-class spacecraft flickered suddenly. Very good. The damage to the enemy's flagship's internal energy supply module is expected to rise to 27%. The space weapons continue to attack. The escort fleet has changed from diversion to harassment. The 4th and 5th formations have returned to defense to prevent the enemy spacecraft. Suicide attack on our main ship. The emergence of space weapons caused some panic in the Predator fleet. But they quickly responded. They were well informed and quickly figured out that this was a space weapon. They all know what space weapons mean. Forced to the extreme, they became even more crazy. A large number of escort fleet forces began to approach the European spacecraft and launched a desperate attack on the European spacecraft, trying to prevent the European spacecraft from continuing to launch space weapons. However, Mr. Luo Yuan had already made arrangements, and the 2 returning escort formations and the rest of the troops left behind quickly rushed forward and blocked them out. The enemy flagship began to dodge and escape desperately. But it's no use. The maneuverability of the European spacecraft is much stronger than that, and escaping can only delay it for a while. After finding a suitable opportunity, the second space crack attack was launched, followed by the 3rd and 4th attacks. Thick smoke began to come out of the Continental-class spacecraft. This is obviously because the energy supply module and protective cover system have been seriously damaged. Mr. Luo Yuan, who saw this scene, sighed softly. The battle here is over. With its powerful capabilities, the European spacecraft completely suppressed the enemy's flagship and won this battle. Xiao Yu also clearly saw the whole process of the battle. As a result, a new order was sent directly to Mr. Luo Yuan. From this moment on, the use of space weapons is prohibited to avoid completely damaging the flagship of the Predator civilization. I ask you to open a gap and use landing troops as the main force to occupy this continent-class spacecraft. After all, this is a continent-level spacecraft, and it is also a continent-level spacecraft of the Predator civilization. Xiao Yu believes that there will be a lot of good things on this spaceship. It would be a pity if these good things were destroyed along with the battleship. Chapter 493, Defeat. If all soft strength factors are removed and measured solely by hard indicators such as defense power data and attack power data, the European spacecraft is actually the weakest among the 3 continent-class spacecraft. The reason why this happened was because of the faint worry in Xiao Yu's heart when building 3 continental-class spaceships. Xiao Yu was afraid that the European spacecraft would escape his control in the future, so he deliberately made it weaker. Through this battle, Xiao Yu basically fully grasped the combat power of the European spacecraft. If you turn this into data, it means that the combat power of the European spacecraft exceeds the flagship spacecraft of the Predator civilization by at least 30%. According to Xiao Yu's speculation, a normal 5th-level civilization with a complete civilization inheritance and a complete technology tree would produce a continent-level spacecraft that would be about 10% stronger than the flagship of the Predator civilization. In other words, Xiao Yu's weakest spaceship, the Europe, is 20% more powerful than the flagship spacecraft of other 5th-level civilizations. As for the Asia spaceship, because Xiao Yu did not have accurate combat power data, Xiao Yu could not make a judgment on this. But in Xiao Yu's estimation, Xiao Yu believes that this number will not be less than 50%. This is the strength of the spacecraft built by Xiao Yu after possessing space weapons, 4-dimensional protective cover, and being inspired by the Guardian civilization spacecraft. Let's start the landing operation. Just kill all the creatures in the enemy's flagship. I have no interest in wasting energy for them. Xiao Yu gave this order calmly. At this moment, the entire battlefield almost showed a one-sided situation. Under the leadership of the military commission, the 1.5 million spacecraft of the biological core successfully suppressed the 2 million spacecraft of the Predator civilization. In the constant entanglement, the fleet of the Predator civilization was divided into several large pieces, and was suppressed and beaten by the battleships of the biological core. As the battle progresses, the number of spaceships of the Predator civilization is less than 1 million, and there are still more than 1.3 million biological core battleships. When the Predator civilization lost even its numerical advantage, their defeat became unstoppable. At first, some spaceships fled regardless of life and death, trying to break through the encirclement set up by Xiao Yu on the outside of the battlefield. Xiao Yu was not polite to these spaceships and destroyed them directly. Under the command of Mr. Luo Yuan, the European spacecraft is still fighting with the Predator civilization continent-class spacecraft. Space weapons have been banned, so Mr. Luo Yuan adopted a strategy of using galaxy-level negative matter cannons as the mainstay, supplemented by a large number of harassing troops. He tried his best to consume the protective shield energy of this continent-level spacecraft, preparing for a subsequent breakthrough. Prepare, Continental-class spacecraft generally adopt the manufacturing method of modular energy shields. So damage to the shield will not cause the entire spacecraft to explode or lose protection everywhere. The four-guard shield is a special case and cannot be compared with these ordinary shield systems. Then it is very simple. As long as Mr. Luo Yuan can open a gap on this Continent-class spacecraft, the landing warriors can spread from this gap to the entire spacecraft and occupy it. A signal of surrender has been sent out on this Continent-class spacecraft. But Xiaoyu does not intend to accept their surrender. After finally getting such an opportunity, Xiaoyu certainly refused to let it go. Are you kidding me? If you surrender, who should I look for to train my troops? Under the guidance of this mentality, after receiving the surrender request from the Predator civilization, Xiaoyu responded, "Very good. I accept your surrender. Now, in order to show your sincerity, please transfer the weapons on the spacecraft, shut down all protective systems, and dismantle all weapons systems." Xiaoyu is deliberately making things difficult for them. Xiao Yuming knew that it was impossible for them to accept this request. So he made it. In order to ensure their own safety. Who would dare to disarm themselves like this on the battlefield? Xiaoyu didn't pay much attention to the rejection of Predator civilization. Reject? Okay. Keep attacking. Mr. Luo Yuan faithfully implemented Xiaoyu's decision. So far, part of the convoy fleet of the Predator civilization has been dispersed by the escort fleet of the European spacecraft. And part of it has been eliminated. There is not much left. At this point, it has been completely restrained by the escort force of the biological core. This Continental-class ship has become a loner. If it were still intact, the combat power of this spaceship alone would prevent any small spacecraft with evil intentions from approaching. However, many of its weapon systems, protection systems, etc. were damaged by the attack of the European spacecraft. Seriously damaged. It no longer has that strong combat power. Even so, the European spacecraft did not give up its fire suppression. Most of its energy was attracted by the European spacecraft. And it had no energy to pay attention to the small spacecraft formation that was constantly approaching. Aim the main gun and attack the area. Mr. Luo Yuan gave the order again. So, with a bombardment from the main gun of the European spacecraft, the shield system on the Predator civilization Continent-class spacecraft flickered again. After the flash, the main gun's attack on the rest of the modular shield system was ineffective, and the hull below was directly blasted, turning into a big black hole. From this hole, there are constantly some debris, battleship fragments, gas, and even intelligent creatures being thrown out due to the pressure difference. It's now. The landing team is approaching immediately. The first batch of 100,000 landing troops is responsible for establishing a beachhead position and waiting for follow-up support. The second batch of 500,000 landing troops sets off immediately. The main artillery continues to attack. And the attack area at this moment is the third batch of 100,000 landing troops here. 10,000 landing combat team members are responsible for establishing positions here. And the fourth and fifth batch of combat team members are preparing. The battleship repair system of the Predator civilization Continent-class spacecraft is quickly repairing this gap. But under the attack of a large number of harassing spacecraft, the repair operation has not achieved very good results. The remaining harassing spacecraft suppressed the firepower in the area around the gap. The spacecraft full of landing combatants quickly approached the gap. 100,000 soldiers wearing personal life support equipment passed through this gap and quickly broke in, arriving inside the battleship. As long as you can save your own life, try not to destroy the structure of the battleship. All intelligent creatures that resist can be killed. The intelligent creatures that surrender can temporarily save their lives after being disarmed. After hundreds of years of continuous training, the enthusiastic warriors were like tigers descending from the mountain. They quickly rushed into the Predator civilization Continent-class spacecraft and began to disperse along various passages and corridors. After the first breach beachhead was established and the situation stabilized, the second batch of landing combat team members and part of the robot landing combat force arrived. This support force totals 500,000 people. After quickly forming teams one by one according to the terms stipulated in the training, they began to set off to the inside of the spacecraft. The second gap quickly appeared under the attack of Europe's main gun. Then came the attack of the third and fourth batch of landing combatants. Within 10 hours, more than 50 gaps appeared in the Continental-class spacecraft, and tens of millions of landing combatants all infiltrated into the battleship. A three-dimensional image representing this Continent-class spacecraft has appeared in the command room. The soldiers' route and the areas that have been explored are marked on it. Very good. The data team has locked the self-destruction system of this spacecraft. Now it can't do it even if it wants to commit suicide. Mr. Luo Yuan nodded. The locations of tens of thousands of engine systems have been marked. I ordered. The landing team speeds up their advance and will capture all these systems within 1 day. Well, the location of the main control room has been discovered, and the number 1 team is ordered to quickly move closer to the place and gain control of the spacecraft within 2 days. The rest of the team will speed up the infiltration, completely eliminate all resistance forces inside the spacecraft within 5 days, and completely occupy it. At this time, there are no other Predator civilization spacecraft in the battlefield. A total of 2 million Predator civilization warships have been destroyed or captured by the biological core. In this war, Xiaoyu captured a total of nearly 500,000 spaceships, and the remaining 3.5 million spacecraft were all destroyed by Xiaoyu. This Continent-class spaceship is the last remaining stronghold of this Predator civilization. As long as we take it, the war will be over this time. The overall situation has been decided. Under Mr. Luo Yuan's excellent command, everything is progressing according to the plan. The firepower of the Predator civilization's flagship spacecraft finally began to weaken. On the second day, its firepower intensity had been reduced by 60%. Xiaoyu knew that this was because the weapon control system was constantly being occupied by the biological core. 3 days later, the spacecraft was completely silent. It is suspended quietly in space. Even the protective shield system is turned off, and it will not react in any way to attacks from the outside. Xiaoyu knew that he had occupied the spacecraft, and what was going on at the moment was the task of cleaning out the recalcitrant forces inside the spacecraft. The internal space of a Continent-class spaceship is so vast that even if there are tens of millions of landing combat team members and combat robots cleaning it, it still takes 7 days to complete this goal. 2 days more than the scheduled time. This Continent-class spacecraft has been completely controlled by Xiaoyu. The war is over. Well, in the entire war, the biological core lost a total of 230,000 spaceships and destroyed more than 1.5 million enemy spacecraft. Very good. Well done, Xiaoyu thought to himself. Chapter 494 Xiaoyu's Plan. The war was completely over. Xiaoyu did some statistics and came up with the battle loss ratio. Among the 130,000 spaceships lost by the biological core, no national-level spacecraft were destroyed. 5 provincial-level spacecraft were lost, and more than 200 city-level spacecraft were lost. The rest are small and medium-sized county and rural-level spacecraft. Along with these spaceships, nearly 9 million warriors of all races died. In fact, Xiaoyu is fully capable of wiping out this Predator civilization with his own strength without relying on the participation of the biological core. So many soldiers died just for the purpose of Xiaoyu's military training. But Xiaoyu didn't think it was inappropriate for him to do so. 9 million people have died now. In future wars, because of war experience, it is possible that 90 million more people will survive. As a civilized leader, Xiaoyu can only think about whether a thing is beneficial to him from an overall perspective, rather than getting hung up on certain details. From this aspect, we can also indirectly see the astonishing attrition rate of interstellar wars. It is impossible to support such a war without a large enough population base and sufficient resources. The comprehensive strength of a civilization is vividly reflected in such a war. Xiaoyu could curl his lips and not care about the loss of 230,000 spaceships and 9 million intelligent creatures. If this happened on Earth, not to mention the loss of various equipment, 9 million soldiers alone would, I am afraid that even the most powerful countries have been brought down long ago. As you can see, this Predator civilization has been completely wiped out by us. You are safe. Stay inside the galaxy. The Asia spacecraft next to the Purple Civilization's home planet sent a message to the Purple Civilization's flagship. This war took Xiaoyu nearly 10 days in total. If Xiaoyu was to conduct this war all by himself, Xiaoyu can shorten this time by at least 3 times. During these 10 days, all Purple Civilizations were mobilized. However, what they mobilized was not military power, but scientific research power. During this period of time, all the scientists of this civilization, including those in science, technology, and social psychology, gathered together. They used Xiaoyu's performance in this war to speculate on the level of science and technology of the Shenzhou civilization. Combat prowess, good and evil, preferences, everything. The conclusions they reached did not make them optimistic. They determined it first. It's Xiaoyu's terrifying technological strength, because they do not fully understand the division of civilization levels. They do not know the difference between level 5 and level 6 civilizations. So they do not know whether Xiaoyu is in the category of level 5 or level 6 civilization. But it doesn't matter, because no matter whether Xiaoyu is a 5th level civilization or a 6th level civilization, they are not something they can fight against. Xiaoyu's power is not a bad thing. But another thing causes them to worry. We believe that the Shenzhou civilization is fully capable of suppressing the Predator civilization. They could have captured the Predator civilization spaceships. But they did not do so. They chose to destroy most of the Predator civilization spaceships and only retain them. A small number of Predator spacecraft are believed to be based on their unwillingness to let the materials inside the spacecraft be destroyed together. We don't know whether this means that the Shenzhou civilization is a violent civilization, but we think this should arouse our vigilance. A scientist responsible for psychology and social systems said worriedly. We don't know what the Shenzhou civilization will do next, but we believe that the most likely thing the Shenzhou civilization will do is to leave after making some demands on us. It is unlikely that they will destroy us. Then he believes that we should make a budget in advance to deal with the extortion of Shenzhou civilization. We should set a bottom line, and nothing will exceed our bottom line. We will meet the requirements of Shenzhou civilization. If the bottom line is exceeded, we will choose to resist. Another scientist said. During this period of time, many research materials were submitted to the leader. A huge staff team is working day and night, studying response plans. The war is finally over, and the answer to what the Shenzhou civilization wants to do should also be revealed. At this moment, the leader of the Purple civilization was in an extremely uneasy mood. He knew that the fate of his civilization would be revealed in the next period of time. He didn't like the feeling of putting his destiny in other people's hands. But he had no choice. After hearing the message released by Xiaoyu, the leader of Purple civilization was silent for a while and carefully replied. All the people of Purple civilization thank you for your generous support. We will always remember your kindness. Xiaoyu knew that his presence would definitely make the Purple civilization sleepless. And he also understood their eagerness to know their fate. Therefore, Xiaoyu expressed a certain degree of appreciation for the Purple civilization leader, who still did not take the initiative to ask what he wanted to do under such circumstances, but waited for him to take the initiative to speak. You don't need to worry. Our Shenzhou civilization is a race with a clear distinction between love and hate. We will mercilessly eliminate space bandits like the Predator civilization. At the same time, we will also pursue good intentions towards the well-intentioned civilizations in the universe. Foreign policy. We will not ask for anything from you, nor will we demand anything from you, let alone plunder your population or destroy your planet. We are here just to communicate with you and obtain your technology and various specimens of non-intelligent creatures. Of course, in exchange, we will also give you some equivalent 5th level civilization technology. So to put it simply, we are here to trade with you, and it is a trade of equal value. He's not a robber, so you don't need to worry. Xiaoyu said these high-sounding words, but he sneered secretly in his heart. So many intelligent creatures. What a huge fortune. If I don't bring you all into my Shenzhou civilization, how can I leave? Don't worry. Well, I have enough means to make you willingly join the Shenzhou civilization, and you are crying and begging you to join. Xiaoyu has already planned many strategies in his mind. Xiaoyu didn't believe that a 4th level civilization could escape from the palm of his hand. The leader of the Purple civilization breathed a huge sigh of relief after hearing Xiaoyu's words. What he is most worried about is that Xiaoyu's Shenzhou civilization will capture the intelligent creatures of his own race and use them as slaves. But now Xiaoyu specifically emphasized the term non-intelligent biological specimens, which really made him breathe a sigh of relief. He knew very well that with the strength of the Shenzhou civilization, there was really no need for them to lie to him. Since they said this, there was a high possibility that what they said was true. Even if it's not true, there's still some wiggle room in it. At worst, if you pay a little more, your civilization will finally be out of danger of extinction. We are happy to use our technology or non-intelligent biological specimens and other resources to exchange something with you. In fact, all the people of our Purple civilization know very well that it was you who saved our civilization. So as long as you ask, as long as we can meet your requirements, we can satisfy them. The leader of the Purple civilization responded respectfully. Very good. In the next period of time, we will build various bases on the 3rd moon of this gas planet, mine minerals, repair our damaged spaceships, and replenish our fleet. While we are resting during this period, our civilization will send various scientific expedition teams to explore your home planet. At the same time, The team of scientists will communicate with you about the technology tree. After all this work is completed, we will leave and continue our journey. Okay. Our bright star welcomes you. The leader of the purple civilization responded respectfully. After receiving no response from Xiao Yu for several minutes, the leader of the purple civilization breathed a sigh of relief. Disperse all the spaceships. Regardless of whether the Shenzhou civilization has any ill intentions towards us, there is no need for us to take a defensive stance against the Shenzhou civilization. They are too powerful and can ignore our fleet. Our fleet, in addition to causing resentment to the Shenzhou civilization. Apart from that, there is no other purpose. Tell the people that we have solved this crisis and began to promote Shenzhou civilization among the people. We must promote Shenzhou civilization as a great savior and a great hero. We must tell the people clearly, people. It was the Shenzhou civilization that saved our civilization. And we can continue to live on the Star of Light only because of the help of the Shenzhou civilization. The leader said tiredly. Blind propaganda and worship of the Shenzhou civilization may cause bad consequences within the civilization. His assistant said worriedly. I think the government should not get involved in the guidance of such public opinion. You have to understand that any hostility from our civilization may cause dissatisfaction with the Shenzhou civilization. Now that our lives are in the hands of the Shenzhou civilization, we can only do this. Don't question my decision. Go on, let's go! The purple civilization leader waved his hand and closed his eyes tiredly. Even if you have some evil thoughts in your hearts, at least you haven't shown them on the surface. This proves that you at least have a basic concept of good and evil. You are different from the predator civilization. Facing the outcome of the predator civilization, it must be death. No matter whether we surrender or not. I hope you will not be like the predator civilization. The leader of the purple civilization murmured to himself. Chapter 495 In Vivo Experiment. We are all the most elite soldiers. As long as we undergo a period of running in and receive training from you, we can become the combat force of your civilization and fight for your civilization. I am a predator civilization. Commander-in-Chief, I beg you to preserve our lives. In the detention room specially designated by Xiao Yu, facing a fully armed combat robot, an intelligent creature similar to a reptile on the earth spoke through his own voice. The organ said this. This sentence was easily translated by Xiao Yu into a language he could understand. Xiao Yu received this message, but Xiao Yu ignored them. I don't think these intelligent creatures of predator civilization have any value, so I plan to kill them all. Do you have any different opinions? Xiao Yu asked in the conference room. After this war, Xiao Yu captured a total of about 30 million alien creatures. Among these 30 million alien planet creatures, there are at least 30 different life forms, with different appearances. There are humanoid creatures. There are reptilian creatures, etc. Master, I ask you not to kill all these intelligent creatures. It is a huge waste of resources. I hope you can allocate at least 500,000 intelligent creatures for us to carry out research and use. Luca number 4 said to Xiao Yu said. Luca 4 is an authority in life sciences. The so-called research of Luca 4 is naturally the so-called **** experiment. Every kind of intelligent creature, or even every kind of creature, can evolve to the current situation without becoming extinct, which proves that there must be some merit in them. Studying these things is very beneficial to improving the overall quality of intelligent creatures in this civilization. As an authority in life sciences, Luca 4 naturally knows this very well. Okay, I will allocate you 1 million intelligent creatures for you to carry out research, and treat them as waste. Xiao Yu replied. Are there any other uses? If there is no use, I will execute him, so as not to waste our resources. Perhaps you can also choose some intelligent creatures with strong individual combat capabilities, and keep them in captivity for the training of our soldiers. Luca 2, who is the chairman of the military committee, said. At this stage, the landing team will carry out individual training and strength battles. They are fought against companions or combat robots. This type of battle cannot fully tap the combat potential of the warriors. I think it is most appropriate to let the warriors fight against intelligent creatures, *****, so that regardless of whether it is in terms of combat skills or mental psychology, you can get the best results. Okay. Xiao Yu quickly screened these captives of the predator civilization and replied. I will select 5 million intelligent creatures of the predator civilization with relatively strong individual strength for us, for military training purposes. Master, I hope to obtain at least 500,000 predatory intelligent creatures for research purposes. Luca 3 also made its own request. The development of new weapons may need to be tested on the bodies of these creatures. Effect. Okay, I'll give you 1 million names. Master, our Institute of High Energy Physics hopes to obtain 300,000 intelligent creatures. Okay, I will allocate 500,000 people to you. After some distribution, Xiaoyu distributed more than 12 million of these intelligent creatures. It can be confirmed that what awaits these intelligent creatures will be endless torture. This ending is not much better than death. Since we have become a predator civilization and live by plundering, don't expect to receive humane treatment from me. Xiaoyu thought coldly. You should have been mentally prepared a long time ago. Driven by a large number of armed robots, the selected intelligent creatures were roughly driven into confinement places, waiting for the next allocation. The unselected intelligent creatures were driven by the robots. One by one, they walked to the execution site in despair. The crying didn't stop during the whole process. After completing the treatment of intelligent creatures, this continent-class spacecraft completely became Xiaoyu's possession. The first thing Xiaoyu did was to make a data connection with the central computer of the Continental-class spacecraft and start reading various data stored in it. Secondly, he arranged for robots to inventory the various resources of the Continental-class spacecraft. The result surprised Xiaoyu. At the data level, Xiaoyu obtained a lot of information about other civilizations in the Milky Way, such as residences, civilization levels, technological directions, approximate number of intelligent creatures, military strength and other information, as well as various star maps, routes, and dangerous areas, and various secrets and other information. In addition to these things, what makes Xiaoyu most happy is all kinds of technological information. Predator civilization is not a complete civilization system, and they do not have the ability to develop technology themselves. All their technology was obtained through plunder. Since it is a robbery, it is unlikely that you will get the complete technology tree information. Instead, you will know a little bit here and a little bit there. In other words, the technological knowledge of the predator civilization is very broad. But no matter what kind of technology it is, they don't know much. There is no technology tree to connect different technologies. But what Xiaoyu lacks now is the breadth of technology, not the depth. Xiaoyu has plenty of time to digest these technologies, speculate from the known to the unknown, and finally build a complete technology tree. Looting is indeed the most rewarding method. Come to think of it, even if there were no so-called luck restrictions, the universe would not be peaceful. Xiaoyu sighed secretly. In addition to the technological gains, Xiaoyu also discovered a large number of various rare resources on this continent-class spacecraft. Among them, the largest reserves are actually military-grade metals necessary for building space weapons. These asterisk-level metal reserves are enough for Xiaoyu to build space weapons for 20 national-level spacecraft. Very good. Very good. I guess if I encounter 10 more predator civilizations of this level, I can complete the technological reserves of the 5th-level civilization and advance to the 6th-level civilization. If it is a normal 5th-level civilization, then the number must be increased to at least 20. The predator civilization is really a good thing. Xiaoyu thought with joy. Although this Continental-class spacecraft is a little broken, it is a Continental-class spacecraft after all. It has combat power that far exceeds that of a National-class spacecraft. After transforming it, let's give it to the biological core for use. As for the rest of the spaceships, well, there are 3 national-level spaceships, which have also been transformed and handed over to the biological core. As for the rest of the spaceships, let's go back and rebuild them. Recycle the rare metals, and throw away the rest. Xiaoyu quickly said two arrangements were made for this harvest. In the home galaxy of the Purple Civilization, a short rest began. Xiaoyu began to implement his next plan. A large number of scientific expedition teams began to be dispatched to carry out various scientific research explorations on the Purple Civilization's home planet. A team of scientists was also sent out to begin exchanges on science and technology with the scientists in the Purple Civilization. Even the 4th-level civilization has some unique technologies, such as the construction technology of the super-large energy cannon built by the Purple Civilization. Although the quantity and quality of the unique technologies of the 4th-level civilization are much worse than those of the 5th-level civilization, but the mosquito legs were small and meaty, so Xiaoyu didn't intend to let them go. After communicating with the Purple Civilization, Xiaoyu learned what the intelligent creatures of the Purple Civilization looked like. Quite beyond Xiaoyu's expectation, the appearance of the purple civilized and intelligent creature turned out to be very consistent with the aesthetics of humans on Earth. Specifically, the appearance of the Purple Civilization creature is somewhat similar to the human images in some animations of the Earth Age. They both have exaggeratedly large photoreceptor organs and exaggeratedly small respiratory organs. Xiao Yu is very interested in why purple civilization intelligent creatures have evolved to this appearance. After some research, Xiao Yu believes that it should be the generally dim environment on the planet that has allowed these creatures to evolve. Big eyes, because big eyes are more suitable for capturing light. At the same time, it may be that too much oxygen has caused their respiratory organs to degenerate and become so small, because the oxygen content is too abundant. The respiratory organs only need to work at a very low efficiency to meet the needs of the organism. In addition, by studying the culture of purple civilization, Xiao Yu also discovered a very interesting point. Well, this is a nation with a very superb war talent. Xiao Yu looked at the information in front of him with interest. Did a global war occur nearly 10,000 years ago? This war unified the planet. At the same time, the new dealers realized the dangers of war, and anti-war became a trend. So since then, the art of war has basically not progressed much. This has also allowed this race to develop a national character of obeying order and being willing to help weaker races. It turns out that that's right. It was only now that all Xiao Yu's doubts were solved. At the same time, Xiao Yu thought of another point. Xiao Yu still remembers his sigh when he first saw the battle formation of purple civilized battleships. Xiao Yu believes that even if he does it himself, under the technological conditions of purple civilization, he can only do this. The art of war has not progressed for thousands of years, but it can still achieve such an outstanding level. It seems that this purple civilization really has the talent for war. I am becoming more and more interested in you. If all of you are included, all intelligent creatures have been incorporated into the Shenzhou civilization, and you will be given some training in warfare. I wonder where you will eventually progress. Chapter 496 Shenzhou Civilization. The discovery of racial character and war talent made Xiao Yu more determined to incorporate purple civilization into the Shenzhou civilization system. It's just that doing this requires skills and cannot be done forcefully. Because when Xiao Yu was studying the racial character of the purple civilization, he also discovered another point. That is, while the purple civilization has the character of abiding by order and being willing to help weak civilizations, it also has the quality of being willing to die rather than surrender and be perseverant. When the predator civilization comes to attack, if the purple civilization chooses to escape in groups, after losing most of the population, there will always be a small number of tribesmen who can escape and preserve the seeds of civilization. But the purple civilization did not do this. In the face of a powerful enemy, they chose to resist, although they knew very well that their resistance would not have any effect. If Xiao Yu chooses the measure of forcing surnames, Xiao Yu can be sure that the purple civilization will definitely choose to resist him. By then, he will only get the corpses of the intelligent creatures of the purple civilization, but not their spirits. But it doesn't matter. I have plenty of means to make you join the Shenzhou civilization willingly. Xiao Yu thought with a smile. It will take about 3 years for me to rest this time. After 3 years, I will let you leave with me. Here. That's right. At this moment, Xiao Yu has already begun to implement this plan. But the intelligent creatures of the purple civilization have not noticed it yet. As long as there is communication, it means understanding each other. And Xiao Yu believes that with the advantages and tolerance of the Shenzhou civilization, it will easily arouse the yearning for the intelligent creatures of the purple civilization. As long as there is a yearning, after arousing goodwill and admiration for the Shenzhou civilization within the purple civilized society, and through some external crisis oppression, everything will fall into place. The purple civilization calls its home planet the Star of Light, which Xiao Yu thinks is a bit ironic, because the atmosphere of this planet is too thick and the light transmission is not good. Even when the star shines directly on this planet, it is just like the bright Chengdu on the Earth at dusk. Xiao Yu believes that calling this planet the Star of Light is probably because of the purple civilization's yearning for light. At this moment, on the bright star, the Social Psychology Department scientific expedition team led by Luca II is conducting an investigation in the capital of the planet. There were about 20 people in the group of scientists. Together with the security robots Xiao Yu equipped them with, there were less than 50 people in total. In order to show its importance to Shenzhou civilization, Purple Civilization specially dispatched 5 security personnel to accompany them. You know, the security in the Purple Civilization has always been very good, and there are not so many security personnel when leaders travel. Well, it seems that the Purple Civilization has a different understanding of architectural art than we do. Luca too focused on a strange-shaped building, nodded gently and said, unique architecture style can also reflect the racial psychology of a civilization to a certain extent. You see, Most of these buildings have soft lines, and mainly soft colors, which explains the problem very well. If we are hostile to this civilization, through this, we can determine how certain key strategies are implemented. Yes, Lord Number 2. What you said makes sense. The scientist accompanying him immediately responded respectfully. Well, let's go over there and have a look, Luca Number 2 said, pointing to a large square next to it. At this time, it should be the working day of Purple Civilization, and there are not many pedestrians on the wide street. However, as Luca 2 and his group continued to move around, a large group of people quickly gathered behind them. The security personnel sent by the Purple Civilization strictly prohibited these people from approaching, and their natural instinct to obey order made them dare not move forward. They could only gather around and whisper, looking at Luca 2 and his group with eyes filled with admiration and admiration. These are the scientists of the Shenzhou civilization, a 5th-level civilization. You see, the equipment they wear should be their personal life support equipment. Personal life support equipment can be made so beautiful and so light. Yes, they are intelligent creatures of the 5th-level civilization. I heard that their civilization can travel at 35 times the speed of light. That's okay. Hey, I also want to take a photo with him. Now it seems, isn't it okay? This purple civilized and intelligent creature glanced at the accompanying security personnel with some regret, shook his head and sighed. Luca 2 and his party quickly walked to the square. Next to the square stood a huge screen. At this moment, images of the war from the previous period were being played on the screen. In the dark space, countless ugly predator civilization spaceships appeared one by one. After gathering into formation, they began to set off towards the bright star below the screen. Many purple civilization spaceships immediately appeared on the Star of Light. But during the battle with the predator civilization, the purple civilization's fleet was completely defeated. This scene was shot with a very artistic atmosphere. The chilling atmosphere when the predator civilization spaceship appeared. The last-ditch battle when the purple civilization fleet was dispatched. The tragic and solemn atmosphere, the rustling wind and the cold water, were vividly displayed. The scene between the sad and crying children, the mother comforting the child in a low voice, and the husband who died in the battle attracted the attention of everyone in the square. When the purple civilization fleet was completely defeated and completely unable to withstand the predator civilization fleet, the light on the entire screen suddenly brightened. Along with this burst of light, the fleet of Shenzhou civilization appeared. The screen fully shows the magnificence and grandeur of the Shenzhou civilization fleet, as well as the powerful combat power of the Shenzhou civilization fleet. Under the intervention of the Shenzhou civilization fleet, the predator civilization fleet was quickly defeated and had to flee in a hurry. At this time, the scene changed again, switching to children with smiling faces, a wife smiling when her husband returned safely, and an old man full of joy when his children came back. The video finally finished playing, and at this moment, a line of text appeared on the screen. Thank you, Shenzhou civilization, for its selfless help to our purple civilization. Without Shenzhou civilization, we would not have the happy life we have now. In the square, the faces of the purple civilized people who saw this video showed excitement, and some even couldn't help but kneel down. Then, they saw the Luca 2 group wearing personal life support equipment and strolling around the square. As a result, their emotions were immediately ignited, and countless people swarmed forward and surrounded Luca 2 and his party. The accompanying security personnel of the purple civilization shouted loudly. But in such an occasion, the instinct of the intelligent creatures of the purple civilization to obey the order has been broken by the excitement, and even the reprimands of the security personnel cannot make them retreat. Some people began to kneel down and worship. Some burst into tears with excitement, and more people began to push forward, trying to touch Luca Number 2 and his group. If it weren't for the efforts of the accompanying security robots to stop them, an extremely serious stampede would probably have occurred here. Luca 2 couldn't help but smile bitterly after seeing this scene. Shenzhou civilization! Shenzhou civilization! These 4 words suddenly rang out from the square. The sound quickly expanded and eventually spread to the entire audience. For a time, the word Shenzhou civilization resounded in the sky. Hello everyone! People of purple civilization! At this time, Luca 2 had to come out and say something. He waved his hand, stopped the cheers a little, and said, There is no doubt that the purple civilization is a kind civilization. Similarly, our Shenzhou civilization is also a peace-loving civilization and is willing to help the weak. Help you eliminate the predators. Eater civilization is what we should do. Please rest assured that our Shenzhou civilization will protect your safety in all aspects during this 3-year break. Before we leave, no existence can threaten the purple civilization. Shenzhou civilization. Shenzhou civilization. After Luca 2 finished speaking, this word resounded across the sky again. Uncle. Uncle. Can I take a picture with you? After the chants quieted down, a little girl standing in the front row mustered up her courage and finally said this to Luca 2 talk. Luca number 2 smiled slightly. And after confirming that among the national taboos of the purple civilization, there was no hugging the other's young intelligent creatures, he stepped forward and hugged the little girl. An adult female purple civilized intelligent creature next to her immediately picked up the shooting equipment in her hand and filmed the scene. Luca 2 knows that tomorrow at the latest, this photo will appear on the major media of purple civilization. Creating an image that is approachable and willing to communicate is very beneficial to the final national integration. After all, incorporating the purple civilization into the Shenzhou civilization is the goal set by the master, and this cannot be violated. Therefore, during our inspection this time, in addition to understanding the purple outside of civilization, promoting goodwill is also one of our goals. Luca 2 said to the accompanying scientists through the built-in communication channel. We understand. Lord number 2. The other scientists responded one after another. The commotion lasted for more than an hour before the gathered crowd reluctantly left under the persuasion of the accompanying security personnel. The Luca 2 expedition continues. We definitely couldn't stay in the square. So Luca number 2 and his party came to the street next to them. At this moment, a purple civilized male creature with disheveled hair and disheveled clothes suddenly ran over. As he ran, he shouted, "Guests of Shenzhou civilization, please wait a moment. Please wait a moment." Chapter 497 Answer. This purple civilization male intelligent creature that quickly approached Luca 2 immediately aroused the alert of the accompanying security robots and purple civilization security personnel. Luca 2 checked for a while and signaled the security robot to relax its vigilance. The accompanying purple civilized security personnel also relaxed after seeing clearly the appearance of this male intelligent creature. A security guard approached him, stopped him, and began to persuade him to leave. But this middle-aged man refused to give in. Not only did he not listen to the security personnel's persuasion, but he began to yell, "Do you know what you are blocking? You are blocking the scientific and technological progress of our purple civilization. This is a major crime against civilization." This middle-aged man's clothes were disheveled and seemed to have not been washed for a long time. There was a strange smell constantly exuding from his body. This is simply unbelievable to purple civilized creatures who love cleanliness. However, this man seemed to have a very special social status. So even if he kept scolding him, the accompanying security personnel would just smile and still patiently persuade him. After listening to the words of this male intelligent creature, Luca number 2 had some thoughts in his heart. So he took a step forward and said to the security guard, "It doesn't matter. Sir, do you have anything to do with me?" Seeing what Luca 2 was doing, the security personnel said, "Dear guest, this gentleman is the greatest physicist in our purple civilization. Mr. Delron." "Hello, Mr. Dolan." Luca number 2 touched the palms of the middle-aged man's hands according to the etiquette of purple civilization, and then continued, "What do you want to see me for?" Mr. Dolan wiped his disheveled hair and said slightly nervously, I have a question to ask you. As the most knowledgeable scientist in the purple civilization, Mr. Dolan actually felt a little uneasy at this moment. Just like a primary school student facing his teacher. Luca number 2's eyes flashed, and he smiled and said, "Please tell me. As long as I can answer it, I will answer you." Mr. Dolan's eyes began to shine with fanaticism. "Guest, since your civilization has entered the category of 5th level civilization, this question must be very simple for you. But this question is very difficult for me." "Difficult?" "I have led the scientists of our civilization to conduct hard research on this problem for no less than 20 years. We even built a giant particle accelerator that circles the star, hoping to find the answer to this problem. But we have not until now so far. I have found nothing. This question has become my heartache. If I don't know the answer to this question, I will not feel at ease even if I die. So I beg you, please help me answer this question and tell me the answer to this question." "Oh, what's the problem?" Luca 2 asked with great interest. "That's it." Mr. Dallon organized the language and said, "Look, this is a set of equations about the transformation of matter under ultra-high energy fields. This equation has been translated into language and symbols that you can understand. Can you understand the writing?" "I can see clearly." "Please continue." Luca 2 replied. At this time, the three security personnel accompanying the purple civilization gradually became nervous. At the beginning, it was precisely because they recognized the middle-aged man in front of them as the greatest physicist in their own civilization that they did not stop him too much. In fact, they were very willing to let Mr. Dolan communicate with the guests from the Shenzhou civilization, but they had to stop him due to their duties. How earth-shattering would it be for a question that could puzzle the greatest scientists in civilization day and night? Even after 20 years of struggle and the construction of giant particle accelerators that circle stars? After getting the answer to this question, how much will it promote the scientific and technological process of civilization? They are also members of the Purple Civilization, and they are naturally looking forward to technological progress and their civilization becoming stronger. So at this time, they all just started to hold their breath, fearing that making any noise would affect the greatest scientist in front of them. At the same time, they raised their alert to the highest level. Any purple civilized creature that came within 100 meters of this place would be driven away with their fierce eyes, because they know that what is going on here at this moment is something of great significance. After hearing Luca 2's answer, Mr. Dauron continued, our civilized scientific researchers believe that this equation is correct, because current experimental verification has proven this. But why do particles collide at ultra-high energy levels? In the experiment, the results we obtained are not consistent with the results calculated by the equation. Specifically, why in the experiment, the remaining material after the reaction is a little more than the result calculated by the equation? Let's go to. Okay. Kuang Yu's long-lasting experiments have completely eliminated the possibility of error. So, what is going on? Mr. Dallon scratched his hair in pain and continued. We have put forward many hypotheses to solve this problem, but none of these hypotheses are perfectly consistent with the experimental results and existing theories. We think that maybe this phenomenon is caused by a particle with negative mass and a moving speed that is eternally faster than the speed of light. But why can't we observe this particle? What characteristics does this particle have? And how can it be expressed in equations? Dear guest, I know you definitely know the answer to this question. So, I beg you, tell me the answer. Why is this? Why? Mr. Dallon said with excitement. Luca 2 and his entourage looked at each other and smiled slightly. This question is very technical. Although Luca 2 is not a scientist in the Department of Science and Technology, the answer to this question is a matter of common sense among the scientific researchers within the Shenzhou civilization. Luca 2 naturally has some understanding of this issue. In other words, Luca 2 knows the answer to this question. But Luca 2 had no intention of telling Mr. Dallon the answer. Being able to ask this question means that your scientific knowledge, Mr. Dallon, has reached the pinnacle of the fourth level civilization. In fact, this question is not simple. This question is related to the breakthrough from the fourth level civilization to the fifth level civilization. A key scientific discovery. As long as this problem is solved, the door to the fifth level civilization will be opened. From this problem, many scientific discoveries can be derived. Luca 2 said slowly. I don't know when. Many people have gathered on the street. Originally, the security personnel arranged by the three purple civilizations were trying their best to maintain order and drive away all those who dared to approach. However, every face of the people approaching at this moment was so familiar, and every one of them was watched on the TV. Saw it once. They know that every one of these people coming here is an extremely outstanding scientist. At this moment, the number of scientists gathered here has exceeded 100, and there is a steady stream of scientists who have heard the news. There is no chance that such a gathering of so many outstanding scientists could happen anywhere else except when the Civilized Science Council convenes. But now, this scene happened here. This phenomenon made the three security guards at a loss. Luca 2 paused for a while, watching the scientists continue to gather. Distinguished guest, please tell us the answer to this question. In order to know the answer, we are willing to pay any price, even our lives. This question has troubled us for a long time. I still remember that my mentor was because of his research, but he never got an answer to this question and died in depression. He died miserably amid doubts. When he was dying, I was right in front of him. He was speechless, but he still held on to my hand. My hand refused to let go, and I knew what he wanted to say to me. He was telling me that I must find the answer to this question, and we can no longer let this question block the progress of our civilization. No matter what the price, we must find out the answer. Mr. Dallon suddenly knelt down. His face was covered with tears from unknown time. As Mr. Dallon knelt down, More than 100 of the most outstanding scientists on the planet also knelt down and looked at Luca too. "Please tell us the answer to this question," cried Mr. Dallon again. Under the eager gazes of these outstanding scientists, Luca too slowly shook its head, looking at the outstanding scientists of the purple civilization whose eyes were beginning to turn desperate. Luca too put a smile on his face. "Unfortunately, because of the principle that advanced technology cannot be leaked, although I know the answer to this question, I can't tell you. The answer to this question is very important. It affects whether a civilization can go further and advance from a 4th-level civilization to a 5th-level civilization. Super civilization. It is precisely because he is too important that I cannot tell you." Mr. Dallon's face instantly turned deathly gray. However, after a pause, Luca too continued, "Your spirit of seeking knowledge has touched me, and I can give you a chance. I can allow you to come to the interior of our civilization for an inspection to see what you can gain. Your knowledge depends on your own creation." After saying this, Luca number 2 shook his head and led the group of people away. Chapter 498, Inspection Team. In fact, regarding the point that advanced technology cannot be leaked, Luca too is completely talking nonsense. Even if Xiao Yu completely told the purple civilization about the technology of the 5th-level civilization, which civilization would be full and able to survive, interfere with Xiao Yu and say, "Leaking advanced technology to a 4th-level civilization violates the rules, so you will be punished." However, this was implemented unknowingly in the code of conduct of Xiao Yu and Luca number 2, whether in terms of technological exchanges or in situations like this incident. Xiao Yu only used some unique technologies of the 4th-level civilization in exchange for the unique technologies of the purple civilization. The technologies of the 5th-level civilization were not leaked at all. Naturally, there is a reason for this. Xiao Yu's purpose is to incorporate purple civilization into Shenzhou civilization. In this process, the technology of advanced civilization is an extremely powerful bait. As a scientist, Xiao Yu has a deep understanding of how crazy scientists' thirst for knowledge is. Xiao Yu couldn't even imagine that after he revealed that the Shenzhou civilization actually welcomed other civilizations to join, and that joining the Shenzhou civilization would allow them to obtain information about technological sharing. What would these scientists with crazy thirst for knowledge do to promote the integration of the purple civilization into the Shenzhou civilization? What crazy enthusiasm! This is Xiao Yu's purpose. Proposing to allow scientists from the purple civilization to conduct on-site inspections of the Shenzhou civilization was also a strategy that Xiao Yu and Luca too had agreed on early in the morning. In fact, in the later stage, both scientists and civilians can freely visit the Shenzhou civilization. Xiao Yu plans to use the superior environment within Shenzhou civilization to dispel the purple civilization's concerns about integrating into Shenzhou civilization. After Luca too said, "I can't tell you the answer to this question," Mr. Dallon and all the scientists who arrived looked downcast. But when they heard Luca too say, "I can give it to you," after an opportunity to visit the Shenzhou civilization, I came back to life again. Looking at the Luca too group walking away, Mr. Dallon ordered with a slightly trembling voice, "Quick! Quick! Immediately draw up a list of people for this visit. Not only the physical aspects, but also the rest. Biology, computers, all the top scientists in life sciences, materials technology, etc. will go there. This is the best opportunity to promote the scientific and technological progress of our civilization." Mr. Dallon's reaction was exactly what Luca too had expected. After continuing to wonder for a while, Luca too originally planned to end the inspection, but unexpectedly received an invitation from the leader of the purple civilization. In the invitation, the leader of the purple civilization used a very humble and respectful tone to invite Luca too to attend the celebration party for the victory of the war. Luca too thought for a moment and then agreed. So, under the aim of countless image collection equipment, Luca too and his team appeared here. On top of the party, Purple Civilization tried its best to arrange a grand celebration ceremony according to the preferences of Luca number 2 and others. According to the physical characteristics of Luca number 2 and others, special arrangements were made for the Luca clan and other people. There are rooms where scientists of various races live, and a variety of delicacies are served to the extreme. God knows how much effort the Purple Civilization spent on this banquet. When Luca too showed that he had been confused by some kind of narcotic drink, the meeting of the supreme leaders began. During the meeting, the leader of the Purple Civilization greeted Luca too in a very respectful manner, and the two parties had a pleasant conversation. After a period of communication, the leader of the Purple Civilization came up with a contract. In this Shenzhou Purple Civilization friendship contract, the first clause was clearly that both civilizations will allow the other civilization to conduct internal conduct on their own civilization for no less than 10 years per year. Inspections. Luca number 2 read the contract roughly and signed his name on the contract with a swipe of his pen. The leader of the Purple Civilization smiled so hard that his nose could no longer be seen. And Luca too immediately regained his composure after leaving here, without looking like he had drunk too much. I'm not afraid that your Purple Civilization wants to understand our Shenzhou civilization, but I'm afraid that you will reject our Shenzhou civilization. Luca too sneered. Why does the contract only stipulate 10 times a year? Such inspection projects can be carried out 100 times a year, 1,000 times, or even unlimited times. The more you understand our Shenzhou civilization, the more intelligent creatures within your civilization will yearn for us. It will be easier to push your Purple Civilization to join our Shenzhou civilization in the future. Obviously, in terms of conspiracy, the leader of the Purple Civilization is more than a little bit behind Luca 2. After Luca 2 returned to the homeship spacecraft, the first large-scale scientific expedition group arranged by the Purple Civilization set off. This scientific expedition team is led by Mr. Dawan and includes the most outstanding scientists in all fields. There are nearly 300 members in the scientific expedition team. They took their own civilization's passenger spacecraft, and after obtaining Xiaoyu's consent, they arrived next to the Shenzhou Civilization spacecraft station. The inspection target that Xiaoyu arranged for them this time was the number 1 Continental-class homeship spacecraft. At this time, there are probably 15 billion intelligent creatures in the Home 1 spacecraft, and there are more than 2,000 cities. After Mr. Daoran and his team arrived at the Home 1 spacecraft, Luca 2 personally greeted the scientists at the port and led them onto a special flying vehicle inside the spacecraft. This investigation team of Purple Civilization will use Luca 2 as a tour guide to explain to them the situation inside the spacecraft. Luca 2 was very surprised to find that Mr. Daoran, who had always been messy and slovenly, was actually neatly dressed at this time. It was even more obvious under the personal life support equipment specially made for them by Xiaoyu that was suitable for Purple civilized intelligent creatures. He is personable and well-groomed. Welcome. Welcome to our Shenzhou Civilization's home spacecraft for inspection. Luca 2 walked over with a smile on its face and touched the palms of the team leader. Mr. Dolan. Mr. Dolan was very uneasy at this moment. He even stuttered a little when he spoke. Is this your residential spaceship? Oh my god! It is so big! So big that it is beyond our imagination. The interstellar fortress of our Purple Civilization is not as big as one of your residential spaceships. Obviously, the huge size of the Continental-class homeship spacecraft shocked this scientist's mind. There is no way! There are more than 100 races under our Shenzhou civilization, and the total population has now reached 130 billion. It is impossible not to make the spaceship so big, Luca 2 said with a smile. Cleverly leaking a message went out. Oh! There are more than 100 races under the Shenzhou civilization? Mr. Dolan asked in surprise. Yes. During the long process of development, our Shenzhou civilization has continuously integrated different intelligent creatures, and a social committee has been formed by outstanding people from different races. The social committee will lead the entire civilization. At this time, naturally, there is no need for Ka number 2 to leak the information that Xiaoyu is the leader of civilization. So Luca number 2 only briefly mentioned this aspect. But just this slight mention caused a ripple in the hearts of Mr. Dawan and other scientists. Luca 2 ignored what Mr. Dawan and others were thinking, and instead ordered the pilot to drive the flying vehicle to another place. During this process, many people in the inspection team led by Mr. Dawan have expressed strong interest in the operating principle, material composition, cabin structure, etc. of this vehicle. However, since Xiaoyu did not allow them to bring in scientific instruments, they could only analyze the vehicle through visual inspection and manual inspection at this stage. Luca 2 ignored the curious gazes of the expedition team members, but pointed to the scene outside and said, Look! That is a simulated sea! Is it no different from the real sea? There are waves, storms, and violent storms on it. Inside it, there are at least 10 million different aquatic animals, and at least 30 million aquatic plants that we have collected from various planets. These animals and plants are in the sea. It constitutes a complete ecological cycle system. Well, based on the research on the physiological characteristics of your Purple Civilization people, I think there is a kind of fish that should be very suitable for your taste. There are 3 more seas like this in this homeship spacecraft. Each sea has a different scenery. Following the words of Luca 2, the attention of the scientists on the expedition team was quickly attracted. They looked at the boundless sea in front of them in shock, and their voices began to stutter. Can there be such a huge ocean in a spaceship? I will go to the flagship of our civilization, the Bright Star spacecraft. I've seen it, and it's simply not a place for people to stay. The air is dirty, the crowds are crowded, and the rooms are cramped. Living there for a period of time will shorten your life by 10 years. I really didn't expect that the environment in the spacecraft could be arranged like this. Beauty. Of course, Luca 2 said with a smile. Our Shenzhou civilization is actually more like a wandering civilization. We use the spacecraft as our home and live on the spacecraft. So naturally we have to make the ecological environment more comfortable. You see, that's the famous tourist island in the Home 1 spacecraft. We might as well go there and have a look. Luca 2 pointed to a small island in the distant ocean, ordered the pilot to drive the aircraft there and landed. Chapter 499: The Boy and the Scientist. Today is the rest day of the Shenzhou civilization. A large number of humans from the Shenzhou civilization have left the city and come to the vast natural environment outside. At this time, there are already many tourists on this tourist island, but it's not too crowded. You know, at the beginning of the construction of the Homeship spacecraft, Xiaoyu took this kind of tourism demand into consideration. There are countless beautiful places on the Homeship spacecraft. This large number of attractions has successfully diverted tourists, so that a single attraction will not bear too much tourism pressure. The huge aircraft slowly landed on the port. There are constant aircraft taking off and landing here, so this aircraft did not attract any attention. After the aircraft landed stably, Luca 2 came out with Mr. Dolan and his party. As soon as they stepped off the aircraft, Mr. Dolan and others were attracted by the beautiful natural scenery. The plants here are of a variety they have never seen before, and the small animals traveling in the jungle are also new to them. They were like country bumpkins who entered the city. They only felt that their eyes were not enough. There are many tourists here, and they all look different because they belong to different races. But the same thing is that no matter what these tourists look like, Mr. Dolan can detect a state of mind called relaxation and comfort from these people. Just looking at the expressions of these people, Mr. Dolan knew that their mood at this moment must be as full of sunshine as the weather at this moment. This is a huge world, Luca 2 said proudly. Such a huge world has hundreds of layers in this Homeship spacecraft. And one layer is a world. Because intelligent biological races have great influence on the environment. Because the needs of each world are different. The ecological environment of each world is also different. This world is specially selected by me as the world with the most similar ecological environment to yours. This is amazing, Mr. Dolan murmured to himself, and the other accompanying scientists also looked shocked. What are those robots responsible for? A scientist who came with Mr. Dolan for inspection pointed at a robot and asked. These robots seem to be privately owned by the people of the Shenzhou civilization. Why do some people have them? Some people don't? Oh, that's a robot exclusive to the people of the Shenzhou civilization. Luca 2 replied, as long as you become a member of the Shenzhou civilization, the system will specially distribute such a robot to be responsible for all household chores within the family. They can cook the most delicious food, keep the house tedious. They can do everything. The most important thing is that they can also serve as personal bodyguards. If we people of the Shenzhou civilization want to travel to a dangerous place, then the most important thing is it is best to bring the proprietary robot with you. No matter what kind of dangerous environment they encounter, the proprietary robot can protect their safety. This tourist island is a tourist destination without danger. Those who come with a proprietary robot. I guess he is too lazy and needs a robot to take care of some chores. Luca number 2 said. Are these robots free? A scientist asked in shock. Yes, Luca 2 said. This is a basic welfare for the people of Shenzhou civilization. The purpose of distributing this kind of proprietary robot is to liberate people from tedious labor, so that they can devote themselves to learning and go into production. This is amazing. This is amazing. A scientist shook his head repeatedly to express his shock. Luca 2 smiled slightly and led the group of scientists to move forward. Next to them, a pair of children arguing attracted the attention of the inspection team. Luca number 2 looked sideways and saw two teenagers who were probably in secondary education school, arguing about a certain issue at the moment. Your understanding is wrong. I remember that in the last class, the teacher just taught us this equation. If we deduce it from this equation, we can draw the following conclusion. Based on this conclusion, We can come back to look at this problem. Will if you come up with a different answer than you do? You are wrong. Didn't you notice? Your derivation process is wrong. This step should not be converted like this. The two teenagers were arguing so fiercely that they did not notice that a group of people nearby had surrounded them. Mr. Dolan listened intently to the argument between the two teenagers, and his legs gradually began to tremble. No, that's not right. Both of you are wrong. Mr. Dolan suddenly interjected and said, this step of conversion should be done like this. Only in this way will the equation be self-consistent. Mr. Dolan walked over, took the branch from a young man's hand, and drew 2 random strokes on the beach. The two teenagers were watching this weirdo write and draw with great interest. After a moment, they said with disdain, you are the one who is wrong. You made a very obvious mistake. This mistake has been made by our teacher for several years. I told you before. Why are you so stupid? Have you ever been to school? Mr. Dolan is the most famous scientist in the purple civilization. But here he was scolded by 2 middle school students. One of the accompanying scientists was furious. He was about to reprimand the 2 teenagers when he was stopped by Mr. Dolan's stern eyes. Mr. Dolan put down the branch and asked the young man respectfully, excuse me, what is wrong with my solution? Well, it looks like he didn't study hard when he was in school. The boy sighed with disdain, picked up the branch, and said, no, look here. As the young man explained, beads of sweat broke out on Mr. Dolan's head. After a while, after the young man finished speaking, Mr. Dolan returned to the team with a gloomy face. Next to him, an accompanying scientist said with displeasure, Mr. Dolan, this young intelligent creature of the Shenzhou civilization is really rude. Before the scientist could finish his words, Mr. Dolan sternly reprimanded, shut up! What do you know? Go over and look at those equations. Do the calculations yourself, and then come talk to me. Mr. Dolan's words aroused the curiosity of the scientists. They walked over one after another, looked at the equations on the beach, and calculated them with the portable computing terminals they carried. Their faces turned red. Hey, I have studied physics all my life, but now I am defeated by 2 teenagers. But I was not defeated unjustly, Mr. Dolan said with a sigh. On the sea, a wave of waves crashed over, washing away all the symbols scrawled on the beach. Mr. Dolan looked at it, feeling as if he was being stabbed in the heart. If possible, he really wanted to remove all the beach where these equations were recorded and then support them. Looking at this scene, Luca too just smiled. Just because something like this happened does not mean that these 2 young men are more knowledgeable than Mr. Dolan. This involves a common sense issue. For example, any human in the Earth age knows that the Earth is round and that the Earth revolves around the sun. If humans in the Earth age return to the era of Archimedes, with the help of this knowledge, they would probably be able to Archimedes fooled you. But when it comes to the depth of knowledge in basic mathematics, modern humans may not have the depth of knowledge of Archimedes. Here, these 2 teenagers relied on the influence of the social environment to make Mr. Dolan freeze and feel ashamed. Some common sense knowledge of the 5th level civilization is an incredible wealth for the 4th level civilization. Because of the existence of a complete ecological cycle system, there is no need to worry about pollution in a homeship spacecraft. The sky here is always so blue. The sun is always so bright. And the climate is always so pleasant. Look at the sky. The sun is a virtual sun created by the technology of the 5th level civilization. It will only emit illuminating light, and light that is beneficial to living organisms. Under its illumination, the water vapor in the sea will also evaporate, and it will evaporate in the sea. Clouds form in the sky, and blown by the simulated monsoon. These clouds will float to other places, bringing rain or snow to cities and mountains, plains and villages. This water will eventually gather into rivers, and eventually go to the sea, and complete the entire atmospheric cycle. Luca too proudly explained all this to Mr. Dolan and others. Huh? Just in time. My security robot caught some gucca fish for me. These gucca fish are very suitable for the taste and health needs of your purple civilization. Next, I will let my security robot cook these gucca fish come out and invite everyone to have a taste. Mr. Dolan and others were all silent. After the security robot brought the food to the table, the inspection team who tasted this delicious fish stopped talking and devoured it one by one, finishing dozens of gucca fish in almost a while. Let's go! I will take you to the next place. Luca too took these people onto the aircraft again and came to the city. The city is full of bustling people and tall and magnificent buildings. In addition, there are many things that Mr. Dolan and others cannot understand. For these things, Luca number 2 did not explain any of them, regardless of the eager eyes of Mr. Dolan and others. Such a prosperous, huge, clean, orderly, and beautiful city, Mr. Dallon murmured to himself, his eyes full of enthusiasm. Not only Mr. Dallon, but also the rest of the scientists accompanying him. It would be great if I could live here. Mr. Dallon couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is paradise. Chapter 500 Holy City. Luca too knows very well that so far, what attracts Mr. Dallon and a group of accompanying scientists the most is not the various beautiful scenery in the homeship spacecraft. Although the scenery here is beautiful and the climate is good, these things can also be found on a home planet of a 4th-level civilization. And you can find a lot of them. Just the beautiful scenery cannot attract these scientists. Luca too knew that what made Mr. Dallon envious was actually the huge scientific foundation and strong academic atmosphere of the Shenzhou civilization. Here, a middle school student may have a wider range of knowledge than himself. A college student may not understand the knowledge discussed by him. And an ordinary scientific researcher may be much better than him. In a place like this, for scientists with crazy thirst for knowledge, what is not paradise? Luca too has seen the enthusiasm in Mr. Dallon's eyes. But Luca too feels that the current level is still a bit insufficient. Therefore, Luca number 2 is ready to use his trump card. The next place I want to take you to visit is the core of our Shenzhou civilization, Luca too said slightly mysteriously, leading these scientists to board the aircraft again. Where is the most central place? Mr. Dolan's heart tightened, and his curiosity couldn't help but boil over. Where could it be? What place is it? You'll know when we get there. Luca number 2 sold out at this time. The aircraft arrived at the port of the home number 1 spacecraft very quickly. And then everyone boarded the spaceship and arrived at the port of the home number 3 spacecraft. Did you know? In the home 3 spacecraft, there are all scientists, their families, and the robots responsible for serving the scientists. Luca too stood on the port, looking at the tower shrouded in the distance. In the huge city in the morning light, he said enthusiastically, this is the territory of scientists. Ordinary people of the Shenzhou civilization are not qualified to come here unless they become a scientist or get a certificate from a certain scientist. I agree. In the Home 3 spacecraft, everything is the best. The food, clothing, housing and transportation are all the best. The scenery is also the best. And the treatment scientists receive is also the best. So much better than yours. Imagine, every scientist and his family members have the most advanced all-round robot, which is responsible for providing them with all-round and most complete services. Scientists will have priority in enjoying all kinds of the most advanced scientific and technological achievements, including life science and technology. Here, scientists they generally have a lifespan of more than 10,000 years. The most outstanding scientists are now close to 18,000 years old. However, with the help of advanced life sciences, they still have healthy and energetic bodies. The material conditions here are the best, and each scientist's residence has the most complete internal ecological circulation system. These ecological circulation systems are specially created according to the different physiques of each scientist. Here, scientists are God. Scientists get whatever they want. This is the core place of the entire Shenzhou civilization. The Central Academy of Sciences. Luca too said loudly. Central Academy of Sciences? Mr. Dallon and his group looked at the city in the distance shrouded in the morning light. Their bodies couldn't help but began to tremble. And they finally fell to the ground, like the most devout believers coming to the Holy Land. The city, seeing a miracle, began to worship. All the scientists laid their bodies on the ground, expressing their admiration for this great city. Although the Purple Civilization also treats scientists favorably, it is far from reaching the point where the Shenzhou civilization built a city specifically for scientists and provided meticulous care in all aspects. This shocked Mr. Dallon even more, and he felt that this place was paradise. Passing through the dense crowd lying on the ground, Luca too walked forward, pointed to another satellite city in the distance and said, that is the Institute of High Energy Physics under the Central Academy of Sciences. Well, that place is the Academy of Computing Sciences. There is the Weapons Research Institute. There's the Defense Research Institute under the Equipment Research Institute. There's the Academy of Life Sciences. There's the Academy of Social Sciences. And this is the Holy Land of Science. My lord, I ask that I be allowed to live here. I don't ask for any material conditions. I don't want anything. Just give me the most basic level of vitamins. I don't want anything. Please let me to live here. Just let me live here. even if I go to the Academy of Sciences to work for scientists. Please, let me live here. Mr. Dallon seemed to suddenly think of something. And suddenly G jumped up, hugged Luca number two's thigh, and begged crazily. Seeing Mr. Dolan's appearance, the other scientists also reacted. Immediately, a large group of people fell down on the ground, and they were begging one after another. Luca too sighed slightly. He helped Mr. Dallon up, and sighed. Mr. Dallon, I know you are also an outstanding scientist, but it is limited to the overall environment of your civilization. You have not developed further. To be honest, our Shenzhou civilization has always had a friendly and tolerant attitude towards external civilizations. As long as external civilizations are willing to join our Shenzhou civilization, we have always been very welcome. However, your situation is too much. It's complicated. If you are allowed to join our Shenzhou civilization, it will have a very bad impact within your civilization. You have to understand how serious a blow it will have to the scientific and technological progress of your civilization if you leave. Considering this, I cannot agree to your request. Luca too refused the request of Mr. Dallon and other scientists without hesitation. This point is the result of a long discussion between Luca number 2 and Xiaoyu. Just kidding. Only by playing the long game can you catch big fish. Xiaoyu's goal is the entire purple civilization, and a mere 100 scientists cannot satisfy Xiaoyu's appetite. Our civilization. Our civilization. Mr. Dallon's face was full of pain. After a while, he gritted his teeth and stood up. Sir number 2, thank you for your advice. As a member of the purple civilization, it is really inappropriate to leave the purple civilization like this. Let's do it. Master number 2, we will not visit the Central Academy of Sciences because we are worried that after visiting the Central Academy of Sciences, we will give birth to I would rather die than leave. Please send us back. Okay. Our Shenzhou civilization welcomes you to visit again at any time. Luca too smiled and nodded, leading a group of scientists to board the spacecraft again. Before leaving, Mr. Dallon simply turned his head 3 times with one step, and left with the soles of his feet almost grazing the ground. Looking at his expression, Luca too couldn't help but worry that he would suddenly rush back desperately and throw himself into the embrace of this holy city in his mind. Luca number 2 smiled slightly. Luca number 2 knew that he had completed the first step of Xiaoyu's plan. The greatness of the Shenzhou civilization and the Central Academy of Sciences has completely captured the heart of the chief scientist of the Purple Civilization. This is how the Purple Civilization's first inspection of the Shenzhou civilization ended. After the first inspection came the second and third times, because the Shenzhou civilization limited the number of people in the inspection team. Only a few people in the Purple Civilization could get this opportunity. Although only a few people came to visit the Shenzhou civilization, information about the scenery inside the Shenzhou civilization was still spread. The man-made sea there, the magical weather circulation system, the various beautiful scenery, the delicious kuka fish, the kind people, the superb technology, etc. are all constantly seduced the curiosity of the people. The Purple Civilization is a race that abides by order. They naturally know that it is most appropriate for scientists to visit such a precious opportunity. However, their inner feelings did not obey the orders of reason, and their desire to go to the Shenzhou civilization continued to ferment, and finally broke out. At first, some people drove private spaceships to venture close to the homeship spacecraft, trying to get a chance to visit the interior. They were persuaded to leave by the guards of the Shenzhou civilization. However, as time went by, more and more people took the risk to come, reaching to the point where the soldiers of Shenzhou civilization were annoyed. After all, these are crazy admirers of the Shenzhou civilization, so the soldiers cannot drive them away with rough or coercive means. There are even some crazy Purple Civilization creatures claiming that if they are not allowed to enter the homeship spacecraft if they succeed, they will detonate the suicide directly on the spaceship here, which will make the soldiers even more troubled. A large-scale petition began on the bright star of the Purple Civilization, and countless people asked to visit the homeship spacecraft. Everything is progressing as Xiaoyu planned. Xiaoyu believes that the time is ripe now. The better you know about Shenzhou civilization, the more attractive Shenzhou civilization will be to you, and the easier it will be for my plan to be executed. Xiaoyu thought secretly, I wish that each of you would come to the homeship spacecraft. Take a tour. If you think this way in your heart, it will be completely different when you say it. So, finally one day, Luca too responded to the Purple Civilization's political axis constant request to expand the number of visitors. Our Shenzhou civilization is a kind-hearted nation, And we are also willing to let the people of the Purple Civilization learn about our civilization. However, due to the extreme carrying capacity of the spaceship, we cannot accept so many tourists. So let's do this. We will expand the number of visitors and allow up to 200,000 people to visit the homeship spacecraft at the same time. Chapter 501 Military Exercise. The number stated by Luca 2 was carefully calculated. According to the plan of Xiaoyu and Luca 2, each group of people who come to visit will stay in the homeship spacecraft for about 3 days. A total of 3 spacecrafts, Homeland 1, 2, and 4, are open. Visiting restrictions. That is to say, on average, about 200,000 people from the Purple Civilization come to visit the Shenzhou civilization every day. In 3 years, there will be approximately 220 million visitors. The total population of the Purple Civilization is approximately 30 billion people. And on average, 1 person out of a dozen people will get the opportunity to visit this place. Xiaoyu deliberately suppressed the number of people who could come to visit the homeship spacecraft. The less they can get, the more eager the people of Purple Civilization are. Xiaoyu is also very skilled in hunger marketing. This will form a very good situation for Xiaoyu. It is foreseeable that the 220 million people, after visiting the homeship and experiencing the comfortable living environment and advanced technological experience in the homeship, will definitely promote Homeland when they return to their own civilization. No matter how beautiful the scenery is in the spaceship, how comfortable the life is, these things will lead to a trend within the Purple Civilized Society. This trend will eliminate the doubts and barriers that the people of the Purple Civilization have about the Shenzhou civilization from the deepest part of their hearts. Therefore, with Xiaoyu's acquiescence, Purple civilized intelligent creatures began to appear in the homeship spacecraft in an organized and frequent manner, in order to facilitate the people of the Purple Civilization to visit. Xiaoyu also specially deployed thousands of small and medium-sized spacecraft to serve as passenger spacecraft. And they shuttled busy between the bright star of the Purple Civilization and the home spaceship station all day long. Every transport ship that comes to the port of the homeship spaceship will bring thousands of people from the Shenzhou civilization. Every transport ship that leaves the port will take away thousands of people who are reluctant to leave the homeship spaceship and look back every step of the way. The Purple civilized people. Everything inside the home is so magical and attractive to the people of the Purple Civilization. A trend of worshipping the Shenzhou civilization began to appear within the Purple Civilization. Within society, there began to appear some such as, "It would be great if I were a member of the Shenzhou civilization," and, "When can our Purple Civilization reach the level of the Shenzhou civilization?" Extreme remarks such as, "The situation for a civilization." The emergence of this trend is very dangerous. To paraphrase a saying from the Earth Age, this kind of thinking is completely admiring foreign things and should be severely criticized. When the idea of worshipping foreigners and favoring foreigners forms a trend and is recognized by the mainstream of society, it means that this civilization is very dangerous. Xiaoyu believes that the leadership of Purple Civilization should also be aware of this. But they didn't take any measures. Xiaoyu can completely understand this. The reason for this is very simple. That is, because he has not left here yet. The leadership of the Purple Civilization does not dare to come forward to guide public opinion on this trend. If we refute this trend of thought or reverse public opinion guidance, what should we do if it causes dissatisfaction with Shenzhou civilization? Xiaoyu can probably guess the mentality of the leadership of the Purple Civilization at this moment. That is, they hope that Xiaoyu will leave here as soon as possible. After Xiaoyu leaves, they will slowly take action in the face of this trend and reverse the trend of the people kind of mentality. If all goes well, this is indeed a feasible plan. It's a pity that Xiaoyu didn't plan to let them go just like this. It's a pity that you have no chance. You have no chance to reverse this trend. In fact, joining the Shenzhou civilization is not a bad thing for you, Xiaoyu secretly thought. Based on the wisdom within the Shenzhou civilization at this moment, judging from the basic policy of using living things as assistants to speed up the progress of science and technology, it is impossible to use intelligent creatures as slaves in the future. A level 4 civilization is really not very safe in the universe. In the Shenzhou civilization, you will get a safer and more comfortable living environment, which is beneficial to you. Xiaoyu's plan is still being implemented slowly. In addition to Purple Civilization, Xiaoyu is also seizing time to carry out content such as technology digestion, spacecraft rest, repair, resource reserve, soldier training, etc. In the midst of such busy work, time passed little by little. There are still 2 months until the 3-year mark. During this period, because he carried various types of shipyards with the fleet. Xiao Yu used various mine materials to build about 500,000 new warships and replenish them to the fleet. Various material reserves were restored back to the most abundant stage. Due to the large population base and the fact that the people of the Shenzhou civilization have always been very enthusiastic about becoming soldiers, the lost soldiers were quickly replenished. The analysis of technology derived from predator civilizations is ongoing. The plunder technologies are numerous and complex, and they are not systematic with each other. This requires Xiao Yu and his scientists to do their own research to connect and supplement them, and finally form a completed technology system and add it to the technology tree. This is a long-term work that cannot be completed in a short time. In the past 3 years, this work has just begun, and this work can be carried out even during interstellar travel. So this aspect does not affect Xiao Yu's travel plan. Then, it's time to leave here and go to the next galaxy. Xiao Yu thought. The information on the predator civilization indicates the galaxy coordinates of more than 25th level civilizations, as well as their approximate sphere of influence, civilization strength, etc. Information. Well, the nearest level 5 civilization from here is about 7,300 light years away. It's time to have some communication with them. The distance of 7,300 light years made Xiao Yu secretly rejoice. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to encounter this predator civilization and get the detailed coordinate information of the other 5th level civilizations from them. Otherwise, it would be so slow. I'll look for it slowly. I don't know how many years it will take before I can find it. Xiao Yu has been working on this plan made by Purple Civilization for nearly 3 years. And now it is finally time to close the network. Members of the Military Commission, I am now issuing an urgent notice. From now on, the Shenzhou civilization will hold its first live-fire exercise. The scale of this exercise is 2 million warships, of which 1 million warships are ground. A manipulative unmanned warship will serve as the attacker in this exercise. The biological core will deploy 1 million warships to serve as the defender of the system. I request that this information be only allowed to be known to members of the military committee and not be leaked to other members. Anyone. I have deployed 1 million battleships in advance to lurk around the galaxy. When to attack. The direction of the attack will be kept secret. Commanders of the biological core, use your wisdom to deal with the upcoming attack. After receiving Xiao Yu's urgent notice, the committee members, who hurried to the emergency meeting room, looked at each other. They didn't know what Xiao Yu's sudden decision to conduct such an exercise meant. Only Luca No. 2 showed a clear look on his face. Smile. Since the order has been issued, it should be implemented immediately. I declare that the biological core will be on special alert from now on. All soldiers of the number 1, number 2, number 5, number 7, and number 8 legions will return to the battle immediately. Post. Prepare for battle. Members of the military commission, commanders, and captains immediately took their positions. 10 minutes later, the biological core entered a state of war. Looking at the members of the military commission looking at each other, the smile on Luca 2's face gradually disappeared. His face began to become serious. Understood. The committee members immediately agreed in unison. This military exercise does not allow the dispatch of Continental-class spacecraft. The flagship of both sides is a national-class spacecraft. After the announcement of Luca 2, Xiao Yu's voice came over again. In addition, during this exercise, among them, there are the following events that need attention. 1. The use of space weapons is not allowed. 2. 10. The party controlled by is the red side, and the biological core is the blue side. The red side broke into the purple civilization home planet for 10 million within 10 kilometers. The blue side will be defeated. If the red side fails to break into within 10 million kilometers of the purple civilization's home planet within 10 days, the red side will be defeated. Over. Understood. The committee members agreed in unison again. Very well. Then, the war begins. After saying this, Xiao Yu cut off the contact. Xiao Yu has already begun to lay out the plan for this exercise. At this moment, Xiao Yu's fleet, which is on the offensive side, is quietly lurking about 300 billion kilometers away from the main star of the purple civilization's home galaxy, and is quietly peeping here. These spaceships have been fully camouflaged by Xiao Yu. From the appearance, there is no similarity with the spacecraft of the Shenzhou civilization. They look somewhat similar to the spacecraft of the Predator civilization that was destroyed by Xiao Yu before. As Xiao Yu's order was issued here, the fleet began to move forward. At this time, Xiao Yu issued an emergency notification on the bright star of the purple civilization. We have observed that a fleet of unknown forces appeared 300 billion kilometers away from here. The intention is still unclear. It is speculated that it should be the remaining power of the predator civilization. Our Shenzhou civilization is ready to fight the enemy. From now on, in order to ensure safety, all travel plans to our Shenzhou civilization home spaceship are cancelled. We hope that the people of the purple civilization will also cancel any interstellar travel plans in the near future. Please rest assured that Shenzhou civilization will protect your safety. Chapter 502, Deception. After receiving this early warning message from Xiao Yu, a certain amount of confusion arose almost immediately on the bright star. But the chaos soon calmed down, because everyone suddenly discovered that even the genuine predator civilization fleet was defeated by the Shenzhou civilization. What is the remaining power of the predator civilization worth fearing? This is the common mentality of the purple civilized people at the moment. Xiao Yu's plan went very smoothly. After these 3 years, the distrust and suspicion deep in the hearts of the people of the purple civilization towards the Shenzhou civilization have completely disappeared. When they encountered a powerful enemy, the first thing they thought of was not the armed forces of their own civilization, but the powerful Shenzhou civilization. Xiao Yu even specifically allowed some war reporters from within purple civilization to ride on battleships to the edge of the battlefield to conduct detailed reports on the war. As a result, the people of the purple civilization saw this picture. Hello, viewers. I am War Reporter XX from XX TV station. I am currently reporting for you on the battlefield outside the orbit of Planet 2. Well, everyone, please take a look. Those ugly-looking spaceships are abominable predators. The fleet of the Eater civilization is trying to break through the defense line of the Shenzhou civilization and reach the inner galaxy. In the pictures captured by the camera equipment, there were flashes of light everywhere, cannonballs flying across the sky, and spaceships constantly exploding and disintegrating. The war was fierce. Although they have long seen the strength of the Shenzhou civilization, and know that this war will not be suspenseful, the people of the purple civilization are still worried. This is the spacecraft dynamics expert we specially invited. Now let him compare the strength of the two fleets for us. Well, curvature navigation is not possible in the inner galaxy. It seems that the 5th level civilization cannot break this law. So now on the battlefield, both warring parties are conducting wars using conventional navigation methods. However, conventional navigation methods also have advantages and disadvantages. As you can see, the regular sailing speed of the Shenzhou civilization's warships is obviously faster than that of the Predator civilization spaceships, which is a big advantage. There is a set of data that can tell you that on the battlefield, the average speed of the battleships of the Shenzhou civilization reached nearly 20,000 kilometers per second, while the average speed of the battleships of the Predator civilization was only about 16,000 kilometers. Don't underestimate this speed. You must know that in a battlefield, the spacecraft cannot accelerate steadily. The battlefield situation changes rapidly, and the acceleration time left for the battleship is usually very short. It is already very remarkable to accelerate to this speed in such a short time. At the same time, I can also tell you a piece of data, which is the average speed of our purple civilization's warships on the battlefield. The expert paused and continued. The average speed of our purple civilization's warships on the battlefield is about 7,000 kilometers per second. It can be seen from this that the gap between our purple civilization and the Shenzhou civilization is how huge. It can be foreseen that if there is no Shenzhou civilization to help us resist the enemy, all the warships of our purple civilization will not be able to stop these predator civilization fleets that invade our galaxy. No! The expert suddenly exclaimed, and his voice began to become a little urgent. Look, everyone. That is a large spacecraft of the Shenzhou civilization. It is probably equivalent to the Ivan class in our civilization. The battleship was destroyed under the attack of dozens of predator civilization spacecraft. Oh my god! These hateful predator civilizations. May the dead warriors of the Shenzhou civilization rest in peace. This expert explained the situation on the battlefield with a somewhat deep voice. The so-called Ivan class battleship of purple civilization is Xiao Yu's city-class spaceship. A city-level spaceship requires at least several thousand well-trained warriors to control it. Naturally, Xiao Yu was not willing to waste it, and destroyed it during the exercise. This destroyed city-level spaceship was just an empty spaceship built by Xiao Yu to increase the sound and light effects. Well, that's great. The expert's voice suddenly became excited again. Look, everyone. The Kiev-class battleship of the Predator civilization was destroyed by the battleship of the Shenzhou civilization. The so-called Kiev. Class Battleship is the provincial-level spacecraft in Xiaoyu's fleet. Like the destroyed city-level spaceship, this spaceship is just an empty SHL. In the final analysis, this is just a military exercise. Although there are casualty indicators in the exercise, it is obvious that Xiaoyu cannot pay such a price for just one exercise. Despite the fierce fighting on the battlefield now, this is all false. With Xiaoyu's perfect control ability, Xiaoyu can easily hide the soldiers of the biological core and let them exert their full strength to achieve the purpose of training troops while minimizing losses. The people of the Purple Civilization are staying on the Bright Star, watching various media, and their moods are constantly changing as the expert explains. Sometimes nervous, sometimes excited. After destroying hundreds of thousands of empty spaceships, the Predator Civilization fleet controlled by Xiaoyu finally retreated and disappeared from the sight of the Purple Civilization people. Along with these spacecraft disappeared, there was also the pursuit fleet sent by Xiaoyu. The war was won. When Xiaoyu announced the news to the Purple Civilized people, the Bright Star was immediately covered in cheers. Countless people burst into tears with excitement, and even lay on the ground and began to worship the invisible Shenzhou civilization spacecraft in the sky. Various grand celebration banquets began to be held. All cities were brightly lit tonight, and carnivals lasted day and night. At this time, Xiaoyu was in the highest conference room of the Asia spacecraft, discussing with the members of the military committee the problems exposed during this exercise. This exercise was successful on the whole. The soldiers risked their lives and completed the blocking mission very well. However, there were also many tactical mistakes in the process. For example, this provincial spacecraft. If I hadn't been merciful, it would have been destroyed by me long ago. There are many more things like this, which expose that some of our middle and senior captains, commanders and combatants still have problems with insufficient strategic level and insufficient command ability. On this point, training must be strengthened as soon as possible. Xiaoyu laid out a large piece of war information and said to the members of the military committee, "Well, that's true. There are too few opportunities for actual combat. The biological core has only experienced 2 actual combats so far. In my opinion, such military exercises should be held more often in the future." A member of the military commission said, "Okay, the second military exercise will be held in 1 month." Xiaoyu announced the decision. After a short rest, the soldiers and captains of the biological core immediately entered into intense training. The military committee summarized many of the problems exposed during this exercise, and conducted targeted training for officers and soldiers at all levels to address these problems. While the biological core was training intensely, Xiaoyu once again issued a message to the Purple Civilization. Unfortunately, the pursuit fleet sent by our Shenzhou civilization was not able to wipe out all the remaining power of the Predator civilization. We captured some intelligent creatures of the Predator civilization, and through torture of these captives, we also obtained a shocking news. That is, this attack is just a harassment operation. In this boundless galaxy, the Predator civilization also hides a military force that is no less than our Shenzhou civilization. They are preparing a general attack. But please, people of the Purple Civilization can rest assured that any existence that dares to invade the Purple Civilization is an enemy of our Shenzhou civilization. Xiaoyu's message made the people of Purple Civilization feel a little more at ease. But it was only for a very short period of time, because many people have thought of another question. They remembered very clearly that the Shenzhou civilization once said that they would only stay in this star system for 3 years to rest and recuperate. And after 3 years, they would leave here. The first attack of the Predator civilization was defeated by the Shenzhou civilization. In the second harassment battle, Shenzhou civilization still won. So after the Shenzhou civilization left, what about the Predator civilization coming to attack for the 3rd time? At that time, who else would come to help them resist these vicious enemies? Uneasiness and fear began to simmer. Worries about the future outweighed the joy of this victory. Innocent scientists have endured the anger of the people. These scientists, who they used to admire very much, have now become what they say are the main culprits that hinder the scientific and technological progress of the Purple Civilization. As a Purple civilized citizen said, "Our civilization invests so much money and materials in scientific research every year. But what do these losers give back to our civilization? Is it a warship with a curvature sailing speed of only 7 times the speed of light? Or those ridiculous energy cannon that looks like a toy? What's the point of these so-called scientists existing in our civilization?" When many people have the same idea, the idea will become a trend. In this trend, the innocent Purple Civilization scientists are under tremendous pressure. In this trend, other derivative thoughts began to appear, and countless people began to complain. Why can't our purple civilization be as powerful as the Shenzhou civilization? Why do we have to endure the consequences of technological backwardness? Most importantly, why are we not part of the Shenzhou civilization? Why is this all happening? Countless purple civilized people began to ask themselves this question in their hearts. Chapter 503 Minions. The culprit causing the internal turmoil in the purple civilized society is undoubtedly Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is using the powerful technological strength of the Shenzhou civilization to gradually erode the poor national self-confidence of the people of the purple civilization. Xiaoyu knew that the lower the confidence of the people of the purple civilization in this civilization, the more they yearned for the Shenzhou civilization. Xiaoyu conducted a close surveillance of the situation on the bright star of the purple civilization. Xiaoyu saw every message of complaint and every message expressing longing for Shenzhou civilization, in addition to the information on the internet. Xiaoyu also uses ubiquitous surveillance equipment to obtain as much information as possible on the people of the purple civilization at the moment. When Xiaoyu thought the situation was appropriate, Xiaoyu once again issued a message. Well, in the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed since we arrived in this galaxy. We have a piece of news to tell you. Our Shenzhou civilization is leaving. We have stayed here for too long and delayed too long. Time. The development of civilization cannot withstand such a delay. I'm sorry. Before we leave, we will help you build a galaxy defense system as stable as possible. You can't always survive under the wings of our civilization. So future enemies, it's up to you to deal with it. This message caused an uproar within the purple civilization. This is an obvious thing. At this moment, within the purple civilization, dissatisfaction with their own civilization, yearning for the Shenzhou civilization, and fear of powerful enemies that may arrive at any time have filled the minds of the people of the purple civilization. At this time, it was suddenly confirmed that the Shenzhou civilization was about to leave. One can imagine how much commotion this would cause. Everything went as Xiaoyu thought. Countless people from the purple civilization cried and begged, begging the Shenzhou civilization not to leave, or to take them with them when they left. The political acts of the purple civilization maintained a rather ambiguous attitude during this incident, although they also followed the trend and sent dozens of letters to Xiaoyu to persuade him to stay. On the surface, they were trying to persuade him to stay, but Xiaoyu keenly sensed a hint of, "You should leave quickly," from it. This was not beyond Xiaoyu's expectation. "The trend is with me, and you have become a minority. What can you do to me at this time?" Xiaoyu sneered, and directly sent a team of landing armed robots, broke into the highest political acts of purple civilization, and controlled all the dignitaries stayed. At this moment, Xiaoyu's sharp minions were finally fully revealed. Through the optical instruments equipped on the robot, Xiaoyu looked at these dignitaries with different expressions, either angry or sad, with a slight pity. Xiaoyu knew that these dignitaries had a common identity at this moment. That is, the sober ones. That's right. The lucid ones, who appeared when they conquered the dwarves, have now appeared again in the purple civilization, combining the intelligence from this period of time. Xiaoyu is very sure that these dignitaries have seen his intentions very early. In fact, they may have already surmised that this time the so-called predator civilization's harassment fleet is basically, it was Xiaoyu himself, who was shouting to catch the thief. The purpose is just to stir up the emotions of the purple civilized people. Have you finally torn off your hypocritical faces? Have you finally exposed your fangs? The leader of the purple civilization struggled to break free from the shackles of the robot, calmly arranged his clothes, and sat there again, a seat that symbolizes the status of the supreme leader of civilization. I have no ill intentions towards your purple civilization. At this time, Xiaoyu finally started a direct dialogue with the leader of the purple civilization. I am talking to you as the leader of the Shenzhou civilization. No malice? The leader of the purple civilization said with a wry smile. Through a series of means. First, using powerful scientific and technological strength and cultural advantages to completely destroy the national self-confidence of our people, making our people yearn for your Shenzhou civilization. And then it is exposed that the Shenzhou civilization is a multi-civilization integration system. As long as it is willing, any civilization can join the Shenzhou civilization. Through this message, our people will have the hope of joining the Shenzhou civilization. Then, through the remnants of the predator civilization, the news about the Shenzhou civilization caused fear in the hearts of our people, and they regarded your Shenzhou civilization as the last life-saving straw. Finally, the news that the Shenzhou civilization was about to leave completely broke the hearts of our people. This is really a good plan. one step at a time. One step ultimately led our purple civilization into the abyss. Is this an abyss? No, I don't think so. I think this is a rebirth of purple civilization, Xiaoyu said. But let's not talk about it for now. Since you are very clear about my plan. During this period, why have you and your political axes remained silent and not come out to lead public opinion? That's because I have been unable to confirm my speculation and have been giving you hope. The leader of the purple civilization shook his head and said, It wasn't until you sent these robots to control us all that I confirmed my speculation. But it's too late. And even if our government comes out to lead public opinion, what's the use? I'm even sure that if you are willing, our government will be paralyzed immediately, and no government order will leave the government's official residence. Since it doesn't work, so why should I do it? You are right, Xiaoyu said. It is because you did not come forward to destroy my plan that I can tolerate you living until now. Now, it is time for you to make a decision. My plan has reached the final step. I need you politicians to come forward and guide public opinion positively, so that the people of the purple civilization will completely turn to the Shenzhou civilization, and remove the last obstacle to the integration of the purple civilization into the Shenzhou civilization. I wonder if you will agree to me. What's the point of whether we agree or not? The leader of the purple civilization said with a wry smile. Wouldn't it be possible to kill us and then use robots to appear in our faces to achieve the same goal? Don't tell us that you can't do this. Xiaoyu was silent for a moment and said, The reason why I didn't do this is because I really never thought about doing harm to your purple civilization. Integrating into the Shenzhou civilization will not do you any harm. Believe me, during this period, everything I showed about the Shenzhou civilization is true. Our technology is so advanced, and the living environment in the homeship spacecraft is indeed so comfortable. The purple civilized people who join the Shenzhou civilization will be affected by, and the other races of the Shenzhou civilization will be treated equally. The most important thing is that you will be safe. This time, the so-called remnant power of the Predator civilization is indeed fake. But can you guarantee that your civilization will not encounter the rest in the future? Malicious civilization? How will you defend your civilization, your galaxy, and your star of light? At that time, if your civilization is exterminated, you will be a sinner. The purple civilization leader still seemed a little hesitant. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Tell me what you can get. I don't believe that there really is a selfless civilization in this universe that is dedicated to helping the weak. It's very simple. I can get a large number of intelligent creatures. Xiaoyu replied. After you join the Shenzhou civilization, I will use drugs developed by advanced life sciences to improve your genes and enhance your wisdom. I will also teach you all my technologies to improve your civilization level. After your knowledge reaches the same level as mine, it will be time for you to repay me. No, we will no longer be able to do it by then. You and I are both members of the Shenzhou civilization, and we will work together to promote the scientific and technological progress of the Shenzhou civilization. What I want is just scientific and technological progress. Just scientific and technological progress. Huh? The purple civilization leader heard Xiaoyu's answer and breathed a sigh of relief. So that's it. That's it. Okay. I promise you. Leader, at this moment, another dignitary controlled by the robot spoke with a face full of struggle. Leader, you have to think carefully. Integrating into the Shenzhou civilization means that we will maintain the safety of our civilization. On others, in the future, if necessary, our civilization may be abandoned and become an outcast, and the name of our purple civilization will disappear forever in the universe. Stop talking. The matter is irreversible. At this point, whether we agree or not, the outcome of the matter will not change. If we don't agree, we will be killed. And then robots that look exactly like us will appear, leading the entire purple civilization on our behalf. I really don't trust that if we are alive, we can at least make our people's lives better. The leader of the purple civilization said with a sad face. When faced with the same thing as the purple civilization, the leader of the dwarves chose to commit suicide, while the leader of the purple civilization chose to survive strongly. Xiaoyu knew that this was a higher level of wisdom and responsibility. Very good. It seems that everyone has agreed to my proposal. Then, I have some things for everyone to do. Xiaoyu said, controlling the robot to let go of the dignitaries, and slowly said, Best wishes we enjoy our cooperation. I wish our Shenzhou civilization will become stronger and stronger. The door of Shenzhou civilization has been opened to you. Shenzhou civilization and purple civilization will be integrated into one. no longer distinguishing each other. You will understand what to do next. After saying this, Xiao Yu took back his calculation power. Chapter 504: A New Journey. Guiding public opinion and organizing the people is what a political axe is best at. Under the organization of the leaders of the Purple Civilization and a group of political dignitaries, the action to save the Shenzhou civilization reached a climax. At the beginning, many civilian spaceships took off privately, ventured to the station of Shenzhou civilization, and expressed their demands in their own way. Their purpose is the same. That is, to leave the Shenzhou civilization behind, or to let the Shenzhou civilization take them with them. The number of civilian spacecraft coming to the home spaceship station was increasing. At this time, another incident suddenly broke out. Shenzhou civilization held its second military exercise. This military exercise still adopts the same strategy as the previous military exercise. In the propaganda of the Purple Civilization, it is still claimed that this is a harassment operation from the remnants of the Predator Civilization. As a result, the fear of the future broke out again. Under Xiao Yu's guidance, the government's secret connivance and even support, and the people's eagerness, the first civilization-wide demonstration and petition broke out. Countless people from the Purple Civilization took to the streets, expressing their dissatisfaction with the Shenzhou civilization in various ways, begging the Shenzhou civilization to stay and not leave. In this activity, scientists as a group showed the most determined will. During this period of time, they endured too much pressure from their own civilization. At the same time, the various superb sciences in the Shenzhou civilization also strongly attracted them. As Mr. Dauron said, if you know the answer, you have to pay. Even if the price is death, I will not back down. Under the covert promotion of various forces, the Purple Civilization government finally issued a letter to Xiao Yu through official channels in the name of the government. And this letter is public, and anyone can obtain relevant information on the internet. The Purple Civilization gradually stabilized, and everyone was waiting for Xiao Yu's reply. In this letter, the Purple Civilization government begged Xiao Yu in a very humble tone, hoping to incorporate the Purple Civilization into the Shenzhou civilization. We know that the universe is dark. There are dangers everywhere in this dark universe, and enemies are everywhere. Our Purple Civilization is still too weak. So weak that we don't even have the ability to protect ourselves. Although we know this, the request is excessive. But we still really hope that Shenzhou civilization can consider our request. We know that it is unrealistic for the Shenzhou civilization to stay here for a long time. The stage of your Shenzhou civilization is destined to be the entire galaxy, and even the entire universe. It is impossible to be hindered by a small purple civilization. We only hope that, when the Shenzhou civilization leaves, it can take our purple civilization with it. Our purple civilization has reached the level of 4th level civilization through our own efforts. This is proof of our value and potential. We are not waste. One day in the future, we can also contribute to the progress of Shenzhou civilization. So, we hope that Shenzhou civilization can carefully consider our request. This is the content of the letter that Purple Civilization officially sent to Xiao Yu in the name of Zheng Axe. In the capital of the bright star of Purple Civilization, the highest authority of the civilization, the leader of the Purple Civilization looked at the group of subordinates in front of him with a wry smile. I never thought that one day I would be begging for another civilization to annex our civilization. There is nothing better than this. As fate plays tricks on people, and everything in the world is unpredictable. If it weren't for the Shenzhou civilization, our Purple Civilization would have been extinct long ago. Compared with the consequences of extinction, joining the Shenzhou civilization can be considered a good result. We have all done our best for our civilization, and the situation has progressed to this point. The situation is really beyond human control. Leader, you don't have to worry too much. An official comforted. Hey. The Purple Civilization leader shook his head and sighed. What is the reaction of the people to this letter? Most of the people have calmed down now, and are waiting for the reply from the Shenzhou civilization. However, there are still sporadic demonstrations, petitions, and other activities. So far, no one has committed suicide to express our civilization's sincerity in joining the Shenzhou civilization. The number of people has risen to 30,000. Although Shenzhou civilization and our civilization jointly issued a notice to prevent this kind of thing, the frequency of such incidents is still on the rise. The assistant replied. Let Mr. Dolan come forward. The leader of the Purple Civilization rubbed his forehead, as if he had a headache. Mr. Dolan is, after all, the greatest scientist of our civilization, and has a very high reputation among the people. Let him come forward. Discourage these extreme people. Hearing what the leader said, the assistant's face became a little strange. Under the questioning gaze of the leader, the assistant said helplessly, Mr. Dallowin has gathered thousands of scientists and nearly 10,000 people from various fields on the central square. They claim that if the Shenzhou civilization's reply is, if they refuse, they will immediately commit suicide. The leader of the purple civilization paused and immediately started coughing violently. After a while, he waved his hand helplessly and said tiredly, Let them go. Under this situation, all kinds of speculations are flying all over the sky. Some people worriedly analyzed that it was impossible for the Shenzhou civilization to accept the purple civilization, and listed many direct or indirect evidences. The analysis was clear and logical. And even more, some people say with great certainty that the Shenzhou civilization will definitely accept the purple civilization. And they also list many pieces of evidence. Strong supporters of both sides have even begun to start a war of words. And there is a tendency for it to develop into a real person PK. But no matter how they argue, the aspirations of all purple civilized people are the same. Under this trend, many so-called experts have even appeared, talking about their opinions in front of the cameras of various media. Of course, these experts have different opinions. The mood of the people of Shenzhou civilization fluctuated up and down along with these statements. And there was never a moment of peace of mind. I request to speak directly to Master Number 2. At this time, above the central square, Mr. Dallon was shouting at a robot assisting security. I believe that Master Number 2 will definitely agree to my request. What happened on the Bright Star was now being displayed one by one in the highest conference room of the Asia spacecraft. Xiao Yu and a group of high-level intelligent creatures looked at these pictures strangely and discussed something in low voices. The plan is going very smoothly, and the time is almost ripe, Luca 2 said. Xiao Yu nodded lightly. Very good. Then it's up to you to step forward. Number 2. Luca 2 agreed. Opened the communication channel with the purple civilized government and sent a letter that had been prepared long ago. Because this letter is public, the content of this letter appeared on all personal computing terminals almost instantly, allowing all the purple civilized people who were paying attention to this matter to see it. Helping the weak is the purpose that our Shenzhou civilization has always pursued. We don't mind integrating one more civilization, as long as this civilization joins voluntarily. Therefore, our Shenzhou civilization agrees to your purple civilization's request. However, in this incident, there are also some difficult aspects, and we hope you can be mentally prepared for these aspects. Although our Shenzhou civilization is a multiracial fusion civilization, and although our residential spacecraft is huge enough, we are a wandering civilization, and the population of our Shenzhou civilization is too huge. Therefore, your purple civilization is a full 300. It will be difficult for us to incorporate more than 100 million people into the Shenzhou civilization. So, when you first integrate into the Shenzhou civilization, you may not be able to obtain a comfortable living environment. Your living environment may be a little crowded, and the supply of various materials will not be abundant. But these difficulties can be overcome. And as we develop, your living environment will get better and better. This is what we want to say. If you are still willing to join the Shenzhou civilization, we welcome you. This letter immediately caused an uproar among the purple civilization. Countless people from the purple civilization began to cheer, and countless people shouted loudly, as long as you can join the Shenzhou civilization. What does it matter if the conditions are difficult? Mr. Dallon, who was waiting for news on the central square, saw the letter immediately. He immediately became excited, and 2 tears flowed out uncontrollably. He lay prone on the ground, bowed to the ground, and murmured to himself, I can finally join the Shenzhou civilization. The problem that has troubled our entire scientific community for hundreds of years can finally be solved. By now, all obstacles are gone. Under Xiao Yu's leadership, the purple civilization was finally integrated into the Shenzhou civilization, and it was a completely voluntary integration without any compulsion. The entire integration process lasted for nearly 3 years, which meant that Xiao Yu stayed here for another 3 years. In the past 3 years, more than 30 billion purple civilized creatures have all relocated to the Homeland 6 and Homeland 7 spacecraft. Taking advantage of this period of time, Xiao Yu also completed the final stage of stockpiling a large amount of supplies and building a large number of new spaceships. After everything was completed, Xiao Yu embarked on a new journey loaded with loot. The Pegasus civilization has been inherited for nearly 100,000 years. It has the richest heritage and the most powerful 5th-level civilization in the galaxy. I'm here. I don't know which one of you compares with my Shenzhou civilization. More powerful. Chapter 505 Pegasus. The name of this 5th-level civilization is not the Pegasus civilization. In the data of the Predator civilization, this civilization is called by a different galaxy name. Coincidentally, that galaxy was in Xiaoyu's star map, in the direction of Pegasus. So Xiaoyu simply named it Pegasus civilization. Xiaoyu obtained a lot of valuable information from this Predator civilization. The Predator civilization is a civilization with a very special form of existence, which is similar to Xiaoyu's current state. It's just that they have been drifting in the galaxy for hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years. Countless intelligent creatures use the spacecraft as their home, spend their lives in it, grow old, get sick and die, and then reproduce their offspring, who will continue the journey of their predecessors. Hundreds of thousands or millions of years are enough time to travel back and forth in the Milky Way galaxy several times and roughly explore the Milky Way galaxy. Exploring the entire galaxy is an arduous task that requires a lot of human and financial support. I am afraid that even a 6th-level civilization may not be able to support it. Besides, there is no need for level 6 civilizations to carry out similar detection activities. In other words, regarding the understanding of the Milky Way, the level of this Predator civilization is likely to be above the level 6 civilization. Among the information obtained from this Predator civilization, there is a rough ranking of the strength of level 5 civilizations. In this ranking, there are about 20 level 5 civilizations. These more than 20 level 5 civilizations are all the level 5 civilizations that this Predator civilization has come into contact with or heard of during its long journey of tens to millions of years. This Pegasus civilization is the 5th-level civilization that ranks first in this ranking. Data from the Predator civilization shows that the total population of the Pegasus civilization is approximately 200 billion, occupying more than 50 living planets and hundreds of mining and industrial planets. One can imagine how powerful such a huge civilization would be. This civilization, according to the strength evaluation criteria of the Predator civilization, is extremely dangerous. The fleet that encounters the Pegasus civilization would rather go around than contact them. How many unique technologies will such a powerful 5th-level civilization have? After obtaining these technologies, how far will my technological level develop? It's really exciting to think about it. In this expectant mood, Xiaoyu's fleet embarked on a long journey of 7,000 light-years. Xiaoyu's speed at this moment is 35 times the speed of light, which means that it will take Xiaoyu about 200 years to reach his destination. However, considering the need for supplies, acceleration, deceleration, and some unexpected losses on the road, Xiaoyu believes that it will take him about 250 to 300 years to reach his goal. According to the data of the Predator civilization, the military strength of this Pegasus civilization is at least 10 million spacecraft, among which there are at least 5 Continental-class spacecraft, and the maximum speed can reach at least 25 times the speed of light. This is a powerful enemy and a civilization that has great potential to reach the height of level 6 civilization. This civilization has always been very low-key, so it has never attracted the attention of the 6th-level civilization, but it has a high reputation among the 5th-level civilization. From this analysis, it can be roughly inferred that they have been working with the other 5-level civilizations. Level civilization communicates. Then, there is a question. Why does this Pegasus civilization frequently communicate with other level 5 civilizations? I think it is probably also for the unique technology of other civilizations. The Pegasus civilization. We are collecting the unique technologies of the remaining 5th-level civilizations and preparing to advance to the 6th-level civilization. In fact, the speed of at least 25 times the speed of light also shows this. It is basically impossible for a civilization to develop to such a point based on the development of it alone. In the highest conference room of the Asia spacecraft, Xiaoyu convened outstanding scientists such as Luca 2, 3, and 4 to face Pegasus from all aspects such as technological level, social structure, military strength, and external intentions. Civilization unfolds its analysis. The above is the information marked in the Predator civilization. In addition, there is also some information about the Pegasus civilized society, people's livelihood, etc. You can take a look, Xiaoyu said. Adding these, the data was transmitted to the personal computing terminals of each participating scientist. I need everyone to come up with a reasonable contact plan for me. Evaluate the possibility of peaceful contact and mutual exchange of unique technologies. And I need a timetable for contact. At the same time, I also need everyone to work out policies for responding to various unexpected events. For example, if the other party is hostile to us and launches a sneak attack or attack on us, How should we respond? First of all, let's talk about the possibility of peaceful contact. Luca number 2 gently stroked his chin and said with a frown. The data are limited, and it is impossible to draw a clear conclusion for the time being. However, based on the current data, we can infer I think the possibility of peaceful contact is still very high. At least, in the process of Pegasus civilization's frequent contact with other civilizations, no civilization has been wiped out by it. You mean, the Pegasus civilization has been peacefully trading unique technologies with other civilizations? Xiaoyu asked. It's very possible. Luca number 2 nodded slightly. Xiaoyu frowned and said, but you overlooked one point. You have to know that other civilizations, such as this 5th level civilization called Karina civilization, data show that they are also in close contact with Pegasus civilization. However, this Karina civilization only belongs to the ordinary level in the strength rating of the Predator civilization, and its overall strength is even worse than that of the Predator civilization. In other words, the Karina civilization is much weaker than the Pegasus civilization. Peaceful trade is a huge category, with strength as the backing. Does signing an alliance under the city count as a peaceful trade? Oh, are you saying that the so-called peaceful transactions between this Pegasus civilization and other civilizations are very likely to be unequal transactions backed by strength? And when encountering our Shenzhou civilization, we cannot use a deterrent method if we are allowed to surrender. The Pegasus civilization will launch a military attack? Luca 2 said. Yes. I think this is also very possible. Generally speaking, I am not willing to start a war. Compared with war, I am more willing to pay some price and get what I want in a peaceful way, Xiaoyu said. However, it is not up to us to decide whether to launch a war. So let's make preparations in 2 aspects. If this Pegasus civilization wants peace, I will give them peace. If this Pegasus civilization wants war, then I will give them peace. They war. Xiaoyu has absolute confidence in his own strength. Xiaoyu, a 6th level civilization, dare not say that among the 5th level civilization, Xiaoyu has never been afraid of anyone. Getting what you want is the first priority. Xiaoyu only wants the result and doesn't care whether the process is war or peace. This is Xiaoyu's reason. At the same time, Xiaoyu's feelings tend to use peaceful means. It is precisely because of his absolute certainty that Xiaoyu indulges his feelings and prefers peaceful means. If Xiaoyu did not have the current strength, then Xiaoyu would suppress his personal preferences and use reason as the guide to choose sneak attacks, conspiracy and other means. In short, no matter what, getting what you want is the first priority. Let me analyze the strength of the Pegasus civilization from a technological level. Luca 3 stood up and said, a lot of things can be analyzed from the point of 25 times the speed of light. However, the Predator civilization is very powerful against flying. The description of the Pegasus civilization is that it has a speed of at least 25 times the speed of light. And these data are from more than 3,000 years ago. Based on the normal technological development speed of the Pegasus civilization, I think that the Pegasus civilization is the most an advanced warship should be able to reach 30 times the speed of light at this moment. This speed is not much different from ours. The Pegasus civilization occupies dozens of life planets and hundreds of industrial and mineral planets. This means that the Pegasus civilization has a large population base and strong industrial strength. According to the information of the Predator civilization, Pegasus this civilization has 10 million battleships. I believe this number is only the standing army strength of the Pegasus civilization. If a war breaks out, this number will increase by at least 70%, with at least 5 Continental-class spacecraft. This number has exceeded this is the full strength of the Pegasus civilization. Luca 3 hesitated for a moment and continued. I think we may not need to choose such a hard bone as our first target. We can definitely compare it with choosing this civilization located in the direction of Carina, or choosing this civilization located in the Sextant constellation. These 2 5th-level civilizations are much easier to start with. This Sextant constellation civilization can even connect a continent-level spaceship none. It's on the same level as the Mayan civilization that we wiped out. If you have to choose, just choose the most powerful attacker. Could it be that a civilization without space weapons and 4-dimensional protective cover can still be our opponent? Xiaoyu said with a smile. The most important thing is that we still have death. The ball can be used. If nothing can be done, you will all enter the deep freeze and use a ball of death to kill this Pegasus civilization. The most important point is that we are not engaging in positional warfare with the Pegasus civilization. Without positional warfare, their huge fleet will not be able to fully exert its power. Besides, Our purpose is only to use their technology. And of course, it's not about annihilating them all. If I have to annihilate them all to get what I want, I will never be lenient. Chapter 506 Scientific Research Station. In the past, this distance of more than 7,000 light-years was completely unimaginable for Xiaoyu. It was a distance that Xiaoyu did not dare to dream about until his death. But the situation is different now. If the engines of Xiaoyu's fleet are fully activated, the speed can reach 35 times the speed of light, which can be achieved in just 200 years. Of course, if the engine is turned on at full power, the energy consumption will be extremely terrible. Curvature navigation is not conventional navigation. Under conventional navigation, as long as it goes through the acceleration phase, it can then sail under normal conditions without consuming additional fuel. During curvature navigation, the engine needs to be turned on all the time and fuel needs to be consumed. Before setting off, Xiaoyu had stored as much fuel as possible, but it only lasted for 50 years before he had to stop and rest again. Xiaoyu randomly found a star system with planets, moved a large amount of basic industrial equipment directly out, and started mining operations. Xiaoyu has always carried the large dock built last time with him, so there is no need to waste extra time on construction. If the spacecraft is damaged, just drive it directly to the dock for repairs. After only 3 months of rest, Xiaoyu embarked on the journey again. After several decades of sailing, Xiaoyu took another trip to rest for the second time, and then for the third time. Nearly 200 years have passed, and Xiaoyu's fleet finally approached its destination. At this moment, there is a red dwarf star about 1 light-year away from the nearest planet with proven biological activity. Xiaoyu's huge fleet stayed here, taking its last rest and preparing for the possible war. According to the information from the Predator civilization, Xiaoyu is still about 500 light-years away from the capital galaxy of the Pegasus civilization. This is the outermost edge of the Pegasus civilization's sphere of influence. In fact, in the star system ahead, there are no intelligent creatures of the Pegasus civilization at all. What exists there are just some mechanized automatic equipment, such as satellites, detectors, planetary vehicles, and the like. In order to prevent his traces from being discovered by the Pegasus civilization, Xiaoyu did not take the risk and continue moving forward. Pegasus civilization, a 5th-level advanced civilization, has an actual control range of about 20 light-years, and a furthest detection range of about 500 light-years. Carbon-based organisms have an average height of about 2 meters. Their social structure is similar to what we call the federal system, consists of different planetary governments forming a federation. The mainstream culture of society is popular in the adventurous and pioneering spirit. Xiaoyu slowly told some of the currently known information and looked at the scientists attending the meeting. For the first contact, I tend to use the following method. That is, 2 million combat spacecraft and some biological inhabited spacecraft form a fleet. There is no need to hide, and drive directly towards the Pegasus civilization's sphere of influence. You can be sure that we will be discovered by the Pegasus civilization immediately, and then the Pegasus civilization will take the initiative to test our intentions. At this time, we will fight with the Pegasus civilization. The Equus civilization made its first official contact. The basis for my proposal to use this method is as follows. First, although we do not want to have a war with the Pegasus civilization, the necessary force to deter us is necessary. This can prevent the Pegasus civilization from not taking us seriously, or directly capture and destroy the fleet we sent out. But this requires a certain degree of control. Too many warships will arouse strong vigilance in the Pegasus civilization and may directly trigger a war. I think that 1 million battleships is a suitable scale. Second, some residential spaceships are also necessary. This can show that we are not a predator civilization that lives by fighting and plundering. In addition, passing directly without hiding can also reduce unnecessary troubles. The most important point is that if a war really breaks out, our forces hidden in advance can also act as surprise troops and deal the greatest blow to the Pegasus civilization's military power. What do you think? Xiaoyu asked. Luca too and a group of scientists from the Department of Social Psychology, members of the military committee, and scientists from the Department of Science and Technology represented by Luca 3 discussed with each other for a while. And finally Luca 2 summarized their opinions. We generally agree with this plan, but there is one thing that needs to be added, Luca 2 said. This point is still considered for war situations. When sending 1 million spacecraft to negotiate with the Pegasus civilization, the remaining 10 million combat spaceships don't all need to be hidden in this star system. We can separate several million spaceships and go to this neighboring star system. Luca 2 pointed at the virtual star map. Xiaoyu glanced at it and nodded, indicating that he understood. This star is only about 1.5 light-years away from the galaxy where Xiaoyu is currently located. It is also a red dwarf star, ordinary and unremarkable. This star is also outside the reach of the Pegasus civilization. We hide part of our power here, Luca 2 continued. If a war breaks out, you can be sure that the Pegasus civilization will send forces to search for stars outside the sphere of influence to confirm whether we still have hidden power. If they discover our hidden power, they will most likely launch a surprise attack on us. If such a surprise attack really happens, then our arrangements will be effective. Xiaoyu nodded and said, Very good. This is a good supplementary point. Just follow this. After agreeing on the contact plan, Xiaoyu immediately started executing it. First, Xiaoyu separated about 4 million battleships, led by the Asia spacecraft, to the nearby star named Star Number 2 by Xiaoyu. This part of the fleet will be hidden here and serve as Xiaoyu's backup force. After this matter was completed, Xiaoyu detached a part of the fleet, led by the Americas spacecraft, and personally went to the Pegasus civilization's sphere of influence, intending to negotiate with the Pegasus civilization. The American spaceship is the middle one among the 3 Continental-class spacecraft in Xiaoyu's fleet. Xiaoyu believes that the strength of the Americas spacecraft is enough to suppress any Continental spacecraft in the Pegasus civilization. Even if this part of the fleet is besieged, he is absolutely sure to escape. The European spacecraft, the biological core, and some other combat spacecraft are hidden in this galaxy. This is the outskirts of the Pegasus civilization. In these places, the Pegasus civilization basically only has some scientific research instruments and the like, and basically has no ability to detect passing spacecraft. But this is only in these places. As the distance to the capital galaxy of Pegasus civilization increases, there will be more and more mechanical detection equipment and artificial detection equipment. These fleets of Xiaoyu will be discovered sooner or later. After everything was arranged properly, the more than 1 million spacecraft, led by the Americas spacecraft, set off toward the front and entered the curvature navigation. The speed of curvature navigation is a very important indicator to measure the technological strength of a civilization. In this regard, Xiaoyu does not intend to hide it, but intends to show it openly, and openly to let the Pegasus civilization realize its strength. When passing by the galaxy ahead, Xiaoyu also captured a stellar activity detection satellite of the Pegasus civilization, put it in his analysis room, and analyzed its technological strength. The conclusion is that the scientific and technological strength of the Pegasus civilization did not exceed his expectations. Time passed bit by bit, and every second was a distant distance of millions of kilometers covered by Xiaoyu. Under such circumstances, less than 3 months later, Xiaoyu's fleet arrived in front of the first star system with activities of intelligent creatures in the Pegasus constellation. In this star system, there is a simple scientific research base of the Pegasus civilization, where research on stars, planetary atmosphere evolution, internal operating mechanisms, stellar activities, etc. is carried out. The nature of these scientific research bases is probably similar to the scientific research stations established by human countries in the Antarctic, Arctic and other places in the Earth Age. Xiaoyu's fleet did not stop here, but sent a message carrying a relevant dictionary to this scientific research base. Hello, strange civilization. We are the Shenzhou civilization from the depths of the universe. Please introduce yourself. We come from the place shown below in the star map. Our civilization's home star encountered an unexpected disaster and was destroyed. The seeds of our civilization escaped from the home star system before encountering the catastrophe and became a wandering civilization that only wanders among the stars. While wandering, our civilization comes into contact with many other civilizations. During the process of contact, we communicate with these civilizations, exchange technology, and add to our own efforts. We have finally reached the level 5 civilization. We know that your civilization is also a 5th level civilization at the moment, and its technological development is not inferior to ours. Therefore, we believe that your civilization should also realize the importance of accumulating unique technology. After learning the information about your civilization's location, we came here with sincerity and hope to conduct relevant technology exchange activities with you on a fair and friendly basis. This is extremely beneficial to our Shenzhou civilization and your civilization. We believe that as long as we can cooperate, both of our civilizations can usher in a period of great development. In this boundless galaxy, what could be more important than this? We are the Shenzhou civilization, and we are waiting for your reply. Chapter 507, Bridge of Light. The star in the star system in front of Xiaoyu is a red giant that has evolved to its later years. Its mass is larger than that of the sun. So after reaching the red giant stage, its volume expanded to an incredible level. As stars evolve to their later years, their size will gradually expand. Just like the sun. After a few billion years, its size will even expand to the orbit of the Earth and engulf the Earth entirely. The star in front of us is even more exaggerated. Its radius at this moment has expanded to billions of kilometers. If it were placed at the position of the sun in the solar system, it would directly swallow up Jupiter. You can imagine how huge it is now. Right next to such a huge star, there is a poor gaseous planet. The scientific research station discovered by Xiaoyu is on the satellite of this gas planet. There is a huge base-style building built here. Next to the base, you can also find some scientific researchers wearing special life support equipment collecting samples in the wild. Xiaoyu's message was sent here by broadcast. Xiaoyu believed that his message would soon be noticed by the staff staying here, and then reported layer by layer to the capital galaxy of this civilization, and reached the top leader of this civilization. The fact was exactly as Xiaoyu predicted. The signal collection instrument at this base received this message and imported it into the central computer. Because Xiaoyu added the dictionary message to this message, the central computer quickly translated the message. A staff member staying here saw these messages. His expression changed instantly. He knew that this message was beyond his authority. And he also knew the importance of this message. So he quickly picked up the emergency communication equipment lying next to him. As a result, this message was sent to a planet 500 light-years away in the parent galaxy of the Pegasus civilization through long-distance communication. Then, this message had another hand, and finally arrived in the capital city of the capital planet, and was received by the supreme leader of the Pegasus civilization. All this took no more than half an hour. Xiaoyu's fleet is still advancing rapidly. During the curvature voyage, Xiaoyu's fleet was not close to the gravitational influence of the red giant. So Xiaoyu's fleet did not need to break away from the curvature voyage. In just half an hour, Xiaoyu sailed a distance of nearly 20 billion kilometers. At this time, Xiaoyu received a reply from the Pegasus civilization. This reply also contained dictionary information. So Xiaoyu translated it very easily. Guests from afar, our Pegasus civilization extends a warm welcome to you. Indeed, as you said, in this vast galaxy, there is nothing more important than development and communication with each other. Trading unique technologies is undoubtedly the fastest growing way. Our Pegasus civilization has been waiting for such an opportunity. Fortunately, we met you. Our Pegasus civilization fully agrees with your proposal. However, we hope you can agree to something. Although you are a wandering civilization with no fixed planetary base, there is no doubt that your fleet is very powerful. Even more powerful than our fleet. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, we invite you station in the following star fields, and then send civilian spacecraft to have detailed exchanges with our civilization. Yours sincerely, Pegasus civilization. Xiaoyu checked the star map and knew the location of the star field mentioned in the Pegasus civilization. It is a white subgiant star with about 3 planets surrounding it. Here, it is about 200 light-years away from the Pegasus civilization capital galaxy. From the perspective of a 5th-level civilization in the interstellar era, this place is roughly equivalent to the national border of the Pegasus civilization. Xiaoyu said he could understand the request made by the Pegasus civilization. In fact, if it were Xiaoyu would also make such a request. After all, the two parties are unfamiliar with each other, and no one knows whether the other party will suddenly attack before being completely familiar with it. Naturally, you cannot allow such a powerful fleet of the other party to enter your own country. After this brief exchange, there was nothing substantial in the conversation between the two parties. The two parties began to test each other and engage in some topics that seemed to have no nutrition. Although such a topic is meaningless, it is very important. This is a necessary process for two strange civilizations to move from strangers to familiarity. And it is also a process for both parties to understand each other. During this stage, not only the Pegasus civilization is testing Xiaoyu, but Xiaoyu is also testing the Pegasus civilization. Regardless of how he felt deep down, after more than 10 years had passed, and Xiaoyu's fleet arrived in the star field designated by the Pegasus civilization, the civilizations on both sides had become very familiar with each other. Waiting for Xiaoyu in this white subgiant galaxy is a huge spaceship no less than the USS America in size and mass. It leads at least 500,000 warships and lines up at the edge of the galaxy. as if it is lining up to welcome guests of ceremonial soldiers. Xiao Yu knew what the Pegasus civilization meant by doing this. It was just to show his strength. This is a normal thing. Bringing battleships over does not necessarily mean war. Xiao Yu's fleet broke away from the curvature navigation and quietly suspended in space, maintaining a relatively static position with the white subgiant. The two fleets are approximately 300 million kilometers apart. A medium-sized city-level spacecraft that was all red flew out from the fleet of the Pegasus civilization and began to slowly approach Xiao Yu's fleet. Xiao Yu, who already has a certain understanding of the Pegasus civilization, knows that such a red spacecraft is a spacecraft specially used to welcome VIPs in the Pegasus civilization. The quality of this spaceship is very high. Roughly speaking, it is almost equivalent to various luxury cars in the Earth era. Before the formal contact started this time, the civilized etiquette departments of both parties had already communicated and agreed on some details of the contact. Among Xiao Yu's million spaceships, there is naturally no dedicated etiquette department. So Xiao Yu took on this responsibility. But the Pegasus civilization doesn't know that. Facing this Ingden city-level spacecraft, Xiao Yu sent a national-level spacecraft to contact it. The two sides slowly approached each other through conventional navigation. After about an hour, the distance between the two spacecraft shortened to less than 100 kilometers. At this moment, something happened that shocked Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu saw that at the port of this city-level spacecraft, the huge hatch slowly opened, and then some instruments at the bottom of the spacecraft began to operate based on principles that Xiao Yu was not familiar with for the time being. As these instruments operated, light gradually began to appear, start to spread out. These lights don't seem to be the same as ordinary lights. They did not propagate directly at the speed of light like ordinary light, but under the control of some unknown force. They began to advance relatively slowly, like a gradually lengthening steel plate. But Xiao Yu knew that this was not a steel plate made of steel, but a light plate made of light. This Ingden City-class spacecraft of the Pegasus civilization used light to construct a section of road, which gradually extended for 80 kilometers and stopped there. It is not difficult to control the forward direction of light and reduce its speed. Humans in the Earth age can do it. The propagation speed of light in a vacuum is a constant and cannot be changed. To reduce the speed of light, a special medium is used to allow light to propagate in this medium. In this special medium, the speed of light can even be slower than the speed of human walking. But that's in a special medium. Now, Xiao Yu doesn't think there is anything in the void of the universe that can slow down the speed of light. Although the specific details of this technology are not yet clear, one thing is certain. That is, the Pegasus civilization's research and understanding of optics has surpassed mine. Xiao Yu thought silently. In order to express your respected status as a guest, please ask your negotiators to walk across this bridge of light. Our civilization has sent people to greet you. While Xiao Yu silently observed this so-called bridge of light, he speculated that when using technology, Xiao Yu received such a message. The bridge of light? Xiao Yu murmured to himself. It's really an image. Indeed, the name bridge of light is really appropriate to call this strip of light. A seemingly substantial light strip cuts through the dark starry sky, emitting soft light. Indeed, like a bridge. After receiving the message, Xiao Yu saw another thing that shocked him even more. Xiao Yu saw something like a car from the Earth age driving out of the port of the Ingden City-class spaceship. These cars seemed to be driving on land. Walking along the bridge of light towards, he drove over quickly from the front. Light is nothingness. But here, light has truly become a substance. It not only forms a bridge, but also can carry things on the bridge. This scene shocked Xiao Yu. What the H.L. is going on? It's just that the light forms a light strip. This is within the understandable range. But it's a bit unimaginable that these things like cars can drive on it. What kind of technology is this? What is the principle? Why do I know nothing about this technology? No matter what, I must get this technology. Xiao Yu secretly made up his mind. Chapter 508. The Deterrence of Space Weapons. The scene in front of me revealed a hint of weirdness in its splendor. In the dark universe, a bridge made purely of light exudes a soft and faint light. It is nearly 200 meters wide and 80 kilometers long, extending to 20 meters in front of the national-level spacecraft sent by Xiao Yu. Kilometers. Just on this bridge, dozens of things that looked like Earth-era cars were lined up in a neat line and were moving forward quickly. In fact, in Xiao Yu's view, this technology of condensing light and turning it into an entity is not the most terrifying thing. This bridge of light also contains another most terrifying technology. That is, the light of nothingness not only condenses into an entity, but also has certain entity characteristics. Xiaoyu could clearly detect that the cars-like things driving on the Bridge of Light were affected by very obvious gravity. Xiaoyu could even see that where the car-like things were in contact with the Bridge of Light, the tire-like things seemed to be slightly flattened by the weight of the cars. You know, this is the void of space. There are no stars nearby tens of billions of kilometers away. So, where do these weird gravitational forces come from? If there are no other stars and nothing else brings gravity, then there is only one possibility left. That is, these gravity is brought by these void lights. As the controller of a fifth-level civilization and someone who understands all the scientific and technological knowledge within his own civilization, when Xiaoyu encounters something he cannot understand, the first thing that comes to his mind is how to use existing theories to explain it, or figure out its internal operating mechanism through other means, instead of thinking about these things in terms of miracles, like some low-level civilizations do. Now it is obvious that Xiaoyu is already thinking about what this Bridge of Light means. I don't know if this method of controlling light has any principal connection with the light computer used by the 6th-level civilization that I have encountered. At this time, Xiaoyu thought of something. The 6th-level technological civilization uses light computers, and Xiaoyu knows this. The optical computer has no entity, and purely relies on the interweaving of light to complete functions such as data transmission, calculation, and storage. This means supreme skill in the use of light. Xiaoyu once speculated that this kind of light computer could only be realized with the support of space science. Now, Xiaoyu discovered another possibility. The technology of Pegasus civilization, which does not use entities at all, controls light to condense into bridges, and makes these lights have certain gravitational characteristics. Obviously has something in common with light computers. And Pegasus civilization is not that big may master space technology. Obviously, if the light can be attached with gravity, then the light can be attached with other information. And if the light can be manipulated with other information and have physical characteristics, then it is not far from the light computer. It's just not, do you know? Is the light computer formed by the intersection of this technology and space technology? Or can it be made by using this technology alone? This technology was obtained by the Pegasus civilization from the 6th-level civilization by chance. Or was it developed by itself? If it was developed by itself, it means that the Pegasus civilization has a detailed technology tree related to this technology. For me, this is a fatal temptation. No matter what the price, I must get this technology. Xiaoyu quickly made up his mind. In fact, at this moment, Xiaoyu even had the urge to snatch away this city-level welcome spacecraft. But Xiaoyu still suppressed this thought. At this time, it is irrational to actively cause conflict. Xiaoyu doesn't know if there are other unique technologies of great significance to him in the Pegasus civilization. It is irrational to give up other, possibly larger, technologies for the sake of the technology in front of him. After suppressing this thought, Xiaoyu regained his senses. After getting rid of the shock that this strange technology brought to him, Xiaoyu thought of another point very keenly. Well, do you deliberately show off this technology in front of me to intimidate me and show your strength? Obviously, if I can't come up with technology that is enough to shock you, then in future contacts and negotiations among them, I will be in a very passive position. In this galaxy, only the strong can be respected. Xiaoyu thought with some sigh. From this moment on, the two peak level 5 civilizations have started a secret confrontation. In this confrontation, both sides compete for momentum. The winning side will have many advantages in future contacts. Such a confrontation is also a proof of one's own strength and worth. After all, as a 5th level peak civilization, neither Xiaoyu nor the Pegasus civilization has much interest in constantly entangled with a weak civilization. Only by showing your own strength and value can you gain the respect of the other party. Well, in that case, then I will use the authentic 6th level civilization technology and space weapons to give you a little shock. Xiaoyu secretly thought about the message sent by the Pegasus civilization before. Responded, "It was an honor to receive your warm hospitality, and we will remember your enthusiasm." After some polite exchanges, Xiaoyu also sent a few robots to leave the national spacecraft and came to the void of the universe. Different civilizations have different requirements for survival indicators such as gravity, ecological environment, and even light intensity, color, temperature, etc., unless they have gone through a certain period of running in. Just like the intelligent creatures of different races in the Shenzhou civilization, it is unrealistic to send intelligent creatures to come into contact during mutual communication. After all, what is a paradise for one creature may be a torturous hell for another. Sending robots instead of intelligent creatures for contact was something that the two sides had agreed on early in the previous exchange. But after all, these robots represent Xiaoyu and the messengers of the entire Shenzhou civilization. For these messengers, the Pegasus civilization should indeed show enough respect. At this time, the car-like things driving on the Bridge of Light had already traveled a distance of 80 kilometers. From the port of the city-level welcome spaceship to the top of the Bridge of Light. And stayed here. Xiaoyu's robots have arrived in the void of the universe. They just stay here quietly, without any movement or any intention of moving forward. Dear guest, please invite your civilized envoy to walk on the Bridge of Light. Pegasus civilization sent a message. Okay, I'll be there soon, Xiaoyu responded. At this time, the space weapons equipped on this national-level spacecraft have been prepared and can be launched. Xiaoyu naturally had no intention of using space weapons to launch space cracks or other things to attack the fleet ahead. This is a stage of demonstration of strength, not a stage of war. Xiaoyu plans to use space weapons, an authentic creation of the 6th-level civilization, to surprise the Pegasus civilization and let them understand their strength and value. Space weapons were activated. As a result, the creatures of the Pegasus civilization saw a scene that shocked them beyond measure. These robots were at the port of this national spaceship just a moment ago, 20 kilometers away from this end of the Bridge of Light. But the next moment, a black belt suddenly appeared in the void between these robots and the top of the Bridge of Light. This belt is pitch black in color and does not emit any light, but it has the characteristic of being able to swallow any tangible and intangible existence, including light. As soon as this black belt appeared, it immediately began to shrink under the influence of some unknown force, and disappeared after a while. And as this black belt disappeared, these robots inexplicably crossed a distance of 20 kilometers and arrived in front of the Bridge of Light. In fact, the Pegasus civilization is also waiting for Xiaoyu to show his strength. They are also looking forward to Xiaoyu's performance. Under this mentality, from the moment these robots appeared, countless observation instruments were aimed at this place. Every move of these robots would be detected, and then detailed analysis would be carried out. However, even with so many detection instruments, none of them have detected how these robots move. They didn't know what the black band was or what it meant. What? What is going on? At this moment, countless intelligent creatures are watching this scene. Among these people are leaders of the Pegasus civilization, scientists, psychologists, etc. This scene shocked everyone. Countless people exclaimed together. Even Xiaoyu's signal receiving equipment received a burst of strange syllables with unknown meaning. This syllable was obviously uttered unconsciously due to too much shock. After translating, Xiaoyu understood the meaning of these strange syllables, and felt a little funny in his heart. The meaning of this syllable is probably similar to the meaning of, "Oh my god!" in the Earth Age. Your Bridge of Light is just a suspected 6th-level civilization technology. But my space weapons are authentic creations of a 6th-level civilization. I know that you have now embarked on the stage of collecting unique technologies and impacting the 6th-level civilization. So it's impossible for you not to have some understanding of space weapons. Now that I have space weapons, are you willing to start a peaceful transaction with me? Xiaoyu thought slowly. Chapter 509 Technology List. This technology of creating a black belt and allowing these robots to reach the top of the Bridge of Light without moving is indeed very magical. Without space weapons, it is basically impossible to do this. As for the principle, it is actually very simple. If we take the two-dimensional world, that is, a piece of paper as an analogy, then we can draw 2 points 1 centimeter apart on this piece of paper. Then cut out a piece of paper with a length of 1 centimeter between these 2 points and throw it away. Because the space itself has the characteristics of restoration. Under the influence of the space itself, the space in other places will make up for the gap in the space. Thus, under the motion of space itself, these 2 points did not move, but moved closer to each other. The space weapon is the knife that cuts this paper. Exposing space weapons has 2 meanings. One is shock. There is no doubt about the power of space weapons. Facing a civilization with space weapons, any existence that has not reached the 6th level of civilization needs to think carefully before taking action. The second is temptation. Space weapons are so powerful that they naturally have great value. This kind of value is enough to drive any level 5 civilization crazy. And since space weapons are too powerful to snatch them away, there is only one way left. Peaceful trade. This is the deeper meaning of Xiaoyu. I have a lot of good things here, and I am very powerful. Don't think about grabbing them. The right way is to trade with me honestly. This is Xiaoyu's idea. Now it seems that some of Xiaoyu's goals have been achieved. The Pegasus civilization was obviously shocked by this technology. But this shock was not shown on the surface. On such an occasion, where two civilizations came into contact for the first time, all those who appeared were characters with very strong psychological qualities, and who were calm in dealing with changes. Although the appearance of space weapons was an accident and successfully shocked their minds, these people quickly suppressed this mentality. These robots have reached the Bridge of Light. When the robot's feet really came into contact with the Bridge of Light, and he really felt the material-like texture and the gravity, Xiaoyu couldn't help but start speculating again. Xiaoyu's computing power is huge, and he can use it for all purposes. While inferring these things, it does not affect the communication between Xiaoyu and the Pegasus civilization. The robots got on those car-like things. And then the car started and quickly transported the robots to the city-level welcome spaceship. There are already robots from the Pegasus civilization waiting here. In fact, in a substantive sense, both sides send robots to meet and talk, which is no different from talking through long-distance communication. But things are so magical sometimes. And things on the surface, although meaningless, are indispensable. Under the leadership of the Pegasus civilized robot, Xiaoyu manipulated his robots and followed them to a hall. Perhaps because of the unusually tall size of the intelligent creatures of the Pegasus civilization. This hall was built very wide, with an area of thousands of square meters and a height of 20 to 30 meters. The walls around the hall and the dome are decorated with some strange patterns and some strange images, which seem to have some special meaning. Xiaoyu speculated that this was probably the unique aesthetics of the Pegasus civilization. It was like a hall in the Earth Age. And it also had many decorations. Although there is plenty of light in the hall, the style of the entire hall is somewhat darker. Xiaoyu observed some of these details, then controlled the robot and sat down on the seat prepared in advance by the Pegasus civilization. The talks officially began. To be honest, this is the first time our civilization has conducted such a transaction with other civilizations. I wonder if you, my guest, have any good trading methods? The other robot said something first. The civilizations from both sides came here to conduct technological transactions. Technology is different from other things. It is not like a piece of bread lying there. As long as you pick it up, you can pay and deliver the goods to complete the transaction. Technology is a very abstract concept, which involves many very troublesome issues. For example, is technology that can transform a spherical planet into a square planet considered technology? If so, how is its value measured? Also, because it is impossible for one civilization to completely open its database to the other civilization. That is, it is impossible to leak technological details in advance. As the receiving party, how can the receiving party judge the value of this technology in advance? The most important point is, how can one civilization know which technologies it needs in the other civilization? To put it simply, Xiaoyu doesn't know which technologies he already has in the Pegasus civilization, and which technologies he doesn't have. The reverse is also true. But Xiaoyu already had an idea about this. Facing the question raised by the other party when Wenming, Xiaoyu replied, I have a suggestion that everyone can discuss. My suggestion is that both of us first draw up a detailed technology list of our own civilization, and put all the technologies currently possessed by our respective civilizations on this list for the other civilization to browse. At the same time, after a technology, use some explanatory text to briefly explain the function of this technology, so that the other civilization can judge the value of this technology. Then, we can each select the technology we are interested in from the technology list of the other civilization. As for the specific method of exchange, it will not be too late to discuss it at that time. This proposal is very good, and we agree. Then, why don't we temporarily adjourn the meeting for 10 days? And during these 10 days, we can work on formulating a detailed technology list? Agree, Xiaoyu replied. The first contact ended like this. Both civilizations completed this meeting with extremely high efficiency and decisiveness and achieved certain results. The next step is to draw up the technology list. Xiaoyu first put up some of the popular technologies he owned, and after a rough count, there were millions of them. The second stage is some more high-end, but still not rare technologies. Among them, modular energy shield technology, superscale electronic computer technology, supergiant energy cannon, negative matter cannon technology, more advanced stellar cannon technology, higher speed conventional navigation technology, etc. are all in this category. The last item is some extremely cutting-edge technology, space weapons, for protection cover system, 35 times the speed of light curvature navigation technology. The Ball of Death. Extremely advanced antimatter element decay hybrid engine technology. Life technology that allows living organisms to have a lifespan of more than 10,000 years, etc., are all in this category among. The fact that I have space weapons has been exposed, so I will put space weapons on this list. Well, I will not put the 4-dimensional protective cover on it. Things like the 4-dimensional protective cover are too amazing, so it is better to keep it secret. Death, forget about the ball. Xiao Yu thought secretly, and completed the list in just a moment. Xiao Yu knew that the Pegasus civilization would naturally not be as efficient as himself. This is because the two major civilizations have different fundamental models of technological development. On Xiao Yu's side, it can be said that Xiao Yu is the foundation for the development of science and technology in the entire civilization. The development of science and technology in any aspect cannot be carried out by scientists without the support of Xiao Yu's computing power. Xiao Yu understands every subtle aspect of technology in his own civilization. Under this situation, Xiao Yu can naturally draw up this list quickly. The Pegasus civilization is different. Their technological development is based on the joint support of millions, or even hundreds of millions of scientific researchers. There are countless branch technologies. To formulate a detailed technology list, these technologies need to be summarized. And all of them need to be summarized. Scientific researchers to participate. This is an extremely large project. In fact, Xiao Yu was quite shocked that the Pegasus civilization only needed 10 days to complete this work. But there is no need for Xiao Yu to reveal this. After completing his work, Xiao Yu began to wait quietly. What Xiao Yu didn't know was that at this moment, in the capital city of Pegasus civilization, a top-secret meeting was being held. Based on the latest intelligence analysis and analyzing the movements of powerful existences such as the Sweepers, Guardians, Taihao civilization, and Alien Beast civilization over tens of thousands of years, we have reached the following conclusion. In the past 100,000 years, only one level 5 civilization in the Milky Way has completed its transformation and reached the category of level 6 civilization. These powerful beings will not allow another level 6 civilization to appear. And the Shenzhou in front of us civilization undoubtedly has greater potential than us. Through current intelligence, we know that the Shenzhou civilization has a curvature navigation speed of at least 35 times the speed of light, and also possesses space weapons that are suspected to be manufactured using space technology. These are things beyond our imagination. On the road of collecting unique technology, the Shenzhou civilization has gone further than us. This means a very serious problem. That is, if the Shenzhou civilization enters the 6th level civilization before us, in order to prevent the second newly promoted 6th level civilization from appearing, we will suffer destruction from the powerful beings mentioned above. A strike, and our entire civilization would be destroyed. It just so happens that although the Shenzhou civilization has a high level of technology, it does not have many battleships. With 1 million battleships, we can completely destroy it with our strength and technology. Then, I have the following suggestions. Chapter 510 Shocking. In this spacious conference room, leaders are talking in high positions. There was an inexplicable confidence in his tone, as if everything was under his control. Even the creatures of other civilizations, without understanding the language and characters of the Pegasus civilization, will have a feeling when they hear this sound. That is, the existence that makes this sound must have great power. Indeed, as the supreme controller of a 5th level peak civilization, he controls more than 100 billion intelligent creatures. The radius of his sphere of influence spans 200 light years, and the radius of his involvement is a full 500 light years. If you include if there are scientific research ships and unmanned detectors that go out on long voyages, the scope will be even greater. Such a high-ranking person should have such a temperament. During the meeting, the supreme leader spoke out his plan unhurriedly. We cannot allow the Shenzhou civilization to enter the 6th level civilization. The quota to enter the 6th level civilization is ours, and no one can take it away. Then, we are left with the only response plan. The Shenzhou civilization is further ahead than us. Far closer to the threshold of level 6 civilization. Then we will eliminate them, plunder their technology, and rely on this accumulation of technology to push us to the height of level 6 civilization. Especially those similar to space technology, we must get something. So, leader, what specific suggestions do you have to deal with it? At this time, another voice raised this question. I suspect that this Shenzhou civilization should have other hidden powers. They can't be stupid enough to use all their power. All of them are exposed in front of us. This means that in the dark starry sky behind, there may be a fleet of Shenzhou civilization hidden, and the number is unknown. Just talking about the 1 million battleships that have been exposed in front of us now. To make a safe estimate, it would take us about 1.5 million warships to encircle it, and at least 2 million warships to safely eliminate it. Yes, I just thought about this problem. So I pretended to agree to the conditions of the Shenzhou civilization and made a deal with them to delay time. The leader replied, I have sent a large number of special reconnaissance forces. Our capital galaxy is the center of the circle, and the search is carried out in a sphere with a radius of 600 light years. As long as we find out the remaining hidden power of the Shenzhou civilization, and confirm that the power of the Shenzhou civilization can be suppressed by us, I will give the order to launch the attack. So, now we continue to delay time. If necessary, we can trade out some irrelevant technologies to paralyze the Shenzhou civilization. The leader said. Now, wait for the reply from the Special Reconnaissance Force. Okay, let us complete the task of delaying the Shenzhou civilization. This ended the meeting. And in that city-level welcome spacecraft, the robots belonging to the Pegasus civilization finally took action. It sent a message to the robot belonging to Xiaoyu, saying, This is the detailed technology list of our civilization. You can check it to see which civilizations you are interested in. Xiaoyu responded immediately. Very good. We will conduct a detailed analysis of your technology list. And after 3 days, we will submit a preliminary letter of intent. Well, this is the detailed technology list of our civilization. Please also check it out for a moment. The time should be set in 3 days. Okay. Please wait for 3 days. After a brief exchange, the robots belonging to both parties fell into silence again. However, the two civilization sites are in a busy state. Countless scientific workers are working intensively to analyze every technology listed on the list in detail. After receiving the detailed technology list of Pegasus civilization, Xiaoyu immediately distributed it to the scientific representatives in the conference room. These scientific representatives immediately began to classify these technologies, and then distributed these technologies to corresponding research institutes under different categories. The technology value assessment work is being carried out intensively. Within 3 days, information on whether a certain technology is valuable and how valuable it is will be submitted to Xiaoyu for decision. The same work is also being carried out in the Pegasus civilization. But there is one difference. While these scientists are conducting technology assessment work, they are also conducting research on what impact the acquisition of this technology will have on their own civilization. It seems that they have absolute confidence to obtain these technologies. When facing other 5th-level civilizations, when has our Pegasus civilization ever failed? As long as it is not a 6th-level civilization. Who have we been afraid of? This time we were lucky, and the Shenzhou civilization came out on its own initiative. Well, it seems that this Shenzhou civilization is quite good. As long as we can obtain these technologies, our technology tree can be supplemented to a quite complete level, and we will be one step closer to the 6th-level civilization. Space technology. Really space technology. This Shenzhou civilization. I don't know where it got the inheritance of space technology. Although they can't fully analyze these technologies, they can use this technology at the application level. Space technology. Even if there is no way to fully analyze it, relying solely on these technologies for enlightenment, and by analogy, will also be of great benefit to the development of other technologies. Now I suspect that the Shenzhou civilization has a curvature navigation speed of up to 35 times the speed of light. Maybe it was inspired by space technology. Well, through genetic modification, ordinary carbon-based intelligent organisms can have a lifespan of more than 10,000 years, and it is not a special case. It is a technology that can be applied on a large scale. This technology is really amazing. Although our Pegasus civilization, the genetic sequence and structure of intelligent creatures are different from the intelligent creatures of the Shenzhou civilization. But the technology is clear. As long as we get the technical details of the Shenzhou civilization and use it as a reference, we can easily find the wisdom that makes our civilization a method to greatly increase the lifespan of organisms. This technology is too important and must be obtained. Where did the Shenzhou civilization get such advanced engine technology and such efficient energy utilization? From these technological details, I can see the shadow of the 6th-level civilization technology. Perhaps these technologies are also the Shenzhou civilization. I got it from the ruins of the 6th-level civilization. As the detailed technology list of the Shenzhou civilization arrived, the scientific workers of the Pegasus civilization fell into endless shock. Each of those technologies is earth-shattering enough to make countless fifth-level civilizations fight to the death to snatch it away. These technologies have even made the scientists and controllers of the Pegasus civilization feel jealous. Why is this Shenzhou civilization so lucky that they have obtained the inheritance of the sixth-level civilization? If we were the ones who obtained these technologies, then we would not have any need to compromise with those weak civilizations and directly destroy their galaxies. Once the defense system is broken, we can just grab the technology. But now, the gods in the dark have sent the Shenzhou civilization to us and these advanced technologies. So we must get it in our hands. This is the mainstream idea among the Pegasus civilized society. What the Pegasus civilization didn't know was that their technology list also caused quite a shock among Xiaoyu's Shenzhou civilization. Luca number 3, number 4, number 5 and others, as well as the heads of various scientific research institutes and research institutes, also had their eyes shining at this moment, almost drooling when they looked at these technologies. Such advanced light science can even distort the propagation direction of light at will, and even allow light to have the characteristics of certain entities. Through the grand unified theory and the conversion of 4 basic forces, light can also have gravity. This is really amazing. This kind of technology is unheard of and unseen. I think the bridge of light extending from the Ingnan City-class spaceship was constructed using this kind of technology. Well, am I reading that right? You know, the Pegasus civilization does not have a living 6th-level civilization spacecraft for reference and analysis. How did they do it? They can actually make the spacecraft have a curvature navigation speed of 30 times the speed of light. I am certain that if there were not those spaceships of the Guardian civilization for us to study, we would never be able to make the spacecraft reach this speed. This means a lot of things, including more advanced material technology and more advanced energy utilization method, more advanced mechanical structure. This is amazing! This is amazing! A scientist was muttering to himself at the moment, expressing the endless shock in his heart. What is this? Through the reconfiguration and combination at the proton level, the lithium element completely changes its properties to obtain material properties that are no less than the most advanced special steel. But the quality is only 1/20th of the same volume of special steel. Well, I probably know that in the 6th level civilization, there is a technology that changes the proton level of hydrogen element, turning the hydrogen element into a material harder than steel. This Pegasus civilization uses lithium element, and the 6th level civilization it uses hydrogen element. I wonder if there is any connection between the two. The person in charge of the School of Material Science muttered to himself. There should be a connection. Now it is lithium element. With the development of technology, it should be possible to change the helium element. And finally it will be hydrogen element. What kind of technology is this? This is incredible. In another Academy of Sciences, another group of scientists looked at the data on the detailed technology list, marveling and sighing. Master, we must get these technologies. These technologies are really important to us. Chapter 511 Negotiation. The detailed technology lists exchanged with each other each caused great shock to the other civilization. Originally, Xiaoyu thought that his technology tree was broad enough and basically covered all the technology categories of the 5th level civilization. But now, Xiaoyu found that he was wrong. This was the first time that Xiaoyu knew that under the 6th level civilization, and within the scope of the 5th level civilization, there could be so many and such advanced technologies. This even gave Xiaoyu a feeling that there were people outside the world, and there was a sky outside the world. Although this Pegasus civilization may not necessarily be comparable to itself in terms of combat power. Of course, in the detailed list of technologies exchanged with each other, Xiaoyu can be sure that the Pegasus civilization must have hidden some of the most critical technologies, just like he hid the Ball of Death and the 4-dimensional shield. It seems that the classification standard of the Predator civilization is quite accurate. Xiaoyu sighed. It is worthy of being the 5th level civilization with the first comprehensive strength. Through constant adventures, I got to know the Tai standing behind me. The confrontation between the House civilization and other powerful beings pushed me to have so many others. And with so many unexpected gains, I have the strong strength today. So, how did this Pegasus civilization develop to what it is today? Stage? Is it just relying on your own research? This is too scary. Xiaoyu felt a strong sense of fear towards this Pegasus civilization. At this time, Xiaoyu was once again glad that he made the right choice. He did not directly conflict with the Pegasus civilization, but chose to use peaceful transactions to solve the problem. If there really is a fight with the Pegasus civilization, Xiao Yu's confidence is only 40% to 60% at best. Xiao Yu accounted for 6, and Pegasus civilization accounted for 4. This is already a considerable threat. You know, with Xiao Yu's current strength, he can crush Mulyan civilization without any suspense. They are both level 5 civilizations, but the gap between them is also huge, regardless of whether it is a sincere transaction or not. At least on the surface, both civilizations are intensely evaluating the value of the other's technology. And at the same time, they are still calculating which technology of their own is more appropriate to use as a bargaining chip in exchange. Xiao Yu is like this. And so is the Pegasus civilization. I think it is more appropriate to use our life technology to exchange for the light technology of the Pegasus civilization. The value of these two technologies is roughly equal, Luca 4 said. Space weapon manufacturing technology must not be exchanged. This is our top secret, Luca 2 also said. We cannot tolerate another 5th level civilization developing to such an extent. You know, a space weapon. Through analysis and learning, the military strength of the Pegasus civilization can be increased by at least 30%. This is extremely disadvantageous to us. This kind of material technology that changes the surname of lithium element. I think it is more suitable to exchange part of the technology we learned from the Guardian civilization spacecraft. Of course, we want to exchange all the technologies we learned from the Guardian civilization spacecraft. Technology needs to be exchanged for their material technology plus their engine technology. Senya, who recently became the chief scientist and received the title of Number 5, said. Scientists in the Shenzhou civilization started a heated discussion under the leadership of Xiao Yu. Such discussions are also taking place in the Pegasus civilization. Although we are not sincere in exchanging technology with the Shenzhou civilization, superficial work still needs to be done. Only in this way can we successfully delay time without arousing the wariness of the Shenzhou civilization. Well, I think that our engine technology is not as valuable as the life sciences of the Shenzhou civilization. But you might as well put forward this exchange request. Wait for the Shenzhou civilization to reject it, and then distinguish it with them, and delay it for a while. Pegasus civilization, a scientist said. I think the value of our light technology exceeds the engine technology of the Shenzhou civilization. But it is far less important than space technology. However, we might as well open our mouths and propose using light technology in exchange for space technology, which can also delay a lot of time. Another scientist said. Both civilizations are having intense discussions and formulating their own exchange strategies. 3 days passed by in a flash. And 72 hours later, the robot belonging to Xiao Yu sent a message on time. Hello, scientists of the Pegasus civilization. Are you ready? If you have discussed everything, let's start discussing the exchange of technology now. Okay, we are ready. The robot of the Pegasus civilization sent a message. We are very interested in your technology similar to space technology. We hope to obtain this technology in exchange. How about we use light technology as a bargaining chip? Xiao Yu's heart moved slightly. This Pegasus civilization is really a lion's mouth. Although light technology is precious and very important to me, its value is obviously not as good as space technology. Anyway, they say it all over the sky. Ask for a price. Pay back on the spot. A transaction. That's it. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu replied, I'm sorry. This incomplete space technology was obtained by our Shenzhou civilization after 9 deaths. Its importance and value must be clear to both your civilization and ours. Although light technology is also it is important. But it is definitely not as good as space technology. If you want to exchange our space technology, we think it is more appropriate for you to use the combination of material technology, light technology, and engine technology as a bargaining chip. Oh, my friends, you probably don't understand how important light technology is. The robot belonging to the Pegasus civilization replied. Maybe you don't know what technology the computing modules of the 6th level civilization are made of. We can tell you for free that the computing module of the 6th level civilization is based on light technology, plus a certain amount of space technology. You must not be able to deny the importance of the computing module. Xiao Yu's heart moved again. Is this really the case? The credibility of this piece of information stated by the Pegasus civilization should be quite high. If the computing module of the 6th level civilization is really based on light technology, then the value of light technology can be higher. But it is still not as good as space technology. After all, although my space technology is incomplete, it can create space weapons. Space weapons are one of my big killers. Without maybe it's a trade. Anyway, I'll just make peace with them. We have observed your fleet. And our conclusion is that your warships are still using negative matter cannons as the main mode, supplemented by other types of weapons. Have you ever thought about how, with space technology, you can create space weapons? How much will the strength of your fleet be improved? This is a technology that can have immediate results. And although your light technology is important, before reaching the 6th level of civilization and mastering more space technology, but there is no way to create a light computer. You must also know which of the two technologies is more important. How about this? I remember hearing you say that in your civilization, the average age of intelligent creatures is just over 4,000 years old, which is a very regrettable thing. After a pause, Xiao Yu continued, for our scientific and technological civilization, the average lifespan of intelligent creatures is very important, because generally speaking, the older the scientist, the richer his knowledge. When an outstanding scientific researcher, what a pity it is that workers' knowledge reserves have reached their peak, but they have to die of old age because they are too old. It just so happens that in our civilization, because we attach great importance to life sciences, in our civilization the average lifespan of intelligent creatures, especially scientists, has reached 20,000 years. Although the structures of the intelligent creatures of our civilization are different from those of your civilization, the science is the same. We believe that with the development of our life sciences enlightenment, your civilization will surely be able to quickly find a way to extend the lifespan of your civilization's intelligent creatures. Think about it. If one day, in your civilization, the lifespan of scientists generally reaches 20,000 years, what a huge impact will this have on the advancement of science and technology in your civilization? Why not exchange the life sciences of our civilization for your civilization? How about the science of light? Xiao Yu asked. Oh, my friend, you think too simply. Intelligent creatures between different civilizations are very different. Although the science is the same, the life science of your civilization must also have a very important enlightenment effect on us. But how difficult and troublesome it is to transform the technology suitable for the intelligent creatures of your civilization into that suitable for us. Although your life sciences are valuable to us, they are far from as important as you say. It is inappropriate to exchange our light technology for life sciences. I don't agree with your statement. There is no doubt about the importance of life sciences. This is the result of tens of thousands of years of hard research of our civilization. But since you are not interested in our life sciences, then forget it. Our civilization, you can exchange it for another technology. What do you think of our civilization's engine technology? The curvature navigation speed is 35 times the speed of light. This is really amazing. I don't know how talented a nation can achieve such results. This technology is undoubtedly very important. But the two sides launched lengthy negotiations around the issue of which technology should be exchanged for which technology. Time passes little by little. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 1 month. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's heart moved. Chapter 512 Planning. Xiao Yu named the red dwarf galaxy where he first stayed, about 500 light-years away from the Pegasus civilization capital galaxy, the number 1 galaxy, and then hid the Asia spacecraft with more than 5 million spacecraft. That galaxy was named Galaxy Number 2. In Galaxy Number 1, Xiao Yu has about less than 5 million spaceships. Among these fleets, there is part of the biological core, and there is the ship that was taken from the Predator civilization, and then modified to allow Xiao Yu to the Continent-class spacecraft used. And the rest are battleships directly controlled by Xiao Yu. Generally speaking, the strength of Galaxy Number 1 is not as good as that of Galaxy Number 2, because the Asia Continent-class spaceship is in the second galaxy. The Blood Blade team, which is composed entirely of Guardian civilization spacecraft, is also in the second galaxy. These two star systems are at the angles of each other. If any star system is attacked, the power of the other star system can arrive here within 10 days to launch rescue. This time, the warning signal came from near Galaxy Number 1. In these two galaxies, Xiao Yu hidden his fleet. However, due to the different strategic missions it carried out, the fleet of Galaxy Number 2 was more completely hidden. Relatively speaking, the fleet of Galaxy Number 1 was only slightly hidden. Although it is hidden, necessary vigilance is still required. Around these two galaxies, there are a large number of covert unmanned detectors roaming around, searching for any suspicious targets approaching here. The warning signal came from an unmanned detector next to Galaxy Number 1. At this moment, this unmanned detector was quietly attached to the back of a strangely shaped detector that looked like a stick of corn, following it as if it were aloof. This weird detector is approaching the edge of galaxy number 1 in a regular way. After approaching a certain distance, it stops there. On top of it, there are constant subtle light flashes. You can tell at a glance. It is using some kind of instrument to observe the interior of the galaxy. Well, the Pegasus civilization has discovered through this detector that I have hidden power in galaxy number 1. But this is nothing. If it were me, for the safety of my own civilization, I would do something like this exploration and search activities. Presumably, the Pegasus civilization will not think that I hide my power here as a sign of hostility towards them. It is a full 500 light years away from their capital galaxy. Xiao Yu secretly said he thought. On the contrary, because they are aware of my hidden power, their civilization's evaluation of my strength will rise again. This can also deter them even more and not have any objections to my million battleships. The tedious negotiations are still going on, and some results have already emerged. That is, the Pegasus civilization finally decided to use light technology in exchange for Xiao Yu's life technology. However, there are still some differences on the details. Pegasus civilization insists that Xiao Yu had 2 more branch technologies in other aspects, but Xiao Yu firmly disagrees. As a result, the two sides fell into a tug of war again. If negotiations continue at this pace, it will take less than 50 years to complete all aspects of technology transactions. But Xiao Yu was mentally prepared. Let alone 50 years. Xiao Yu can accept even 100 years. In the Earth Age, negotiations between 2 large companies often took a year or 2. Let alone the current transactions between 2 advanced civilizations. The technology obtained through negotiation is always more cost-effective than taking great risks to launch a war. This is what Xiao Yu thinks. Xiao Yu has previously speculated that any 5th-level civilization does not want other civilizations to be promoted to 6th-level civilization. In other words, in order to ensure the advantages of its own civilization, any 5th-level civilization tends to obtain other civilizations' unique technology, but are unwilling to share their own unique technology. This undoubtedly means war. But the current situation is a little special. Xiao Yu has a vague guess in his mind. That is, the 7th-level civilization has not appeared in the Milky Way for a long time. Maybe because the 6th-level civilization is too rare. Therefore, Xiao Yu actually does not exclude other civilizations from promoting to the 6th-level civilization. The Pegasus civilization in front of him, shocked by its own powerful strength, may not dare to attack itself and provoke a war. Time is still passing by bit, and in the endless tug-of-war, both sides are calculating their own profits bit by bit, trying to reduce their own output while ensuring that they get the maximum income. I don't know whether it was because he discovered his powerful strength or for some other reason. In short, after Xiao Yu determined that his powerful fleet hidden in galaxy number 1 was discovered by the Pegasus civilization, in the next few days, within a short period of time, dozens of small technology exchange intentions were reached. And the exchange was successful. Technology is different from other things. It does not mean that it is gone if it is exchanged. Just like a scientist in the Earth Age said, you have one thought, and I have one thought. If we exchange each other, everyone will have 2 thoughts. It's a win-win situation. These technologies have been handed over to relevant scientists for analysis. Xiao Yu is very excited about these gains. What Xiao Yu didn't know was that another top-secret meeting was held in the capital galaxy of Pegasus civilization. It has been proven that in this galaxy, the Shenzhou civilization has hidden at least 5 million powerful battleships. Among these 5 million battleships, there is one that is not inferior to the enemy's number 1 battleship. Spaceship. There is also a battleship that is about 60% of the strength of the number 1 battleship. We name them the number 2 and number 3 battleships respectively. Among them, the number 3 battleship has features that are obviously different from those of the number 1 and number 2 battleships. There are some differences in the construction style and the technology used. From the architectural style, the number 3 battleship is more like the flagship of the Predator civilization we encountered tens of thousands of years ago. Come to think of it, that unlucky Predator civilization should it was because I encountered the Shenzhou civilization and was snatched away by the Shenzhou civilization. Humph. That's really stupid. When it comes to field capabilities, the Shenzhou civilization's combat power even exceeds ours. That Predator civilization doesn't even dare to provoke us, but it dares to provoke the Shenzhou civilization. It's really looking for death. The supreme leader of the Pegasus civilization said calmly. There are 5 million warships hidden in the galaxy, plus the 1 million warships currently negotiating with us. The total is 6 million. Among these 600 among the 10,000 spaceships, there are 3 continent-class spacecraft. Their number has reached half of the number of spaceships in our standing army. So, do you have any suggestions? Perhaps we can directly dispatch the spacecraft swarm to capture these 1 million spacecraft first, or just surround them. Then, the Shenzhou civilization fleet hidden in the galaxy will definitely find a way to rescue this with 1 million spaceships. We can adopt the tactics of encirclement and reinforcements and the method of positional warfare to wipe out all the power of the Shenzhou civilization. After all, this is our territory, and positional warfare has more advantages than field warfare. The dignitary said, "This suggestion is inappropriate." Another dignitary retorted, "It is not a problem to encircle these 1 million spaceships. But the consequences are really unpredictable. If the 5 million spaceships do not come to rescue instead of these spaceships starting to set off to disturb the other planets in our territory, you know, our territory spans 200 light years, with dozens of living planets and hundreds of industrial planets. The planets are all scattered in a wide territory, and more than 100 billion people live here. If we want to protect such a wide territory, on average, the defense power of every planet and every galaxy will be insufficient. Resist the attack of those 5 million spacecraft. If a living planet is lost, causing the destruction or death of billions of people, can you bear this responsibility? In this situation, I think it would be better to take advantage of the fact that the Shenzhou civilization has not yet discovered our plan. Take advantage of it. Expand its armaments on a large scale, and use a huge fleet of at least 7 million spaceships to raid the galaxy. Even if it cannot be wiped out, the 5 million Shenzhou civilization spaceships must also be dispersed. And as long as they are dispersed, with the cooperation of the galaxy defense systems of our various galaxies, no small group of enemies will be able to attack our lives and industries. The planet poses a threat. In the days to come, we have plenty of time to slowly eliminate these remaining forces. The most important thing is that by using this method, after obtaining a large number of Shenzhou civilization spacecraft samples, we can obtain a large number of Shenzhou civilization-related technologies through analysis. We can be sure that such a huge harvest will definitely make our it only takes 200 years for science and technology to make a leap forward. No, it only takes 100 years for our science and technology to make a big leap. It only takes 100 years for the Shenzhou civilization to be far behind us. They and ours the distance will grow, and they will never be able to catch up with us. Well, I think this plan is very good. Then let's issue a notice. All retired and demobilized soldiers will be reenlisted, and the industrial planet will be mobilized to manufacture various types of warships. There are a total of 12 military regions. Each the military region dispatched 600,000 spaceships, of which 200,000 were used to strengthen the defense of the capital planet, and the remaining 7 million spaceships set off to the galaxy to encircle and suppress the Shenzhou civilization fleet. At the same time, we must continue to paralyze the Shenzhou civilization through negotiations, and we must not let them notice our intentions. That's it. Let's break up the meeting. Chapter 513 Warning. Negotiations are still continuing, and progress is being made bit by bit in the long tug-of-war. During this year-long period, Xiaoyu has achieved dozens of small-scale technological achievements. But for larger technological systems, such as light technology, material technology, engine technology, etc., there is still no intention to reach a transaction. But it doesn't matter. Xiaoyu is ready for a long-term battle. Besides, this kind of comfortable time, where you don't have to run around or work hard for a powerful enemy, is an excellent time to develop technology. Taking advantage of this opportunity, taking advantage of being in a galaxy with abundant supplies, scientists have carried out various studies to digest the technology obtained from the Predator civilization, continue to analyze the spacecraft of the Guardian civilization, and study the technology obtained from the technology of the Pegasus civilization, and so on are very busy. Of course, even though he was negotiating with the Pegasus civilization, Xiaoyu never relaxed his guard. As the saying goes, people are harmless, but tigers are hurtful. Xiaoyu himself does not intend to start a war, but Xiaoyu has to guard against the Pegasus civilization launching a war against him. Therefore, taking advantage of this period of time, Xiaoyu built many defenses in Galaxy Number 1 while ensuring concealment. As for Galaxy Number 2, Xiaoyu did not carry out such construction in Galaxy Number 2 because he planned to hide it completely. Xiaoyu didn't know that a big conspiracy against him was about to unfold. A 5-level civilization with a complete technological system involves tens of millions or billions of detailed technologies. The number of patent applications in the Earth age is still increasing at a rate of thousands to tens of thousands every year, let alone a peak level 5 civilization. The technology system and the technology system are not exactly the same, which means that there may be a lot of different technologies between the two level 5 civilizations. Remove the most details, and those inventions closest to the application level are slightly closer to the bottom layer. The number of different technologies may be hundreds of thousands. At least, after statistics, Xiaoyu knew that between the Shenzhou civilization and the Pegasus civilization, Xiaoyu had as many as 670,000 technologies that the Pegasus civilization did not have. The Pegasus civilization has nearly 500,000 items that Xiaoyu does not have. Through a simple data comparison, we can know that the breadth of the Shenzhou civilization's technological system is greater than that of the Pegasus civilization. After all, along the way, Xiaoyu has integrated the technological systems of two fifth-level civilizations, the Moyan civilization and the Predator civilization, with a total of more than 1 million technology exchanges. It is necessary to measure the value of each technology, as well as which technology exchange is more suitable, and which technology is suitable for research by oneself. These are all issues that need to be considered. There is nothing strange about spending decades on this matter. There is still a deep wariness between the two civilizations. Around the galaxy where Xiaoyu's fleet of 1 million ships stayed, Xiaoyu noticed that at least 2 million fleets of the Pegasus civilization gathered here. These spaceships are obviously here to defend against the million spaceships of ours. These spacecraft also cut off the opportunity for Xiaoyu and the Pegasus civilization to contact through other channels, such as launching detectors, reconnaissance, and spy satellites. However, Xiaoyu is not too worried that these spacecraft will attack him. The reason is simple. The 5 million warships staying hundreds of light years away are the biggest threat. It is unlikely that the Pegasus civilization would be stupid enough to cause trouble for these 1 million spaceships before getting rid of those 5 million spaceships. As long as those 5 million spaceships exist for a day, he will be safe. Under this situation, Xiaoyu and Pegasus civilization spent time sorting out the details of the transaction in detail. Time passed little by little. Xiaoyu didn't know what kind of changes were taking place in the Pegasus civilization. It was impossible for the Pegasus civilization to know what was happening in those 5 million spaceships and that star system. What kind of changes are happening? The two civilizations just sat in this city-level welcome spaceship and discussed the details of the transaction. Nearly 30 years have passed. In the past 30 years, a high-value technology has finally reached an exchange intention. Xiaoyu used his own engine technology, plus hundreds of small technologies, to exchange for the light technology of the Pegasus civilization. This is a huge gain. Although the light technology cannot be researched by Xiaoyu to create a light computer at this stage, there are shadows of the 6th level civilization in the light technology. This is also a possible direction for breaking through to the 6th level civilization. Moreover, with light technology, various light weapons, such as death ray weapons, material disintegration ray weapons, etc., can be greatly enhanced in power. After fully analyzing light technology, the death rays emitted by Xiaoyu can even turn on their own in the air, chasing enemy targets on their own like a controlled rocket. This is a big gain. As a bargaining chip in exchange, the engine technology that Xiaoyu traded was also quite extraordinary. Some of these engine technologies were obtained by analyzing the spacecraft of the Guardian civilization, and the other part were obtained through their own research. The Guardian civilization is a level 6 civilization, and the technology obtained by analyzing their spaceships is naturally no small matter. In addition to this transaction, Xiaoyu and Pegasus civilization have also reached an intention to exchange nearly 100,000 small technologies, and more than 50,000 technologies have been exchanged. These technologies have brought almost a leap forward to Xiaoyu's technological level. Xiaoyu believes that the same is true for the Pegasus civilization. The exchange of ideas is inherently a matter of benefit to both parties. It's just that it will take a long time for all these technologies to be applied. It is not as simple as improving the combat power of the spacecraft as soon as they are obtained. Leader, all 7 million spacecraft have been assembled in the border military area. At this moment, we are still less than 180 light-years away from the galaxy where the Shenzhou civilization is stationed. We have already planned the route forward, and based on the forward route, we can hide our whereabouts until there is still 1 month's voyage to reach the station of Shenzhou civilization. In other words, we only left 1 month of preparation time for those Shenzhou civilization spaceships. With calculated calculations and unintentional calculations, we believe that this war we will definitely win. Very good. Let's set off at full speed. Moreover, from now on, the security of all industrial and mining planets will be strengthened and enter a first-level alert state. The people on each living planet began to migrate to the capital defense circle. 10 years later, there will be no military warrant prohibiting interstellar navigation for any reason. At the same time, once again speed up the speed of spacecraft manufacturing, and once again speed up the recruitment of soldiers. The standing military force of our Pegasus civilization is 12 million battleships. I request that when the war begins, in addition to the 7 million spacecraft that encircle and suppress the main military force of the Shenzhou civilization, and the 2 million spacecraft that deal with these 1 million spaceships, a defense force of at least 6 million spacecraft must be maintained within the territory. This is a hard task and must be completed. Okay, leader, we promise to complete the mission. Well, with 15 million spaceships and various galaxy defense systems, I don't believe that we can't deal with a Shenzhou civilization. Humph! The expedition fleet sets off at full speed. Within 10 years, we will reach the galaxy where the Shenzhou civilization is stationed. At that time, please follow the plan to launch an encirclement and suppression of these 1 million spaceships in order to disrupt the morale of the Shenzhou civilization's military. The brief conversation was over. In a place unknown to Xiaoyu, in the endless void, where there was no light from stars to shine, and no planets to obtain supplies, a huge fleet set off on a long journey. Since the completion of the deal between engine technology and ray technology, no large-scale technology negotiations have been successful. Only small technology transactions are still going on piecemeal. Facing the long and protracted negotiations and arguments, both civilizations seem to have fallen into fatigue, but their attitudes were still so determined. Neither civilization is willing to compromise on certain details. The Pegasus civilization really wants Xiaoyu's space technology, and Xiaoyu really wants the Pegasus civilization's materials and engine technology. But both civilizations have coincidentally developed this most important technology into a technology that is unlikely to be used by the other side. Chips accepted. Xiaoyu is not anxious at all about this. Xiaoyu, who has deep trump cards, is confident enough to obtain the maximum benefit from this transaction. It seems that the transactions of these most important technologies can only be carried out at the end of the negotiation. At this stage, let's negotiate on the other small technologies first. Xiaoyu thought secretly, cheering up. Once again, he was plunged into endless arguments and negotiations. In this state, another 9 years passed. On another seemingly ordinary day, Xiaoyu once again received a warning. The difference is that this time the warning signal is no longer transmitted from galaxy number 1. This time, the warning signal came from galaxy number 2. The Asia spaceship is staying here, and Xiaoyu's body is also here. Xiaoyu has always been very concerned about every move here. The scene this time seemed a little unusual. The hidden detector sent by Xiaoyu detected a very unusual spatial fluctuation. Usually, this kind of space fluctuation is caused by a large fleet. That is, many spacecraft traveling together in curvature. Xiaoyu analyzed it for a while and came to a conclusion. Huh? That's it. Xiaoyu murmured to himself. There are about 7 million spaceships passing by galaxy number 2 and heading towards the Pegasus civilization in galaxy number 1, which is more than a light year away. You really disappoint me. Chapter 514, Losing the Car to Save the Commander. Sometimes things are just coincidences like this. Xiaoyu separated these 5 million spaceships in advance and chose to hide in this galaxy under the leadership of the Asia spaceship. It was completely unintentional. However, he did not expect that it was these spaceships that discovered the Pegasus civilization. These fleets came to attack, because he had performed a complete hiding mission and made no changes to the natural environment of this star system. The 5 million spacecraft hidden here by Xiaoyu were not discovered by the 7 million warships passing by. The precautionary measures I made in advance and the 5 million warships set aside seemed to be working. Xiaoyu thought with some sigh. Xiaoyu is not very angry now, but just disappointed. Very disappointed. Xiaoyu asked himself whether he had treated the Pegasus civilization sincerely. Although he had some reservations, they were necessary concealment methods for the contact between two strange civilizations. Xiaoyu could guarantee that he had no intention of taking the initiative to treat the Pegasus civilization. Civilizations planned to launch an attack. But this Pegasus civilization responded to Xiaoyu with conspiracy, deception, and sneak attacks. This situation made Xiaoyu couldn't help but start to wonder. Was he really wrong? Is it true that the only way to complete the task of collecting unique technology is through violent plunder? When encountering civilization, it is right to launch a direct attack without hesitation, slaughter the other party's people, and destroy the other party's planet? Otherwise, why would I encounter betrayal or even conspiracy by the other party basically every time I choose a peaceful transaction? Xiao Yu was very disappointed. Once Xiao Yu is disappointed, the consequences will be serious. Xiao Yu is confident that the combat power of his single spaceship exceeds that of the Pegasus civilization. And here I am, with a total of 10 million spaceships, and another 5 million spaceships that are hidden and have not been discovered by the Pegasus civilization's sneak attack fleet. Without these sneak attack fleets, Xiao Yu is really not sure what the consequences would be for the 5 million spacecraft left in the galaxy. The most likely possibility is that they suffered heavy losses under the opponent's brazen sneak attack and were no longer able to launch a large-scale attack on the Pegasus civilization. And of the 1 million spaceships he left inside the Pegasus territory, at least 500,000 of them would be captured by the other party. 500,000 spaceships are enough to analyze all of Xiao Yu's technologies, including space weapons. Xiao Yu's spaceship is not the spacecraft of the Guardian civilization. Xiao Yu cannot analyze the technology of the Guardian civilization spacecraft because the technological level is too different. There is no such a huge technological gap between Xiao Yu and the Pegasus civilization. It can be said that if there were not these 5 million spacecraft that Xiao Yu had hidden here in advance, things would have gone completely different. Even if Xiao Yu could escape, he would only be a defeated soldier. Moreover, his technology was robbed by the Pegasus civilization. But he did not obtain the technology of the Pegasus civilization. This means that the technological gap between himself and the Pegasus civilization will become wider and wider, unless he encounters an unexpected encounter again. Otherwise, there will never be a day to tie up, and I will never have a chance for revenge. Maybe this is the law of the universe, Xiao Yu sighed, but there was still no feeling of anger in his heart. This decision made by the leader of the Pegasus civilization is very beneficial to the development of his own civilization. In other words, Pegasus civilized people can only support this decision, but cannot oppose it. So who will take my interests into consideration? Come on! There is no moral axiom in the universe, as long as it is beneficial to their own civilization. It is right. From this point of view, it is understandable for the Pegasus civilization to do such a thing. But since you have done this, it should be reasonable to destroy your invasion fleet and then destroy your homeland. Xiao Yu thought silently and secretly issued many orders, including ordering the fleet stationed in Galaxy No. 1 to remain casual on the surface, but secretly starting to be on emergency alert, and at the same time began to deploy a large number of hidden Galaxy Defense System-related components. After these arrangements, negotiations with the Pegasus civilization continued. Xiao Yu already knew that there was no point in continuing the negotiations, but in order not to expose the fact that he had discovered the Pegasus civilization's invasion fleet, Xiao Yu needed to continue to act out the drama. After the Pegasus civilization's sneak attack fleet left the No. 2 galaxy for some distance, Xiao Yu quietly launched the Asia spacecraft, carrying the Blood Blade Squadron and more than 5 million other spacecraft of various types, and quietly followed behind this huge sneak attack fleet. The 1 million spaceships that have penetrated into the territory of Pegasus civilization are also ready to break out at any time. While the Pegasus civilization has not yet launched an attack and has not completed the final encirclement with the capabilities of the Shenzhou civilization spacecraft, it is not difficult to break out. Losing tens of thousands of spaceships is not a big deal to Xiao Yu. The dark and cold universe began to become lively, but this excitement is imperceptible, at least according to the technological scope of the 5th level civilization. It is still impossible to intercept or monitor the content of long-distance communications. Therefore, in this dark and cold universe, messages belonging to Xiao Yu and the Pegasus civilization are constantly being transmitted. Our sneak attack fleet has been discovered by the Shenzhou civilization. We have observed that the Shenzhou civilization fleet in the galaxy is in a certain panic. They are quickly forming a defensive formation. No complete galaxy defense system has been found within the detection range. Well, the fleet of the Shenzhou civilization has not rushed out of the galaxy. It seems that they plan to rely on the galaxy for defense. Over. Very good. Keep moving forward. Border Legion. Let's start to encircle and suppress these 1 million spaceships. There is no need to continue to maintain that kind face. The leader of the Pegasus civilization received this message and issued it coldly. This command, however, although this order was issued, he did not receive a reply from the Border Corps. He couldn't help but feel a little strange in his heart, and began to ask, Order Corps, what happened? Reporting to the leader, 3 minutes ago, these 1 million spaceships suddenly launched a fierce attack on our defensive military forces. It seems that they were trying to break out. The leader responded with a slightly anxious voice. And the combat power of the Shenzhou civilization spacecraft is much higher than we expected. The leader of the Pegasus civilization was slightly shocked after receiving this message. But then he calmed down and said, Immediately report the relevant combat strength information of the Shenzhou civilization. Well, tell me directly. Can 2 million spaceships achieve this goal? Predetermined strategic goals? I'm afraid it won't work. The leader responded with a slightly bitter voice. The combat power of the Shenzhou civilization spacecraft is extremely powerful. Especially the large and medium-sized spacecraft. They seem to have a shield technology that we have not yet understood the principle of. This shield system is extremely tough. And its performance is at least 50% higher than the multi-layer shield system we use. Leader, this is detailed combat capability information about the Shenzhou civilization spacecraft. After just one glance, the leader's expression changed. Damn it. How much hidden technology does the Shenzhou civilization have? Why are their spaceships so powerful? Order the Expeditionary Legion to give up the mission of attacking the Shenzhou civilization's remaining fleet and return immediately. The 3rd and 5th military regions are dispatched immediately. The fleet supports the Border Legion. The raid mission has been abandoned. And these 1 million spaceships are extremely determined to keep them here. The leader who received the latest intelligence made a prompt decision and immediately issued new orders. But it seems a bit late. That's right. It was not the Pegasus civilization that fired the first shot of the war, but Xiao Yu. When the time was right, and he calculated that the Pegasus civilization was about to attack him, Xiao Yu's million spaceships launched the attack brazenly. During the rapid maneuver, Xiao Yu's spaceship quickly arranged into a battle formation under the control of Xiao Yu's powerful control. The first thing Xiao Yu destroyed was the welcome spaceship in front of him. In this welcome spaceship, the robots belonging to Xiao Yu and the robots belonging to the Pegasus civilization represented their respective civilizations, reached tens of thousands of agreements, and exchanged tens of thousands of technologies. But when the war happened, it immediately lost its value. One of Xiao Yu's city-level spaceships fired an antimatter missile bomb, destroying it in one fell swoop. After all, it is not a combat spacecraft and does not have such strong combat effectiveness. The destruction of the welcome spacecraft heralded the official start of the war. Xiao Yu's million spacecraft did not retreat as the Pegasus civilization expected, but moved forward boldly. Ahead, there are 500,000 spaceships waiting for Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was not afraid at all. With the America spacecraft as the forward, the huge fleet was like a rolling flood, washing away the defense line that was caught off guard. Under this situation, I cannot fight with the opponent. After all, this is the enemy's territory, and their spaceships can get endless replenishment here. I am different. Once my fleet is entangled and loses its maneuverability, the end result is death. Then, let's split up. Xiao Yu thought quickly in his heart. After breaking through a defense line of the Pegasus civilization, he quickly separated hundreds of thousands of spaceships to start entangled with the opponent. The remaining spaceships began their desperate flight. Throw away the car and save the commander. At least the intelligent creatures I brought and the America spaceship cannot have accidents due to my mistakes. This is Xiao Yu's idea. At this moment, at the edge of Galaxy Number 1, the Expeditionary Legion, which received the order to retreat, quickly gave up the attack and prepared to retreat. But at some point, another huge fleet that they had not expected appeared behind them. Chapter 515 Asia Number. When the Expeditionary Legion of the Pegasus civilization discovered this fleet, the fleet had already approached a place that was less than 3 days' voyage away from them. Ahead is Galaxy Number 1. There are also a large number of battleships gathered in Galaxy Number 1, so it is impossible to move forward. The pursuers are blocking the rear, so they cannot retreat. Choose another direction to escape. However, their speed is only 30 times the speed of light, while Xiao Yu's fleet has a speed of 35 times the speed of light. They cannot escape Xiao Yu's pursuit. What's more, the remaining fuel of the Expeditionary Legion at this moment is not enough to support them on a long journey. In short, during this expedition, they encountered 2 surprises. First, Xiao Yu's spaceship was so powerful. And second, these spaceships were deliberately hidden by Xiao Yu. With these 2 surprises, the expedition mission was basically doomed to fail. I can't escape. I can't fight. What should I do now? If the 5 million warships did not appear later, the Expeditionary Legion would retreat, although it would suffer certain losses from the pursuit of the number 1 Galaxy Garrison Force. If it focused on escaping, it could still escape most of its strength. Wait, when they go to a place where the Pegasus civilization has a base, they can rely on the base to garrison and wait for support. But now, the sudden appearance of 5 million spaceships has completely disrupted their plans. Leader, there is an emergency report. 5 million unidentified spaceships suddenly appeared behind the Expeditionary Legion. Based on the preliminary judgment, such as the construction style, it is the hidden power of the Shenzhou civilization. The Shenzhou civilization is hidden in the galaxy. Not the 510,000 spaceships, but 10 million. 10 million! In the communication channel, the frontline commander let out a heartbreaking scream. 10 million battleships. What does that mean? Under the circumstances that the single combat power of the Shenzhou civilization spacecraft has exceeded the expectations of the Pegasus civilization, the number of enemy warships has suddenly doubled. No one can bear such a huge blow. The frontline commander of the Pegasus Civilization Expedition Corps seemed to have fallen from heaven to hell in an instant. Faced with this situation, he was even a little at a loss. Just 2 hours ago, he was setting off for Galaxy Number 1 with confidence that he would win. But now, just 2 hours later, the situation took a shocking turn. They instantly changed from hunters to prey. This huge identity difference made him unable to adapt for a while. At this critical moment, the leader of the Pegasus civilization remained absolutely calm. He thought for a moment, and then responded immediately. Instigate the expeditionary force to retreat immediately. Fight a breakout battle with the second batch of Shenzhou civilization fleets, and try to escape. As much as you can escape. Hurry! Immediately. As long as if you can persist for 1 year, you can reach the A58 galaxy. In that galaxy, there are some galaxy defenses of our civilization. With the help of the galaxy defense system, you can persist for at least 20 years. In 20 years, it's enough for our civilization to rescue you. The Pegasus civilization leader felt regretful at this moment. It would be impossible for such a huge military operation not to be fully prepared before starting. In fact, the Pegasus civilization has collected information about the combat capabilities of the Shenzhou civilization spacecraft through all channels at its disposal. The Expeditionary Legion of the Pegasus civilization was already prepared to deal with space weapons. They were even prepared to fight a tough battle and defeat the fleet of the Shenzhou civilization at the cost of destroying more than half of themselves. However, they did not expect that Xiaoyu hidden so deeply. Things and situations changed so quickly. It was like a cute kitten one moment, but turned into a man-eating tiger the next. Wiping the sweat on his forehead with slightly trembling hands, the Pegasus civilization leader closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and then opened his eyes again. Give an order to immediately mobilize spaceships to encircle and suppress the 1 million spaceships that have entered our siege. This is related to whether we can obtain the technology tree of the Shenzhou civilization. This operation cannot be missed. At the same time, cancel all rescue plans, all key industry, population, resources, etc. All seize the time to gather in the capital galaxy circle. Seize the time again to build spaceships and train soldiers. Abandon all peripheral and difficult-to-defend planets. Leader, are you giving up the expeditionary force? The assistant waiting beside him was so frightened that he even dropped the communication equipment in his hand. The Pegasus civilization leader closed his eyes and nodded slightly. You can't do this. The assistant's voice began to tremble. Those are all soldiers of our civilization. A total of 200 million soldiers. 7 million battleships account for half of our standing army strength. What more? You can't just give up on them. Execute the order. The leader's eyes suddenly opened and his tone became more severe. The assistant tremblingly picked up the communication device and issued this order to the outside world in a dry voice. He didn't notice that the leader closed his eyes again, raised his head to the sky, and his mouth was moving slightly. You don't understand that for the sake of our civilization, there is nothing that cannot be abandoned. These 7 million warships can cause at least 3 million warship casualties to the Shenzhou civilization and hold them back for at least several decades. Decades are enough for me to build the capital's defense circle into an iron barrel. As long as we can capture 1 million ships. No. As long as we can capture 300,000 of these million ships, we will have a huge advantage. We hope to analyze all the technologies of the Shenzhou civilization, and then analyze the technology of the Shenzhou civilization in the tightly defended capital defense circle. We will continue to develop our power. With more advanced technology, defeating the Shenzhou civilization will no longer be a problem. A difficult problem. This is the key to whether our civilization can be promoted to level 6. For this goal, what can't be sacrificed? What does a mere 7 million battleships and 200 million soldiers count? The decision of the Pegasus civilization leader is so strong. There are 7 million battleships. Even if Xiaoyu is a combination of mechanical civilization and technological civilization. As long as he has enough resources and time to build any number of spaceships, Xiaoyu will be heartbroken if he loses 7 million spaceships. It was like cutting off flesh. But the leader of the Pegasus civilization abandoned it without any hesitation. The Expeditionary Legion, hundreds of light years away, naturally didn't know that they had been abandoned. The words of the civilized leader aroused the last remaining hope in their hearts. And under the control of the desire to survive, they cheered up again. The two fleets have made contact. On one side are 5 million spaceships. And on the other side are 7 million spaceships. In fact, in terms of overall strength, Xiaoyu's fleet is stronger. But its strength is limited. At most, the Expeditionary Legion can only be defeated. But cannot be defeated. Xiaoyu obviously understands this truth. So what Xiaoyu needs to do now is to delay time, and wait for the fleet in Galaxy Number 1 to arrive, and attack from both sides. Only then can he defeat the Expeditionary Army, and capture a sufficient number of spacecraft for him to carry out technological analysis. Corresponding to Xiaoyu's purpose is the Expedition Commander's plan. Although he still had fighting spirit, all his fighting spirit was focused on how to break through and escape. One side wanted to run away, and the other side wanted to intercept. Under such circumstances, the first large-scale battle involving tens of millions of spaceships between the Shenzhou civilization and the Pegasus civilization began. In the dark space, after the first Township-class spacecraft was destroyed and the first flash of light erupted, excitement immediately began. Countless spaceships intersperse freely in the boundless universe. Like birds flying freely. Some birds are larger and more fierce in combat. They run rampant in the battlefield and will tear apart any being that dares to stand in their way. Some birds are relatively small, and they wander around the battlefield at will, or use their numerical advantage to fight against larger birds, or they rely on their more powerful mobility to run around in the battlefield. It is impossible for 5 million spaceships to block the 7 million spaceships of the Expeditionary Legion. At least now, after 3 hours of fighting, the defense line set up by Xiaoyu is already in danger. That's it. That's it, the expedition commander murmured to himself. After regaining his composure, he fully displayed his military talents. Orders were issued one after another, and were faithfully executed by the soldiers of the Expeditionary Corps. Under his command, the Expeditionary Legion was like a raging flood, beating fiercely against the dam in front. The embankment has experienced dangers in many places, and has become precarious. It's not that easy to leave. Xiaoyu smiled slightly. Since you dare to attack me, how can I let you leave without leaving anything behind? Facts have proved that. Generally speaking, there are two forces of equal strength. If one force is completely intent on escaping, the other force cannot be resisted. The defense line set up by Xiaoyu was finally broken through by the Expeditionary Legion. After paying the price of more than 300,000 spaceships being destroyed and more than 20,000 spaceships being captured, the battleships of the Expeditionary Legion broke through the dam in front of them like a flood. However, something unexpected happened. In this raging flood, a huge spaceship seemed to be the mainstay, not moving at all. It just waits for its enemies. After seeing a Continent-class spacecraft appear in front, the spacecraft immediately rushed forward and blocked the front. The spaceship that came to block it was the Asia. Chapter 516, The Power of the Strongest Battleship. This is the first actual combat of the Asia spacecraft. In the past time, the Europe and the flagship of the Predator civilization carried out an actual battle. At this moment, the America's spacecraft was also hundreds of light years away, leading 1 million battleships in the battle. So far, of the 3 Continent-class spacecraft built by Xiaoyu, only the most powerful Asia spacecraft has not experienced actual combat. Now, it's time for the Asia spacecraft to show its strength. There are 3 Continent-class spaceships in the Expeditionary Legion of the Pegasus civilization. At this moment, the ship blocked by Xiaoyu's Asia spaceship is the flagship of the Expeditionary Legion. Xiaoyu cannot block the entire strength of the Expeditionary Legion, but he can still block this flagship. You want to run away? Let me see if your flagship cannot leave. Will the rest of your spaceships abandon the flagship and escape on their own? Xiaoyu laughed coldly in his heart. On Xiaoyu's side, There is only one Continent-class spaceship. There are 3 Continent-class spaceships in the Expeditionary Legion. These 3 Continental-class spacecraft are roughly arranged in a triangular shape at the moment and are advancing rapidly. At this moment, the Asia spacecraft came up. The huge size of the Asia spacecraft is destined to be conspicuous, and it is also destined to be the core of the battlefield. In the previous contact battle, although the Asia spacecraft did not take action, the expedition commander had always been paying attention to it.
Want to stop us? You only have 1 spaceship. I don't believe that you will be the opponent of our 3 spaceships.
The commander of the Expeditionary Legion roared loudly, and quickly issued orders one after another. Under his command, millions of spaceships gathered and formed a battle formation, surrounding the 3 Continental-class spacecraft. Fierce gunfire immediately began to pour towards the Asia spacecraft and its escorting spacecraft. There are some differences in the weapons used by both fleets. In terms of light weapons, the Expeditionary Corps has a huge advantage. The death rays emitted from the Expeditionary Legion spacecraft are like precision-guided missiles that can turn directly in the void. Although Xiaoyu also obtained the manufacturing technology of light weapons, because the time was too short, Xiaoyu had not had time to modify his spacecraft. These light weapons caused great trouble to Xiaoyu. However, Xiaoyu's shield technology is more advanced than the Pegasus civilization. Under balance, Xiaoyu's fleet generally has the advantage. This is the battlefield situation of conventional forces. At this point, it does not apply to battles between continental spacecraft. Facing the enemy warships rushing towards the Asia spacecraft like a flood, Xiaoyu's escort force also rushed forward quickly. After all, the size of the Continental-class spacecraft is too large. Just like a continent, it would be unbearable if a large number of small spacecrafts were allowed to bombard the Continental-class spacecraft indiscriminately. In this case, the existence of the escort fleet is very necessary. A warship as huge as a continent is suspended in space. Above its huge body, there are densely packed small spaceships flying around everywhere. These small spacecrafts belong to 2 forces. The spacecrafts belonging to the Expeditionary Legion are working hard to pour ammunition and attack the continent below. At the same time, they also try their best to resist the attacks of local small spacecrafts, while the spacecrafts belonging to Xiaoyu's side are trying their best. Under the condition of ensuring their own survival, they try their best to attack the enemy warships to prevent them from attacking the Asia spacecraft below. The Continental-class spacecraft is also equipped with many conventional weapons, facing the annoying enemy warships flying around like flies. The Asia spacecraft is also launching its own counterattack. On top of its huge hull like a continent, there are countless protrusions or depressions in these places. There are countless different types of weapons hidden there. The detection equipment constantly collects the position, speed, heading and other parameters of the enemy warships, locks them, and when the time is right, these weapons will be activated, either as a bright light or as a guidance weapon for sailing at extremely high speeds. Or it may be a negative matter weapon traveling at super light speed. Or it may be bombs one after another, antimatter bombs, elemental decay bombs, etc., set off by the energy shield that emits hazy light. These weapons rising into the sky exude a strange aura of destruction. Spaceships were constantly being destroyed. Some were thrown into space, and some crashed directly into the continent below. In this dark space, an iron-blooded song of destruction is constantly playing. Such a scene occurs on every continent-level spacecraft on the battlefield. Not only Xiaoyu's Asia spacecraft, but also the 3 Continent-class spacecraft of the Expeditionary Legion. This scene is also playing out. This is originally the battle method of the Continental Spacecraft Cluster. The strength of the escort force is also an important indicator of the combat effectiveness of the Continental-class spacecraft battle group. Another indicator to measure the combat effectiveness of the Continental-class spacecraft battle group is naturally the combat parameters of the Continental-class spacecraft itself. This parameter includes the defense power, attack power, maneuverability, endurance, etc. of the Continental-class spacecraft.
Let you see the power of the most powerful battleship I have ever built.
Xiaoyu muttered to himself and gave an order.
Space weapons preparation.
The Continental-class spacecraft has a more powerful energy level than the National-class spacecraft. Correspondingly, the power of space weapons is also much more powerful than the National-class spacecraft. The space weapons equipped on the Asia spacecraft are even more powerful among the strongest. If activated at full power, the space weapons equipped on the Asia spacecraft are enough to cut through an asteroid hundreds of kilometers in diameter. All the own spacecraft that blocked the path forward of the space weapon were dodged under Xiaoyu's control. But the spacecraft of the Expedition Corps did not know this. They were still crossing and wandering unscrupulously on the advanced line of the space weapon. So, in the next moment, they suffered bad luck. The huge energy finally tore the space apart, creating a dark, extremely deep black line in the space. This black line was very small, but very conspicuous. It flashed past, and everything that blocked its progress was cut into two pieces. It moved forward, leaving behind the wreckage of at least 500 spacecraft on its path. Even after the space crack passed, they had time to explode, declaring their own death in the most violent way. The space weapon finally advanced to the Expeditionary Corps' flagship ship. The spacecraft shield has an extremely high energy level. The higher the energy level, the more stable the space is. As a result, this space crack started a desperate struggle with the tough space here. On the outside, this space rift suddenly disappeared after arriving in front of this Continent-class spacecraft. The spacecraft shield, which had been emitting a soft yellowish light, suddenly flickered. You know, this is a Continent-class spacecraft after all. Even a full bombardment of a Galaxy-class negative matter cannon may not cause a slight flicker of the energy shield. And a space crack will make the shield of the Continent-class spacecraft stronger. As flashed, the power of space weapons is so powerful. After the first space weapon was launched, preparations for the second space rift began. In this gap, main gun-level negative matter cannons, a large number of small spacecraft, and various light and physical weapons began to violently bombard the three enemy Continent-class spacecraft in front of them. The three Continent-class spacecraft were also using their own weapons to violently bombard the Asia spacecraft. But they don't have space weapons. The most powerful weapon equipped on their spacecraft is the Galaxy-level negative matter cannon. In addition, there are a large number of various small and medium-sized weapons. Except for the light weapons that are more advanced than Xiaoyu. They are not even as good as Xiaoyu in terms of other weapons. Under the powerful energy supply of the Continental-class spacecraft, the powerful protective capabilities of the four-dimensional protective cover are fully demonstrated. As the outermost shield, the four-layer shield not only withstood the bombardment of an almost endless number of small and medium-sized spacecraft, but also withstood all the strong attacks from the three Continent-class spacecraft. The battle has been going on so far, except for some of the supplies and reserve energy being consumed. The Asia spacecraft has not even been damaged at all. The second space weapon was launched. After dividing hundreds of enemy warships into two pieces, this space rift came to another Continent-class spacecraft. Immediately, its energy shield also flickered. Next, there is the third and fourth path. The powerful energy replenishment capability of the Continental-class spacecraft is enough to enable space weapons to be used hundreds of times in a row. With the development of science and technology, Xiaoyu no longer needs to keep an eye on the consumption of energy reserves. While space weapons continue to be launched, the confrontation with conventional weapons has never stopped. In addition to light weapons, Xiaoyu's weapons are more powerful than the expeditionary army. Several hours have passed, and the Asia spacecraft still has sufficient energy, and its appearance is not damaged at all. In contrast to the Asia spacecraft are the three Continent-class spacecraft. Xiaoyu could clearly see that some places above the three Continent-class spacecraft had darkened unconsciously, and some debris was constantly floating out. With 1-on-3, the enemy's three Continent-class spaceships were dragged here without losing any momentum. This is the combat effectiveness of Xiaoyu's most powerful warship. The Asia spaceship, the Biological Corps' European spacecraft, and the Continental-class spacecraft obtained from the Predator civilization, at this time, have led 5 million spacecraft and are about to arrive. Chapter 517 Escape. 200 light-years away from the Pegasus civilization. In this galaxy, the America spacecraft is still fighting hard. The 500,000 spaceships that were left here as abandoned ones did play an extremely important role and successfully delayed the attack of the enemy fleet. However, something happened that was beyond Xiaoyu's expectation. That is, the Pegasus civilization's Continental-class spacecraft actually risked damage to the spacecraft, forcefully broke through the defense line composed of Xiaoyu's rear fleet, and rushed directly in front of the America's spacecraft. Xiaoyu's heart sank a little. Xiaoyu knew that he could not leave before repelling or destroying the Continent-class spacecraft blocking the way. The America's spacecraft naturally has the ability to leave. But if the America's spacecraft leaves like this, what about the other spaceships?
There is no other way. Let's compete.
Xiaoyu made up his mind. So far, Xiaoyu's fleet of 1 million spaceships has been reduced to less than 700,000 ships. The fleet after the break used a desperate fighting style. In this state, the fleet's casualties were extremely heavy. Xiao Yu's spaceship is stronger individually than the Pegasus civilization spacecraft. But the Pegasus civilization has too many warships. Twice as many as the America. Moreover, Xiao Yu can be sure that the follow-up support fleet of the Pegasus civilization is still rushing here. The longer he stays here, the more dangerous he will be. At this point, any hidden strength is nonsense. Then, USS America, use all your strength, Xiao Yu muttered to himself, manipulating the Asia spaceship formation to start a fierce battle with the Expeditionary Legion, while manipulating the European spacecraft formation to quickly come to support. He was also manipulating the America spacecraft to launch a breakout operation. In addition to the differences in size, mass, power, etc., the Continental-class spacecraft and the National-class spacecraft are different. There is one most important difference. That is, because the Continental-class spacecraft is too large and has very complete facilities. It does not appear as a pure combat force in interstellar wars. It also serves as a maintenance base, supply base, firepower core, and other responsibilities. So it is natural that the interstellar war in the 5th level peak civilization revolves around the continent-level spacecraft. As long as there are Continental-class spaceships, they must be the core of the entire battlefield. Now, in the battlefield, there are a total of 2 Continent-class spacecraft. As a result, 2 cores appeared on the battlefield. However, the positions of these 2 cores are deviated from the center of the battlefield. Not far away, Xiao Yu's 500,000 ship rear-cutting force was desperately blocking the rest of the force, and was using its lives to buy time for the American spaceship and other spaceships with more important value to break out.
If I don't kill you, it seems I can't leave today,
Xiao Yu murmured to himself.
Then I'll kill you first. The America spaceship is second only to the Asia spaceship in my fleet existence. I don't believe that you can withstand the attack of the America spacecraft.
Xiao Yu controlled the America spacecraft while cooperating with the escort fleet to attack the enemy spacecraft that constantly surrounded him. While slowly moving its position, it moved closer to the enemy Continent-class spacecraft. At this moment, in the enemy fleet's flagship, the Continent-class spacecraft, the frontline commander was having an emergency call with the Supreme Leader.
Leader, our 2 million spaceships can defeat the fleet of the Shenzhou civilization, but we are not sure to stop their breakout. You need to send at least 1.3 million more spaceships and another flagship spacecraft. Only then can we achieve our strategic goals. I order you to delay time at all costs and keep the opponent's flagship spaceship here. The support fleet has been organized and is on its way. Let's do our best.
No.
Leader, what kind of weapon is this? Is this a space weapon?
The frontline commander suddenly let out an exclamation. He saw the thin black line that suddenly appeared in the battlefield. After easily cutting hundreds of his own spaceships into 2 pieces, it heavily bombarded the flagship he was riding on. The impact of this space weapon was instantly summarized and presented in the form of data in front of him. He looked at the data in front of him with some disbelief, and his voice trembled a little.
Leader, the opponent's space weapons are more powerful than we imagined before. I can only support it for 3 hours at most. If we support the fleet if they haven't arrived yet, I can only keep at most 200,000 small and medium-sized spacecraft. But I can't keep this flagship spaceship.
Before he finished speaking, another thin black line appeared. Xiao Yu has already used his bottom-of-the-box weapon. Under this situation, if space weapons are not used, it is impossible to say that the American spacecraft will really be left here. Although the American spaceship is not as powerful as the Asia spacecraft, the Continental-class spacecraft in front of it is not as powerful as the flagship of the Expeditionary Legion. The America spaceship can still suppress the spacecraft in front of it, amidst the constant shuttle and confrontation of small spacecraft, and amid the continuous fire. This spacecraft was the only one left in Xiao Yu's sight. Xiao Yu knew that as long as he defeated or destroyed the spacecraft, he could escape. Space weapons were launched one after another. Before each space weapon hits it, it will cut through at least hundreds of enemy spacecraft on the way forward, facing the attack of the America spacecraft. This Pegasus civilization flagship spacecraft was desperately resisting. But unfortunately, the weapons equipped on it were a little less powerful after all, and they were completely unable to attack the weapons equipped on the America spacecraft. The 4-dimensional protective cover poses a threat. Inside this Continental-class spacecraft, engines, wiring, instruments, etc. have begun to be burned. Things are taking a turn for the worse. In the battle between Continental-class spaceships, America had the absolute advantage. But in the confrontation between small and medium-sized spacecraft,
Xiao Yu's side was suppressed. There is no way. Although Xiao Yu's spaceship is stronger than the opponent. But it is not enough to be able to fight 1-on-2. Continental-class spaceships belong to high-end combat capabilities. And the progress of high-end combat capabilities will affect the situation on the battlefield with conventional combat capabilities. And vice versa. After dividing 500,000 ships, Xiao Yu has already felt the pressure of insufficient escort power. The defense line will be destroyed in 30 minutes. By then, the pressure I will bear will be even greater. Xiao Yu stared closely at the roadblock in front of him and launched the space crack attacks one after another. The situation has now reached a fever pitch. Under the attack of space weapons, if the Continent-class spacecraft in front of him cannot sustain for 30 minutes, Xiao Yu will escape at least 600,000 spaceships. And all kinds of precious materials, intelligent creatures, etc. will not have much impact. Loss. If it lasts for 30 minutes, then Xiao Yu can only escape 200,000 spacecraft at most. Black lines cut through the universe, exuding a frightening aura. Constant explosions, and flashes of light everywhere. Time passed little by little. The Continent-class spacecraft that had been blocking Xiao Yu finally retreated. It really cannot withstand the continuous space crack attacks. If it continues to withstand it, it may be seriously damaged. In such a fierce battlefield, once it is seriously damaged, it will basically be destroyed. It cannot afford the consequences, so it can only retreat. Then, it's time to go. Xiao Yu cheered up and quickly left the battlefield with the American spaceship as the vanguard, leading the desperate retreating spacecraft. Once he leaves the battlefield, Xiao Yu doesn't worry much about this place, because the speed of Xiao Yu's fleet is 35 times the speed of light, while the speed of the Pegasus civilization spacecraft is only 30 times the speed of light at most. The only thing you need to pay attention to is the scattered interceptions you may encounter on the road. But with the America spacecraft here, as long as we are careful, there will be no accidents. Who finally escaped from here? Xiao Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So far, Xiao Yu has only escaped from more than 580,000 spaceships. Nearly 300,000 spaceships have been destroyed. And more than 100,000 spaceships are trapped in the battlefield and cannot escape. Then let's use the waste, Xiao Yu thought secretly, and controlled these spacecraft to launch a suicidal attack on the Pegasus civilization's fleet, struggling before death. When the spacecraft is damaged to a certain extent and is about to escape his control and be captured by the Pegasus civilization, Xiao Yu will decisively activate the self-destruction system, preferring to destroy it himself rather than let it fall into the hands of the enemy. The final result was that among the more than 100,000 spacecraft, about 10,000 were captured by the Pegasus civilization, and all the remaining spacecraft were destroyed. Either it was destroyed by the self-destruction system, or it was destroyed by the enemy. After the entire battle, Xiao Yu was captured by the enemy, with a total of more than 40,000 spacecraft. Are there more than 40,000 captured spaceships that are damaged to some extent? Xiao Yu thought secretly. I wonder how much of my technology you can analyze. Your expeditionary legion composed of 7 million spaceships has 10 million Shenzhous. Under the attack of the civilized fleet, how many will be destroyed and how many will be captured? I would like to see if you analyze that my technology is more, or if I analyze that your technology is more humming. It doesn't matter even if you analyze that my technology is more. I have no intention of leaving it to you at all. Digestion time. The Pegasus civilization no longer needs to exist in this universe. I will destroy you all. This is the consequence of offending the Shenzhou civilization. Chapter 518, A Devastating Blow. The problem of analyzing the opponent's technology by analyzing the opponent's technology is actually the most troublesome method, and it is a last resort choice. The reason is very simple. Just like in the Earth Age, foreign electronic products are very popular in the Xia Kingdom. The Xia Kingdom has invested so much manpower and material resources, and has so many outstanding scientists conducting analysis and research. But it still cannot produce products that can compete with foreign countries. Electronic products? With Xiao Yu's current research capabilities, after obtaining a continental-level spacecraft from the Pegasus civilization, he can spend decades analyzing most of the other party's technology. However, this analysis is only superficial. Just like space weapons, Xiao Yu can use space weapons, but he does not know the principles of space weapons, and cannot apply the principles of space weapons to create or research other things. Similarly, if you really get a Pegasus civilized continent-class spacecraft, Xiao Yu's technological strength can make a big leap in a short time. But that's it. It has no stamina, and cannot form a complete technology system. compared with living technological creations. Xiao Yu obviously values the scientific and technological principles hidden behind such technological creations. As long as there are scientific and technological principles, and a systematic scientific and technological theory, Xiao Yu can combine this theory with his existing theory to promote his own scientific and technological development from the basic scientific and technological level. The leader of the Pegasus civilization obviously understands this truth. After realizing that Xiao Yu's strength was extremely strong and basically unable to meet his previous expectations, he decisively made up his mind to capture Xiao Yu's Continental-class spaceship for technological analysis, and then improve his own strength to defeat Xiao Yu. This is no longer possible. But it's a pity. Due to previous mistakes, the Pegasus civilization did not achieve the expected goals. In the end, Xiao Yu escaped. During this encirclement and suppression campaign, they only captured more than 40,000 small and medium-sized spacecraft from Xiao Yu, and all of them were damaged to some extent. This completely failed the plan of Pegasus civilization. Return and abandon the pursuit of the escaped Shenzhou civilization fleet. All key industries and people have retreated to the capital defense circle, and all military forces have built defenses around the capital defense circle. The following is a list of planets that will be abandoned in this war. After receiving the latest battle report and knowing that the Shenzhou civilization fleet had escaped, the leader of the Pegasus civilization rubbed his forehead tiredly and issued a series of orders. Looking at the assistants who were busy working, the leader of the Pegasus civilization sighed with regret. This operation did not keep the Continental-class spacecraft of the Shenzhou civilization. It is really a pity. I hope that these more than 40,000 captured ships the spaceship can analyze some of the technology of the Shenzhou civilization and improve our technological strength so that we can fight against the Shenzhou Winby. Also, I hope that the Expeditionary Legion composed of 7 million warships can hold back the large force of the Shenzhou civilization for at least 10 years. Leave enough preparation time for our capital defense circle. Since the less than 600,000 spacecraft of the Shenzhou civilization escaped from the encirclement, they would sail at a curvature speed of 35 times the speed of light. It is basically impossible for our side to keep it again. And the leader of the Pegasus civilization knows this very well. Rather than wasting time on this, it's better to just give up. One after another, battle reports and intelligence were sent to the office of the leader of the Pegasus civilization. Under his command, the entire Pegasus civilization has begun to completely shrink. Every day, a large number of military, civilian, industrial, transportation and other spaceships come to the capital's defense circle. Large-scale spacecraft manufacturing and soldier recruitment wait has been unfolded. The entire Pegasus civilization is working together to prepare for the upcoming war that will determine the fate of the entire civilization. The capital defense circle of Pegasus civilization has the capital galaxy as the core, plus the other 4-star systems in different locations. A total of 5 galaxies make up this circle. In this circle, the leader of the Pegasus civilization plans to construct a huge fleet composed of 15 million spacecraft, as well as defense fortifications composed of countless automated defense weapons, reconnaissance instruments, etc. There are a total of 13 planets within the capital's defense circle, hundreds of satellites. These stars will provide sufficient resource reserves for the capital's defense circle, although there are not too many living planets, which will reduce the quality of personal life. The leader of the Pegasus civilization obviously does not care about this matter. At this critical moment for the survival of civilization, what does this little thing mean? The leaders of the Pegasus civilization are ready for a long war. In the field battle, the Pegasus civilization was not the opponent of the Shenzhou civilization, but he believed that in the defensive battle, he would be able to withstand the attack of the Shenzhou civilization. When things have reached this situation, what they are competing for is probably the development potential of civilization. This is likely to be a protracted war that may last hundreds or even thousands of years. During such a long war, many unexpected variables will occur. Maybe the Pegasus civilization is lucky and will make a major technological breakthrough the next day, which will lead to a rapid development of the civilization's strength and repel the Shenzhou civilization's attack in a very short period of time. These are all saying no good thing. Xiao Yu is also very aware of this situation. However, Xiao Yu obviously did not intend to drag out the war for such a long time. Such a long war cycle is very detrimental to Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yu has no time to waste like this. Let's take care of the 7 million warships in front of us first, Xiao Yu thought secretly. At this time, the European spacecraft headed by the flagship of the Biological Corps had led 5 million battleships to arrive here and launched an attack on the Expeditionary Legion from the rear. The Asia finally achieved its goal, and successfully blocked the Expeditionary Legion's escape.
The energy consumption is too great. It's time for the Asia to take a rest.
The addition of a large number of spacecraft made Xiaoyu's pressure suddenly disappear. The advantage in quantity allowed Xiaoyu to make up for the disadvantage of insufficient number of continent-class spacecraft. Under this situation, Xiaoyu can even deploy dozens of national-level spacecraft, leading hundreds of thousands or millions of other types of spacecraft to directly compete with the continent-level spacecraft during this period of war. Except for the internal energy circuits and various engines that were slightly damaged due to excessive load, the rest of the Asia was not damaged at all. In fact, after careful analysis, although the Asia spacecraft is powerful, it is obviously not yet at the point where it can fight 1-on-3. The reason for this phenomenon is the special structure of the 4 maintenance covers. The 4 protection cover is different from other protective covers. As long as the 4 protection cover is not broken, it is basically impossible for the spacecraft to suffer major damage. As long as the energy supply is sufficient, the 4 protective shields generally cannot be broken. In addition, the purpose of the Asia is not to destroy the opponent's continental spacecraft, but only to delay them and prevent them from escaping. A combination of various reasons finally allowed the Asia spacecraft to achieve this goal.
Then there is no suspense now,
Xiaoyu thought.
The strength of the spacecraft alone is not as good as mine, and the number is not as good as mine. What else can you use to win the war?
The European spacecraft is not as powerful as the Asia spacecraft, and it obviously cannot achieve 1-on-3. Therefore, under the command of Mr. Luo Yuan, a member of the military commission, the European spacecraft directly faced the flagship spacecraft of the Expeditionary Corps. The remaining hundreds of national-level non-ships were divided into 2 formations, using their numerical advantage to suppress the other Expeditionary Corps, 2 continent-class spacecraft, and the remaining spacecraft were caught in a melee. Outside the battlefield, the Asia spacecraft is replenishing supplies against 3 continent-class spacecraft. Even with the strength of the Asia spacecraft, they still felt considerable pressure. In less than 3 days of war, more than half of the Asia spacecraft's energy reserves were consumed. For the Asia spacecraft, whose energy reserve is the lifeline, this result is undoubtedly very dangerous. That is to say, thanks to the powerful performance of the 4 maintenance cover. If there were no 4 maintenance cover, it is hard to say what the Asia spacecraft would be like now. A large number of material transport spaceships arrived at the port of the Asia spacecraft. Countless robots transported various energy sources into the Asia spacecraft like ants, and then used the transportation within the spacecraft to transport these energies to the various engines. With the strong support of external spacecraft, the Asia spacecraft is rapidly regaining its vitality. It was like a thirsty traveler who suddenly received a large amount of water. This is a war without suspense. The energy supply to the Asia spacecraft lasted for a full day, and the Asia spacecraft once again regained its combat power in its heyday. At this time, the Expeditionary Legion's 7 million spaceships had been reduced to less than 5 million.
It's time to end this war,
Xiaoyu thought with confidence, controlled the Asia spacecraft, and once again joined the battlefield. With the addition of the Asia spacecraft, the pressure on the Europe spacecraft immediately dropped. More than 10 million spaceships launched an encirclement and suppression campaign against the 5 million enemy warships on the battlefield. The war lasted for more than 2 months. The Expeditionary Legion finally broke out. But at this moment, they only have 3 million battleships left, and their number has been reduced by more than half. Such a result can no longer be said to be a heavy blow to the expeditionary force, but rather a devastating blow. The Expeditionary Legion began to flee towards the capital galaxy. Xiaoyu's fleet followed behind, chasing the tail of the Expeditionary Legion. In the boundless starry sky, they launched a protracted pursuit of the collapsed Expeditionary Legion. Chapter 519, Destruction of the Galaxy. The Pegasus civilized Expeditionary Legion's escape speed is 30 times the speed of light, while Xiaoyu's pursuit speed is 35 times the speed of light. Due to the difference in speed, the Expeditionary Legion simply had no ability to escape Xiaoyu's pursuit. Of course, when the victory is certain, Xiaoyu will not push the opponent too hard to avoid jumping over the wall in a hurry and causing unnecessary losses to himself. Destroying enemies in motion is the principle that Xiaoyu pursues now. During the long journey to the stars, Xiaoyu's huge fleet was like the sword of Damocles hanging on the head of the Expeditionary Legion, refusing to relax at all times.
You probably want to escape to this galaxy. In this galaxy, there are some galaxy defenses of your Pegasus civilization. You probably plan to use this galaxy for defense. This is a good abacus.
in the defense of the galaxy during the battle. The difficulty for me to eliminate you will increase exponentially. If I don't eliminate you and directly attack the capital's defense circle, I need to always pay attention to the enemies coming from behind. Well, in this way, you will successfully delay time. However, how can I make your plan come true? Xiao Yu thought rather playfully. After the American spaceship led hundreds of thousands of spacecraft to escape, it did not directly launch a long-distance attack to join Xiao Yu's large force. Under Xiao Yu's command, the America's spacecraft stayed about 200 light-years away from the defense circle of the capital of Pegasus civilization. It launched harassment and guerrilla warfare here, and was also responsible for collecting intelligence about Pegasus civilization. Information responsibilities. The force led by the America spacecraft launched an elusive harassment war in the territory of the Pegasus civilization. During this period of time, approximately thousands of Pegasus civilization's industrial, transportation, and civilian spacecraft have been attacked by Xiao Yu. And because of its stronger mobility and war deduction capabilities, several encirclement and suppression campaigns organized by the Pegasus civilization failed to completely eliminate this force. It is precisely because there is such a nail nailed into the Pegasus civilization that we have to deal with the internal trends of the Pegasus civilization. Xiao Yu is very clear. Xiao Yu knew that the Pegasus civilization was shrinking its needlework on a large scale, which meant that the Pegasus civilization was ready to fight a long-term war. A long war requires a lot of time to prepare. It is foreseeable that once the Pegasus civilization completes its defense preparations, it will become a delusion for Xiao Yu to take down the Pegasus civilization in a short time. The ones performing the task of delaying time are the remnants of the more than 3 million expeditionary legions in front of them. Before this force is completely dispersed or eliminated, Xiao Yu's fleet cannot safely penetrate deep into the hinterland of the Pegasus civilization. Xiao Yu couldn't bear to be attacked from both sides. If you want to rely on the galaxy for defense, you have to ask me if I agree first. Xiao Yu thought lightly while controlling the Asia spacecraft, leading nearly 1 million spaceships. He left the main force. Among these million spaceships, there are many material spacecrafts. A large amount of resources are loaded on these spacecraft, and the quantity is large enough to support any construction operations of Xiao Yu. Then, build a stellar cannon, and I will destroy the entire galaxy, and see what else you use to build defenses. Now, it's still about a year's journey from that star system. For Xiao Yu, who has fully mastered the manufacturing technology of stellar cannons, 1 year is enough. As a result, the USS America led more than 9 million warships to continue to pursue the expeditionary force, while the USS Asia led these forces on a journey that lasted more than 30 light years. During the journey, Xiao Yu will take advantage of this time to create the stellar cannon. After this period of technological development, many advances have occurred in the technology of manufacturing stellar cannons. Compared with before, Xiao Yu can already produce products that are smaller in size and consume less energy. The more powerful stellar cannon is here. Therefore, during the curvature voyage, Xiao Yu embarked on a busy construction task. In order to adapt to long-distance raids and possible mobile combat missions in the later stage, this stellar cannon must also have the ability to use curvature navigation. At the same time, in order to ensure the safety of the stellar cannon, Xiao Yu also removed a 4-dimensional protective cover from another city-level spacecraft and equipped it on the stellar cannon. Xiao Yu built the stellar cannon completely in accordance with the standards for building battleships. It has maneuverability and curvature navigation capabilities similar to those of a battleship, and its defensive capabilities are not inferior to any battleship. The only difference is that it is not equipped with too many other weapons. It looks like a battleship equipped with only a stellar cannon as its main weapon. Under the requirements of various functions, it is about the size of a national-level spacecraft. Xiao Yu has also equipped it with an escort fleet composed of approximately 50,000 spacecraft to ensure its safety. During the curvature voyage, under the busyness of countless robots in this giant shipyard, the stellar cannon is gradually revealing its shape, and is about to reveal its terrifying fangs. The pursuit of the European spacecraft is still continuing, although there is only 1 continent-level spacecraft left, while the opponent has 3. The Expeditionary Legion is still in crisis under the suppression of a large number of large national-level and provincial-level spacecraft. Although the European spacecraft is the weakest of Xiao Yu's 3 Continental-class spacecraft, it is still much more powerful than any Continental-class spacecraft of the Expeditionary Legion. During this year's pursuit, Xiao Yu saw an opportunity and struck decisively, destroying a Continental-class spacecraft of the Expeditionary Legion at the cost of destroying 2 National-class spacecraft. This is a brilliant result. There was just one thing that made Xiao Yu feel a little sorry. It's a pity. It's a pity that we couldn't capture this continent-class spaceship. Xiao Yu sighed. The bigger the spaceship is, the more technology it uses, and the more valuable it is for technology analysis. Just in terms of technological content. In terms of aspects, 100 national-level spacecraft may not be as good as one continent-level spacecraft. But at least there are some wreckage for me to study, which is better than nothing. After the destruction of this continent-class battleship, Xiao Yu collected the various fragments like a treasure, hoping that from these fragments, he could get a glimpse of the secrets of the Pegasus civilization's technological system. This is a very helpless method. Compared with this, Xiao Yu still prefers technology with complete technological descriptions. A technology is considered a complete technology if it has a complete research process, various theoretical calculations, equation calculations, graphic materials of the experimental process, etc. So in this regard, data is higher than physical objects. Giving Xiao Yu a pistol is far less important than giving Xiao Yu information about how the pistol was made, what principles were used in the manufacturing process, and the discovery, calculation, and experimental processes of these principles. The number of warships in the Expeditionary Legion is still decreasing. A year has passed in the midst of chasing and escaping. The Asia spacecraft finally arrived in front of this star system with a completed stellar cannon. At this moment, in this star system, there are approximately 100,000 spacecraft stationed, and they are on strict alert, preparing to welcome the upcoming Pegasus civilization fleet. It is obviously impossible for 100,000 spacecraft to fight against Xiao Yu's 1 million spacecraft, and various galaxy defenses cannot do this. But one thing is very important. That is, they only need to stick to it for 2 months. In 2 months' time, the fleeing Expeditionary Legion will be able to arrive here, and it is very possible for nearly 3 million spacecraft, with the help of the Galaxy Defense System, to delay Xiao Yu's army for dozens or even hundreds of years. These system garrison troops obviously already know the information about the upcoming fleet attack. What appeared in front of Xiao Yu were dense interstellar mines, interstellar turrets and fortresses, as well as various types of spacecraft busily shuttled back and forth. War is about to break out. I have no interest in starting a protracted war with you. As long as I disperse you, destroy the star system, and lose the star system as a support, you will be nothing. Xiao Yu's mind was very calm. Without stopping for a moment, the huge fleet rushed into the galaxy and engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with the garrison forces of the Pegasus civilization. At this moment, Xiao Yu's combat goal is not to eliminate the enemy's effective forces at all, and Xiao Yu himself is even avoiding a head-on war with these spacecraft. Xiao Yu is just breaking through as much as possible into this galaxy, and breaking through as close as possible to the star. The garrison of Pegasus civilization was defending desperately, while Xiao Yu was trying his best to break through. This method of concentrating power on one point brought a very passive situation to the Pegasus civilization garrison. After all, the Galaxy Defense System faces the entire galaxy, not just one point. They didn't even dare to mobilize the defense forces from other places in the Galaxy Defense System here. What if, after the defensive forces in the rest of the area are taken away, we are attacked by an unknown force? Under all kinds of scruples and the huge gap in strength, Xiao Yu achieved his strategic goal in less than 2 days, let alone 2 months. Escorted by a huge fleet, the stellar cannon arrived only 3 billion kilometers away from the star. This distance is enough for the stellar cannon to exert its full power. Xiao Yu knew that as long as he issued an order, the rolling torrent of negative matter would reach the star in an instant. The density of the material on the periphery of the star was too low to react with these special tachyons. Only the high-density material inside the star would. They will combine with negative matter and disappear in pairs. Then, start the stellar cannon. Xiao Yu issued this order. Chapter 520, Death of the Expeditionary Legion A. In general, the plan of the leader of the Pegasus civilization is careful enough. First, he will obtain enough spacecraft samples by encircling and suppressing Xiao Yu's America spacecraft formation, and then use the Expeditionary Legion to delay Xiao Yu's large force and facilitate the internal development of the civilization. Technology bought enough time and then defeated Xiao Yu in one fell swoop. However, many accidents happened, which made the plans of the leaders of the Pegasus civilization come to nothing. Not only was the America spacecraft formation not successfully encircled and suppressed, but it was escaped and became a guerrilla force active within the Pegasus civilization, frantically harassing the Pegasus civilization's front shrinkage plan to delay Xiao Yu's big war. The Expeditionary Legion of the army was also defeated by Xiao Yu's 10 million spacecraft, The only hope was that Xiao Yu had sent a fleet to this galaxy with considerable strength in advance. As long as this galaxy is destroyed, it basically means that the expeditionary forces delaying plan has failed. Xiao Yu is already doing this now. Xiao Yu's huge fleet, led by the Asia spacecraft, was like a nail, piercing through the galaxy. The defense of the Pegasus civilization reached a distance close enough to the star, and the huge amount of a torrent of negative matter tachyons was released. These negative matter tachyons with strange properties will travel unhindered through the outer material of the star because their density is too low. And these tachyons will not react with low-density matter. The density of the star's core is relatively high, so these negative matter will pass through the outer layer of the star and directly react with the inner layer of the star. Losing its internal support, the star suddenly collapsed. The violent collapse was followed by an impact. This powerful force spread at the speed of light and affected the entire planet. At this moment, the star brightened. It exploded violently. Infinite light and stellar matter were ejected, and the huge energy swept through anything that dared to block it. After seeing the iconic flash of the stellar cannon, the fleet of the Pegasus civilization fell into despair. They know exactly what this means. The galaxy defense system relies on the construction of star systems. And now, the stars in this galaxy have been destroyed. Although its matter has not disappeared, its shape has changed, which must mean that the entire star system is unstable. Gravity also propagates at the speed of light. When the planets in this star system detect the explosion light from the star, the influence of gravity also arrives at the same time. These planets are like frightened beasts. The orbit changed instantly, and it was running in chaos. And I didn't know where it went. Even the planets are gone, and the galaxy's defense system naturally collapses. The impact of stellar explosions is very huge, even if it is the energy erupted by a small star under human influence. It's not something Xiao Yu can resist now. After destroying the star, Xiao Yu completely ignored the collapsed Pegasus civilization spacecraft. Instead, it escaped directly to the outside of the galaxy at a speed of nearly 200,000 kilometers per second. After breaking away from the influence of stellar matter, he decisively entered the curvature navigation and escaped, leaving a mess behind. This scene reminded Xiao Yu of an ancient poem from the Earth Age, and he brushed off his clothes, hidden in body and name. Destroying a star cleanly, and then leaving immediately is indeed in line with the artistic conception described in these two poems. After Xiao Yu's fleet escaped, the panicked Pegasus civilization spacecraft also fled like a swarm. Some slower-moving spaceships did not have time to escape, overtaken by the powerful energy released by the explosion of the star behind. It melted directly into a block of iron, and more were galaxy defenses orbiting the planet. They did not have too strong maneuverability, and could only wait desperately for destruction to come. There are countless soldiers working in these fortifications. Looking at the shrinking numbers on the dashboard, they can only pray to the unknown gods in despair. At this moment, from their point of view, the star is still normal. But all this is an illusion. The reason why it looks normal is just because the light representing the destruction of the star has not yet arrived. The wrathful force of the star's death has finally arrived here. The protective shields on the fortifications and interstellar fortresses were broken through in an instant, and the special materials used to build these fortifications only withstood the violent energy of the star for a few seconds before melting away. Before these materials were burned, the various instruments inside the fortification were destroyed in advance. Without the protection of the protective shield, various harmful interstellar rays can basically enter the interior of the fortification without any hindrance. These invisible interstellar rays, such as gamma rays, beta rays, alpha rays, neutrino torrents, etc., are all in an instant. The internal chips of all instruments were destroyed, and various energy transmission lines were destroyed. After the destruction of these instruments, the entire fortification also suffered a devastating blow. All intelligent creatures died at this moment. Various small interstellar mines, self-seeking bombs wandering around in the starry sky, etc. were also directly destroyed like garbage by the powerful burst of energy. The death of this star announced the complete collapse of the galaxy. Countless Pegasus civilization spaceships were like lost dogs. Some were destroyed, while others were lucky enough to escape. These fleets that escaped were like headless flies, running in any direction, and some even fled into the vast and unknown starry sky in the distance. Xiao Yu thought that some of these spaceships might return to the Pegasus civilization, while others might never come back. They will become a wandering fleet among the stars, and may get lost in the vast galaxy, or they may become a wandering civilization, or develop into a predator civilization. No matter what kind of existence they become, the final outcome of these fleets will not be good. They are not Xiaoyu, who can put all their belongings in the fleet and pack everything away. There are too many dangers in the vast galaxy. It is impossible to say which force or danger will swallow up these remaining soldiers. Xiaoyu ignored all these fleets. After destroying the star, the Asia spacecraft immediately returned and headed towards the remnants of the Expeditionary Legion less than 2 months away. Xiaoyu planned to attack this remnant from both front and back to completely destroy this force. After one Continental-class spacecraft was destroyed by the European spacecraft, there were only 2 Continental-class spacecraft left in the Expeditionary Legion. In terms of numbers, the Expeditionary Legion has completely lost its advantage. They should have received the news that this star system has been destroyed, Xiaoyu thought. I wonder what kind of changes will happen to their morale and mentality under such a blow. Is there any possibility of surrender? Xiaoyu is very interested in collecting this fleet. It is a very cost-effective deal to get this fleet without consuming his own strength. However, after thinking about it in detail, Xiaoyu gave up this plan. They have changed their course and started to flee towards the defense circle of the capital of Pegasus civilization. And they are more determined to resist me. I guess it is true that Pegasus civilization, before I appeared, was the most powerful in the galaxy after all. The 5th level civilization and their unique national self-confidence cannot allow them to do such a thing as surrendering to the enemy. No matter what, in order to show my respect for you, I will defeat you openly and squarely on the front battlefield and give you a status. The last glory of a soldier. But how to obtain the technological system of Pegasus civilization? Perhaps I can plan to take the risk of capturing a Continental-class ship from the Expeditionary Legion at the cost of destroying the Predator civilization's flagship Continental-class ship. Xiaoyu thought secretly. Anyway, for that ship I have completed the technological analysis of the Continent-class spacecraft of the Predator civilization. And some technologies that cannot be analyzed temporarily have left enough data. I don't feel bad if they are destroyed. Just treat them as waste and use them. This Continental-class spacecraft snatched from the Predator civilization played a very important role in the destruction of the Expeditionary Legion's Continental-class spacecraft in the previous stage. If it hadn't taken the risk to contain the other 2 Continent-class spacecraft, Xiaoyu might not have been able to do this. However, that action also caused some damage to it. For such junk goods, Xiaoyu has no interest in spending a lot of time and energy to repair them. It's a good idea to recycle waste and make the best use of it. After more than a month of warp navigation, the Asia spacecraft successfully intercepted the fleeing Expeditionary Legion fleet. After realizing that there were intercepting troops in front, there were interceptors in front and pursuers behind, and the situation had reached the worst point. This remnant soldier showed the most manic and fierce fighting power. It's a completely lifeless style of play, a completely offensive method that kills all enemies. This kind of attack made Xiaoyu secretly frightened. After all, they had no hope left. This place is still several years away from the capital's defensive perimeter, and there is no way they can survive such a long time. The only hope was to use the galaxy defense system of that star system to defend and wait for help. But even the stars in that star system were killed by Xiaoyu. If you fight, you can't fight. If you run, you can't escape. The pride and self-esteem in their hearts never allowed them to surrender. Soldiers, the situation has reached its worst. There is only one thing we can do now, and that is to use our sacrifices to cause maximum casualties to the enemy and buy enough preparation time for our civilization. Start the attack! Chapter 521, Death of the Expeditionary Legion B. Under Xiaoyu's strong pressure, all the ships of the Expeditionary Legion had no choice but to break away from the curvature navigation. During the warp navigation, Xiaoyu could only use negative matter cannons and space weapons to attack, and other weapons cannot be used. Although this is also true for the Expeditionary Corps. They have one less big killer like a space weapon than Xiaoyu. But Xiaoyu also has certain advantages in conventional weapons, and Xiaoyu does not need to waste them. Fighting in a regular space gives Xiaoyu an even greater advantage. Xiaoyu has long been skilled in the arrangement of various formations, their cooperation and interweaving. The battleships of the Biological Corps did not need Xiaoyu's command. Their spaceships launched free attacks on the battlefield. The European spacecraft faced off against the second-largest Continental-class spacecraft among the Expeditionary Legion, while the Asiatic spacecraft faced off against the most powerful spacecraft. The Continent-class spaceship that was robbed from the Predator civilization was in the dark, looking for opportunities. Among the Expeditionary Legion, the total number of spaceships is less than 3 million. It is not difficult for Xiaoyu to completely defeat and eliminate this force. The difficulty is how to capture the opponent's spaceship. Although Xiao Yu's power is powerful and can destroy the opponent's spacecraft, there is no way to prevent the opponent from self-destructing and destroying his own spacecraft. After a battle, if you don't get a considerable number of prisoners, it will be a big loss. The method Xiao Yu is using now is to take the risk of destroying the engine and energy reserve module of the enemy spacecraft. In this way, the opponent will lose the ability to self-destruct. However, this method is fine for dealing with small and medium-sized spacecraft, but it is obviously not suitable for Continental-class spacecraft. It is really difficult to capture a continent-level spaceship if the opponent is determined to die. The reason why it was so easy to rob the Continent-class spaceship of the Predator civilization. That's because the intelligent creatures of the Predator civilization are afraid of death and don't have the determination to blow up the spacecraft. But now the situation of the Expeditionary Legion is completely different.
This is really nerve-wracking,
Xiao Yu murmured to himself.
The only way is to look for opportunities in the battlefield. The value of a continent-level spaceship is too great. And how much valuable technology will be contained in it?
It can be said that if a continent-level spacecraft can be captured, Xiao Yu can obtain at least 60% of the technology of the Pegasus civilization after decades of technological analysis. The remaining 40% of the technology cannot be obtained through technological analysis. It requires collecting information from various scientific research institutions of the Pegasus civilization, like the Predator civilization. All technological information is stored in the spacecraft computer. After all, they are a minority. A fierce battle has begun, with 4 Continental-class spaceships, plus a Continental-class spacecraft that is in the dark, watching eagerly, looking for opportunities at any time. There were 5 ships in total, and they were engaged in a fierce exchange of fire. The battlefield situation is already under Xiao Yu's control. Xiao Yu is carefully controlling the intensity of his firepower. To avoid accidents, it would be bad if the expeditionary force was accidentally forced to blow up the flagship. The Predator civilization Continent-class spacecraft has come up, and together with the Asia spacecraft, launched an attack on the Expeditionary Corps flagship spacecraft. The Predator civilization Continent-class spacecraft does not have space weapons, and the power of conventional weapons is much lower than that of the Asia. However, its addition can still pose a certain threat to the enemy. Xiao Yu is in such a battle, slowly looking for opportunities, trying to take this enemy flagship into his own pocket. 3 hours have passed. Xiao Yu noticed something.
Through data analysis, the firepower of this Expeditionary Legion flagship-class spacecraft is tilting towards the Predator civilization Continent-class spacecraft. The current ratio is about 6 to 4. 60% of the firepower is poured into the Predator Continent-class spacecraft.
Go up. This seems to mean.
Xiao Yu's heart moved slightly. Could it be that the Expeditionary Legion flagship knows that it will be unlucky today, so it plans to launch one of our continental flagships into the water before it is destroyed? In this case, I seem to be able to find a chance,
Xiao Yu thought, and slightly reduced the protective shield power of the Predator Continent-class spacecraft. This Continent-class spacecraft of the Predator civilization had already suffered some damage when Xiao Yu deliberately reduced the power of the protective shield. The damage to the spacecraft was even more serious. You know, the technological level of the Predator civilization is inherently inferior to that of the Pegasus civilization. This situation also made the external damage of the Predator civilization Continent-class spacecraft more obvious. Xiao Yu knew that the Expeditionary Legion flagship could easily estimate how much time they would need to kill the Predator civilization Continent-class spacecraft by judging the current damage to it.
Want to destroy one of our Continental-class spaceships? I'll give you this opportunity. Come on,
Xiao Yu thought, and suddenly increased the attack intensity of the Asia spacecraft. The space weapons started to be used again, and thin black lines cut through the dark starry sky, fiercely bombarding the flagship spacecraft of the Expeditionary Legion. The development of the situation did not exceed Xiao Yu's expectations. Xiao Yu saw that after the Asia spacecraft increased its attack intensity, the Expeditionary Corps flagship spacecraft did not escape or tilt its firepower towards the Asia spacecraft. Instead, it intensified its attack on the Predators, the attack power of the civilized Continent-class spacecraft. It was as if it had gone crazy, and it no longer even cared about its own life or death. It seemed to have made up its mind that even if it was going to die, it would kill the severely damaged Continental spacecraft in front of it before it died.
This is a good opportunity.
Xiao Yu was shocked. Xiao Yu followed the changes in the battlefield situation and carefully controlled the Continent-class spacecraft of the Predator civilization, changing the power of the shield to show different damage conditions, affecting the judgment of the Expeditionary Legion's flagship spacecraft. The Asia spaceship opened fire with all its strength. It was necessary to open a gap on the spacecraft in a short time, and then launch a landing operation to directly seize control of the spacecraft. Xiao Yu no longer worried that the spacecraft would explode and he would lose all his money, because Xiao Yu knew that under such circumstances, the spacecraft would be reluctant to explode. After all, the target in front of it was so easy to achieve. How could it be willing to die before achieving the final result? The battle between the escort fleets became more intense. On the Continental-class spaceships SH-L, which is as broad as a continent, and illuminated by the faint shield light, these spacecraft are like swarms of mosquitoes, densely entangled with each other. Cannonballs continued to pour on the continent below, causing waves of energy shields to fluctuate. Spaceships continued to be destroyed. Bursts of flashes of light erupted. The launch of space weapons is becoming more and more urgent. The Asia spaceship is the most powerful spacecraft in Xiao Yu's hands, and its space weapons are also the most powerful. So far, a total of dozens of space weapons have hit this spacecraft. The protective shield on the flagship spacecraft of the Expeditionary Legion has obviously dimmed, just like a candle in the wind, which will be blown away by the wind in the next moment. Destroy? However, it is still fighting fiercely. Xiao Yu noticed their determination. They would definitely not be willing to die unless the Continent-class spacecraft in front of them was destroyed. Another space weapon blasted out. The shield of the Expeditionary Legion's flagship spaceship flickered again, and the color became darker and darker. At this time, with a bombardment from the main gun of a National-class spacecraft, a gap finally appeared on the Continent-class spacecraft. A large number of warship fragments, gas, debris and other things flew out of the gap and escaped into the vast space. They were like garbage that no one wanted. They didn't know where they went in the blink of an eye. Now! Xiao Yu was shocked. A large number of spaceships loaded with landing robots and biological core landing combat units quickly approached the gap and swarmed in from the gap. They will occupy the engine room, energy reserve room, spacecraft control room, and other key parts of the spacecraft in the shortest possible time, completely depriving the spacecraft of its self-destruction ability. The situation has reached a critical point. This spaceship did something that could be called crazy. Xiao Yu saw that it had completely given up its attack on the Asia spacecraft. Even its escort spacecraft no longer escorted here. Instead, it ran to the continent-level spacecraft of the Predator civilization and faced this. The spacecraft launched a bombardment. Now, it's all about betting on time. Xiao Yu and the Expeditionary Corps are betting that if the Expeditionary Corps kills the Predator civilization's continental spacecraft before Xiao Yu takes control of their flagship spacecraft, they will self-destruct the next moment. If they fail to kill the Predator civilization continent-class spacecraft before Xiao Yu takes control of their spacecraft, they will be completely defeated. The war situation has entered the most tense moment. Even Xiao Yu has reduced the shield power of the continent-class spacecraft of the Predator civilization to the minimum. The purpose is to give confidence to the flagship spacecraft of the Expeditionary Corps, so that they firmly believe that they can do it and destroy the ship. A spaceship. Xiao Yu no longer cares about the life and death of this Predator civilization continent-class spacecraft, compared with the flagship spacecraft of the Expeditionary Legion. Even if it is destroyed, it will not make Xiao Yu feel bad. A total of about 3 million people from the landing combat robots and the biological core have infiltrated into the flagship ship of the Expeditionary Corps. A steady stream of troops will be added in the future, and time is passing bit by bit. Chapter 522, Death of the Expeditionary Legion C. Xiao Yu laid out a huge bait in this battlefield. This bait was so big that the Expeditionary Legion's flagship spacecraft would not rest in peace until it was eaten. Taking advantage of the delay, Xiao Yu launched an operation to occupy this continent-class spacecraft. Countless landing combat robots and biological core landing troops quickly rushed into the spacecraft. But this continental-class spacecraft is too big, and the power of rushing in is still a bit insignificant. Perhaps it was for this reason that the commander of the Expeditionary Legion's flagship ship did not make up his mind to blow up the ship. He was confident that he could control the situation, and when nothing could be done, he would blow up the spacecraft before Xiao Yu was about to fully occupy it. The information asymmetry led him to make this wrong judgment. Xiao Yu knew very well what the enemy commander was thinking, but Xiao Yu is not worried. Now that such an arrangement has been made, it is natural to consider everything comprehensively. It's impossible that Xiao Yu didn't take this into consideration. If you think I only have this one method, you are wrong, Xiao Yu thought, seizing the time to pour troops into this continent-class spacecraft, while launching another secret operation. In the data world, I am the king. The combination of the offensive in the data world and the offensive in the real world is my ultimate magic weapon. Under Xiao Yu's control, some landing combat robots that entered the spacecraft through the gap did not break into the spacecraft along the passages extending in all directions. They quickly probed inside the spacecraft through a strange instrument, looking for what Xiao Yu wanted. Well, I found it. It's here. Xiao Yu's heart moved, and he immediately controlled the other landing robots and passed the weapons equipped on the robots. Very quickly, a gap was opened in the ordinary inner wall of the spacecraft. Immediately, the messy wiring, instrument components, etc. inside the wall were exposed. These robots seemed to have rehearsed many times in advance. Without looking, they pulled out one of the messy wires, cut it short, and then connected it to themselves. Xiao Yu's computing power followed these channels and rolled into the Continent-class spacecraft of the Expeditionary Legion, and began to wreak havoc in the data world. Xiao Yu had destroyed all the surveillance equipment here in advance. After Xiao Yu's computing power entered the Continent-class spacecraft, he did not take action for the time being. Xiao Yu is waiting. There are also levels of authority in data channels. Some data channels can directly lead to the central control module of this Continent-class spacecraft, while some data channels can only control the light and dark of a lighting device in a corridor. Different permissions have different functions. Xiao Yu is in this spaceship, searching everywhere for channels that can connect his computing power, preparing to wait until there are enough data channels, then launch an attack and take down the enemy in one fell swoop. This is a covert operation. This is Xiao Yu's final trump card. It can be said, the Predator Civilization Continent-class spacecraft that was used as bait, as well as the large number of landing combat units, were all smoke bombs thrown by Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu used these layers of fog to cover up his true intentions. The war outside has become more intense, anticipating its own demise. The Expeditionary Legion flagship-class spacecraft began an even more frenzied attack. Even the other Continental-class spacecraft dragged by the European spacecraft also tended to move closer to the battlefield. They seemed to have made up their mind that death would not matter. The most important thing is to tear off a piece of flesh from the enemy before dying. The destruction of a Continent-class spaceship must have caused a considerable blow to the enemy, which would reduce a certain amount of pressure on the capital's defense circle. Increase your side's chances of achieving total victory. But they didn't know that this Continent-class spacecraft of the Predator civilization was basically Xiao Yu's abandoned son. The purpose of abandoning this abandoned son was to confuse them. The situation of this Continent-class spaceship of the Predator civilization could not get any worse under the attack of the Expeditionary Legion's flagship spacecraft. A large number of internal instruments were burned, and the power, defense power, and attack power were reduced by at least 50%, and it was not far from being scrapped. But even under such circumstances, it still sticks here and does not retreat at all. Xiao Yu is giving hope to the Expeditionary Corps flagship. If there is hope, they will not self-destruct the spaceship, and they will not self-destruct the spaceship. There is hope for Xiao Yu to occupy this spaceship and take it under his command. So far, a full 100 million landing troops have entered this Continent-class spacecraft. Like sand thrown into the sea, they quickly dispersed. Using the transportation equipment they were equipped with to quickly move towards various targets. On the way forward, they encountered various obstructions and snipers. There were internal defenses of the spacecraft and internal security forces of the spacecraft everywhere. In the desperate struggle with these forces, the distance between them and the target was slowly decreasing, getting closer, and under the impact of these bright forces, secretly, a huge network is rapidly unfolding. Wherever the landing troops rush, the surveillance equipment there will be destroyed, and then there will be specialized robots to find the access points of the data channels. After finding them, they will connect them to themselves. And then Xiao Yu's computing power will be this is used as a carrier to rush into the data world of the spacecraft, hiding in secret, waiting for the final attack. Although the final offensive has not yet begun, the current data collection work can already provide Xiao Yu with a lot of information about the internal structure of the spacecraft and the location of important parts. Any landing combat unit that enters the spacecraft will receive direct information support from Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu will provide them with information support such as whether there is a defensive force ahead, what the strength of the defensive force is, which channel to advance to, etc. Engine systems, energy reserve systems, weapons management systems, etc. are constantly being controlled by landing troops. They are like a group of vicious ants, gradually eating away at the control of this huge spacecraft. As more and more places are lost, the firepower of this Continent-class spacecraft is slowly declining. Huh? No. They are already desperate. It seems that my forcing is too much. At this time, through the information collection channel of the data channel, Xiao Yu got such a message. The controller of this continent-class spacecraft has become desperate and has no hope of destroying an enemy continent-class spacecraft before Xiao Yu can occupy his own spaceship. Then, his only choice was the last one. That is, in order to prevent his spaceship from falling into the hands of the enemy, he will destroy it. But he immediately noticed something was wrong. His order had been issued and the countdown had begun. However, as soon as the countdown started, it got stuck on a fixed number and stopped decreasing. What's going on? He roared manically and issued orders, ordering the staff to immediately check the cause. A staff member operated on his computing terminal a few times, then slumped down on his seat with a gloomy expression. Attacks from the data level have been launched in full swing. Through at least 100,000 data interfaces with different permissions, Xiao Yu's computing power rushed into the spacecraft. In almost an instant, it caused problems such as data congestion, delay, etc. In other words, the controller of this spacecraft can still issue orders, but his orders can no longer be executed. Xiao Yu's data world combat plan is not yet fully ready. The number of data channels is still not enough, and the authority is still not high enough. Xiao Yu cannot fully control the spacecraft through the data world, but it will cause a data delay for the spacecraft. It can still be done in a while. The landing combat troops belonging to Xiao Yu's side are still rapidly expanding their occupied area. Every minute, every second, a large number of new data channels are opened and connected to Xiao Yu. Every minute, every second, new key fortifications are occupied by Xiao Yu. The situation has reached an extremely critical moment. But the person in charge of this spaceship had nothing to do. He could only watch helplessly as the spaceship that originally belonged to him fell into the control of the other party bit by bit. This feeling of powerlessness made him almost go crazy. He even lost the ability to make a last stand. It was only now that he felt regretful. Why didn't I decisively blow up the spaceship at the beginning? He muttered feebly. Until now, he didn't know that he had fallen into the opponent's fist from the beginning. The situation has been decided and cannot be undone. As more data channels with higher authority were opened, Xiao Yu's computing power rolled in, and it took only a very short time to break through the defense of the spacecraft itself. And the hardware limitations were also directly passed by Xiao Yu, cracked by brute force. The ship finally settled down. It began to float quietly in space, losing movement. Finally successful! Finally successful! Xiao Yu was shocked. And then he saw another picture. Another Expeditionary Legion Continental-class spacecraft that was originally entangled by the European spacecraft began to move closer here, as if going crazy. The Predator Civilization Continent-class spacecraft is now in a critical situation, and may be destroyed at any time. The spacecraft was obviously aware of this situation, and planned to come over and give the spacecraft a final fatal blow. It's useless for me to keep this spaceship. If you want it, just take it. Xiao Yu smiled slightly, controlled the spaceship, and rushed forward. Chapter 523, Peerless Impact. This continent-class spacecraft obtained from the Predator civilization is indeed of no use to Xiao Yu. All the technologies contained in it have been analyzed by Xiao Yu, or enough samples have been left for subsequent research. Its manufacturing technology, manufacturing materials, manufacturing standards, etc. are not in line with Xiao Yu's usage habits. And its performance is too poor. It's not easy to use at all, unless it undergoes a comprehensive transformation and overhaul. It is possible to change this situation, but this is obviously unnecessary, because if Xiao Yu has the time and energy to overhaul the spacecraft, Xiao Yu might as well just build a new spacecraft. Therefore, the best destination for this spaceship is to exchange it for a continental-class spacecraft of the Pegasus civilization in such a battlefield. Now Xiao Yu has achieved this goal. And to Xiao Yu's expectation, after completely capturing the Expeditionary Legion's flagship spacecraft, the spacecraft still maintained its basic mobility and defense, and was not captured, completely destroyed. Now this thing has no repair value. If you want it, I will satisfy you. Xiao Yu controlled the shabby spaceship and turned the engine power to the maximum, without any concern that such a powerful acceleration would do anything to the spacecraft. How much damage was done to the hull structure? There are many ways to attack a spaceship. It can be equipped with many weapons, such as negative matter cannons, light weapons, missile weapons, bomb weapons, etc. There are many, dozens or hundreds of them. But among so many offensive methods, there is only one type, which is direct impact. Controlling a spacecraft to directly hit another target is an extremely serious sacrilege for the spacecraft. And basically no one will do it. This is simply intolerable waste. But Xiao Yu just did this. And he did it while controlling a continent-level spacecraft. Because at this moment, the weapons and equipment on this continent-class spacecraft have been almost damaged. And the energy reserves are not much. It can be said that it is currently in a battle with another continent-class spacecraft, and can only sustain it for half an hour. Its current weapon is only itself. And its attack method is only one. And that is impact. Use your huge body and huge mass to directly hit them. And use your own death to pull the enemy into H.L. That's right. After capturing the Expeditionary Legion's flagship spacecraft, Xiao Yu is no longer interested in this continent-class spacecraft. Because the two spacecraft can obviously be seen to be of the same system. The only difference lies in the size. The technological content of these two spaceships is basically the same. One is enough. There is no need to waste too much time and energy to obtain two. Except for the technical aspect. At the operational level, these spaceships are meaningless to Xiao Yu. If Xiao Yu captures this spaceship, if you want it to form new combat effectiveness, that's without even knowing how much effort goes into repairing and renovating them. With all this energy, it's better to make new ones from scratch. After all, the intelligent creatures of the Pegasus civilization are not those predatory intelligent creatures like soft eggs. They will not surrender in a hurry under the slightest intimidation and threat of death. Under full acceleration, this continent-class spacecraft of the Predator civilization underwent extremely terrifying changes. The detector installed inside the spacecraft reported data on various parts of the spacecraft to Xiao Yu. And the data was communicated to Xiao Yu. In just 5 seconds of acceleration, the spacecraft suffered extremely serious damage. At this moment, inside the spacecraft, there was the harsh sound of steel being torn apart. There are distortions and deformations everywhere. Rooms, corridors, etc. that were originally a standard rectangular parallelepiped began to become twisted at this moment. Like twisted twists. The twisted structure seriously damaged various instruments inside the spacecraft. The gravity-generating instruments began to fail, and lost the restraint of gravity. Various parts and debris inside the spacecraft floated down one after another, moving randomly with the vibration of the air flow and the spacecraft. Countless sparks exploded, and the air began to be filled with a strange smell. If you look at it from the outside, you can see that this extremely huge spaceship with an overall irregular shape has undergone amazing distortions at this moment. Countless spacecraft fragments are peeling off from the hull. Some of these fragments will hit the rear hull during the movement. And then a large cloud of sparks will burst out. And even thick smoke will be dragged behind it. Like planes performing aerobatics. This is exactly what it was like before the world was destroyed. It is not an exaggeration to say that a continent-class spacecraft is a world. In just a few seconds, this continent-class spacecraft has accelerated to a speed of more than 10,000 kilometers per second. And this speed is still increasing rapidly. There is common sense in the age of the Earth that the greater the mass of an object, the more difficult it is to change its state of motion. The mass of a continental-class spacecraft is undoubtedly very large. So it can be foreseen how much force is required to push it to undergo such a rapid change in motion state. And in the event of an impact, the energy burst out will be how huge. The actions of this Continental-class spacecraft completely exceeded the expectations of another Expeditionary Legion Continental-class spacecraft. It came closer, just wanting to attack the Continental-class spacecraft. It had no idea that it would attack itself in this way. But it's too late now. The mass of the Continental-class spacecraft is too huge. So it is extremely difficult to change its trajectory during regular navigation. It leaves too little time, and has no time to evade. Then, there is only one result left. And that is impact. A peerless impact. In fact, based on the performance and power of the Continental-class spacecraft, a meteorite as huge as a Continental-class spacecraft can be easily broken into pieces. However, the big guy that hit it in front of it still has basic defense capabilities, so it cannot be broken. At the same time, its speed is too fast. How can a naturally formed meteorite have such a high speed? Speed means power. The faster the speed, the greater the impact. This is common sense. But if such a huge guy hits at such a high speed, how much power will it release? This is the first time for even Xiao Yu to do such a crazy thing. It was impossible to escape. And the crazy artillery fire could not stop this crazy beast. On the way forward, it advances all the way. No matter what is blocking the front, it will be knocked away. Some ships of the Expeditionary Corps were determined to die and block the Continental-class ship with themselves. hoping that they could sacrifice themselves in exchange for the survival of their own flagship-class ship. However, it turned out that these things were in vain. There was even a national-level spacecraft that did such a thing. This national-level spacecraft suddenly accelerated in front of the Predator civilization's Continental-class spacecraft and headed towards the Continental-class spacecraft. The combined speed of the two exceeded 50,000 kilometers per second. The two collided suddenly at such a speed. And then, there was a violent explosion. This national-class spacecraft was hit with no bones left, and its traces were completely lost from the universe. As for this Continent-class spaceship, it ignited a fire that shot up into the sky. A large area of more than 20 kilometers was completely engulfed in a sea of fire. Huge explosions occurred frequently, but its overall speed was still not affected much, still making great progress all the way. The Expeditionary Legion Continental-class spacecraft was trying its best to avoid it. But unfortunately, it was too late. It was too late. At the high speed of the Predator Civilization Continent-class spacecraft, it was like a slow-moving turtle, looking so pathetic. The impact eventually occurred. The spacecraft of the Predator Civilization violently collided with the Continental-class spacecraft of the Expeditionary Legion at a speed of nearly 80,000 kilometers per second. At the moment of the collision, an indescribably intense light burst out, and countless ionic materials erupted from the impact point, escaping into the universe at an unimaginable speed. Under such a high-speed impact, Xiaoyu even observed a momentary gamma-ray burst. The impact process only lasted for a moment. The powerful light flashed away, followed by fragments of the spacecraft flying everywhere. These fragments are no longer in ordinary material form. In fact, they have been processed into some extremely rare super-heavy elements in the universe by the violent energy erupted by the impact. At the impact point, the intensity of energy released at this moment even reached the energy level of a supernova explosion. Otherwise, how could new elements be created? One can imagine how huge the energy of the impact was at that moment. After the light flashed away, there was a strong explosion. Xiaoyu's spaceship had already traveled far away in advance, and the only ones left here were some scattered Expeditionary Legion spacecraft. These spacecraft were swallowed up by the huge explosion energy in an instant and turned into fragments. It took more than 10 minutes for the explosion caused by the collision of the two Continent-class spacecraft to subside. At this time, the battlefield was already covered with ruins, and the two Continent-class spacecraft had completely disappeared, and no one knew where they were. Two Continent-level spaceships. One was captured by me. The other was destroyed by me. And only some small and medium-sized spacecraft are left. Now is the end of you. After the explosion subsided, Xiaoyu led his huge fleet surrounded them again. This time, Xiaoyu plans to completely wipe out the entire Expeditionary Legion. Chapter 524, 5-Level Civilization Alliance. The role of the Continental-class spacecraft is comprehensive, and its status is similar to that of an aircraft carrier in the Earth era. As long as there is a Continent-class spaceship in the battlefield, it will definitely be the core of the battlefield. A battleship formation without the presence of Continental-class spaceships is like rootless duckweed and may collapse at any time. So far, all three Continental-class spacecraft of the Expeditionary Legion have been destroyed, and the total number of spacecraft of the entire Legion has been reduced to less than 1.5 million spacecraft. And Xiaoyu's spaceships still have a total of 8 million. In other words, with the support of the Continent-class spacecraft at an absolute advantage, as well as the strength of control and individual strength, Xiaoyu only paid the price of 2 million spaceships and killed more than 550 expeditionary corps. Thousands of spaceships. This numerical ratio does not mean that the combat power of Xiaoyu's spaceship is twice that of the Pegasus civilization spacecraft. A very simple analogy can be made. Suppose there is a fight between two gangs. There are 10 people on one side and 100 people on the other side. Then, there may be some casualties on the 100 people side in the fight. So if these 100 people, what about 1,000 people? Then there may be no damage at all. Similarly, Xiaoyu achieved a 1-to-2 result because both quantity and quality were superior. After the enemy lost the support of the Continent-class spacecraft, the subsequent battle became even simpler. Xiaoyu's fleet was like a strong wind sweeping away fallen leaves, brutally slaughtering the enemy spacecraft. Those who can be captured will be captured, and those who cannot be captured will be destroyed directly. The entire battle lasted for nearly a month and was all over. Xiaoyu captured nearly 100,000 enemy warships, destroyed more than 6.6 million spaceships, and the remaining approximately 300,000 spaceships escaped. They fled into the depths of the universe along an unknown route in a panic. In the future, They may become a wandering civilization or a predator civilization. The war here is finally over. Then the next step is to set off to the capital defense circle of the Pegasus civilization and completely uproot this civilization. Xiao Yu was full of fighting spirit, controlling the huge fleet, and accelerated again, entered the curvature navigation, and headed forward. This place is about 240 light years away from the defensive perimeter of the capital of Pegasus civilization, which is about a 7-year voyage. During these 7 years, Xiao Yu carried out comprehensive supplies and rest for the entire fleet, and conducted a comprehensive technological analysis of the captured Continental-class spacecraft. It's just that even if Xiao Yu analyzes the technology, the time is too short, and it is impossible to enter the application stage and improve one's combat power immediately. After destroying the Pegasus civilization and obtaining the complete technology tree of the Pegasus civilization, I should probably find another place to rest, Xiao Yu thought secretly. According to the current situation, the technological content contained in this Continental-class spacecraft is very high, calculated based on the technological content of this Continental-class spacecraft. If I get the complete Pegasus civilization technology system, the speed can probably be increased again, reaching a speed of 40 times the speed of light, and the average combat power will be increased by about 15%. For my current foundation, this is already a huge leap. Even if I don't get the complete technological system of the Pegasus civilization, this Continent-class spacecraft is enough to support my technological progress for decades. But according to the current situation, I have a high hope of completely defeating the Pegasus civilization, get their technological heritage. In silent calculation, Xiao Yu's fleet advanced rapidly. A fleet headed by the America spacecraft is still active in the defense circle of the Pegasus civilization capital, either raiding or harassing, constantly causing trouble for the Pegasus civilization. Thanks to its strong mobility and strong individual combat power, the Pegasus civilization launched dozens of roundups, but failed to destroy the fleet. Instead, it suffered many losses. Amidst the constant harassment and raids, this fleet also assumed the responsibility of collecting intelligence. During this period, an unknown number of concealed detectors were scattered into the dark starry sky, passing silently in the dark. Various instruments collect various data inside the galaxy, various information on spacecraft mobilization, personnel movement, galaxy defense, layout, and other information continuously came to Xiao Yu's mind for Xiao Yu to analyze and calculate the course of the war. How to fight the next battle? Xiao Yu thought silently. The Pegasus civilization's capital defense circle is indeed very strong, and it can be said to be watertight. Although they did not get enough samples of my spaceship, they could not make a large scale develop my own technology on a large scale and improve my strength in the short term. However, even if I calculate based on my current strength, it will take me at least 50 years in the long campaign, attack, and invasion to completely defeat the flying army. Horse civilization. It's not worth wasting so much time here. But apart from this method, what other methods can I have? Master, I think it is a good idea to use the stellar cannon. At this time, Luca too expressed his suggestion. At this moment, the main difficulty that troubles us is the perfect interstellar defense system of the Pegasus civilization. They have sufficient supplies and stable garrison bases. It can be said that as long as they lose these things, they will not be able to withstand our 5-year attack in the field. So why don't we fundamentally eliminate the foundation of the galaxy defense system? As long as the stars are eliminated, the galaxy defense system will be completely collapsed, and they will have to start a field battle with us, thereby losing their advantages in base, supplies, rest, etc. I have thought of this too, Xiao Yu said. But there is a bit of a dilemma. I can be sure that with the case of stars being destroyed by us in the previous base, the Pegasus civilization must have made corresponding decisions, planned to prevent us from destroying their galaxy defense systems by destroying stars. If we take this approach, we will inevitably shift our main energy to this side. If this plan fails, we will suffer more serious consequences. Setbacks will prolong the end of the war, which is not good for us. It's nothing more than taking risks. Luca number 2 said, one method is safe, but takes a long time, and the other method is more risky, but may shorten the time. Which method to choose depends on you, the master. Or we can use it ball of death? This is a big killer weapon against carbon-based civilization. We have 2 left. What do you think about using one here? This is not possible. Xiao Yu rejected the proposal. The ball of death is the last trump card of our Shenzhou civilization. Unless it is a critical moment for the survival of the civilization, It must not be used. In the future, we may also encounter powerful 6th-level weapons. For alien beasts or level 6 civilization, it is appropriate to use the Ball of Death at that time. It is only a matter of time before we take down the Pegasus civilization. Using the Ball of Death here is too wasteful.
Luca number 2 nodded and remained silent. Xiaoyu began to think quickly.
I thought about it, and decided to adopt a plan based on stellar cannons. As long as we can destroy the stars, our fleet can kill the opponent's forces very efficiently. It is not only safe, but also saves time. I decided. That's it.
Xiaoyu's eyebrows widened.
The optimal range of the stellar cannon is probably within 3 billion kilometers. This distance basically belongs to the category of the inner galaxy. It is certain that the Pegasus civilization will be here to make a fuss over the distance. They will use a complete galaxy defense system to prevent the star cannon from approaching the star to prevent the star from being destroyed. Then, next, I will continue to modify the star cannon to make it have more powerful mobility and defense. At the same time, I will mobilize 20 national-level spacecraft to form a formation to protect the safety of the stellar cannon. Well, I will use my computing power to build a second stellar cannon, so that I can be prepared. I agree with your opinion.
Luca number 2 nodded. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief and ended the meeting. Huge computing power was once again invested in busy construction tasks. On the capital planet of Pegasus civilization, the leader stood on the top floor of the tallest building on the planet, looking at the sky above his head, his face full of worry. But when he turned his head, his expression returned to peace and tranquility. An aura of wisdom emanated from his body, making everyone feel that the person in front of him could be trusted and relied on.
How is the structure of the galaxy defense system? The leader asked. In accordance with your will, the galaxy defense system has made its greatest efforts to prevent the stellar cannon from approaching. Various subsequent defense facilities are still under construction. Please rest assured.
Yes. The leader nodded slightly and asked again.
How is the 5th-level civilization alliance going? In accordance with your will, we have fully informed the 25th-level civilizations with whom we have good relations about this matter. And those 25th-level civilizations have agreed to cooperate with us. The threat from the Shenzhou civilization is too great. Except by cooperating with us and accepting our leadership, they have no second choice. The Tianma Shinkong spacecraft has completed its final debugging. If the situation worsens, it can leave here at any time with our last elite formation and go to the Flower of Death galaxy. Rendezvous with the fleets of the 20 civilizations.
The leader nodded slightly and sighed.
I hope this day never comes.
Chapter 525, I am the strongest. When Xiaoyu ended his 8-year voyage and arrived at the first star in the capital's defense circle, Xiaoyu truly felt how tight the Pegasus civilization's defenses were. The number of huge interstellar fortresses alone is as high as thousands. This does not include those interstellar fortresses that are in the orbit of planets or satellites. In addition, in this galaxy, there are countless interstellar mine clusters, interstellar mines, and interstellar fortresses, bomb clusters, etc., and countless destructive weapons have truly turned this galaxy into a place of death. In addition to these, there are about 3 million spaceships eyeing the stars, ready to attack any enemy who dares to invade with the cooperation of the galaxy defense system. Among these defense forces, there is also a continent-class spacecraft.
The Pegasus civilization is indeed profound. Now it seems that their civilization has at least 8 continent-level spaceships.
Xiaoyu sighed secretly in his heart. Faced with such a scene, even if Xiaoyu still had 8 million intact spaceships after rest, Xiaoyu still felt a little thump in his heart.
It is not impossible to forcefully break through this galaxy. But such a powerful galaxy defense system will definitely cause huge casualties to me. And there are 5 such galaxies. If I am attacked in the first galaxy, if there are too many casualties, follow-up operations will not be carried out. Okay. Spaceship America. Return. I don't believe that 3 Continental-class spacecraft equipped with space weapons can't break through the defense of a galaxy. Isn't it just a galaxy defense system? With 3 Continental-class spacecraft here. I don't believe it. You guys, what kind of ways can be found?
Xiaoyu quickly made up his mind and issued a new order. The America's spacecraft has been wandering within the capital's defense perimeter during this period. This form of guerrilla warfare is only suitable for small legions, and is not suitable for Xiaoyu's large-scale fleet to enter now. The reason is simple. Xiaoyu's fleet at the moment is too large. It is obvious that such a huge fleet cannot hide his figure. This means that if Xiaoyu dares to enter the opponent's hinterland without pulling out the nails behind him, then what will greet Xiaoyu? There will be continuous attacks.
and Xiao Yu will become a tired warrior and eventually be eliminated by the enemy. Just like a war in the Earth Age, a small group of elite troops can go deep behind enemy lines and carry out a series of assassinations, sabotage, and other operations. The large forces must come step by step, occupying one city after another. This is the Pegasus Civilization Capital Defense Circle. 5 stars, 5-star systems, and more than 15 million battleships, coupled with a complete galaxy defense system. The 5-star systems echo each other, constitutes this defense system. In fact, the leader of the Pegasus civilization is very willing to shrink the 5-star systems into one and concentrate all the garrison forces into 1-star system. But this is basically impossible. In these 5-star systems, there are too many heavy industry and mining bases that need to be protected, and these cannot be given up. Moreover, the population of the Pegasus civilization is too large for one galaxy to accommodate. There was no other way to extend the capital's defense circle to 5-star systems. The distance between these 5-star systems generally does not exceed 2 light years, and the distance between the 2 farthest stars is only 2.5 light years. Based on the speed of the Pegasus civilization, it only takes a year at the slowest to send reinforcements from the farthest galaxy to arrive here. In terms of the protracted time scale of the galaxy battle, 1 year is really not that long. This is the so-called impregnable defense circle of the capital constructed by the Pegasus civilization. The America spacecraft is not far away from the Asia spacecraft at this moment. About 5 days later, the America spacecraft returned to the main force with the remaining nearly 400,000 spacecraft. The 3-continent-class spacecraft finally converged together. Xiao Yu believes that this will be an invincible force, at least among level 5 civilizations. It is invincible. No existence can stop the combined attack of 3-continent-level spacecraft. I really want to know, is the spear formed by my 3-continent-class spaceships equipped with space weapons stronger? Or is the shield of your galaxy defense circle stronger? In the final collision, your Pegasus civilization won. Or will I win? I am very interested in this question, Xiao Yu thought secretly. During these 5 days, Xiao Yu's fleet conducted a series of small-scale battles with the galaxy's garrison fleet and the galaxy's defense forces. In these small-scale battles, the two sides basically ascertained the strength level of their opponents. Because of this, the star system of the Pegasus civilization is more tightly defended and moves more cautiously. The other star closest to this star system is 1.8 light years away. Because our large forces are staying here, the other 3-star systems have sent reinforcements here, with a total force of up to 3 million ships, battleships. Only the capital galaxy of the Pegasus civilization remains silent. Among them, the nearest reinforcements will arrive in about half a month, with a strength of 800,000 battleships. Among them, there are no continent-class spaceships, and national-class spaceships are enough. There are 19 ships. At the military meeting, Xiao Yu told this piece of information, glanced at the participants, and continued slowly. I plan to send a fleet of 500,000 spaceships to intercept this reinforcement. I don't want to destroy them. I just want to delay them for 10 days. In this way, we have 25 days. Within these 25 days, I want to take down this star system. This is too risky, a member of the military commission exclaimed, and said in a somewhat urgent voice. Master, are you really sure? You know, if we can't win this within 25 days, star system, reinforcements from other star systems will arrive, and we will fall into the quagmire of war. The other party can rely on the star system for supplies and rest. But we do not have such an advantage. Even if our fuel consumption exceeds the budget, we will be in a situation where we cannot escape, and millions or tens of millions of enemy warships will swamp us all. Echoing each other and tight defense are the advantages of the galaxy defense system. Now, Xiao Yu is obviously going to take a risk, break through from the enemy's longest point, and end the war in the shortest time with a head-on confrontation. Xiao Yu shook his head worriedly. Maybe it's my misunderstanding. I always feel that I shouldn't spend too long here. There is a faint sense of crisis forcing me to end the war here as soon as possible. Having said that, I have decided on this matter. The 3-continental-class spaceships in our civilization were all built by me. I have confidence in the creations of our Shenzhou civilization. I do not believe that the 3-continental-class spacecraft are equipped with space weapons. If the continent-class spaceships unite, they will not be able to break through a small galaxy defense system. Listen to my order. The general attack begins. Under circumstances that no one expected, Xiao Yu announced a general attack. The 500,000 spacecraft responsible for interception have already set off. These 500,000 spacecraft will perform the task of delaying the opponent's reinforcements. For at least 25 days, there will be no interference from outside forces in this galaxy. Xiaoyu's actions. The 3 Continental-class battleships were arranged in a triangle shape and rushed towards the galaxy at the forefront. Behind them are more than 7 million spacecraft of various types. Just in case, Xiaoyu also reserved nearly 1 million spacecraft outside the galaxy to be prepared for emergencies at any time. Xiaoyu's action received a response almost immediately. Hundreds of interstellar war fortresses that had moved to this side of the galaxy burst out with powerful combat effectiveness. Various weapons began to bombard these invading enemies. Countless interstellar mines and interstellar bomb clusters seemed to smell of blood. Sharks came over one after another. A large number of spaceships began to converge on this place. And a fierce war broke out instantly. Quantitative changes can lead to qualitative changes. Under the attack of these many weapons, the 3 Continental-class spacecraft lined up in front even felt tremendous pressure. Xiaoyu did not hesitate anymore. A large number of other spaceships flew out from the protection of the 3 Continent-class spacecraft and started fighting with other enemy spacecraft. The targets of the 3 Continent-class spacecraft were placed on those interstellar fortresses, as well as armed satellites and space-based forts. These things are the things that pose the greatest threat to Xiaoyu and cause the greatest resistance to Xiaoyu's progress. 1 space crack. 2 space cracks, 3 space cracks. In addition to counterattacking with conventional weapons, the 3 spacecraft launched an attack with space weapons almost instantly. Countless black thin lines exuding a chilling aura are raging in the dark space. Almost every black thin line can cut through dozens or hundreds of spacecraft, and then heavily bombard the huge interstellar fortress. Among the armed satellites, on top of the space-based fort, an interstellar fortress could not withstand the attack of space weapons and exploded. A natural satellite that had been transformed into an armed satellite was cut into a large trench more than 2,000 kilometers long and hundreds of kilometers deep on the solid rock ground. The strong geological shock almost caused the satellite to change its appearance. A space-based fort operating on a planet-synchronous orbit was destroyed by a series of space weapons, and suddenly exploded, like a gorgeous flower blooming above the planet. Xiaoyu's fleet, under such circumstances, moved forward with difficulty but determination. No matter how many enemies there are or how powerful they are, Xiaoyu never retreats. Because Xiaoyu has his own pride, Xiaoyu firmly believes, the spaceship I built must be the strongest. Chapter 526 Death of a Star. There are countless spaceships, weapons, galaxy defense systems, etc. in front of Xiaoyu. Under such circumstances, Xiaoyu's weapon does not even need to be aimed at all. It just needs to be poured forward. The same is true for the launch of space weapons. Every space crack will hit at least hundreds or thousands of targets. Among the hundreds of targets that were hit, some could not withstand the huge lethality of space weapons and were cut in half entirely, while others could barely resist the attack of space weapons and only had protective shields. Flashed. The spaceship destroyed by the space weapon exploded immediately, and then a new spacecraft immediately filled the empty space, and together with the surviving spacecraft, they launched a fierce attack on the invaders in front of them. Such a violent attack was even difficult for Xiaoyu's Continent-class spacecraft to withstand. There has been some damage inside the 3 Continental-class spacecraft. Some tiny sparks began to emerge, and a tense atmosphere spread within the spacecraft. Fortunately, a steady stream of supply spacecraft braved the flames of war to continuously replenish various energy sources for the 3 Continental-class spacecraft that took on the Sharp Knife mission. The repair mechanism inside the spacecraft was also fully activated to repair minor damages everywhere. These damages were not allowed to accumulate. Fortunately, there were a large number of other spaceships under the cover and support of the 3 Continental-class spacecraft, trying to share the pressure for these 3 Continental-class spacecraft. And Xiaoyu could barely hold on. This was a completely head-to-head conflict. In this battle, there was no technique or any fancy. It was a direct collision between the level of technology and the battleship's combat power. Under this difficult situation, Xiaoyu's fleet was moving forward firmly. The road ahead is very dangerous, full of thorns and obstacles. But these 3 Continent-class spacecraft are there. Xiaoyu is fearless. In this galaxy, there are many beings that can stop my 3 Continent-class spaceships from moving forward together. But I believe that you are definitely not among this list. I want to move forward. Who can stop me? Xiaoyu Warren thought and gave the order again. Keep moving forward. The launch frequency of space weapons has once again accelerated. The power module that supports the operation of space weapons has reached its highest power. Every moment, a large amount of energy is generated, which is then digested by space weapons, and is eventually drawn into black lines, suddenly drawing forward. A large number of spaceships were destroyed every moment. Among these spaceships, some belong to Xiaoyu, and some belong to the Pegasus civilization. In this dark starry sky, every spacecraft is destroyed. They all look so heroic. Above this distance, the distant star is about the size of a teacup lid and emits light about as bright as the full moon. It stared here coldly, watching these humble creatures fight to the death here. In a war of this level, it should stay out of it. But unfortunately, this time it is a war. As the invader, the ultimate goal is it. Xiaoyu knew that as long as this star was destroyed, the star system would completely collapse. All galactic defense systems would be completely ineffective. Without the galaxy defense system, the spaceships of the Pegasus civilization in front of them are like local dogs to me, and they can be killed at will. At this moment, the stellar cannon is 5 billion kilometers away from the host star. In the past 5 days, Xiaoyu's fleet advanced a billion kilometers. Among the spaceships in the sky and the flying artillery fire, the Asia spacecraft took the lead, followed closely by the Europe and America spacecrafts. The 3 continental spacecraft formed a sharp triangle, like a sharp knife, leading the people close behind. Thousands of warships, advancing all the way, without the 4-dimensional maintenance cover. Even the Asia spacecraft would have been seriously damaged long ago. Without space weapons, Xiaoyu's fleet would have been impossible to advance even half a step under such a dense and violent attack. Even with these 2 advanced tools, Xiaoyu's progress can still be described as slow. Facing such a powerful defensive force, even space weapons in the 6th level civilization category still feel a little powerless.
We must speed up our advance. If reinforcements from the rear arrive, my situation will be even more passive.
Xiaoyu thought and made a new decision.
Speed up the advance by 30%. If anyone dares to block the way, hit it directly.
Making this decision proves that Xiaoyu has really tried his best. Because this means that after the war, the 3 continental-class spaceships Asia, America, and Europe are likely to suffer some damage.
If there is any damage, then repair it during the journey to another galaxy. At most, it will only consume more materials and consume more of my computing power.
Facing the invader fleet that suddenly accelerated its speed, the Pegasus civilization's defense force panicked a little. But it was only for a moment. After this moment, Xiaoyu was greeted by an even more violent artillery attack. In fact, some spaceships began to risk their lives. After being damaged to a certain extent, they brazenly activated their last movement capabilities and directly collided with Xiaoyu's fleet. Most of these spacecraft were directly destroyed by Xiaoyu's force, leaving them no chance to get close to Xiaoyu's continental spacecraft. Such an action actually has no practical significance. But this kind of action still made Xiaoyu secretly frightened. Xiaoyu began to imagine such a scene. When civilization was about to fall, countless passionate people and soldiers stood up and made a last-ditch effort to save their civilization. For this goal, they can give up everything. If these damaged spaceships choose to withdraw from the battlefield and return to the rear to rest and recuperate, the soldiers inside the spacecraft may still have some chance of survival. But they didn't do that. They chose to use their lives to interpret what loyalty means. They gave everything for their civilization. Xiaoyu admires these people very much. But Xiaoyu still has no intention of holding back. Emotions and reason have always been 2 different things. There is no such thing as right, wrong and morality between civilizations. Whatever is beneficial to one's own civilization is right, even if it means completely annihilating another civilization, including all the creatures and people of this civilization.
Destroying you will be beneficial to my Shenzhou civilization. So what I am doing now is right.
Xiaoyu thought silently.
I'm sorry. I gave you a chance. But you made the wrong choice. So, for the sake of my civilization, I must eliminate you. Although, I admire you very much in my heart.
Xiaoyu was killing crazily. Although the pace of Xiaoyu's fleet advancing was difficult, it was very determined. The strong obstruction from the Pegasus civilization can slow down Xiaoyu's progress, but it cannot stop Xiaoyu completely. Under such circumstances, the distance between the stellar cannon and the main star of the galaxy is slowly shortening at a somewhat desperate speed. 4 billion kilometers, 3.9 billion kilometers, 3.5 billion kilometers. No amount of madness can make up for the current gap in strength. Xiaoyu keeps moving forward and never stops. Finally, The number shrank to 3 billion. The straight line distance between the stellar cannon and the star at this moment is 2.999 million kilometers. Under the desperate gazes of the Pegasus soldiers, the jet-black launcher of the stellar cannon still emitted a lavender light. They know very well that this is a characteristic of the condensation of the torrent of negative matter. A large amount of negative matter, enough to hollow out the interior of the star, is gathering here. When the amount of negative matter reaches a certain level, they will arrive inside the star in an instant and take away the life of the star. In desperation, they launched their last attack, trying to destroy the stellar cannon and try to stop Xiao Yu's movements. But it was useless. Xiao Yu's fleet blocked their counterattack before their death. There are more spaceships blocking the straight line between the stellar cannon and the star, trying to block the progress of the torrent of negative matter with their own spacecraft hulls. But unfortunately, this is of no use at all. The special negative matter tachyons emitted by the stellar cannon will only react with matter whose density is above a certain limit. This limit will not be less than 150 grams cubic centimeters. This density is nearly 10 times higher than steel. The density of the spacecraft is too low, and they are not qualified to react with these negative matter. After the negative matter tachyons are emitted, they will be like the wind passing through the screen window without any hindrance. Stellar cannon! Destroy the star! Xiao Yu glanced at the Pegasus civilization fleet that was in madness, and gave the order calmly. Xiao Yu's feelings cannot have any impact on Xiao Yu's reason. Destroying this star was something that was decided from the beginning. The purple light on the stellar cannon launcher is condensed to the extreme, like a faint will-o-wisp burning in the dark universe. It is weak and imperceptible, but it hides a huge power that can destroy a star. The torrent of negative matter was finally launched, at a high speed that even Xiao Yu could not measure. It only took a split second to reach the star from the stellar cannon launcher. The density of matter on the periphery of the star is relatively thin, so it does not react with the torrent of negative matter at all until the torrent of negative matter reaches the interior of the star. And then, the reaction occurs instantly. In the desperate eyes of countless intelligent creatures of the Pegasus civilization, the star exploded instantly. Its brightness increased at least tens of thousands of times at this moment, making it too dazzling to look directly at. Huge energy swept across the void of the universe, like an unstoppable flood. In this dark universe, this star is like a brilliant fireworks. Chapter 527 The Last Goal. Xiao Yu also did a lot of destroying stars and setting off stars as fireworks during this period. But only this time brought such a shock to Xiao Yu. Because this time, Xiao Yu truly realized the determination of the Pegasus civilization to defend the star, the price it paid for it, and the losses they suffered after their defense failed. One characteristic of violent stellar energy bursts is that the burst energy is strongest at the two poles, which are usually at approximately right angles to the ecliptic plane. And because the various major galaxy defense systems of the Pegasus civilization are concentrated on the ecliptic plane, these military facilities were very lucky to escape the first wave of stellar destruction. But something very regrettable happened. Even if you are not facing the strongest energy explosion at the poles, if you are facing an earth-shattering event such as the destruction of a star, even the energy explosion on the ecliptic plane is extremely terrifying. Such energy intensity, within a close range, it cannot be resisted by the artificial creations of a fifth-level civilization. A mobile spaceship can escape. But what about non-mobile galaxy defense facilities, such as huge interstellar fortresses, interstellar bomb clusters, interstellar mine clusters, armed forts, and other facilities? Their only consequence is destruction. And if these things are destroyed, the defense system of a galaxy will basically be paralyzed and gone. After destroying the star, Xiao Yu's fleet left here decisively, once again entered the curvature navigation, and embarked on the road to destroy the next star. Xiao Yu has not yet decided which star to attack next. The selection of the target should be determined based on the military deployment situation of the Pegasus civilization. If the Pegasus civilization concentrates a large amount of defensive power on the second galaxy, then Xiao Yu may turn to attack the third galaxy, which has weak defensive power. If the defensive power of Galaxy 3 is strong, then Xiao Yu may turn to attack Galaxy 4. In short, Xiao Yu's sailing speed is faster than the Pegasus civilization. It can only happen that Xiao Yu leads the other party by the nose. But Xiao Yu cannot let the other party lead him by the nose. Xiao Yu is not interested in staying here, and continued to hunt down those fish that slipped through the net. Having lost their galaxy base, they have become a group of stragglers. They have a huge number, but no logistics and no supplies. There is no way to replenish the fuel when it is exhausted, and there is no way to repair the damaged spacecraft. Such a fleet is not worthy of Xiao Yu sending a large force to encircle and suppress it. Not to mention, if you stay there to carry out encirclement and suppression, you may be affected by the energy of the star explosion, which will cause damage to yourself. In fact, Xiao Yu's fleet was not completely united. On the waterways between the remaining 4 stars, Xiao Yu has already assigned his troops to garrison. These forces will not attack the system's defense systems. They will only appear and disappear in the dark starry sky to harass the defense forces between various galaxies. Right now, they have another responsibility, which is to prevent the spacecraft in the first galaxy, whose star was destroyed, from returning to the remaining bases. There are not many spacecrafts responsible for these tasks. If they are all gathered together, there will be about 2 million ships. The number of Pegasus civilization spacecraft that escaped from the first galaxy was only about 800,000 at most, and every spacecraft was damaged. Xiao Yu has already planned the ending for these spaceships. Not to escape into outer space and become a wandering civilization. It was in the process of trying to enter the other garrison galaxies that Xiao Yu's power was gradually wiped away. If the rest of the galaxy dares to send out forces to respond to these spacecraft, then Xiao Yu is happy to start a field battle with the opponent's fleet in the starry sky. Don't forget, Xiao Yu suffered a loss in the tough battle. Field battles are Xiao Yu's world. After comprehensively analyzing the garrison strength of the 4 star systems, Xiao Yu selected the star system numbered 2 as the target. There are about 2.4 million spacecraft stationed in this star system. This star system is about 1.8 light years away from Xiao Yu at this moment. Xiao Yu needs to sail for half a month to reach it. Xiao Yu did not rush forward with all his strength, but deliberately delayed for a period of time and made some moves to confuse the Pegasus civilization's garrison force. At the same time, he also took advantage of this period of time to rest and replenish the fleet. After fully recovering his combat effectiveness, he came to this star system. It is still a head-to-head battle without fancy or skill. The 3 continent-class spacecraft once again showed unrivaled strength in this galactic battle. Xiao Yu successfully sent the stellar cannon less than 3 billion kilometers away from the star and successfully destroyed the star. There are 3 targets left. After destroying 2 more peripheral strongholds, we can launch an attack on the capital galaxy of the Pegasus civilization. All key scientific research institutions of the Pegasus civilization are absolutely available in the capital galaxy. Backups. As long as I obtain these backups, my goal will be achieved. Then, continue to the next goal. The galaxy that was now captured once again left ruins all over the ground, as well as about 600,000 stray spaceships covered with scars, without supplies, and without rest. These spaceships, together with the 800,000 surviving spaceships in the first galaxy that was destroyed, will be hunted by Xiao Yu's defensive forces, exhausted, and eventually embark on the path Xiao Yu has arranged for them, or escape, alien galaxy, or death. Even in the inner galaxy of the Pegasus civilization, Xiao Yu can get supplies. With the development of science and technology to this point, matter and energy are basically synonymous. As long as there is matter, there will be energy. There is not much matter in the void of the universe, and there is not much matter in Xiao Yu's fleet. But there are some in the fleet of the Pegasus civilization. A lot of stuff. Xiao Yu has now embarked on a path of supporting war with war. The huge Pegasus civilization fleet is Xiao Yu's source of energy. After the second galaxy was destroyed, Xiao Yu came to the third galaxy. There are still 3 targets left, and accordingly, the defensive strength of the Pegasus civilization is also shrinking. When he captured the first 2 galaxies, Xiao Yu had a feeling that the second galaxy was a little more difficult to capture than the first galaxy. And now, it is obvious that the third galaxy is more difficult to capture than the second galaxy. A little harder to capture. In my current fleet, there are still about 8 million spaceships left. During this period of war, I have lost more than 3 million spaceships, which basically accounts for 1/3 of my combat power. War is indeed a high-risk matter, but high risk means high returns. If the complete technological system of the Pegasus civilization can be obtained, then the loss of these spaceships will not be considered a big deal. Even if the loss is doubled, nothing happened. Xiao Yu thought with emotion. Among the remaining 8 million spaceships, there are more than 1.5 million spaceships scattered in the void of space. They continue to encircle and suppress stray spaceships, while blocking the transportation of materials between different galaxies and plundering them. The Pegasus civilization spacecraft replenishes its own supplies, carries out a series of tasks such as searching for intelligence, harassing the enemy, and confusing the opponent. During this period of time, there were countless small-scale battles that broke out in the void of the universe. In these battles, the smaller ones only involve hundreds or even dozens of spaceships. and the larger ones will not exceed 10,000 spaceships. Although the scale of these battles is small, their cruelty is even greater than that of large-scale galaxy assault battles. As a supplement to large-scale battles, these small-scale battles are also necessary. After a period of rest and replenishment, Xiao Yu's fleet finally arrived in front of the third galaxy. There are almost 3 million spacecraft stationed in this star system, and Xiao Yu has more than 6 million spacecraft in his hands. Fierce fighting broke out again. After confirming that the Pegasus civilization would not send spaceships from other galaxies to support this galaxy, Xiao Yu finally had time to conduct a fortified battle against the galaxy with some technical content. Xiao Yu gave up the head-to-head style of play and adopted a three-pronged approach to attack the galaxy from 3 different directions at the same time. At the same time, he also divided a fourth force and circulated in different places to constantly harass and contain the defense force of Pegasus civilization is played. The advantage of this style of play is that it can minimize one's own casualties. But the disadvantage is also obvious. That is, it took Xiao Yu more than 3 months to capture this galaxy, using a stellar cannon to blow it up with one shot the stars of this galaxy, to destroy the opponent's 2 million spaceships. Xiao Yu paid about 600,000 spaceships. The total number of Xiao Yu's spaceships has once again decreased. And because the number of stray spaceships in the starry sky has once again increased, Xiao Yu had to allocate another 400,000 spaceships to participate in various raids, tracking, intrusions, harassment and other battles. Go! In this way, when Xiao Yu's fleet reached the fourth and last peripheral stronghold of the Pegasus civilized capital defense circle, Xiao Yu only had more than 5.3 million spacecraft left in his hands. There are more than 4 million garrison spacecraft in the other galaxy. It is impossible for the capital galaxy to send forces to reinforce the periphery. So in this galaxy, Xiao Yu formulated a complicated and detailed battle plan, which took a full year and a half, and finally ended with the loss of 800,000 spacecraft. At the cost, he destroyed 3.2 million enemy spaceships and successfully captured this galaxy. Ahead, there is only one target left. There is only one last battle left. As long as I win the Pegasus civilized capital galaxy, my goal will be achieved. Then, it's time to reveal my final trump card. Xiao Yu thought silently. Chapter 528, Trump Card. Leader, the last outer stronghold of the capital galaxy's defense circle has also fallen. Only this core of our defense circle is left. The fleet of the Shenzhou civilization is undergoing rest and recuperation, and it is expected to reach the edge of our capital galaxy within a year. Pegasus in a city on the civilization's capital planet. The assistant reported to the leader of the civilization, who was sitting expressionlessly on his seat. Outside the galaxy, we still have about 3 million stray spaceships. These spaceships have all escaped from the 4 fallen positions mentioned above. But no one can collect them now. They have been completely scattered. Not only the organization, but also their spirit has been shattered. Now they are in disarray. The assistant continued to report. It's a pity that there is no leader with high enough prestige among the military. Otherwise, with the help of this leader's prestige, they can be gathered together to attack the Shenzhou civilization's fleet attacking the capital galaxy behind their backs. Attacking from both sides. Our hope of victory has increased a lot. It's a pity. It's a pity. I originally had this prestige, but since I came into contact with the Shenzhou civilization, a series of failures have reduced my prestige to the lowest point. Leader tired, he touched his forehead and thought silently. This is indeed the case. Since contact with the Shenzhou civilization, the losses suffered by the Pegasus civilization have been too heavy. In order to prevent the Shenzhou civilization from launching raids on weakly defended heavy industry planets and residential planets, the Pegasus civilization transferred a large number of people, resources, etc. to these 5 galaxies. 4 of these 5 galaxies were lost one after another. You know, these are not just 4 galaxies. In these 4 galaxies, in addition to large-scale armies, there are tens of billions of people, countless heavy industrial infrastructure, precious equipment, rare raw materials, etc. After the star explodes, warships can escape with the help of their powerful maneuverability. And even some civilian spaceships with advanced facilities can escape. However, what about the industrial-related equipment that cannot move quickly? And the larger number of civilian spaceships? They were all destroyed in the disaster of stellar explosion. That's right. Tens of billions or hundreds of billions of intelligent creatures in the Pegasus civilization were all killed in the star explosion before they had time to escape. During this period, the leader was under tremendous and unimaginable pressure, and he had not rested for several days. Because as soon as he entered a state of rest, those people who died tragically appeared in his mind involuntarily. The twisted faces, the desperate screams, the endless tears. Deep suffering began to swirl in his mind. He couldn't help but have a picture appear in his mind. Among those 4 galaxies, a terrified populace hid behind a formidable system defense line. They trembled and prayed, praying that the ferocious enemies would be repulsed by their own civilized army, praying that they would not rush into the galaxy. But their prayers seemed to have no effect. Their carefully laid defense lines, millions of ships, powerful battleship, hundreds of millions of soldiers still failed to stop the enemy's invasion. Led by those 3 demon-like powerful warships, the enemy's warships rushed into the galaxy like the most ferocious killer birds. The weapon powerful enough to destroy a star was released and aimed at the star at the center of the galaxy's defense system. The army was completely defeated, and the star was destroyed. Some of the defeated soldiers controlled the warships and fled frantically. More warships withstood until the last moment, and then were buried in the powerful energy of the star explosion. The people controlled themselves. The poor little spaceship tried its best to escape from the galaxy, but their spacecraft's maneuverability was too poor. In the end, it was overtaken by the huge energy of the star explosion, and it capsized instantly like a small boat on the sea in a storm. He couldn't even close his eyes. As soon as he closed his eyes, these faces began to swirl in his mind. The capital galaxy is the last galaxy actually controlled by the Pegasus civilization. In this galaxy, there are still more than 6 million warships and more than 30 billion people surviving. After losing all 4 galaxies, the leader's rule was severely criticized. In this short period of time, at least more than 300 demonstrations broke out.
I'm not wrong.
The leader's eyes became firm again.
You only saw the loss of those 4 galaxies, but you didn't notice that the number of battleships of the Shenzhou civilization has been reduced by half. And the remaining half of the battleships? Most of them are damaged. And the Shenzhou civilization's combat power has been reduced by more than half. I am confident that with the tight defense of the capital galaxy, the Shenzhou civilization can be completely defeated. And only one big victory is needed. And our morale will be reduced, will be improved, and my prestige will also be improved. At that time, I can use my prestige to influence the warships wandering outside the galaxy and let them participate in the war to protect the country and the galaxy. At that time, the Shenzhou civilization was attacked from both inside and outside, and its defeat was inevitable.
The leader thought about his plan again and let out a long breath.
By then, we will have obtained all the technologies of the Shenzhou civilization. With the help of these technologies, we will be able to enter the category of 6th level civilization. This disaster is the last nirvana before the rebirth of our Pegasus civilization. I believe that when Shenzhou after our civilization is defeated and eliminated by us, our Pegasus civilization will definitely have a higher space for development. For this goal, all sacrifices are worth it. Now I only need one victory. One big victory is enough. As long as there is one big victory, our civilization will be united again. Or, if we still cannot defend the capital galaxy, I have also arranged the retreat route of the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft will take 5 billion of the most elite people in the civilization on a long voyage, and will join an alliance of 20 level 5 civilizations in the Flower of Death galaxy. And because the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft, the powerful combat power of the Shenzhou civilization, and the huge threat of the Shenzhou civilization, the 5th level civilization alliance will be our leader. I will fully integrate the technologies of these 5th level civilizations and organize them into a system. In this way, we can also enter the 6th level civilization. These 5 billion people will become the seeds for the revival of the Pegasus civilization. This is the plan of the leader of the Pegasus civilization. If you can defeat the Shenzhou civilization, then use the complete technological system of the Shenzhou civilization to enter the 6th level civilization. If you cannot defeat the Shenzhou civilization, then escape immediately and use the huge pressure of the Shenzhou civilization to integrate the 5th level civilization alliance, using the integrated technology to enter the 6th level civilization category. Regardless of the outcome, the Pegasus civilization can be promoted to the 6th level civilization. Promoting to a 6th level civilization is the only thing that the leaders of the Pegasus civilization need to consider. For this goal, sacrificing tens of millions of spaceships is nothing. Sacrificing hundreds of billions of people is nothing. And as for the stars in their own territory being destroyed, for is even more inconspicuous.
In order to advance to the 6th level civilization, any price can be paid.
The leader of the Pegasus civilization once again made this determination. His face became firm again.
Notice further. I will conduct an inspection of the military to check the preparations of our civilization for war. At the same time, 2.3 light years away from the Pegasus civilization, Xiao Yu's huge fleet is staying in the starry sky, undergoing its last rest and preparing for the last war. How to fight the last battle? There are at least 6 million warships stationed in the capital galaxy of the Pegasus civilization. Among the 5 galaxies, the defense force of the capital galaxy is the strongest. But our strength at the moment is, we are the weakest. We only have less than 5.5 million spaceships left. And among these spaceships, at least 1.5 million spaceships must be separated to be on guard in the void, sniping and encircling those who are being attacked, to prevent the scattered stray spaceships from reuniting again. That is to say, the force we have available to attack the capital galaxy is only about 4.5 million spacecraft. It is basically impossible to win such a war, said an operational staff officer from the staff department under the military commission. Yes, it will be difficult for us to win next. And the most important thing is that we cannot fail. Once there is a big failure, only one time is enough. And one time is enough for the opponent to boost their morale on a large scale. And in the starry sky of the universe, the more than 3 million warships wandering among them are also likely to gather together due to this failure, and form a pincer attack on us. By then, we will inevitably end in a complete defeat. I suggest that we should retreat immediately, and find a galaxy undergoes a 50-year rest. 50 years of rest can restore 80% of our strength. But the Pegasus civilization will definitely not recover as fast as us. When the time comes, we will conquer them again, capital galaxy. Xiao Yu smiled and shook his head, rejecting the staff officer's proposal. If we had 50 years, when we first attacked the defense circle of the capital of Pegasus civilization, I would not have chosen to attack by force. There was a faint sense of crisis in my heart. And this sense of crisis told me, we can't stay here for such a long time. We must end the war as soon as possible and leave as soon as possible. Don't worry. In addition to the ball of death, we also have the final trump card. We also have the Blood Blade team. With the capabilities of the Blood Blade team, we can break it. It's easy to get to the inside of the galaxy. Such a small team is enough to do a lot of things. Chapter 529, The Strongest Collision. This is the last battle with the Pegasus civilization. And it will definitely be the most difficult battle, because this is the capital galaxy of the Pegasus civilization. All the technological backup Xiao Yu needs are stored here. So Xiao Yu can no longer take such a simple and direct method. And there is no way to capture this galaxy by destroying stars. Because if we do that, this galaxy will certainly fall. And the capital planet of the Pegasus civilization will also suffer a devastating blow. Although at the technological level of the Pegasus civilization, even if the star explodes, there may be a way to preserve important materials on the capital planet. But Xiao Yu is not willing to take this risk. The situation is more complicated and more difficult. It is not surprising that the combat staff said that he would temporarily retreat and wait until the strength has recovered to a certain level before attacking the galaxy. But Xiao Yu can't do this. Xiao Yu actually doesn't believe in things like intuition. For a scientist, everything he requires must be based on evidence. Only with evidence can he believe that something is true. Things like intuition are too idealistic after all. But Xiao Yu feels very strange now. For Xiao Yu, this feeling is something that exists objectively. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. The war must be ended quickly, and then leave here. This feeling has been lingering in Xiao Yu again. In my mind, I can't get rid of it. It is said to be intuition, but it exists objectively. It is said to be real, but it has no basis. After thinking about it, Xiao Yu could only attribute this feeling to his companion Ghost Clan. There is a special connection between me and my companion Ghost Clan. This connection, I still don't know on what principle it exists, and through what mechanism it affects both of us. But this kind of connection. But it exists real and objectively. Perhaps, this is my accompanying Ghost Clan affecting my mind through some special mechanism and sending a warning to me. Companion Ghost Clan, I don't know where you are now. To what extent has it grown now? I wonder when we can fight side by side. And in this vast galaxy, we can gain a reputation as a human being? Xiao Yu sighed slightly. In any case, the current war must end as soon as possible. After obtaining the complete technology tree of the Pegasus civilization, I will leave here immediately. Xiao Yu made up his mind. The ball of death cannot be used here. It is a serious waste to use such a killer weapon against a 5th-level civilization. Just like Xiao Yu said, the ball of death is the last trump card of Shenzhou civilization. Unless it is a life and death situation. It can only be used when the collapse of civilization is imminent. Then, the only thing that can be used is the Blood Blade team, which is composed entirely of Guardian Civilization spacecraft. Xiao Yu has been carefully preserving the structural integrity of these hundreds of Level 6 Civilization spaceships, while analyzing the technology of the Guardian Civilization. So until now, they still have the ability to fight. Among the Blood Blade team, the largest spaceship is the county-level spaceship, and there are only 2 of them. According to the situation during the battle with the Marian Civilization, a Guardian Civilization city-level spacecraft blocked hundreds of thousands of spacecraft from the biological core. Xiao Yu is very confident in the combat effectiveness of the Blood Blade team. After all, Xiao Yu is the most peak existence among the 5th level civilization. Xiao Yu knows the terror of level 6 civilization spaceships best. I order the fleet to set off for the Pegasus civilized capital galaxy. Prepare to launch an attack. Xiao Yu gave the order. Immediately, the biological core and the spacecraft directly controlled by Xiao Yu moved toward the front. The final battle with the Pegasus civilization is coming. The hundreds of spaceships of the Blood Blade team have been completely disguised by Xiao Yu and are mixed in with the large army. From the outside, the Blood Blade team spaceship is no different from other spaceships. The fleet moves slowly and stopped 30 million kilometers away from the outermost defense circle of the Pegasus civilization capital galaxy. At this distance, Xiao Yu silently observed the defense situation of the galaxy ahead and quietly calculated in his heart. In the biological core, all the members of the military committee are in place, and countless combat staff are busy. A piece of compiled intelligence information is sent to the highest combat conference room for Xiao Yu and the members of the military committee to watch and make decisions. The capital galaxy of the Pegasus civilization is very well defended, and we basically have no possibility of launching a surprise attack, because no matter which direction our fleet approaches, it will eventually be discovered by the surveillance force of the Pegasus civilization. Their military deployment is also very reasonable. No matter which direction we attack, or even at the poles of the star, we will be blocked by the Pegasus civilization warship. According to the current situation, launching a force attack is the only way. Is that a member of the military commission? Yes. Xiao Yu nodded lightly and agreed with the committee member. According to common sense, if we don't have the Blood Blade team, and we launch a strong attack with our current strength, in the capital of Pegasus civilization with such a complete defense of the galaxy, it is basically impossible for us to capture this galaxy. And as long as we suffer a defeat, the defeated troops of the Pegasus civilization wandering on the periphery will swarm up towards us and trap us in a place of eternal doom. In fact, up to now, I even have some doubts that the 4-star systems of the Pegasus civilization that were captured by us are basically the abandoned children they threw out to consume our strength. The capital star system is the flying star system. The Horus civilization has arranged a decisive attack against us. If my guess is true, then the person who made this arrangement is really too ruthless and decisive, just to obtain the technology of our Shenzhou civilization. By allowing yourself to enter the 6th level of civilization, you can abandon millions of spaceships, hundreds of millions of soldiers, tens of billions of people, and countless precious facilities and resources. Such a decision in terms of strength. I am not as good as him. But it's a pity. If we didn't have the Blood Blade squad, we can't say we will really lose this war. It's a pity. It's a pity. The Blood Blade squad is an unexpected force. With this power, I will have the ability to turn the entire battle situation upside down. Xiao Yu sighed, seeming to sigh at the decisiveness of the Pegasus civilization leader, and also seemed to feel sorry for the Pegasus civilization leader. Xiao Yu gave the order. Let's take this place. Unite all the warships together, and launch a strong attack. Following Xiao Yu's order, all the spacecraft participating in the battle immediately rushed forward. The 3 Continental-class spaceships Asia, America, and Europe were still in the vanguard, and the rear spaceships were arranged in battle formations. Relying on the Continental-class spaceships, they started a fierce fight with the spaceships of the Pegasus civilization. As soon as the war began, Xiao Yu felt a huge pressure that was different from the past. This pressure is not a spiritual feeling, but has a solid basis. The data, such as the energy consumption rate of the spacecraft itself, the intensity of the attacks it received, the engine pressure, the number of spacecraft destroyed by unit attacks, etc., all showed that this battle was more intense than any previous battle. In fact, the fleet of the Pegasus civilization, with the cooperation of the Galaxy Defense System, blocked the forward composed of 3 continental spacecraft for the first time. making the three spacecrafts Asia, America, and Europe no longer able to go ahead. These three spaceships cannot move forward, which means that the following fleet cannot move forward. In other words, Xiao Yu's huge fleet and all its offensive forces are blocked here. This is an unprecedented situation. Among the previous 4 galaxies, as long as Xiao Yu is willing, Xiao Yu can control these 3 spaceships to move forward, fight a bloody path, and let the subsequent spaceships follow. However, in the capital galaxy of the Pegasus civilization, Xiao Yu's progress was hindered for the first time. In fact, if the Continental-class spaceship insists on moving forward, there is no way to stop it from other forces. But you have to be prepared for huge losses. This is how Xiao Yu feels now. If he continues to control the 3 Continental-class spacecraft, under such a fierce attack, the major engines that support the expansion of the 4 maintenance covers will be at risk of being burned. Xiao Yu couldn't bear this risk. Therefore, Xiao Yu decisively issued an order to order the 3 Continent-class spacecraft to stop advancing. This location is still several billion kilometers away from the main star of the Pegasus civilization's capital galaxy. At this place, Xiao Yu's fleet and the Pegasus civilization's fleet engaged in a fierce exchange of fire. The battle situation became stalemate for a while, and the 2 sides were at a stalemate. In the vast void, there are gunfire, explosions, and flashes everywhere. There is no air in the universe, so sound cannot travel. But just through the visual aspect, you can see how fierce this battle is. The interstellar fortresses and interstellar forts were like whales swimming in the sea. Under the cover of the fleet in front, they hid in the rear and launched a fierce bombardment against Xiao Yu's fleet with the help of sufficient material reserves and powerful firepower. Countless clusters of interstellar mines and interstellar bombs are like groups of piranhas. As long as they encounter an enemy spacecraft, they will violently pounce on them, using their own destruction to consume the energy of the opponent's spacecraft's protective shield. The artillery fire of the war covered up the light of distant stars. This is like a huge millstone. What it grinds is not rice or flour. What it grinds is spaceships, life, and flesh and blood. Countless spaceships were destroyed, and the surviving spacecraft continued to fight with the enemy. They were using all their strength to destroy the enemy. If they could not destroy the enemy, they would die. This is the battlefield. A battlefield where a large number of spaceships die every moment. Chapter 530, Blood Blade Attacks. Xiao Yu noticed the huge Continental-class spacecraft. At this moment, it was in front of the 3 Continental-class spacecrafts Asia, America, and Europe. It led the remaining 3 Continent-class spacecraft. The combined efforts of the 4 spacecraft, plus a large number of escort fleets, finally blocked Xiao Yu here. That is the flagship of the Pegasus civilization. Xiao Yu looked at the huge body of the spaceship and thought, it is indeed the Pegasus civilization. The civilization ranked first on the 5th level civilization combat power rankings. They don't have a series of adventures like mine. They don't have 4-dimensional protective cover. And they don't have space weapons. But they can actually build a Continental-class battleship that is no less powerful than the Euroship. This is really amazing. That's right. This Continental-class spacecraft, the flagship of the Pegasus civilization, has comprehensive performance no less than that of the Euroship. In other words, if the European spacecraft removes its 4-dimensional protective cover and space weapons, then the European spacecraft is not even an opponent of this spacecraft. If you don't count the 4-dimensional protective cover and space weapons, only the Asia spacecraft can be tied with it. And the America spacecraft is even worse. The technology is not as advanced as mine, but it has created such a powerful warship. I really don't know. What price did your civilization pay to build this spaceship? From previous exchanges with the Pegasus civilization and the battle of collected intelligence, Xiao Yu knew that this spaceship was the most powerful battleship of the Pegasus civilization. The Tianma-Shinkong Continental-class spacecraft. These 4 Continent-class spacecraft, headed by the Tianma-Shinkong spacecraft, are the last Continent-class spacecraft that the Pegasus civilization can control. The rest of the Continental-class spacecraft are wandering in outer space. Either the spacecraft is severely damaged and unable to fight, or the military morale is disorganized and vulnerable to a blow. These 4 Continent-class spacecraft are the last trump cards of the Pegasus civilization. It was these 4 Continent-class spacecraft that blocked Xiao Yu's huge fleet here. The current situation is very unfavorable to Xiao Yu. After all, Xiao Yu is in an offensive position. Here, Xiao Yu had no supplies and no rest. Although the damaged ship could be repaired at the dock behind the battlefield, the supplies at the dock were also limited. After all, It is not as convenient and fast to rely on looting materials to obtain supplies as to rely on planets as supplies from within the galaxy. Attacking is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. If you cannot move forward, you are retreating. When you retreat to the extreme, you will fail. When Xiao Yu's energy reserves are exhausted by the Pegasus civilization, Xiao Yu will fail. It can be said, the stalemate is what Xiao Yu least wants to see. Because Xiao Yu can't afford it. Then it's time for the Blood Blade team to appear. Xiao Yu thought silently and issued a new order. Under Xiao Yu's direct control, the Blood Blade team's spaceship, disguised as an ordinary spaceship, suddenly disappeared from the visible universe, entered into curvature navigation. You know, this place is within the gravitational influence of the star. Curvature navigation and gravity are closely related. It is the consensus of all fifth-level civilizations that curvature navigation cannot be carried out near the planet. But this is not a problem for the sixth-level civilization spaceship, the Blood Blade team. After mastering primary space technology, level 6 civilizations can even split off their own small universe from the larger universe. How could one care about the gravity of a mere star? In this chaotic battlefield, in the midst of countless artillery fire, flashes, and explosions, the hundreds of small spacecraft that suddenly disappeared were like a bowl of water missing from the sea. And no one could notice it. Under Xiao Yu's control, these small spacecraft are rapidly approaching the interior of the Pegasus civilization capital galaxy. After the distance reaches a certain level, the tachyon surveillance system of the Pegasus civilization may be able to detect the approach of these spacecraft. But they have no ability to intercept them. Even in the inner galaxy of the star, the Blood Blade team can launch a curvature voyage at a speed of no less than 100 times the speed of light. However, the fleet of the Pegasus civilization cannot even enter the curvature voyage. How can they intercept it? Perhaps the Pegasus civilization can use the torrent of negative matter tachyons to attack. Just like how Xiao Yu attacked the capital planet of the Malian civilization and defended the Guardian civilization city-level spacecraft. But unfortunately, in that battle, the biological core used hundreds of thousands of spacecraft to launch a tachyon attack before launching an effective attack on the city-level spacecraft. At this time, the Pegasus civilization may have deployed. Will hundreds of thousands of spaceships come out? The answer is obviously no. So the Pegasus civilization does not have any power to intercept these hundreds of spacecraft manufactured by level 6 civilization technology. Xiao Yu believed that the Pegasus civilization had noticed these spacecraft, but they could only watch helplessly without any means. It is no exaggeration to describe the Blood Blade team as if they were in a deserted place. The curvature navigation of 100 times the speed of light can completely isolate them from those spaceships that can only carry out pitiful conventional navigation. Although there are many of those spaceships, they cannot pose any threat to the Blood Blade team. Most of the power of the Pegasus civilization is concentrated on the front line, so the rear will inevitably be empty. According to common sense, the rear is relatively safe. So military facilities such as interstellar fortresses and interstellar forts that are very large in size and mass, move slowly, and have relatively weak defenses but high attack power will be built in here. But now, the rear is no longer safe, because the Blood Blade team has arrived. All Blood Blade team spaceships are equipped with space weapons. Although due to size and mass limitations, the power of these space weapons are not as great as those of Continental-class spacecraft. They have another advantage. That is, they are extremely fuel-saving and can be launched quickly and conveniently. You know, for level 6 civilizations, space weapons are originally within the category of conventional weapons. As a result, a group of spaceships appear behind the defense lines of the Pegasus civilization's capital galaxy. They use 100 times the curvature sailing speed to avoid any attacks facing them. No attacks can hit them, but they can attack external targets at any time. In particular, their attack power is not weak. The space weapons equipped on them are less powerful. But compared to Continental-class spacecraft such as Asia, compared with ordinary 5th-level civilization weapons, the power of these space weapons is still very huge. Like a school of fish swimming freely in the sea. These hundreds of Blood Blade squad ships are randomly combined and dispersed in the curvature space, constantly launching attacks on external targets. In this galactic battle, for Xiao Yu, the greatest threat is those powerful interstellar forts and interstellar fortresses. Without these things, Xiao Yu would have the confidence to rush it even if there were 4 Continent-class spacecraft blocking the front. Therefore, the main target of the Blood Blade team was decisively placed on these big guys. In the void, a dozen ships of the Blood Blade team gathered together and simultaneously launched an attack on a huge interstellar fortress ahead. Hundreds of tiny space cracks flashed through the void, and they rushed to it in an instant. On top of this interstellar fortress, the protective shield system on it flickered violently, and then faint black smoke came out. After the attack, the dozens of Blood Blade team ships immediately sailed away and disappeared, leaving the ensuing attacks in the air. Then, as soon as the attack stopped for a moment, another group of Blood Blades immediately appeared. The small team of spacecraft assembled and once again launched an attack on this target at the same time. This time it wasn't so lucky. Under the cutting of hundreds of space weapons, the protective cover on it instantly shattered. Under the blow of subsequent space weapons, the tough material making up its body was directly cut into two halves, followed by a violent explosion. Scenes like this are constantly happening on the battlefield. In addition to targeting these large targets, the Blood Blade team also focused on various supply factories, rest and repair docks in the rear, as well as various damaged spacecraft returning for repairs. A large number of transport fleets transporting supplies to the front line are also targets of the Blood Blade team. Faced with such an elusive group of enemies, who were on one side of the galaxy at this moment and on the other side of the galaxy at the next, with extremely strong maneuverability and strong attack power, causing heavy losses to oneself, the Pegasus civilization did not anything that can be done to deal with it. The ships of the Blood Blade team are tireless. Because of their extremely strong mobility, they can shuttle back and forth between fierce frontline battlefields at any time. This means that if they run out of energy inside the galaxy, they can go to Xiaoyu's rear to receive supplies at any time. After receiving the supplies, they continue to harass the interior of the galaxy. It is impossible to rely on the hundreds of spacecraft of the Blood Blade team to directly confront the millions of spacecraft of the Pegasus civilization. Even the spacecraft of the 6th level civilization will be wiped out instantly. But harassment in the rear is different. Faced with such an offensive, the only way is to send a large number of fleets to defend the rear and protect all important targets in all directions. But this requires a lot of combat power and a lot of spaceships. The frontline war is in a stalemate. At this time, a large number of spaceships are deployed to defend the rear. Pegasus civilization, and Xiaoyu know what this means. This is a dilemma. If we allocate our forces back to defense, the front line will not be able to support it. Without allocating forces to return to defense, various important targets, interstellar fortresses, supply lines, etc. will be threatened, and the front line will still be unable to support it over time.
In this case, what choice would you make?
Xiaoyu thought rather playfully. Chapter 531 Plan B. This is a dead end. No matter what choice the leader of the Pegasus civilization makes, final defeat is inevitable. Even Xiaoyu was very interested in deducing his own war system, trying to find a way to fight back when he was in such a situation. As a result, Xiaoyu didn't know what to do. In this case, it seems that the only option is to accept the fate of failure. The Blood Blade team has such strong strength. If it were on a frontal battlefield, these spaceships would not be able to pose a threat to millions of spaceships. But if placed on the rear battlefield and used as targets, such as harassment and invasion, they would exert extremely powerful power. Under the influence of the Blood Blade team, the supply lines of the entire Pegasus civilization were almost cut off. This has already affected the situation on the entire battlefield.
I have always wanted to reach the level 6 civilization. Guardians, sweepers, or those level 6 alien beasts, as well as unknown existences in extragalactic galaxies, are my enemies. The Pegasus civilization is just a stepping stone on my way forward. Kishi, I have never really regarded you as an opponent. You are proud enough to be able to do this and force me to release the Blood Blade team. Just accept the attack of the Blood Blade team quietly. You are destined to be defeated.
Xiaoyu thought silently. The fighting became more intense. It seemed that they were aware of the instability in the rear and were eager to gain an advantage in the front. They pushed back Xiaoyu to free up their hands to assist the rear. The Pegasus civilization launched the most massive offensive since the beginning of the war. Countless spaceships shuttled back and forth in space, and artillery fire and light carrying the meaning of death crisscrossed the void. But unfortunately, such an offensive still cannot make Xiaoyu retreat. Even if Xiaoyu's battleships only have the current number left, the Pegasus civilization will not be able to completely defeat them, but can only fight in a long war of attrition. Drag Xiaoyu down. The Pegasus civilization had already seen the dawn of victory, but this dawn was completely wiped out by the Blood Blade team. Xiaoyu is looking forward to the performance of Pegasus civilization. At this moment, the leader of the Pegasus civilization is not sitting on the flagship of their civilization. the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft. At this moment, he is on the capital planet of the Pegasus civilization. He stood on a high mountain, staring at the place beyond the sky through the light red sky. The reason why the sky is red is because the planet's protective shield has been turned on. Even the Marian civilization has the ability to construct a planetary protective shield. The Pegasus civilization is a much more powerful existence than the Marian civilization, so it naturally has the ability to construct a planetary protective shield. In fact, the planetary shield of the Pegasus civilization is more advanced than that of the Marian civilization, and it can withstand greater attacks. The planetary shield is the basic configuration in the galaxy defense system. The planet shield can provide complete protection for an entire planet, protecting various buildings, facilities, personnel, etc. on the planet from harm. On the planets in the 4-star systems that were previously destroyed by Xiaoyu, there are actually defensive functions and powerful planetary shields. However, the planetary shields in those 4 galaxies did not work, because Xiaoyu didn't launch an attack on the planet at all. Xiaoyu directly destroyed the star, and then the energy burst from the star directly destroyed the planet's protective shield. However, in this star system, Xiaoyu cannot directly destroy the star. If the star is destroyed, the huge energy of the star will also destroy the things Xiaoyu needs on the planet, and it will not be worth it. Now, the Pegasus civilization leader stood straight here. The night sky was very peaceful, with only a few shining stars suddenly appearing under the faint red light, then suddenly disappeared. The night is like water. The breeze is blowing, and occasionally there are a few unknown sounds of insects or wild beasts, revealing an atmosphere of tranquility. But the leader of the Pegasus civilization knows that all this is an illusion. The night sky is not peaceful. Behind this tranquility, there is great danger hidden. He knew that the few stars in the sky that only existed for a short time were not actually stars, but the light emitted when huge battleships were destroyed and exploded. Each star represents the death of a powerful battleship. Among these warships, there are some from our own side and some from the enemy. The advanced communication equipment on his body can transmit intelligence on the battlefield to him in real time for him to make decisions. His brain was running at high speed, and orders were issued one after another, from the top of the hill shrouded in the night sky to the ubiquitous warships or other battle fortresses in this star system. Xiaoyu is in the Asia spacecraft, and the Pegasus civilization leader is on the top of the hill. These 2 cores of the battlefield are controlling the situation of the entire battlefield. The expression of the Pegasus civilization leader suddenly dimmed. Is it still impossible to repel the attack of the Shenzhou civilization? Is there still no way to maintain a complete logistics supply line? Damn these damn spaceships. They are at least made with the technology of a 6th-level civilization. Where did the Shenzhou civilization get such a thing? Do you really want to force me to use the last resort? If Xiaoyu knew what the leader of the Pegasus civilization was thinking at this moment, Xiaoyu would definitely be surprised. Because of the current situation, Xiaoyu really doesn't know how to deal with it. In other words, Xiaoyu has no way to deal with this situation. The leader of the Pegasus civilization said that he seemed to have a last hidden method that he had not yet used, and this method could actually offset the impact of the Blood Blade team on the battle situation. Think about it. If the Indulgence Blood Blade squad exists, then the logistics supply line behind the Pegasus civilization defense line will be seriously threatened, and various things such as interstellar fortresses and interstellar forts can play a huge role in wars. The city will be gradually destroyed. Without these equipment, it is impossible for the Pegasus civilization to withstand Xiaoyu's attack. But if the fleet is mobilized to return to defense, the front line will not be able to support it, and the defense line will also be breached. This is simply a dead end, and there is no way to break it. The leader of the Pegasus civilization lowered his gaze from the sky to the land beneath his feet. Even from a human perspective, the scenery on the capital planet of Pegasus civilization is quite good. After all, this is the capital planet of a civilization, and this civilization has reached the category of 5th-level civilization and entered the interstellar era. This means that this civilization can transfer a large number of heavily polluting heavy industries to other planets to ensure the ecological environment of the capital planet. In fact, the Pegasus civilization did exactly this. They are doing their best to optimize the environment of the capital planet. Thanks to their continuous efforts for thousands of years, the environmental beauty of the capital planet has reached a peak. The capital planet is not only the political, cultural and spiritual core of Pegasus civilization, but also the most beautiful tourist attraction among Pegasus civilization. The sight of the Pegasus civilization leader was filled with sadness, because he knows that these beautiful scenery that his civilization has spent a lot of time and energy to create will disappear. in order to resist the attack of the Blood Blade team and save the overall situation. These things must be sacrificed.
Give me my order and execute Plan B.
The leader said these words calmly.
But,
the assistant's nagging voice came through the communication line. The assistant seemed to want to make a distinction and dissuade the leader's decision. But he didn't know what to say.
There is nothing.
The leader's voice was as calm as ever.
Our civilization has been pushed to the extreme. And now, there is nothing that cannot be sacrificed. Plan B will destroy all the ecological environment of the first planet. And thousands of our civilization will be destroyed.
Years of hard work will be ruined in one day. But we must do this. As long as we can defeat the Shenzhou civilization, we will have a broader space for development. For the future of our civilization. Now we must pay the price. Believe me, everything we have lost now has been made up for. Do not hesitate to issue my order and execute it. Follow your orders.
The assistant said bitterly, his voice full of sadness. This order was transmitted from the top of this hill to many corners of the planet, to space, and to the minds of many military leaders.
Is Plan B going to be implemented? After thousands of years of hard work, will our fairyland-like capital planet be destroyed by our own hands? After Plan B is implemented, the environment of the capital planet will become like purgatory. I don't know how long it will take to recover. There is no way. The current situation can only be restored by executing Plan B. Damnable Shenzhou civilization. We must make them pay the price.
This order was sent to many corners of the capital planet of Pegasus civilization. In these corners, many secret underground bases became busy. The mountains separated from the middle, revealing the huge machinery hidden in the mountains. Planes suddenly appeared. A large hole was created. The light of the star shone into the large hole, and metal flashes began to emit from below. Even on the sea, such huge machines began to appear. No matter how violent the wind and waves were, they could not shake it at all. The shadow of this huge machine has begun to appear in mountains, plains, seas, islands, hills, plateaus, jungles, deserts, grasslands, and other places. Following the issuance of this order, this huge machinery spread all over the planet within a few hours. Chapter 532, Xiaoyu's Dilemma. So far, this galactic battle has lasted for more than a month. The war in the interstellar age is different from the war on the surface of the planet. In the war in the interstellar age, the soldiers can rest on the spot inside the spacecraft and fight in rotation within the spacecraft. This is the fighting method of the Pegasus civilization. As for Xiaoyu, not to mention, Xiaoyu does not need to rest at all. So during this month, the fighting continued without stopping at all. During this period, due to the addition of the Blood Blade team, the battle situation has been developing in Xiaoyu's favor. Xiaoyu believes that if the current situation continues to develop, he will be able to win the entire war in at most 3 months. Victory is in sight. But Xiaoyu felt a little disappointed in his heart.
It seems that you have no way to deal with it. I think too highly of you. And I thought I could give you a little surprise.
Xiaoyu sighed slightly and focused his energy on the battle again. But at this moment, Xiaoyu made an unexpected discovery. Even though there is a fierce battle at this moment, the Pegasus civilization has deployed the most stringent defense system inside the galaxy. This defense system prevents Xiaoyu from entering the inner galaxy to obtain any detection instruments other than the Blood Blade team information. But this matter is transmitted through visible light and gravity. There is no way to block these two methods. The Blood Blade squadron, which was inside the galaxy and was wreaking havoc on the Pegasus civilization fleet, was also keenly aware of this astonishing phenomenon. In the void in front of Xiaoyu, inside this star system, a bright star suddenly appeared. Its brightness increased rapidly. In just a few minutes, its brightness surpassed that of the stars in this galaxy. It shone beautifully in the void of the universe.
What is this?
Xiaoyu was startled, and then began to observe the light spot using various detection methods. At the same time, Xiaoyu also mobilized a dozen spaceships from the Blood Blade team. Get closer to this point of light. Under this situation, Xiaoyu quickly knew what this was. That is the capital planet of the Pegasus civilization. For some unknown reason, within a few minutes, the planet suddenly erupted with such intense light that it was even brighter than a star.
What's going on? What does the Pegasus civilization want to do?
Xiaoyu speculated in his heart, and couldn't help but become excited.
Is there really a surprise for me? This is how your Pegasus civilization responds to the current situation. Is there a way? Let me see. What exactly do you want to do? Rapid reports from various detection channels gave Xiao Yu a lot of information. By analyzing this information, Xiao Yu quickly came to a conclusion. That's it. That's it. Xiao Yu's mind became serious for the first time. The current situation is beyond Xiao Yu's expectation, and beyond Xiao Yu's consideration. Xiao Yu found that he was wrong. After the Blood Blade team was dispatched, the situation created for the Pegasus civilization was not a dead end, as he had speculated. There is still a way to crack this situation. Xiao Yu knows. At this moment, the Pegasus civilization has found this method and started executing it. The dilemma created by Xiao Yu for the Pegasus civilization is just like that. The key to this dilemma is that no matter what choice the Pegasus civilization makes, whether it chooses to ignore it or deploy its troops to defend, it cannot change the overall situation. This situation is caused by the Blood Blade team's continuous intrusion on the Pegasus civilization's logistic supply lines and various large-scale interstellar fortresses. Xiao Yu believes that the only way to prevent this kind of harassment from the Blood Blade team is to mobilize troops to return to defense. But now Xiao Yu knows that he was wrong. In addition to deploying troops from the front line to defend the supply lines and interstellar fortresses, there is another way. During the period of preparation for war, the Pegasus civilization built a large number of heavy industry-related facilities on the capital planet. These heavy industry facilities are the heart that supports the entire civilization in launching war. Every moment, a large amount of supplies are transported from the capital planet to the front line. The distance from the capital planet of Pegasus civilization to the war front line is their supply line. An important task of the Blood Blade team is to invade and harass this supply line. Now, Pegasus civilization made a move that was very unexpected by Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu knew that through this method, the Pegasus civilization kept the supply lines open without deploying troops from the front line to return to defense and maintaining the strength of the frontline attack, so that Xiao Yu's Blood Blade team could no longer attack the supply line. Line harassment. Xiao Yu knew why the capital planet of the Pegasus civilization shined so brightly. That's the light of the planet engine. At least tens of thousands of planetary engines started together, stopping the rotation of the capital planet of Pegasus civilization, and then pushing it directly towards the front line. If there is no ability to ensure the stability of the supply line, then the supply base will be brought directly to the front line. In this way, the so-called supply line will no longer exist. How else can Xiao Yu carry out harassment? Moreover, Xiao Yu can be sure that there must be a very huge attack force on this planet. This is equivalent to a huge war fortress constructed with a planet as the core. It can even move. Such a huge target. It cannot be taken by hundreds of small spacecrafts of level 6 civilization. In other words, where this planet arrives, not only are there no worries about supply lines, but even various huge interstellar fortresses and interstellar forts can be protected. Xiao Yu has lost the ability to attack these targets. Xiao Yu never expected that the Pegasus civilization would use such a method. Okay, this method is really effective. Xiao Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly. But do you really no longer care about how much damage your capital planet will suffer? Xiao Yu is very familiar with things like planetary engines. Xiao Yu has built them many times himself. However, those are built on uninhabited planets. So Xiao Yu does not have to worry too much about the planet's ecological environment, the stability of the planet's plates and other factors. But this planet is different. You know, this is the capital planet of the Pegasus civilization. On this planet, there are countless key facilities for heavy industry and countless Pegasus civilized people. Most importantly, this planet is the birthplace of their entire civilization and the hometown of their entire civilization. Things like planetary engines will undoubtedly have a very serious impact on the planet. Even if the impact of the planetary engine on the overall structure of the planet is minimized through very precise design, the planetary engine needs to inject something to generate thrust, which means that the planetary engine will have a very large tail flame. The tail flame has a very high temperature and contains many inexplicable chemical substances. When these things are ejected into the atmosphere, they will even increase the temperature of the entire atmosphere and the entire planet, and will also change the structure of the entire atmosphere. This is a devastating blow to the ecological environment of a planet. The Pegasus civilization sacrificed the ecological environment of its own planet and even risked destroying the overall structure of the planet, brazenly making such a move. This move not only resolved the crisis they were facing now, but also once again put the initiative in their own hands. Xiao Yu's mind became serious, and for the first time, Xiao Yu began to look squarely at the opponent in front of him, because Xiao Yu discovered that the current situation has changed. If he doesn't handle it well, and is a little negligent, he will really be at risk of defeat. You know, There are still millions of Pegasus civilization ships wandering in outer space. They have not participated in the current war due to their serious damage or mental breakdown. If he fails, he only needs to fail once, and the minds of those wandering spaceships will gather together and participate in the current war. And just facing the Pegasus civilization's current fleet, Xiao Yu used almost all his power, and even the Blood Blade team was dispatched. If millions more spaceships were created out of thin air, how could Xiao Yu possibly can you handle it? Xiao Yu cannot fail. Not even once. Because Xiao Yu cannot afford to fail. We must find a way to deal with this planet. Xiao Yu thought silently. But there is one thing that is difficult to solve. This planet is behind the entire defense line of Pegasus civilization, providing firm support. If you want to destroy this planet, you must break through the defense line of Pegasus civilization. And if you want to break through the defense line of Pegasus civilization, you must destroy this planet's support for the defense line of Pegasus civilization. This is a paradox. The two are interdependent and create such a contradictory situation for me. The current situation is very bad. It was like Xiao Yu wanted to open a lock, but the key was locked on the lock. To open the lock, you must remove the key. And to remove the key, you must first open the lock. Perhaps, the lock can be opened directly without a key through violent means. However, Xiao Yu now does not have the ability to violently break through the Pegasus civilization's defense line. Unless he uses the Ball of Death, Xiao Yu's 3 continent-class spacecraft were unable to move forward at all, blocked by countless Pegasus civilization spacecraft. The Ball of Death must not be used here. A level 5 civilization is not worth wasting such a precious thing as the Ball of Death. So, what method should be used? Lock. Key. Defense line. Planet, Xiao Yu muttered to himself, thinking rapidly in his mind. Chapter 533, Planet Battlestar. At this moment, this planet is behind the first line of defense of the Pegasus civilization, and is only less than 5 million kilometers away from the first line of defense. This is considered to be on the edge of the battlefield. A large number of Pegasus civilization spacecrafts appear here. The Blood Blade team spaceships have no way to get close to here. Correspondingly, they cannot harass the Pegasus civilization supply lines. It can be said that through this method, the Pegasus civilization has completely solved the problem of unsafe supply lines. Moreover, what is the defense range of a planet? Near this planet, Xiao Yu did not even dare to let the Blood Blade team spacecraft attack other targets, such as interstellar fortresses and interstellar forts. The planet's protective shield is relatively not too tough. After all, its protective range is too large. In a large-scale battle, hundreds of thousands of spacecraft can be dispatched to attack for a while to break it. But behind the defense line, Xiao Yu only had a few hundred spaceships from the Blood Blade team. And this number was definitely not enough. Although the Blood Blade team is powerful, they are not so powerful that one can fight 1,000 in a frontal battlefield. Xiao Yu really felt this pressure. After the Pegasus civilization moved all its capital planets to the battle line, Xiao Yu discovered that the attacks from the Pegasus civilization fleet were much more severe, and even made Xiao Yu's fleet unsustainable. After all, this is the home ground of the Pegasus civilization. I can't retreat. Retreating means that the advantageous situation I have finally created will completely collapse, and the situation will be out of control. However, if I continue to spend time like this, I will not have enough power to reverse the situation. So what should I do? What to do? Xiao Yu allocated some computing power. I was thinking about this problem silently. In the Supreme Military Conference room, the members of the military committee were also arguing, discussing how to get out of the current predicament. While Xiao Yu and the members of the military commission were thinking hard, Xiao Yu suddenly felt shocked. What happened to the Tai spaceship? Where did the attack come from? How could it be so powerful? What's going on? Xiao Yu was secretly shocked. Previously, the Tai spacecraft was leading a combat team, entangled with a national spacecraft and several provincial spacecraft formations from the Pegasus civilization. Although the battle was fierce, the Tai spacecraft still had the upper hand. But now, suddenly an unusually powerful attack came out of nowhere. This attack severely damaged the Tai spacecraft in an instant, causing many internal instruments to be damaged, and black smoke even began to emerge. It is conceivable that if there were no four-dimensional protective cover, this attack would cause the Tai spacecraft to lose its combat effectiveness. Fortunately, the Tai spacecraft still has some mobility left. So, taking advantage of this last maneuver, Xiao Yu controlled the Thailand spacecraft to hurriedly withdraw from the battle and ran to the rear of the battle line to rest. This is a national-level spacecraft equipped with 4 protective covers. With just one shot and one attack, the Tai spacecraft was seriously injured and even had to withdraw from the battle. What a powerful weapon this is. The power of this weapon. It is even comparable to the power of a space rift launched by the Asia spacecraft at full power. However, how could the Pegasus civilization have such a thing as space weapons?
Where did the attack come from? Well, the attack type was negative matter. It seems that a super powerful negative matter cannon attacked the Tai spacecraft. Such a huge power negative matter cannon. I'm afraid it is impossible to build it on the spacecraft. Even continent-level spacecraft will not work. Then the only ones built on the planet are those built on the planet.
Xiao Yu thought for a moment. Just wanted to understand this matter. Xiao Yu's eyes once again focused on the planet that came behind the battle line and provided strong support to the entire battlefield. Several ships of the Blood Blade team quickly approached the planet, taking the risk that many warships might lock their position and attack at any time, and launched an exploration here. Through the light red planet shield, highly sensitive optical detection instruments, negative matter detection instruments, high-level energy detectors, etc. began to work together. After more than 10 minutes, Xiao Yu came to the conclusion.
I have detected that a large number of negative matter tachyons are gathering here, and extremely high-level energy reactions are occurring. Well, the three-dimensional modeling restoration work has been completed. So this photo should be what this high-power weapon looks like. It seems that my speculation is true. On this planet, they have built such a powerful weapon. Such a weapon can already affect the situation on the entire battlefield.
This super negative matter cannon can already be regarded as a strategic level weapon, just like the nuclear weapons of the Earth era, with the ability to change the entire battlefield situation. At this moment, Xiao Yu does not have the technology to create a negative matter cannon of this magnitude. It is foreseeable that this kind of technology is unique to the Pegasus civilization.
This Pegasus civilization is worthy of being a veteran 5th level civilization. Its foundation is unfathomable. When I thought I had pushed them to the limit, they could still come up with something like this. This is really beyond me. It was expected. First, there was the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft,
which could reach the level of the European spacecraft without relying on four-dimensional protective cover and space weapons. And now it has this negative matter cannon. This Pegasus civilization is really...
Xiao Yu murmured to himself. For the first time, Xiao Yu discovered that he had underestimated this opponent in the past. At the same time, the current situation of the capital planet of Mulyan civilization has also aroused some speculation from Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu discovered for the first time that the planet could be transformed in this way.
The technological level of the Pegasus civilization is still a little behind now. If the technology of the Pegasus civilization is more advanced, can they make the defense capabilities of the planet shield more powerful and reach the continents? A level spacecraft? Coupled with a planet engine, a super negative matter cannon equivalent to a strategic level weapon, and a considerable number of escort fleets. My god, what kind of existence is this? This seems to be possible. Call it a battle star?
A battle fortress transformed from an entire planet. What a huge undertaking. Xiao Yu never thought that the final trump card of the Pegasus civilization would be like this.
Such a huge project cannot be completed in less than a few thousand years. Come to think of it, the Pegasus civilization started this work thousands of years ago. They installed planetary engines to provide power for their capital planet, install a planet shield to provide defense power, and install a super negative matter cannon to provide attack power. Because this is a planet in itself, the fleet with this battle star as the core will not be short of material supplies. And if it is coupled with the corresponding escort fleet, this power is really terrifying.
Pegasus civilization once again gave Xiao Yu a surprise in this regard. But this also opened up Xiao Yu's thinking and made Xiao Yu think of many things. The planet Battlestar in front of us is imperfect. Due to limitations in technological level, the Battlestar's defense is too low. Its maneuverability is too poor. And most importantly, it cannot conduct curvature navigation. Xiao Yu currently does not have the technology to allow a planet to enter curvature navigation. Maybe there will be a 6th level civilization, but it won't be Xiao Yu. But what if Xiao Yu's technology develops in the future? What huge benefits would it be to create a planetary battle star? There are simply too many to count. After seeing this capital planet of the Pegasus civilization, Xiao Yu quickly made up his mind and decided that when the time comes and technology develops, he must build such a battle star.
Let's solve the current matter first.
Xiao Yu sighed slightly and pulled his thoughts back.
Although the planetary battle star of Pegasus civilization is not perfect now, it is still very difficult. This level of negative matter cannon and even pose a great threat to my continent-class spacecraft. The national-class spacecraft basically has to withdraw from the battle as long as it takes one shot, and it is an instant kill for the provincial-class spacecraft. But fortunately, this super-negative matter cannon seems to be needed. The long preparation time makes it impossible to fire quickly. However, even if it is such a slow fire, I can't bear it. I must find a way to solve it. It would be great if its planetary protective shield could be eliminated. As long as its planetary protective shield is eliminated, the space weapons equipped on the Bloodblade Team spacecraft can directly attack targets on the surface of the planet, destroy their planetary engines. And even the super-negative matter cannon is a very simple matter. However, due to the obstruction of the Pegasus civilization fleet, my large force cannot pass. So how can we destroy the planetary shield?
Xiao Yu was thinking rapidly. Members of the military committee, combat staff, and even some core scientists were all thinking about this issue nervously. Time passed little by little, and about 5 hours later, the super material cannon on the planet Battlestar was fired again. The target of this attack was the Asia spacecraft. This attack caused the four-dimensional protective cover of the Asia spacecraft to flicker violently. Even Xiao Yu, who was in the central computer inside the spacecraft, felt the power of this attack. We can't go on like this. But, what kind of method should we use?
At this time, in the homeship spacecraft, a young scientist connected the communication line with Xiao Yu.
To solve the current dilemma is very simple. Just hit,
said the young scientist. Xiao Yu knew his name and was familiar with him, because Xiao Yu had been monitoring him and never relaxed. His name is Junpo. Chapter 534, Junk Spaceship. During this period of time, Xiao Yu never relaxed his surveillance of Junpo. Xiao Yu watched him gradually grow up, graduate from university with superb talent and excellent grades, and enter the Central Academy of Sciences as an intern after further studies. Currently, the mentor he follows is Luca 3. Luca 3 worked hard to teach and train him with his advanced thinking and profound scientific background. He certainly did not disappoint Luca 3. Now, he has even grown up to be qualified enough to join forces with Luca 3 to launch a certain scientific research project. He is undoubtedly a genius. After Xiao Yu's current predicament was known to him, he spent a short time thinking about it, came up with an answer, and told Xiao Yu. After getting this answer, Xiao Yu was slightly shocked and then relieved.
Yes. Just a collision is enough. Just one collision can solve the current predicament. I was negligent before and reached a blind corner in my thinking. I only thought about how to use the current fleet power to break through the Pegasus civilization defense, but didn't think about the rest.
This has nothing to do with the level of intelligence. It is purely a matter of blind spots in thinking, just like a sentence occasionally said by an imbecile. But it happens to open the heart of a wise man. It does not mean that the imbecile is more intelligent than the wise man. Of course, this metaphor may not be appropriate, because Junpo is obviously not an imbecile. He is a genius. But the essence of these two things is the same. Xiao Yu understood what Junpo was talking about in an instant. After a little thought, thinking about this plan from all aspects, and confirming that this plan was indeed feasible and not due to Junpo's conspiracy, Xiao Yu quickly agreed to the plan.
I already have a way,
Xiao Yu said.
This method can solve the current dilemma very conveniently. The fall of the capital planet of Pegasus civilization is a foregone conclusion. Let's prepare for the subsequent battle situation. Huh? What is the method?
A scientist asked unexpectedly.
A collision,
Xiao Yu sighed softly and said.
While fighting the Pegasus Civilization Expeditionary Corps, we used the Predator Civilization's Continental Flagship spacecraft to collide with the Continental-class flagship spacecraft of the Expeditionary Corps. They were destroyed in this way. So don't we still have a Continental-class spacecraft captured from the Expeditionary Corps in our hands? I don't believe that the planet's planetary shield can withstand the impact of a Continental-class spacecraft. So that's it. This is indeed feasible.
The scientist's eyes lit up, and he continued.
The Continental-class spacecraft is different from ordinary meteorites. It has a complete protective shield system. This ensures that it will not hit Pegasus until it hits Pegasus. The civilization's capital planet will not be destroyed during the process. It can accelerate for a period of time and hit the planet at a very high speed to ensure the impact power. After destroying the planet's protective shield, the Bloodblade team can be dispatched. It would be perfect to use space weapons to destroy the planetary engine on this planet, making it lose its ability to maneuver, destroy its super-negative matter cannon, and make it lose its ability to attack. Yes, that's it.
Xiaoyu nodded. But the scientist paused and said with some hesitation. But we have not completed the technological analysis of this Continental-class spacecraft. It is a pity to sacrifice it like this. It doesn't matter, Xiaoyu said. A Continental-class spacecraft used as a rock collision does not need so much advanced equipment. It only needs to ensure the basic power system and protection system. I am already organizing a large number of robots began to dismantle the Continental-class spacecraft. Any valuable instruments inside it will be disassembled for future research. I also left enough data backup for the instruments that cannot be disassembled. Well, these robots, a lot of other useless materials will also be transported to increase its overall mass and increase the impact power. In this case, there is nothing to worry about. I agree with this plan. The scientist nodded and expressed his opinion. The preparations will take 2 days. During these 2 days, we are expected to be attacked 5 to 7 times by the super-negative matter cannon on the planetary battle star. Fortunately, the Continental-class battleship will not be affected by these attacks. It's hard to say about the battleship as a whole and the national-level spacecraft. But there is nothing we can do about it. So just wait quietly. Xiaoyu's eyes were once again on Junpo. After making this suggestion to Xiaoyu, he continued his work as if nothing had happened. Xiaoyu sighed slightly. Until now, I haven't noticed anything suspicious about you. You are just an ordinary intelligent creature. Even if you are a little genius and a little smarter, this is not unacceptable. In fact, I am very optimistic about you. But why do you have such a name? Taihao, leader of the rebels. There is a lot of mystery behind these things. And I don't know when I will know the truth of the matter. The initiative is always with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu started something with him that could be said to be rigorous, but so secret that it was unimaginable. According to the sociological theory of Luca II, what an intelligent creature is thinking will be more or less revealed through subtle reactions of the body or subtle expressions on the face. During this period of time, Xiaoyu collected information about Junpo that was almost as vast as the sea. However, under the most stringent data testing, Xiaoyu did not find anything suspicious about him. Xiaoyu even gave him anesthesia while he was sleeping, and then thoroughly analyzed his body structure, but found nothing unusual. But Xiaoyu was still worried. In order to ensure absolute control over him, Xiaoyu even implanted mini micro-bombs in his blood supply organs, respiratory organs, thinking organs, and other important organs. These micro-bombs are directly connected to Xiaoyu's thinking, not through any other channels. This guarantees the safety of these bombs to the greatest extent. It can be said that as long as Xiaoyu's brain does not fall, no other existence can take away control of these micro-bombs from Xiaoyu. As long as Xiaoyu is a thought, these micro-bombs will detonate immediately and take away Junpo's life. I have used all the methods I can think of. Under such strict methods, if you can still successfully rebel, it is your ability. I have nothing to say and am willing to admit defeat. Xiaoyu thinks so. Xiaoyu also has his own pride. After all, Xiaoyu simply didn't believe that Junpo could make any waves with his methods. The fierce war is still going on, and the super-negative matter cannon on the planet Battlestar still maintains a firing rate of 1 shot every 7 or 8 hours. During this period, 3 more national-level spacecraft were severely damaged and had to retreat to the rear of the battle line to rest. The Continental-class spacecraft is still safe and sound and has not been greatly affected. However, under such circumstances, the battle situation began to slowly overturn. From the side that was beneficial to Xiaoyu to the side that was not beneficial to Xiaoyu. Continental-class spaceships are the pinnacle of power and strategic weapons, and national-class spaceships are elite forces, similar to feudal officials, who are in charge of one party. Every time a national-level spacecraft is lost, it means that Xiaoyu's power in a certain area has lost its advantage. This kind of loss accumulates, and in the end it can change the situation of the entire battlefield. But it doesn't matter. The Continent-class spacecraft snatched from the Expeditionary Legion has been transformed. During this period, Xiaoyu directed the robot to evacuate all the valuable instruments inside the Continental-class spacecraft, and then transported many low-value items, such as garbage generated by the intelligent creatures of the homeship spacecraft, scraping worthless spacecraft parts, damaged spaceships, etc. In short, as long as it is garbage that Xiaoyu does not need, all of it is installed in this spacecraft, turning this Continent-class spacecraft into a veritable garbage spacecraft. The internal environment of this Continent-class spacecraft is now very harsh. The domestic garbage of intelligent creatures always contains many inexplicable creatures. Under the influence of these inexplicable creatures, some things and gases that look even more disgusting and inexplicable will be produced. In the past, Xiao Yu directly collected these things with a robot, and then poured them into the decay engine to be used as fuel. Anyway, decay engines are not picky eaters, and can eat anything. But now these things are all piled up in this Continent-class spacecraft. As a result, inside this Continental-class spacecraft, sewage flowed across the air. Black, yellow, green, and all kinds of colorful dirt were everywhere. All kinds of inexplicable mosquito-like creatures were everywhere. All kinds of pungent smells were enough to make any body strong. The creature was so smoked that it fainted. In short, the scene inside this Continent-class spacecraft is enough to make intelligent creatures who see the scene spit out their overnight meal immediately. But it is these things that contribute considerable mass to this Continent-class spacecraft. The accumulation of these things is enough to make the total mass of this Continent-class spacecraft exceed 20 billion tons. After completing all this work, the Continental-class spacecraft began to slowly retreat away from the battlefield. After it was far away to a certain extent, it began to approach the battlefield, and its speed gradually increased. Its initial distance was just to leave enough acceleration distance for its subsequent approach. Chapter 535 Escape. The acceleration phase has begun. Because of the increase in mass, the speed of this Continental-class spacecraft increased somewhat slowly. But it doesn't matter. The acceleration distance Xiao Yu left for it is long enough. Under this situation, it doesn't have to worry too much about damage to its own spacecraft hull caused by excessive acceleration. They are all destroyed in the end anyway, so a little damage is nothing. Under full acceleration, its speed began to slowly increase. From 10 kilometers per second to 100 kilometers, 500 kilometers, and 3,000 kilometers. Finally, when it came to the battlefield, its speed had reached nearly 30,000 kilometers per second. In the current battlefield, the battle is very fierce. This causes people on the battlefield to easily ignore some subtle signs of outer space. What's more, Xiao Yu had already made some disguises on this Continent-class spacecraft. So before the Continent-class ship arrived on the battlefield, the Pegasus civilization did not notice Xiao Yu's movements. Now, they saw this big guy. And they also saw that this big guy was quickly impacting at a speed of 30,000 kilometers per second. The target was the planet they had transformed into a planetary battle star. What is the concept of a big thing weighing 20 billion tons hitting at a speed of 30,000 kilometers per second? Its mass at this moment is roughly equivalent to an asteroid with a volume of 2 cubic kilometers. Such an asteroid, if it hits the Earth at a speed of tens of kilometers per second, is enough to completely destroy the ecological environment on the Earth and trigger strong earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions can even change the Earth's plate structure. Not to mention this battleship. You know, the material that makes up the battleship is many times tougher than ordinary asteroids. Not to mention that its speed has reached 30,000 kilometers per second. Such a level of impact. Its power is definitely not something that the planetary shield can withstand. This big guy, a huge monster, hit the defense line laid out by the Pegasus civilization with great momentum. It is unstoppable, because its kinetic energy is too great. Even if another Continental-class spacecraft collides head-on, it cannot stop it, because it does not have enough acceleration time and acceleration distance. Doing so will only destroy both spacecraft. But after being destroyed, the wreckage of the spacecraft will still hit the planet. As long as this thing hits the capital planet of the Pegasus civilization, Xiao Yu doesn't care whether it hits the complete spacecraft or the wreckage of the spacecraft. It cannot be destroyed. Anyway, after all, it is a Continent-class spacecraft. During the process of dismantling the instruments, Xiao Yu did not dismantle its protective cover-related instruments, and even specially strengthened some of them. How could a continental spacecraft be destroyed in just a few minutes? At the same time, the capital planet of the Pegasus civilization, which had been transformed into a battle star, was too late to escape. A planet is a planet after all. Its relatively fragile structure determines that it cannot move quickly. It's a living target. There is simply no way to avoid the impact of this Continent-class spacecraft. This is a very helpless thing. If the reserve distance is long enough, through a large number of spacecraft attacks, or even bombardment by super-negative matter cannons, it may be possible to change the forward trajectory of this Continent-class spacecraft and avoid this impact. But it is a pity. This planet Battlestar has been moved to the front line. It is too close, and there is no way to stop it. The capital planet of Pegasus civilization. On top of that hill, the Pegasus civilization leader, who received this information, still maintained a calm expression. but the slightly twitching corners of his eyes betrayed his mood at the moment. He said a command, and a small spacecraft immediately flew over and took him away. Order the Tianma Xingkong spacecraft and related escort fleets to retreat immediately. All scientists, guards, and pre-selected personnel board the ship immediately and prepare to evacuate. This star system cannot be defended anymore. We should go to the Flower of Death galaxy, the leader said in a hurry. The order was given. But, the assistant murmured, with a trembling voice. Are we leaving our hometown like this? This is just a continent-class spacecraft that hit us. Even if it can destroy our planetary shield. It doesn't matter. Our defense line can still hold on. And in just 3 days, we can complete the repair of the planet's protective shield. By then, I don't believe that the Shenzhou civilization will get another continent-level spacecraft. If it hits our defense line, we don't need to escape at all. After all, this is our homeland where we have survived for tens of thousands of years. The leader glanced at his assistant sadly and said in a sad voice, Do you think the Shenzhou civilization will give us a chance to repair the planet's protective shield? Don't question my decision. Go ahead. Go ahead. We must act fast. Under the leader's majesty, the assistant finally lowered his head. He walked to the side and used the communication device to pass on the leader's order. I first used the remaining 4 star systems in the defense circle of the capital planet to kill half of the power of the Shenzhou civilization, and then dispatched the Tianma Xingkong spacecraft to lead the superior force to fight against the fleet of the Shenzhou civilization on the mainland. If there was an accident, they would definitely fail. But they took out their trump card and used the fleet that was suspected to be made by the 6th level civilization technology. Then I moved the capital planet to the front line of the battlefield and even dispatched the super negative matter cannon. Let me once again gain the upper hand. But why did I ignore the captured Continental-class spacecraft? The impact of a Continental-class spacecraft can destroy the planet's protective shield. And then those nasty 6th level civilization spacecraft, well, we can take advantage of the situation and destroy all the planetary engines and planetary shield activating instruments. Without the support of the capital planet, the front line will inevitably collapse. The battlefield has been eroded. All my trump cards have been played. And the situation is irreversible. Arrive in the Flower of Death galaxy, and rely on the power of the 5th level civilization alliance to make a comeback. Let's go! Let's go! As long as we can reach the 6th level civilization, all sacrifices will be worth it. All sacrifices will be worth it. The leader closed his eyes silently. At this time, the Continent-class battleship that Xiao Yu had transformed into a junk spaceship had just reached the edge of the battlefield. Xiao Yu's spacecraft had already evacuated in advance, making way for the spacecraft to move forward. Perhaps the Pegasus civilization's defense fleet has received relevant news, and they are not retreating at this moment. Are you preparing to fight for that glimmer of life? Hoping to sacrifice yourself to stop the impact of this Continent-class spacecraft? The courage and spirit are commendable, but it is useless. Huh? Why did the flagship spacecraft of the Pegasus civilization retreat? Follow along with it. There are about 400,000 spaceships retreating. Are they retreating towards their capital planet, trying to set up the last line of defense? The initiative has returned to Xiao Yu's hands. Xiao Yu quietly watched the changes in the battlefield and remained stationary for the time being. This Continent-class spaceship that rushed at high speed finally arrived on the battlefield. It is like a crazy beast, moving forward bravely and unstoppably. It was at this moment that the first impact occurred. It was a township-level spacecraft of the Pegasus civilization. Its small size and mass mean that it is extremely maneuverable and can accelerate itself to extremely high speeds in an extremely short distance and time. In fact, in this short period of time, its speed has risen to nearly 40,000 kilometers per second, which is faster than the impact of the Continental spacecraft. Adding the two together, the speed has reached almost 70,000 kilometers per second. It hit the Continent-class spacecraft directly, but unfortunately, its mass is too small and is far from enough to pose a threat to this Continent-class spacecraft. Apart from a spark exploding on the protective cover of the Continental-class spacecraft, it had no impact. Another spacecraft moved, like a moth flying into a flame. It followed the former's footsteps and crashed into the Continent-class spacecraft. Then, the third and fourth ships. They are like those brave soldiers in the Earth Age who hold explosives to blow up tanks. From the actions of these spaceships, Xiao Yu sensed the spirit and will of the Pegasus civilization. But the behavior itself was meaningless, unless a national or continental spacecraft launches a collision. there is a glimmer of hope. Is it true that a Continental-class spaceship was dispatched? Do you expect to save your capital planet by sacrificing a Continental-class spacecraft? It's impossible. Xiaoyu muttered to himself, and controlled the Asia spacecraft to rush forward quickly. The collision of the Continental-class spaceship could not stop this beast that was charging madly. However, a side impact can still change the trajectory of this giant beast, and an impact of this level will definitely damage the internal instruments of the impacting Continental-class spacecraft. In other words, after it is knocked off course, Xiaoyu would not be able to adjust its orbit back, and it would naturally not be able to hit the capital planet. But how could Xiaoyu allow such a thing to happen? As soon as the Continental-class spacecraft moved, the Asia spacecraft rushed forward and stopped its movement. The other national-level spacecraft that tried to hit were also blocked by Xiaoyu's force. The collision of small spacecraft continued, but their sacrifices received no reward. This Continent-class spacecraft still maintained its crazy momentum and crashed into the planet ahead. Chapter 536 Crash. Now! The scene in the battlefield is very spectacular. A huge battleship with a lavender shield was moving forward quickly. Next to it, some spaceships with either light red or light green shields were constantly hitting it. In fact, to be precise, such an impact still has some effects. For example, at this moment, some of the instruments inside the Continental-class spacecraft were burned out. But this has nothing to do with the overall situation. As long as it hits the planet's protective shield, it doesn't matter if it is completely destroyed. There are only the last 3 million kilometers left in the distance, and there are still the last 100 seconds before the final impact will occur. At this moment, the super negative matter cannon was launched. The outer protective cover of the Continental-class spacecraft, which had already suffered some damage, suddenly flashed, which meant that the moment it was attacked, the instantaneous energy intensity exceeded the load capacity of the engine. Unfortunately, the energy buffer system and energy regulation system dispersed the pressure instantly. An attack from the super negative matter cannon still did not destroy it, not even its protective cover. The cry before death? Xiaoyu muttered to himself. All Special Forces members are ready to occupy and attack at any time. Xiaoyu issued a new order. Yes, in the past period of time, Xiaoyu has mobilized hundreds of thousands of Special Operations Team members and asked them to board the Blood Blade Team spacecraft. After the planetary shield is breached, they will join the landing combat robot, boarded the planet under the cover of the Blood Blade Team spacecraft. Capture various important objectives. 100 seconds is a short period of time. The Continent-class spacecraft that hit it finally arrived next to the planet. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped, and all the eyes of everyone on the battlefield were focused here. The difference is that Xiaoyu's side has an expectant look, while Pegasus Civilization's side has a desperate look. They would rather give everything. He would even sacrifice his own life, turn his body into ashes, and be buried in the dark and cold space forever, as long as he could stop the progress of this spaceship. But they failed. Completely and completely. This crazy giant beast has now arrived next to their home and crashed. About to happen. No matter how reluctant they were, the impact eventually happened. The bow of the spacecraft was in contact with the planet's protective shield. No words can describe the magnificence of the situation at this moment. Countless spaceships sacrificed their lives to collide with them, but they were unable to stop this Continental-class spaceship. At this moment, it stopped its progress abruptly. It was blocked by the planet's protective shield. While blocking the spacecraft, the planetary shield also acted like an electrified light bulb. It suddenly became brighter. The huge energy passed through the ubiquitous lines on the planet and was finally transmitted to the planet shield launch base built on the planet, and to the engines. The huge energy released by the impact of the spacecraft was ultimately borne by millions of high-power engines. At this moment, these engines withstood the energy of the impact. However, this was only a moment. The energy of the impact was too huge. The pressure on this Continent-class spacecraft itself is also too great. Imagine that a big thing with a mass of 20 billion tons suddenly stops from a state of motion of 30,000 kilometers per second. What a huge test of inertia it will be subjected to. At this moment, how much pressure will its hull be under? The moment the impact occurred, the Continental-class spacecraft was destroyed. The protective cover on it broke instantly, and countless explosions began to occur within the spacecraft. The bow of the spacecraft has stopped at this moment, but it is only the bow. Its hull and stern are still moving forward, under the influence of the huge inertial force. The hull structure of the spacecraft has been completely destroyed. under extremely high pressure. Its hull material takes on the characteristics of a fluid. This leads to a very strange phenomenon. The huge inertial force destroyed its hull structure. The bow stopped. The hull and stern continued to press on. And eventually, the spacecraft was crushed into a thin layer. All the materials inside the spacecraft, including all the instruments, the spacecraft SH-L, various materials, as well as the various debris and domestic garbage that Xiaoyu put in, are all in this thin layer. Such a huge spacecraft was squeezed into such a small size under the action of inertial force. This only happened in an instant, and the whole thing took less than 1/100th of a second. After the entire spacecraft turned into such a layer, the things that made up this layer of material began to rebound. After all, the inertial force only exists for this moment. At this moment, there is no force to squeeze them, and they will naturally return to their original density. All the power they carry is transmitted to the planet's protective shield. This is the second wave of attacks that the planetary shield has withstood. This huge force is still spread to all parts of the planet through various energy wires. Through load balancing technology, it is finally transmitted to these millions of engines. But unfortunately, this time, these engines can no longer withstand such huge power requirements. So they exploded without any surprise. From outside the planet, it can be clearly seen that countless fires appeared on the planet. And even billowing smoke was released, as these engines were destroyed by the extremely high energy load. The planet shield also released an unusually strong flash of light, and then disappeared entirely. It was eventually destroyed. Without the protection of the planet's protective shield, the wreckage of the Continental-class spaceship, which had long lost its appearance as a spaceship, began to fall towards the surface of the planet. However, it has lost most of its kinetic energy at this moment. Its speed is not very fast at this moment. When it falls to the ground, it just hits a big crater and cannot cause too much damage. That's enough. Xiaoyu cheered up and immediately issued the order. The special forces are ready to attack. Hundreds of Blood Blade squad ships quickly flew to the surface of the planet. Without the planetary shield, there is nothing that can stop them at this moment. Their performance is so powerful that they can even launch curvature navigation on the surface of the planet. They are elusive. They are on this side of the planet at one moment, and they are at another location the next moment. Xiaoyu carried out devastating attacks on all the suspected planetary engines and planetary shield bases he discovered. Tiny space cracks were released one after another, like sharp knives, cutting these huge buildings into two pieces. A huge building stands on a mountain peak. It has a shiny SH-L that is obviously metal. Its overall shape is cylindrical. From the sky, it looks like a cylinder inserted diagonally in the sky, above the surface of the planet. This is obviously a planetary engine. Destroy it! Xiaoyu gave the order. As a result, a pitch-black space crack was released, like a big knife cutting through a bamboo. The cylinder split from the middle, and the upper part crashed to the ground, bringing with it a large amount of smoke and dust. After destroying the planetary engine, this space crack has not yet exhausted its energy. It directly bombarded the rocks behind the planetary engine. As a result, hundreds of millions of tons of rocks were cut open and fell from the cliff. A planetary engine on the island was discovered by the Blood Blade team. A crack in space went down, and the entire island was almost divided into two halves. A planetary engine below the ground has closed its ground channel and concealed its whereabouts. But a space crack still hit. This space crack created a 10 kilometers long and several kilometers wide on the ground. A 10-meter deep trench destroyed this entire terrain. Hundreds of Blood Blade squadron spaceships were wreaking havoc on the surface of the planet, while the pursuing Pegasus civilization spacecraft and the defense forces on the planet's surface were like headless flies, unable to find their target at all. When the entire planet fell into chaos, some Blood Blade team spacecraft landed. Some special operations team members wearing personal life support equipment and various advanced equipment specially made by Xiaoyu for them. And landing operations, the robots stepped off the spacecraft. As soon as they touched the ground, they boarded different special vehicles with great tacit understanding and spread out in all directions of the planet. In the blink of an eye, they lost track of where they were. And the Blood Blade teams, the spaceship immediately took off and once again entered the curvature navigation. During this period of time, Xiaoyu tried his best to destroy the planet shield base and planet engine on the planet. After all, it took so much effort to destroy the planetary shield. Xiaoyu couldn't accept them rebuilding it again. After completing this matter and confirming that the Pegasus civilization could not rebuild the planetary shield and planetary engine within 1 year, The Blood Blade Team spacecraft began to send a large number of troops here. The extremely high mobility provides the Blood Blade Team with the ability to shuttle across the battlefield anytime and anywhere. A large number of Special Operations Team members have been transported to the planet from behind the battlefield and are performing various tasks. Xiao Yu has never forgotten that acquiring technology is his first priority. Isn't the ultimate goal of launching such a huge war for the Pegasus civilization's technology? Chapter 537 Flower of Sin. Xiao Yu knew that after the Continent-class spacecraft crashed into the Pegasus civilization's capital planet protective shield, the entire Pegasus civilization's capital planet fell into chaos. There are tens of billions of people living on this planet. Obviously, they had observed the previous scene, and they knew the current battle situation. The last bit of hope in their hearts was shattered. The leader they had always trusted and admired failed to stop the invasion of the vicious alien civilization. Failure in the war means death, or being kidnapped as a slave and traded as goods on the intelligent biological trading market. This ending is not much better than death. The entire planet fell into total chaos, maintaining the most basic order of a society. Just like the disappearing protective shield of the Red Planet, which was destroyed by a Continent-class spacecraft. The brutal and bloodthirsty nature hidden deep in the hearts of intelligent creatures began to be exposed. The city was filled with thugs armed with various weapons. There were fires, explosions, and cries everywhere. This is a city relatively close to the sea. And unfortunately, the wreckage of the Continental-class spacecraft eventually fell down after the mass loss of the passage and impact, as well as friction with the planet's atmosphere. And it fell. The place we came down happened to be in the ocean next to the city. More than 10 billion tons of things fell from space into the sea. This intensity was enough to cause a large tsunami. In another hour at most, the raging waves will arrive here, destroying this city, including all the creatures, all the buildings, all the entanglements of life and death, joys and sorrows in the city, completely washed away like sweeping away trash. This is the final madness. The society after the collapse of order is H.L. Intelligent creatures lose the restraint of order and will erupt in a bloodthirsty nature that is more cruel than beasts. Stores were robbed and set on fire. People who were high in the past were brutally tortured to death by thugs. Noble and charming beautiful women could no longer be surrounded by their previous suitors. In fact, it was only now that intelligent creatures discovered that, no matter how proud and noble they were in life, after death, there was nothing outstanding about the corpse's appearance. It looked just as disgusting and twisted. Even armed forces with advanced weapons participated in the riots, and countless crimes were bred in the city. But it doesn't matter. No matter how many sins there are, after an hour, all will be washed away with the coming of that flood. The people of the Pegasus civilization are ready to face death. It is precisely because they have been prepared for this long ago that they are so crazy now. Therefore, when they saw Shenzhou civilization creatures wearing clothes that were completely inconsistent with their own civilization's aesthetics, as well as even weirder-looking robots rushing into the city, they became quiet instead. Although there is resistance, it is very weak, and those who resist will be immediately counterattacked and killed. So most people choose to wait and accept their unknown fate. But much to their expectation, these alien invaders ignored them at all, even if they are only a few feet away from these warriors. As long as those vicious warriors move their fingers, they can take away their lives. But these alien invaders still have not killed them. There is a little more doubt in the minds of the people. They looked at each other in confusion, looking at these alien creatures that were moving forward without stopping at all. We must collect all the valuable information in the Research Institute before the tsunami arrives, Xiao Yu murmured to himself, controlling the landing robot to speed up its progress again. And some robots even began to use their own equipped flying equipment flew directly, overcoming obstacles and moving forward quickly. At the same time, orders were issued to the Special Operations Team members to advance at full speed. The sight of the city in front of him made Xiao Yu secretly frightened. Xiao Yu never thought that high-level civilized creatures who had received complete civilized education could explode with such huge destructive power at this time. At this moment, this city no longer looks like a city at all. It is almost like H.L. I wonder what the situation was like on the Earth on the eve of its destruction. The scene he saw in front of him brought back some distant memories in Xiao Yu's heart. When the Earth is about to be destroyed, the signs are obvious enough. Even without my advanced scientific thinking and detection equipment that transcends the times, the rest of the scientific workers should be able to detect the truth of the matter. This matter cannot be concealed, especially in the last few hours. Violent earthquakes and volcanic eruptions will destroy the ecological environment of the entire planet. There will be a lot of dust in the sky. Even during the day, it will be pitch black. The smell of sulfur is everywhere. Sinkholes and subsidences, strong winds, showers, thunder, and lightning will spread all over the planet. It will be a completely age-lish scene. Think about it. The order of the earth will also collapse. And the earth will be like the scene here. Xiao Yu recalled. Sighing softly, take a breath. Xiao Yu had given an early warning, but it had no effect. This sentence seems a bit incredible, but it is indeed the case. Because all scientists are refuting Xiao Yu. When a scientist makes a conclusion, there must be corresponding evidence to support it. Xiao Yu naturally also produced his own evidence, which is hundreds of pages of dense mathematical calculations and sign observations. But unfortunately, Xiao Yu, the mathematical methods used and the physical formulas used in calculations were summarized by Xiao Yu during his own research and have not been made public at all. Therefore, this hundreds of pages of mathematical calculations, in the eyes of other scientists, are simply the ravings of a madman. In addition, Xiao Yu's popularity has never been good, and almost all the famous scientists in the world have been offended, which is why this result was finally achieved. Hey! With a slight sigh, Xiao Yu pulled his thoughts back from the distant past and continued to focus on the current things. After previous observations, Xiao Yu determined that a very important research institute is located in this coastal city, and there must be a lot of scientific information in it. For Xiao Yu, these things are unstoppable honey bait. Xiao Yu naturally couldn't tolerate these things being destroyed by the tsunami. I have acted quickly enough, and the current situation is so chaotic. I believe those researchers have not had time to completely destroy the data. Well, it is enough to get 80% complete data, and the remaining percent 20, I can perfect it myself through calculation and research. Xiao Yu had considered the possibility that the Pegasus civilization would delete and destroy scientific and technological data early on, and had planned a countermeasure early on. That was swift action. So fast that the researchers had no time to completely destroy the data. Just 10 minutes later, the special forces and landing robots rushed to the research institute. The defense mechanism of the research institute was easily destroyed. After killing several researchers who dared to resist, Xiao Yu's forces quickly rushed into the research institute. After this period of contact, Xiao Yu already has a considerable understanding of the social culture and technological details of the Pegasus civilization. So now Xiao Yu can easily tell which machine does what, which machine is responsible for conducting experiments, and which machine is responsible for data storage. These are all things that Xiao Yu can understand at a glance. In this case, the special forces and landing robots have clear goals. As soon as they rushed into the research institute, the special operations team members ran towards the machine that was obviously a data storage instrument. At this moment, a researcher was nervously operating something in front of the machine. He should be destroying data. Xiao Yu quickly came to this conclusion. So the landing combat robot next to him immediately launched the weapon in his hand, killing the researcher in an instant. After throwing his body aside like garbage, Xiao Yu's power quickly came to the instrument and started data collection. This research institute is large, but there are enough special forces and landing robots. The entire data collection work was completed in about 40 minutes. During this period of time, Xiao Yu's forces also invaded other targets in the city, such as government networks, finance, and municipal networks, and comprehensively and meticulously collected all information about the Pegasus civilization. All matters have been completed. At this moment, this city has no value to Xiao Yu. As a result, the Special Forces members and the landing combat robot began to evacuate. Countless rays of fire shot out from the flying instruments they were equipped with, and they quickly reached the sky and began to set off towards the next target. Under their feet, in this city, the flower of sin is still spreading. It seems that they are aware of the coming disaster, and the people of the Pegasus civilization have become even more manic. There are many things that even exceed the limits of Xiao Yu's imagination, making Xiao Yu feel that intelligent creatures can reach such a point when they become crazy. But all this has nothing to do with Xiao Yu. Sin will eventually be cleansed. About 10 minutes after all the special forces and landing combat robots were evacuated, a monstrous flood arrived in the city. They bulldozed all the buildings protruding from the ground at extremely high speeds, and buried them all together. Yes, there are tens of millions of intelligent creatures, as well as evils beyond Xiao Yu's imagination. Chapter 538, A Transaction. The phenomenon that happened in this seaside city also happened in many other cities on this planet. Every city is so chaotic and full of sin. But the difference is that those cities did not have strong enough floods to cleanse them of their sins. But this has nothing to do with Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu only wants technology and doesn't care about anything else. In the battlefield, the fierce war continued, but with the collision of the capital planet's protective shield. The battlefield situation had been completely reversed by Xiaoyu. What is even more strange is that the flagship of the Pegasus civilization, the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft, not only did not continue to fight at this time, but strangely retreated with hundreds of thousands of warships and broke away from the battlefield. This resulted in the Pegasus civilization's defensive strength becoming even more inadequate. But after their flagship withdrew, the spaceships left here seemed to have a stronger will to fight and a stronger fighting enthusiasm. This phenomenon is very familiar to Xiaoyu.
Are they trying to escape? Are all the fleets left behind here?
Xiaoyu thought silently.
Originally, I thought that the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft was heading to the capital planet to set up a second line of defense. Now it seems that I'm probably wrong. They should have gone to meet those valuable intelligent creatures left on the planet. But want to run away? How can it be so easy? To be honest, I am very interested in your Tianma Shinkong spacecraft. I think dissect it and study its internal structure. Asia and America spaceships are dispatched and lead 1 million spaceships to pursue them.
Xiaoyu gave the order. At this time, the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft formation had left the planet and began to escape toward the back of the galaxy. Some Blood Blade team spacecraft had already set off to harass it. However, because the number is too small, effective containment cannot be formed for the time being. After Xiaoyu gave the order to pursue, the spaceships Asia and America, with 1 million warships, bypassed the defense line of the Pegasus civilization in front, broke away from the battlefield, and began to pursue. At this moment, the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft was in chaos. In this flagship spacecraft and its escort formation spacecraft, there were people running around in panic. Under the strong organization of the soldiers with live ammunition, these people finally calmed down a little in shock. The memory of the past is like being in H.L. People who can come here. In the social system of Pegasus civilization, there are people with a certain social status and identity. Daily life is also aloof. Under the light of order, they enjoy all the beautiful things they need in life. But just a few hours ago, everything changed. The order suddenly collapsed at this time. They just found out. The people at the bottom, who were looked down upon by him in the past, actually have such huge power. Their security team was instantly destroyed. Their companions were brutally killed by the mob. And even their security team began to rebel, attacking their usually respectful bosses. Such a situation makes them despair and fearful. Just when they were in panic all day long, these guards descended from the sky, pulled them into the small spacecraft without any explanation, and then took off immediately. They originally thought they were dead, but they didn't expect it. Finally, we came to this place.
Fortunately, there is still order here.
Countless people were secretly thankful in their hearts. At this moment, they realized the value of order. At this moment, the familiar voice of the leader reached their minds.
I regret to tell you that in the war with the Shenzhou civilization, our civilization was defeated and completely defeated. In order to preserve the seeds of civilization, I chose to take everyone to escape from this galaxy and go to the Flower of Death galaxy to join the other 5-level civilizations. Civilizations unite to enrich our strength. We are all the most outstanding people in our civilization. There are scientists, politicians, military experts, and financiers. Everyone who comes here is valuable. I hope that in the future, you can still contribute your own value. Okay, that's it. Everyone follows the instructions of the security personnel and goes to their own places. Please keep quiet. If there is a disturbance, the security personnel will immediately kill the source of the disturbance. For your own safety, everyone, it's better to be more stable.
At this time, the leader's voice finally regained its composure. Moreover, the leader's calmness seemed to be contagious. As the leader's broadcast came out, all the panicked people calmed down.
Most of the distinguished people are here,
the aide reported.
This is the list of those who were unable to board the ship due to accidental deaths,
the assistant said, handing a long list to the leader. The leader browsed through it briefly and found many names he was familiar with. The leader knows that these people are all outstanding people in society who died due to natural disasters or riots. They could have continued to serve civilization, but now they are just a cold name lying on this list. With a sigh, the leader put the list aside and ordered,
"Connect me to the live broadcast on the planet." Okay.
The assistant agreed and turned on the communication device next to him. The relevant instruments left on this planet immediately started working, transmitting pieces of audio, video, images, and other data here. Seeing the chaotic city and the rioting people, the leader's expression was very complicated.
Shenzhou civilization has rapidly invaded relevant research areas. The amount of relevant scientific research data is too large, and we cannot destroy it in a short time. Therefore, up to now, 987 research institutes have been destroyed by Shenzhou civilization. Occupied. However, the Central Academy of Sciences has not been invaded yet. The Central Academy of Sciences stores more than 60% of the science and technology-related information of our entire civilization. And the defenses there are also the most complete. With the current power of the Shenzhou civilization, they cannot do it in a short time break through the defense of the Central Academy of Sciences within a few seconds. Moreover, even if it is broken through, it will take at least a month to complete the data transmission. But one thing is very difficult. 1 month is too short, and the data in the Central Academy of Sciences is too much. We don't have time to completely delete all the data in the Central Academy of Sciences. We can only delete 30% at most.
The leader's eyes flickered and he said,
"Why should we delete this data? Since Shenzhou civilization needs these things, then just give them to them. It's no big deal." "Huh? Leader, you?"
The assistant once again looked at the leader in shock. The leader sighed softly and said,
"Shenzhou civilization does not want us to escape. You see, their pursuit force has arrived. In the field, there is no way we can be the opponent of Shenzhou civilization. Then, use these technologies for relevant data. Come and make a deal with Shenzhou civilization. Pass my order and immediately broadcast the following information to the Shenzhou civilization's pursuit fleet."
The leader's expression became serious. He said slowly,
"Shenzhou civilization, congratulations on your victory in this war. However,
do you really intend to kill everyone and wipe out our last fleet? How about this? We use all the resources from the Central Academy of Sciences. How about exchanging all the technology-related data stored for our lives?"
This message was quickly transmitted to the Asia spacecraft and received by Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu sneered and responded,
"In exchange for these things? Even if I refuse to let you go, don't I have the ability to break into your Central Academy of Sciences? I don't believe that you can use such a huge amount of data in a short time to delete it within time. We don't have this ability."
The leader said calmly,
"But we can blow it up directly. With just one order from me, all the data in the Central Academy of Sciences will disappear completely within 3 seconds. I just want to be with you. You make a deal. As long as you give up the pursuit, I will give you this information. Maybe you can choose not to believe it and take a gamble to see if I have the ability to destroy these things."
After receiving this message from the leader, Xiaoyu fell silent. Xiaoyu could not rule out this possibility. It was indeed possible that the Pegasus civilization had made preparations in advance and planted bombs here in advance. The purpose of Xiaoyu's war was for these data. These data were Xiaoyu's ultimate goal. Xiaoyu couldn't accept that after working hard and paying such a huge price. He got nothing. After careful consideration, Xiaoyu made a decision.
"Okay, I believe what you said. So, I wish you a smooth journey. But you better not play tricks. Within a month, if I find that you are lying to me, then I can restart the pursuit at any time. Don't forget, the traces of your escape cannot be eliminated."
After issuing the warning, Xiaoyu controlled the Asia and America spacecraft formations to begin their return voyage and decisively gave up the pursuit. After seeing this scene, the leader of the Pegasus civilization breathed a sigh of relief. But he instantly became serious again.
"Immediately issue my order to organize all the scientists in the fleet to start research and conduct research on the data from the Central Academy of Sciences. Tampering. We have no way to completely delete the data, but we can still change a part of it. We ordered scientists to immediately modify the key parts of the Central Academy of Sciences data that are easy to confuse and difficult to find errors into wrong answers. Try our best to mislead the scientific and technological progress of Shenzhou civilization. At the same time, immediately estimate the effective tracking distance of Shenzhou civilization and report the data to me."
Chapter 539 Computer Forest. The war on the front line is still going on, and these people may have made up their minds to fight until the last moment. Xiaoyu thought so. A large number of spaceships have begun to try to return to their capital planet and blow up the Central Research Institute, which stores a large amount of scientific and technological data. But at this moment, the Academia Sinica is under the strict protection of Xiaoyu, and no spacecraft can approach it. Academia Sinica also has its own security force, and it is quite powerful.
in order to prevent damage to the data stored in the Institute. Xiao Yu did not use a spacecraft to attack it. Instead, he sent a large number of special forces and mechanical warriors to attack from the ground. At this moment, a fierce exchange of fire was taking place between the two sides. The Asia spaceship has returned to the battlefield, launching an encirclement and suppression campaign against the remaining Pegasus civilization spacecraft. But Xiao Yu's eyes never left the escaped Tianma Shinkong spacecraft. Xiao Yu quietly sent out many secretive deep space detectors to follow these spacecraft, reporting the position data of Xiao Yu's spacecraft at any time. Xiao Yu planned to pursue these spacecraft after obtaining all the data from the Central Academy of Sciences. Xiao Yu knew what the leader of the Pegasus civilization was planning. He was just using the scientific and technological information from the Central Academy of Sciences as a bargaining chip to threaten him and buy himself time to escape. So now the two sides are fighting for time. If the Pegasus civilization's escape fleet successfully escaped Xiao Yu's tracking before Xiao Yu obtains all the data from the Central Academy of Sciences, then the Pegasus civilization will immediately delete all the remaining data. This will cause losses to Xiao Yu. If after Xiao Yu obtains all the data from the Central Academy of Sciences, the Pegasus civilization's fleet is still under Xiao Yu's monitoring, Xiao Yu will decisively start chasing and destroy or capture the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft without leaving any further trouble. What both sides are fighting for now is time. You know, the traces left by the curvature engine in space will only last for a month at most. More than a month. Xiao Yu had no way to track the escaping spaceships. Of course, the time left for Xiao Yu is a little longer than a month, because there are spy satellites belonging to Xiao Yu following the fleet. However, this fleet is currently launching a large-scale counter-espionage operation. The spy satellites released by Xiao Yu have suffered heavy losses and are about to be wiped out. Xiao Yu suppressed his thoughts and focused his energy on breaking through the defense of the Central Academy of Sciences. The fierce battle lasted for a full week before Xiao Yu's power finally broke through the defense line. The security forces of the Central Academy of Sciences retreated to the second line of defense, and Xiao Yu's forces were divided into two groups. One group continued to pursue, while the other group began to receive the victory results on the spot. Now, what appeared in front of Xiao Yu was a very shocking scene. In front of the robot, there are spacious and bright corridors. There are a large number of rooms on both sides of the corridor. In each room, there is a lot of data. Some rooms are operating rooms. Some rooms were laboratories. Some were storage rooms. And some were computer rooms. A large number of robots rushed in, began to sort out the information, and transmitted it to Xiao Yu's mind. Because of Xiao Yu's stern warning, the data was not destroyed during the battle, and the security personnel did not destroy the storage module with one shot. After all, this is a gambling game. Both sides of the game, Xiao Yu and the Pegasus civilized escape fleet, each have their own trump cards. Xiao Yu's trump card is that he can pursue the Pegasus civilization's escape fleet to destroy it. The trump card of the Pegasus civilized escape fleet is that when Xiao Yu starts to chase him, he can destroy all the data in the Central Academy of Sciences so that Xiao Yu can get nothing. Then, in order to prevent the same fate from happening, this game has two bottom lines. One is that Xiao Yu is not allowed to track the Pegasus civilization fleet, and the other is that the Pegasus civilization is not allowed to destroy the data in the Central Academy of Sciences. These are two bottom lines. Only by abiding by these two rules can this game continue. Otherwise, there will be the danger of perishing together. That is, the Pegasus civilization escape fleet was destroyed by Xiao Yu, and the data in the Central Academy of Sciences was also destroyed. Destroy them all, and Xiao Yu will get nothing. Of course, as long as this major premise is followed. Some small actions are understandable, and both parties are well aware of this. For example, Xiao Yu sent spy satellites to secretly track the Pegasus civilization's escape fleet, and the Pegasus civilization's escape fleet deployed a large number of security forces in the Central Academy of Sciences, and began to organize scientists to analyze the data stored in the Central Academy of Sciences. Error correction. Xiao Yu doesn't care about these things. In fact, Xiao Yu had already speculated that the Pegasus civilization would do this. Modifying the data to be wrong to mislead yourself is not a big deal. At most, it will waste a little more of Xiao Yu's experimental data. As long as the big framework is there, it is only a matter of time to speculate on the entire technological system. Question. It's good that the central computer room is deeper. I have broken the second line of defense. Keep moving forward. Xiao Yu issued a new order. So more robots poured in and began to search the space behind the second line of defense, collect information and other actions. At the same time, Another group of robots began to attack the third line of defense. The Central Academy of Sciences is a very big place. At a rough estimate, it is about the same size as Beijing in the Earth Age. For such a huge place, you can imagine how much information is hidden in it. How many scientists have worked here? And how many scientific and technological achievements have come from here? Tens of millions of robots swarmed into the Central Academy of Sciences and launched a comprehensive and thorough search of the Central Academy of Sciences. 3 days later, the third line of defense was breached, and the scope of the robots' search expanded. A large amount of data and information are transmitted to Xiaoyu's mind every moment. Now Xiaoyu has no energy to screen these data. Xiaoyu just quickly prepared a large amount of blank memory and put them into Xiaoyu's mind. All the data obtained from the Pegasus civilization are stored and will be analyzed when there is time. According to the sky detection, the defense line of the Central Academy of Sciences is roughly arranged on 10 levels. Among them, the core computer room is just behind the 10th level of defense. All the most advanced, secretive, and cutting-edge scientific and technological information are stored there. As long as you arrive there, after copying all the data there, the entire work will be completed, and the Pegasus civilization will no longer be of value to me. Now is the time to harvest. A large number of robots moved forward quickly, and a large amount of data was integrated and transmitted to Xiaoyu. Time passed like this bit by bit. The 10th layer of defense has finally been breached. Xiaoyu cheered up and immediately operated a large number of robots to rush into the core computer room. What appeared in front of Xiaoyu was a very shocking scene. This is a huge computer room, nearly 1,000 meters high, nearly 3 kilometers long and 2 kilometers wide. The interior of such a huge place is almost completely occupied by various computing devices. Here, there are computer equipment as tall as Optimus Prime everywhere. Countless lines spread here, and there are flashing lights everywhere. Here, it's like a forest made of computers. There are many flying birds in this jungle. Those flying birds are all highly automated mechanical equipment. They just fly in the sky, shuttle through the forest composed of computers, and perform various routine maintenance tasks on these equipment. This is the core of the entire Pegasus civilization. The heart of the entire Pegasus civilization. Here, there is everything Xiaoyu wants. Xiaoyu became excited and immediately rushed in with countless robots. After a little exploration and understanding the basic structure of these machines, the rear base immediately began to manufacture special data connection equipment, and then transported it via the Blood Blade team spaceship came over. And eventually robots connected these data connection devices and these huge machines. There are millions of robots connected to these machines. In other words, at this time, there are millions of data channels established between Xiaoyu and these machines. Xiaoyu's huge computing power instantly rolled down through the millions of data channels and poured into these computing devices. After understanding the software structure and infrastructure, Xiaoyu quickly wrote the corresponding transfer program. So the huge amount of data transfer work begins. Here is an ocean of data. The millions of data channels that Xiaoyu is connected to here are millions of powerful water pumps. Under such circumstances, unimaginable data flows rush in every minute and every second. Xiaoyu's mind then converged on the storage device specially manufactured by Xiaoyu. This data flow was so huge that even Xiaoyu felt that it was difficult to handle. But it doesn't matter. The war has come to an end, with the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft formation escaping. The strength of the remaining defensive fleet has been reduced to a certain extent. Xiaoyu can safely allocate computing power to process these voluminous data. Up to now, about 25 days have passed since the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft escaped. It will take about 10 days for the data to be transmitted. Maybe I really have no choice but to let the Tianma Shinkong spacecraft escape. Xiaoyu thought with some regret. Chapter 540, Alien Beasts of the Tree Tribe. While Xiaoyu was nervously transmitting data, in the void of the universe, in a galaxy not far away from here, there were 4 inexplicable beings communicating with each other. Just from the appearance of these 4 beings, you can tell that they are not ordinary civilizations. One of them is a spaceship, which is about the size of the moon, and its whole body is emitting bright light. The other is a huge beast, with its body stretched out and a length of several thousand kilometers. There is another one whose body is completely invisible, and only expresses that he is still here through his ubiquitous cold aura. These 3 existences are the 3 Taihao civilizations in the galaxy. One is Taihao of technology, one is Taihao of alien beasts, and one is Taihao of ghosts. The 3 Taihao gathered together and hugged each other faintly. What they faced was another guy whose aura was much weaker, but whose existence form was somewhat similar to the ghost Taihao. This being that resembled the ghost Taihao sighed slightly and sent a message.
Have you really decided not to rescue my main civilization? You have worked hard to water it, and when the fruit is about to mature, it will be ready for harvest. When? You just gave up on him? You have to understand that the tree tribe, one of the three great beasts, is not something that my main civilization can resist at this stage. Not even with me.
If Xiaoyu was still here, through this familiar aura, Xiaoyu could immediately know that this relatively weak existence, but with an aura similar to that of the ghost Taihao, was his accompanying ghost clan. The one made up of billions a race of ghosts formed from the souls of human beings who died tragically. It can be inferred from the words of the companion ghost clan that these four beings have been negotiating here for a long time. It seems that the companion ghost clan hopes that the Taihao alliance will take action to help their main civilization resist the attack of the tree clan. The Taihao alliance chose to refuse.
Whether you can resist it or not, that's your business. What does it have to do with us?
The alien beast and ghost Taihao remained silent, while technology Taihao responded.
I don't think you are willing to let the fruits you have cultivated with your hard work be snatched away by other beings when they are about to mature.
The accompanying ghost tribe said slowly.
I know you want to use me and my main civilization to reach the 7th level civilization. The sweepers also had this idea. So I was very puzzled as to why the alien beasts of the tree clan dared to take action against my main civilization under such circumstances. What made me even more confused was why the tree clan planned to, when they attacked my main civilization. The sweeper civilization did not come to stop it. And your Taihao civilization alliance actually planned to stand by and watch. Can you tell me the reason? There is no reason.
Technology Taihao replied.
As I said, whether you can resist it or not. What does it have to do with me? Okay, I understand.
The companion ghost clan replied lightly and continued.
So, I have a few other questions. I hope you can help me answer them. It depends on my mood.
Technology Taihao said.
I would like to ask, who did the destruction of the earth?
Asked the companion ghost tribe. This time the answer turned out to be the strange beast Taihao. This being with a huge body said.
Can't say.
The second person to answer was ghost Taihao.
It's not me.
The third person who answered was technology Taihao.
Have no idea. I understand.
The companion ghost tribe replied.
So, millions of years ago, did you modify the genes of a certain ape on the earth and shape the current human world? Yes.
Tech Taihao replied.
No wonder the creation god in our human legend is called Taihao.
The companion ghost clan sighed softly.
In the following time, you have ensured that the development of Earth civilization will not be harassed by other civilizations. You have been or you secretly watching humans. Right. You knew that the Earth was about to explode. But you did nothing. After my main civilization left the Earth, you were still watching it and made a series of arrangements to allow my main civilization to, if you keep encountering danger, you will keep getting stronger. Right. Yes.
Tech Taihao replied.
Why?
Asked the accompanying ghost tribe.
I can't tell you.
Tech Taihao said.
Okay. One last question.
The companion ghost tribe said.
In this series of events, what role did your Taihao alliance play?
Regarding this question, technology Taihao did not answer, but asked.
Don't you already know? Why bother asking us again? Okay. Let's do this. My main civilization and I will join forces to resist the attack of the tree tribe. We will gradually become stronger and eventually jump out of the chessboard. You want to control our destiny and let us follow your predetermined route, development, and ultimately benefiting from us. I want to tell you, is not that simple. Perhaps one day, the balance of strength between us will be completely reversed. At that time, I hope you will not regret it.
The accompanying ghost tribe sent this message lightly, turned around and left. Feeling that the aura of Xiaoyu's companion ghost tribe was getting weaker and weaker, the alien beast Taihao couldn't help but ask.
Is it really okay to reveal this information to him? Also, let's seduce the alien beasts of the tree tribe to go. Can attacking Xiaoyu really affect the sweeper civilization? It doesn't matter. He will know these things sooner or later. We actually don't have to worry about what the Shenzhou civilization will think, as long as he can destroy the neutron battle star according to our ideas. And between the sweepers and the Shenzhou civilization, the relationship between them at this moment no longer requires us to promote it. They will definitely be in the relationship of enemies. And now, after defeating the Pegasus civilization, the Shenzhou civilization is almost mature and is almost ready for harvesting. With this relationship,
It is impossible for the sweeper civilization to let the Shenzhou civilization be destroyed by the tree tribe, and let the food that is about to enter its mouth be snatched away by others. And now that powerful existence that may be from the extragalactic galaxy will definitely let the sweepers go all out. Deal with it. At this time, we have lured the tree tribe to deal with the Shenzhou civilization. The sweepers are facing two powerful opponents at the same time. Their current mood must be very exciting. Yes, this is our plan, Ghost Taihao continued. Facing the existence that may come from the extragalactic galaxy, the sweeper civilization cannot retreat. And at the same time, the sweeper civilization cannot accept the tree tribe's destruction of the Shenzhou civilization. In fact, then they can only fight on two fronts, and they will suffer more heavy losses, which is beneficial to us. Yes, Technology Taihao said. In order to make the sweeper civilization suffer more heavy losses and let the Shenzhou civilization bear a little taste of fear. This is nothing. That guy from the extragalactic galaxy is undoubtedly very powerful. Even more powerful than us. The sweeper civilization will definitely have a headache when it encounters such an opponent. So can we fish in troubled waters? If at this time, we contact the Guardian if you want to be civilized. Or maybe try to seduce the Python clan and Crocodile clan. What will happen if we and that guy besiege the sweepers together? Taihao, the alien beast, felt a little eager to try at this moment. That guy may have come from the extragalactic galaxy. As for where he comes from, we haven't been able to determine yet, Technology Taihao said. Although he is very powerful, he unites the Guardians, the three alien beasts, and the three of us, besieging the sweeper civilization with him. There is indeed a high possibility of victory. But I still choose to stand still and let them fight on their own. Don't forget, in the past tens of millions of years, we have fought on the neutron battlestar. How many losses we suffered. How many times we thought we would die. Were crushed by the neutron battlestar. Like ants. Therefore, before the neutron battlestar was destroyed, we Taihao, the Alliance, will never be in direct hostility to the sweeper civilization. Okay, forget it, Alien Beast Taihao said angrily. But I doubt whether the Shenzhou civilization can find the corpse of the MSI civilization. Although there is indeed a connection between the ghost heart and the corpse of the MSI civilization. A little connection. But you can't find the ghost yourself with the ghost heart. Why do you think the Shenzhou civilization can be found, if the corpse of the MSI civilization cannot be found? I don't think the Shenzhou civilization can fight against the neutron battlestar, and develop to the level of civilization of the Guardians is already considered as high as the heavens. I have this hunch that the Shenzhou civilization will definitely find Wei Xing's body. After all, I have become Taihao, and am no longer a pure ghost race. But the accompanying ghost race of the Shenzhou civilization is pure. Ghost Taihao quietly said. Moreover, even if I find Wei Xing's body, I can't use it. The Shenzhou civilization must come forward and join forces with his companion ghost tribe to control Wei Xing's body to hit the neutron battle star, thereby destroying it. In fact, this is the reason why we cultivated the Shenzhou civilization. Isn't it? However, Technology Taihao pondered for a moment, and said helplessly, the methods of the sweeper civilization are better than ours after all. I'm sure that the sweeper civilization definitely discovered the differences between those primitive apes earlier than we did. But they did not take any action. Instead, we worked hard to modify their genes and cultivate them. But in the end, they were waiting to reap the benefits. You can't say that. The growth of Shenzhou civilization has exceeded our expectations. Maybe with the help of MSI Corps, Shenzhou civilization can really defeat the sweepers.